Now is the time for those who hope for salvation on the day of fear, to win the favor of the bountiful, the forgiving one, for verily paradise is under the shadow of swords. So Shurkan and his men fell upon the infidels and cut off their retreat and tourneyed among the ranks, when lo, a cavalier of goodly presence opened a passage through the army of the Greeks and circled hither and thither amongst them, cutting and thrusting and covering the ground with heads and bodies, so that the infidels feared him and their necks bent under his blows. He was girt with 2 swords, that of his glances and a scimitar, and armed with 2 lances, one of cane and the other the straightness of his shape. Over his shoulders flowed down his hair, whose beauty might have stood him instead of many warriors, even as says the poet. Flowing hair, as I deem, is not fair to the sight, except it be spread on the day of the fight. O'er a youth with a spear that he giveth to drink of the blood of full many a beard-bearing knight. Or as says another, I turned to him, while he girt his falchion on, and said, Surely, the sabres of thy look should stand thee in sword's stead. Quoth he, The sabres of my looks I keep for those who love, my sword for those who have no wit of passion's goodly head. When Shurkan saw him, he said to him, Ho, champion of the champions! I conjure thee, by the Quran and the attributes of the Compassionate One, tell me who thou art, for verily by thy deeds this day thou hast pleased the requiting King, whom one thing distracts not from another, in that thou hast discomfited the children of impiety and disbelief. Quoth the horseman, Thou art he who sworest brotherhood to me but yesterday, how quickly thou hast forgotten me. Then he uncovered his face, so that what was hidden of his beauty was disclosed, and lo, it was none other than Zulnekan. When Shurkan knew his brother, he rejoiced in him, except that he feared for him from the throng of adversaries and the onslaught of the champions, and this for 2 reasons, the first, his tender age and exposure to the evil eye, and the second, that his life was the mainstay of the empire. So he said to him, O king, thou adventurest thy life, and indeed I am in fear for thee from the foe, so join thy horse to mine, and thou wouldst do well not to hazard thyself forth of these squadrons, that we may shoot at the enemy with thine unerring shaft. Quoth Zulnekan, I wish to equal thee in battle, and I will not spare myself before thee in fight. Then the host of Islam rushed upon the infidels and encompassing them on all sides, waged a right holy war on them and broke the power of the children of impiety and pride in corruption. King Hurdab sighed when he saw the evil case that had fallen on the Greeks, and they turned their backs and addressed themselves to flight, making for the ships, when lo, there came out upon them from the seashore a new army, led by the Vizier Dendan, him who was wont to make the champions bite the dust, and the Chamberlain of Syria, with 20,000 doughty cavaliers, and fell upon their rear with sword and spear, whilst the army of Islam pressed them in front and flank. Then some of the Muslims turned against those that were in the ships and rained perditions on them, till they threw themselves into the sea, and they slew of them much people, more than 100,000 knights, nor did one of their champions escape, great or small. Moreover, they took their ships, with all the baggage and treasure therein, and the Muslims got that day booty, the like of which was never gotten of time past, nor did ever ear hear of such a battle. But 20 of the ships escaped, and amongst the booty were 50,000 horses, besides treasure and spoil past count or reckoning, whereat the Muslims rejoiced with an exceeding joy and thanked God for the aid and protection he had vouchsafed them. Meanwhile, the news reached Constantinople that King Afridun had gotten the victory over the Muslims, and Dat ed-Dawahi said, I know that my son King Hurdab is no renegade and that he has not to fear from the hosts of Islam, but will bring the whole world to the Nazarene faith. Then she commanded the city to be decorated, and the people held high festival and drank wines, knowing not what God had decreed to them. Whilst they were in the midst of their rejoicings, behold, the raven of affliction croaked against them, and up came the 20 ships of fugitives, amongst them the king of Caesarea. King Afridun met them on the seashore, and they told him all that had befallen them, weeping sore and lamenting, whereupon rejoicing was turned into dismay, and King Aphrodon was filled with consternation and knew that there was no repairing their mischance. The women gathered together to make moan and lament, and the city was filled with mourning, all hearts failed, whilst the hired mourners cried aloud, and weeping and wailing arose on all sides. When King Herdab met King Aphrodon, he told him the truth of the case and how the flight of the Muslims was but a stratagem, and said to him, "Look not to see any of the troops, save those that have already reached thee." When Aphrodon heard this, he fell down in a swoon with his nose under his feet, and as soon as he revived he exclaimed, "Surely the Messiah was wroth with the army, that he delivered them thus into the hands of the Muslims." Then came the arch-patriarch sadly to King Aphrodon, who said to him, "O our father, destruction hath overtaken our army, and the Messiah hath punished us." "Grieve not nor be concerned," replied the patriarch, "for it cannot be but that one of you has sinned against the Messiah, and all have been punished for his sin, but now we will read prayers for you in the churches, that the Mohammedan hosts may be repelled from you." After this, Dat-ed-Dawahi came to Aphrodon and said to him, "O king, verily the Muslims are many, and we shall never prevail against them, save by wile, wherefore I purpose to work upon them by stratagem and repair to the army of Islam. Haply I may be able to carry out my intent against their leader and slay their champion, even as I slew his father. If I succeed, not one of them shall return to his native land, for all their strength lies in him, but I wish to have some Christians of Syria, such as go out from time to sell their goods, to help me in carrying out my plan." "Be it so, when as thou wilt," replied the king. So she bade fetch 100 men, natives of Nedran in Syria, and said to them, "Ye have heard what has befallen the Christians with the Muslims?" "Yes," replied they, and the king said, "This woman has devoted herself to the Messiah and purposes to go forth with you, disguised as Mohammedans, to work out a device, which shall profit us and hinder the Muslim host from us. So if ye also are willing to devote yourselves to Christ, I will give you a quintal of gold. Those of you who escape shall have the money, and those of you who are slain Christ will reward." "O king," replied they, "we devote ourselves to the Messiah, and we will be thy sacrifice." Then the old woman took drugs and simples and boiled them in water, till the black essence of them was extracted. She waited till it was cold, then dipped the end of a handkerchief therein and colored her face therewith. Moreover she put on, over her clothes, a long gabardine with an embroidered border, and taking in her hand a rosary, went in to King Aphrodon, who knew her not, nor did any of his companions know her, till she discovered herself to them, when they all praised her for her cunning, and her son rejoiced and said, "May the Messiah never fail thee." Then she took with her the Syrian Christians, and set out for the army of Baghdad. Now this accursed old woman was a witch of the witches, past mistress in sorcery and deception, knavish, crafty, debauched and perfidious, with foul breath, red eyelids, sallow cheeks, pale face, bleared eyes, mangy body, grizzled hair, humped back, withered complexion and running nostrils. She had studied the scriptures of Islam and made the pilgrimage to the holy house of God, to come to the knowledge of the Mohammedan ordinances and the doctrines of the Quran, and she had professed Judaism in Jerusalem 2 years' space, that she might perfect herself in the magical arts of men and jinn, so that she was a plague of plagues and a calamity of calamities, utterly depraved and having no religion. Now the chief reason of her sojourn with her son, King Herdab, was on account of the maidens at his court, for she was given to tribadism and could not exist without it, so if any damsel pleased her, she was wont to teach her the art and rub saffron on her, till she fainted away for excess of pleasure. Whoso obeyed her, she used to favor and spake interest for her with her son, and whoso repelled her, she would contrive to destroy. This was known to Murjana and Rihanna and Utriya, the handmaids of Abriza, and the princess loathed the old woman and abhorred to lie with her because of the ill smell from her armpits and the stench of her wind, more fetid than carrion, and the roughness of her body, coarser than palm fiber. She was wont to bribe those who served her desires with jewels and instruction, but Abriza held aloof from her and sought refuge with the all-wise, the omniscient, for well does the poet say, O thou that abasest thyself to those that are rich and great and lordest it with disdain o'er those of low estate. Thou that thinkest to gild thy baseness by gathering gold, the scenting of aught that's foul skills not its stench to abate. To continue. As soon as Dat ed Dawahi had departed, her son went in to Aphrodon and said to him, O king, we have no need of the chief patriarch nor of his prayers, but will act according to my mother's counsel and await what she will do of her craft without end with the Muslim host, for they are on the march hither with all their strength and will quickly be with us. When King Aphrodon heard this, terror took hold upon his heart and he wrote letters forthright to all the countries of the Christians, saying, It behoves none of the followers of the Messiah or soldiers of the cross to hold back, especially the folk of the citadels and strong places, but let them all come to us foot and horse and women and children, for the Muslim hosts already tread our soil. So hasten, hasten, ere what we fear come to pass. Now Dat ed Dawahi had clad her companions in the habit of Muslim merchants and had provided herself with 100 mules laden with stuffs of Antioch, such as gold-woven satin and royal brocade and so forth, and with a letter from King Aphrodon to the following effect, These are merchants from the land of Syria, who have been with us, so it behoves none to do them let or hindrance nor take tithe of them, till they reach their own country and the place of their security, for by merchants a country flourishes and grows rich, and these are no men of war nor evildoers. So, as soon as she came without the city, she said to them, O folk, I wish to work out a plot for the destruction of the Muslims. O princess, replied they, command us what thou wilt, we are at thy disposal, and may the Messiah prosper thy dealing. Then she donned a gown of fine white wool and rubbing her forehead, till she made a great mark, as of a scar, anointed it with an ointment of her own fashion, so that it shone greatly. Now she was lean-bodied and hollow-eyed, and she bound her legs tightly round with cords just above her feet, till she drew near the Muslim camp, when she unwound them, leaving the marks of the cords deeply embedded in the flesh. Then she anointed the wheels with dragon's blood and bade her companions beat her severely and lay her in a chest. How can we beat thee, replied they, who art our sovereign lady and mother of the supreme king? Quoth she, We blame not nor reproach him who goeth to the jakes, and in time of necessity, forbidden things become lawful. When ye have laid me in the chest, set it on the back of one of the mules and pass on with it and the other goods through the Muslim camp, crying aloud the profession of the faith of unity. If any hinder you, give up the mules and their lading and betake yourself to their king Zulmekan and cast yourselves on his protection, saying, We were in the country of the infidels and they took nothing from us, but wrote us a passport, that none should hinder us, so why do ye seize upon our goods? See, here is the letter of the king of the Greeks, commanding that none shall do us let or hindrance. If he say to you, What profit had ye of your commerce in the land of the Greeks? Answer him, We profited in that it was given us to accomplish the deliverance of a pious man, who had lain nigh 15 years in a dungeon under the earth, crying out for help, yet none helped him. On the contrary, the infidels tortured him night and day. We knew not of this, but after we had sojourned a while in Constantinople, having sold our goods and bought others in their stead, we made ready to set out and return to our native land. We spent the night before our departure, conversing about our journey, and when the day broke, we saw a figure painted upon the wall, and behold, as we drew nigh it, it moved and said, O Muslims, is there amongst you one who is minded to gain the favor of the Lord of the two worlds? How so? Asked we. No, replied the figure, that God hath made me speak to you, to the intent that your belief may be fortified and that your faith may inspire you and that you may go forth of the country of the infidels and repair to the camp of the Muslims, where ye shall find the sword of the compassionate one, the champion of the age, King Shirkan, him by whom he shall conquer Constantinople and destroy the followers of the Christian heresy. On the third day of your journey, you will come to a town in which stands a hermitage known as the Hermitage of Metronhina. Make for it with a pure intent and do your utmost endeavor to come into the hermitage, for therein is a true believer from Jerusalem, by name Abdullah, one of the holiest of men, whom God hath blessed with supernatural powers, such as dispel doubts and obscurity. Him certain of the monks seized by fraud and shut in an underground dungeon, where he has lain many a year. So, if ye desire to gain the favor of the Lord of the faithful, ye cannot accomplish a more acceptable work than the deliverance of this holy man. When we heard what the figure said, we knew that this holy man was indeed of the chiefest of the devotees and heart-whole servants of God, so we set out and after 3 days' journey, came in sight of the town, and making for it, passed the day in buying and selling, as is the wont of merchants. As soon as the day had departed and the night was come with the darkness, we repaired to the hermitage, wherein was the dungeon, and presently heard the holy man chant some verses of the Quran and repeat the following lines. I strive with my heart, for anguish that's well nigh cleft in twain, and there ebbs and flows in my bosom a flooding sea of pain. Indeed, there is no deliverance, and death is near at hand, yet death and long affliction were kinder and more fain. O lightning, if thou visit my native land and folk, if for the fair one's lustre thine own red brilliance wane, carry my salutation to those I love and say, I lie in a far Greek dungeon and cry for help in vain. How can I win to join them, since that the ways with wars are blocked and the gate of succor is barred with many a chain? When once ye have brought me into the Muslim camp, added the old woman, I know how I will make shift to beguile them and slay them all, even to the last man. When the Christians heard what she said, they kissed her hands and laid her in a chest, after they had beaten her grievously, in obedience to her commands, seeing it to be incumbent on them to do her bidding in this, then made for the Muslim camp. Meanwhile, the Muslims sat down to converse with each other, after they had made an end of the battle and the pillage, and Zulmakan said to his brother, Verily, God hath given us the victory, because of our just dealing in concord amongst ourselves, wherefore, O Shirkan, do thou continue to obey my commandment, in submission to God, to whom belong might and majesty, for I mean to slay 10 kings and 50,000 of the Greeks, in revenge for my father, and enter Constantinople. My life be thy ransom against death, replied Shirkan. Needs must I follow forth the holy war, though I tarry many a year in the infidels' country. But, O my brother, I have in Damascus a daughter called Kuzia Fekan, who is one of the marvels of the time, and I love her heartily. And I also, said Zulmakan, have left my wife with child and near her time, nor do I know what God will vouchsafe me by her. But, O my brother, promise me that, if she bring me a son, thou wilt grant me thy daughter for my son and pledge me thy faith thereon. With all my heart, replied Shirkan and put out his hand to his brother, saying, If thou be blessed with a son, I will give him my daughter Kuzia Fekan to wife. At this Zulmakan rejoiced, and they fell to giving each other joy of the victory, whilst the vizier Dendan also congratulated them and said to them, Know, O kings, that God hath given us the victory, for that we have devoted ourselves to him, to whom belong might and majesty, and have left our homes and families, and it is my counsel that we follow up the foe and press upon them and harass them. It may be God shall bring us to our desire and we shall destroy our enemies. If it please you, do ye embark in the ships and sail upon the sea, whilst we fare forward by land and bear the brunt of the battle? And he ceased not to urge them to action, repeating the following verses. The goodliest of delights it is one's foes to slay, and on the backs of steeds the spoil to bear away. Oft comes a messenger with promise of a friend, and the friend comes himself without a trysting day. And these also. As I live, I will make of war my mother, and the spear my brother, and the sword my father, and for fear. I will take each shag-haired warrior that meets death with a smile, as if to die in battle were e'en his wish most dear. Glory be to God, continued he, who hath vouchsafed us his almighty aid and hath given us spoil of silver and fine gold. Then Zulmichen commanded to depart, and the army set out and fared on, by forced marches, toward Constantinople, till they came to a wide and blooming champaign, full of all things fair, with wild cattle frisking and gazelles passing to and fro. Now they had traversed great deserts and had been 6 days cut off from water, when they drew near this meadow and saw therein waters welling and trees laden with ripe fruits and the land as it were paradise. It had donned its adornments and decked itself. The branches of its trees swayed gently to and fro, drunken with the new wine of the dew, and therein were conjoined the fresh sweetness of the fountains of paradise and the soft breathings of the zephyr. Mind and eye were confounded with its beauty, even as says the poet. Look on the verdant smiling mead, with flowers and herbs beseen, as 'twere the spring thereon had spread a mantle olive green. If thou behold it with the eye of sense alone, thou wilt see not but as 'twere a lake wherein the water waves, I ween. But with thy mind's eye look, thou wilt see a glory in the trees and low amidst the boughs above, the waving banners sheen. Or as another says, the river's a cheek that the sun has rosy made, for ringlets it borrows the cash's creeping shade. The water makes anklets of silver about the legs of the boughs, and the flowers for crowns o'er all are laid. When Zulmichen saw this champaign, with its thick-leaved trees and its blooming flowers and warbling birds, he turned to his brother Shurkan and said to him, O my brother, verily Damascus hath not in it the like of this place. We will abide here 3 days, that we may rest ourselves and that the troops may regain strength and their souls be fortified to encounter the accursed infidels. So they halted and pitched their camp there. Presently, they heard a noise of voices afar, and Zulmichen, inquiring the cause thereof, was told that a caravan of Syrian merchants had halted there to rest and that the Muslim troops had come on them and had haply seized some of their goods, that they had brought from the country of the infidels. After a while, up came the merchants, crying out and appealing to the king for redress. So Zulmichen bade bring them before him, and they said to him, O king, we have been in the country of the infidels and they spoil us of nothing. Why then do our brothers the Muslims despoil us of our goods, and that in their own country? When we saw your troops, we went up to them, thinking no evil, and they robbed us of what we had with us. Then they brought out to him the letter of the king of Constantinople, and Shurkan took it and reading it, said to them, We will restore you what has been taken from you, but it behoved you not to carry merchandise to the country of the infidels. O our Lord, replied they, of a truth, God moved us to go thither, that we might win what never champion won the like of, no, not even thou in all thy battles. What was it that ye won? Asked Shurkan. O king, replied they, we will not tell thee, except in private, for if this thing be noised among the folk, it may come to the ears of the king of Constantinople, and this will be the cause of our ruin and of the ruin of all Muslims that resort to the land of the Greeks. Now they had hidden the chest wherein was Dat ed Duwahi. So Zulmichen and his brother brought them to a private place, where they repeated to him the story of the devotee, even as the old woman had lessoned them, and wept till they made the 2 kings weep. Therewithal Shurkan's heart yearned to the devotee and he was moved to pity for him and zeal for the service of God the Most High. So he said to the Syrians, Did ye rescue the holy man or is he still in the hermitage? Quoth they, We delivered him and slew the hermit, fearing for ourselves, after which we made haste to fly, for fear of death. But a trusty man told us that in this hermitage are quintals of gold and silver and jewels. Then they fetched the chest and brought out the accursed old woman, as she were a cashapod, for excess of blackness and leanness, and laden with fetters and shackles. When Zulmekan and the bystanders saw her, they took her for a man of the dower of God's servants and the most excellent of devotees, more by token of the shining of her forehead for the ointment with which she had anointed it. So Zulmekan and Shurkin wept sore and kissed her hands and feet, sobbing aloud, but she signed to them and said, "Give over weeping and hear my words." So they left weeping, in obedience to her, and she said, "Know that I was content to accept what my Lord did unto me, knowing that the affliction that befell me was a trial from him, to whom belong might and majesty, since that for him who is not patient under trial and affliction there is no coming to the delights of paradise. I had indeed besought him that I might return to my native land, yet not for impatience of the sufferings decreed to me, but that I might die under the hoofs of the horses of the warriors of the faith, who, being slain in battle, live again without suffering death." And she repeated the following couplets. The fortress is Sinai's self and the fire of war burns free, and thou art Moses in this the time appointed to thee. Throw down thy rod, for lo, it shall swallow up all they make. And fear not, I trow the ropes of the folk no serpents be. Read thou the lines of the foe for chapters, the day of the fight, and let thy sword mark on their necks the verses, what while they flee. Then her eyes ran over with tears and her forehead shone like gleaming light, and Shurkan rose and kissed her hand and caused food to be set before her, but she refused it, saying, I have not broken my fast, till sunset, for 15 years, and how should I do so now, when as my Lord hath been bountiful to me in delivering me from the captivity of the infidels and doing away from me that which was more grievous than the fiery torment. I will wait till sundown. So at nightfall Shurkan and Zulmekan came to her with food and said, Eat, O pious man. But she said, This is no time for eating, it is the hour for doing my service to the requiting king. Then she took up her station in the prayer niche and stood praying till the night was spent, and she ceased not to do thus for 3 days and nights, sitting not but at the time of salutation. When Zulmekan saw this her behavior, belief in her took firm hold upon his heart, and he said to Shurkan, Cause a tent of perfumed leather to be pitched for this holy man and appoint a servant to wait upon him. On the 4th day, she called for food, so they brought her all kinds of meats that could allure the sense or delight the eye, but of all this she ate but 1 cake of bread with salt. Then she turned again to her fast, and when the night came, she rose anew to pray, and Shurkan said to Zulmekan, Verily, this man carries renunciation of the world to the utmost extreme, and were it not for this holy war, I would join myself to him and worship God in his service, till I came before his presence. And now I would fain enter his tent and talk with him a while. And I also, said Zulmekan. Tomorrow we sally forth against Constantinople, and we shall find no time like the present. And I also, said the Vizier Dendan, desire to see this holy man, haply he will pray for me that I may find my death in this holy war and come to the presence of my Lord, for I am weary of the world. So as soon as night had darkened on them, they repaired to the tent of the witch Daditi Dawahi, and finding her standing praying, fell a weeping, for pity of her, but she paid no heed to them till the night was half spent, when she ended her devotions by pronouncing the salutation, to the guardian angels. Then she turned to them and greeted them, saying, Wherefore come ye? O holy man, said they, didst thou not hear us weeping round thee? To him who stands before God, replied she, there remains nor sight nor hearing for the things of this world. Quoth they, We would have thee tell us the manner of thy captivity and offer up prayer for us this night, for that will profit us more than the possession of Constantinople. By Allah, answered she, were ye not the leaders of the Muslims, I would not tell you aught of this, for I complain not but to God alone. However, to you I will relate the circumstance of my captivity. Know, then, that I was in Jerusalem with certain saints and ecstatics, and did not magnify myself among them, for that God had endowed me with humility and abnegation, till one night I chanced to go down to the lake and walked upon the water. Therewithal there entered into me pride, whence I know not, and I said to myself, Who can walk upon the water, like unto me? And from that time my heart became hardened, and God afflicted me with the love of travel. So I journeyed to the land of the Greeks and visited it in every part during a whole year, leaving no place but I worshipped God therein. When I came to the place where the Syrians found me, I ascended the mountain and saw there a hermitage, inhabited by a monk called Metrohina. When he saw me, he came out to me and kissed my hands and feet, saying, Verily, I have seen thee, since thou camest into the land of the Greeks, and thou hast filled me with longing for the land of Islam. Then he took my hand and carrying me into the hermitage, brought me to a dark place, where he took me unawares and locking the door on me, left me there 40 days, without meat or drink, for it was his intent to kill me by starvation. One day it chanced that a knight called Dicyanus came to the hermitage, accompanied by 10 squires and his daughter Timothil, a girl of incomparable beauty. The monk told them of me, and Dicyanus said, Bring him out, for surely there is not a bird's meal of flesh left on him. So they opened the door of the dungeon and found me standing erect in the niche, praying and reciting the Quran and glorifying God and humbling myself to him. When they saw this, the monk exclaimed, This man is indeed a sorcerer of the sorcerers. Then they all came in on me, and Dicyanus and his company beat me grievously, till I desired death and reproached myself, saying, This is the reward of him who glorifies himself and takes credit for that which God hath bestowed upon him, beyond his own competence. For, indeed, my soul, pride and arrogance have crept into thee. Dost thou not know that pride angers the Lord and hardens the heart and brings men to the fire? Then they laid me in fetters and returned me to my place, which was a dungeon under the earth. Every 3 days, they threw me down a cake of barley bread and a draught of water, and every month or two, came Dicyanus to the hermitage, with his daughter Timothil, who was now grown up, for when I first saw her, she was 9 years old, and I abode 15 years in the dungeon, so that she must be now 24 years of age. There is not in our land nor in the land of the Greeks a fairer than she, and her father feared lest the king of Constantinople should take her from him, for she had vowed herself to the service of the Messiah and rode with Dicyanus in the habit of a cavalier, so that none who saw her knew her for a woman. In this hermitage her father had laid up his treasures, for all who had aught of price were wont to deposit it there, and I saw there all manner of gold and silver and jewels and precious vessels and rarities. None may keep count of them save God the Most High. Ye are more worthy of these riches than the infidels, so do ye lay hands on that which is in the hermitage and divide it among the Muslims, and especially among those who waged the holy war. When these merchants came to Constantinople and sold their merchandise, the image on the wall spoke to them, by God's special grace to me, so they made for the hermitage and tortured Metrohina, after the most grievous fashion, and dragged him by the beard, till he showed them where I was, when they took me and fled for fear of death. Tomorrow, Timothil will visit the hermitage as of wont, and her father and his squires will come after her, to protect her. So, and you would be witness of these things, take me with you and I will deliver to you the treasure and the riches of the knight Dicyanus, that are stored up in that mountain, for I saw them bring out vessels of gold and silver to drink in and heard a damsel of their company sing to them in Arabic. Alas, that so sweet a voice should not be busied in reciting the Quran. So, an ye will, I will bring you to the hermitage and ye shall hide there, against the coming of Dicyanus and his daughter. Then take her, for she is only fit for the king of the age, Shirkan, or for King Zulmekan. When they heard her words, they all rejoiced, with the exception of the vizier Dendan, who put no faith in her story, for her words took no hold on his reason and he was confounded at her discourse and signs of doubt and disbelief appeared in his face, but he feared to speak with her, for awe of the king. Then she said, I fear lest Dicyanus come and seeing the troops encamped here, be afraid to enter the hermitage. So Zulmakan resolved to dispatch the army towards Constantinople and said, I mean to take 100 horse and many mules and make for the mountain, where we will load the mules with the treasure. Then he sent for the chamberlain and for the captains of the Turks and Medes and said to them, As soon as it is day, do ye strike camp and set out for Constantinople? Thou, O chamberlain, shalt fill my place in council and command, and thou, O Rustum, shalt be my brother's deputy in battle. Let none know that we are not with you, and after 3 days we will rejoin you. Then he chose out 100 of the stoutest cavaliers, and he and Shurkan and Dendan set out for the hermitage, with mules and chests for the transport of the treasure. As soon as it was morning, the chamberlain gave the signal for departure, and the troops set out, thinking that the 2 kings and the vizier were with them. Now the Syrians that were with Dat-ed-Dawahi had taken their departure privily, after they had gone in to her and kissed her hands and feet and gotten her leave and taken her orders. Then she waited till it was dark night, and going in to Zulmakan and his companions, said to them, Come, let us set out for the mountain, and take with you a few men. They obeyed her and left 5 horsemen at the foot of the mountain, whilst the rest rode on before Dat-ed-Dawahi, to whom new strength seemed given for excess of joy, so that Zulmakan said to his companions, Glory be to God who sustains this holy man, whose like we never saw. Now she had written a letter to the king of Constantinople and dispatched it by a carrier pigeon, acquainting him with what had passed and adding, Do thou send me 10,000 horsemen of the stoutest of the Greeks and let them come stealthily along the foot of the mountains, lest the Muslim host get sight of them, to the hermitage and hide themselves there, till I come to them with the Muslim king and his brother, for I have inveigled them and will bring them thither, together with the vizier. Dendan and 100 horse, no more, that I may deliver to them the crosses that are in the hermitage. I am resolved to slay the monk Metrohina, since my scheme cannot be carried out but at the cost of his life. If my plot work well, not one of the Muslims shall return to his own country, no, not a living soul nor a blower of the fire, and Metrohina shall be a sacrifice for the followers of the Christian faith and the servants of the cross, and praise be to the Messiah, first and last. When this letter reached Constantinople, the keeper of the pigeons carried it to King Aphrodon, who read it and forthwith equipped 10,000 cavaliers with horses and dromedaries and mules and victual and bade them repair to the hermitage and hide there, and they did as he commanded them. Meanwhile, when Zulmakan and his companions reached the hermitage, they entered and met the monk Metrohina, who came out to see who they were, whereupon quoth Dat-ed-Dawahi, Slay this accursed fellow. So they fell on him with their swords and made him drink the cup of death. Then the accursed old woman carried them to the place of offerings and brought out to them treasures and precious things, more than she had promised them, which they laid in chests and loaded the mules therewith. As for Temathil and her father, they came not, for fear of the Muslims, and Zulmakan tarried there, awaiting her, the whole of that day and 2 more, till Shurkan said to him, By Allah, I am troubled at heart for the army of Islam, for I know not what is come of them. And I also am concerned for them, replied Zulmakan. We have come by a great treasure, and I do not believe that Temathil or anyone else will come to the hermitage, after that which has befallen the host of the Christians. So we should do well to content ourselves with what God has given us and depart, and haply he will help us break open Constantinople. So they came down from the mountain, for Dat-ed-Dawahi dared not gainsay them, for fear of betraying herself, and rode on till they reached the head of a defile, in which the old woman had laid an ambush for them with the 10,000 horse. As soon as the latter saw them, they made at them from all sides, couching their lances and bearing their sabres, whilst they shouted the watchword of their infidel faith and set the arrows of their mischief to the strings. When Zulmakan saw them, he was ware that they were a mighty host and said, Who can have given these troops advice of us? O my brother, replied Shurkan, this is no time for talking, but for smiting with swords and shooting with arrows, So gird up your courage and strengthen your hearts, for this pass is like a street with two gates, though, by the virtue of the Lord of the Arabs and the Persians, were not the place so strait, I would bring them to naught, though they were 100,000 men. Had we known this, said Zulmekan, we would have brought with us 5,000 horse. If we had 10,000, rejoined the vizier, they would avail us nothing in this narrow place, but God will succor us against them. I know this defile and its straightness, and there are many places of refuge in it, for I have been here on an expedition with King Omar ben Numan, while we laid siege to Constantinople. We camped in this place, and there is here water colder than snow. So come, let us win. Out of this pass ere the infidels increase on us and get the start of us to the mountain top, that they may hurl down rocks upon us and we be powerless to come at them. So they hurried on, to get out of the defile, but Dat ed Dawahi looked at them and said, What is it ye fear, ye who have vowed yourselves to God the Most High, to work His will? By Allah, I was imprisoned underground for 15 years, yet never gainsaid I God in aught He did with me. Fight ye in the way of God, whoso of ye is killed, paradise shall be his abode, and whoso kills, his endeavor shall be for his glory. When they heard her words, their concern and anxiety ceased from them and they stood firm, awaiting the onset of the infidels, who fell on them from all sides, whilst the swords played upon their necks and the cup of death went round amongst them. The Muslims fought right valiantly for the service of God and wrought upon his enemies with stroke of sword and push of pike, whilst Zulmekan smote upon the men and made the champions bite the dust and their heads fly from their bodies, 5 by 5 and 10 by 10, till he had done to death a number of them past count. Presently, he looked at the old woman and saw her waving her sword and heartening them, and all who feared fled to her for shelter, but, in secret, she was beckoning to the infidels to kill Shirkan. So troop after troop rushed on him to slay him, but each troop he charged and drove back, with the sword in their loins, and indeed he thought it was the holy man's blessing that gave him the victory over them and said in himself, Verily God looks on this holy man with eyes of favor and strengthens my prowess against the infidels with the purity of his intent, for I see that they fear me and cannot stand against me, but everyone who attacks me turns tail and flees. So they battled the rest of the day, and when the night fell, the Muslims took refuge in a cave, being hard-pressed and weary with stress of battle, and 45 of them were slain that day by rocks that the infidels rolled down on them. When they were gathered together, they sought the devotee, but could find no trace of him. This was grievous to them and they said, Belike, he hath died a martyr. Quoth Shirkan, I saw him heartening the men with divine instances and sacring them with verses of the Quran. Whilst they were talking, behold, the accursed old woman stood before them, with the head of the captain of the 10,000 horse, a noble knight, a fierce champion and an obstinate devil, in her hand. Now one of the Turks had slain him with an arrow, and God hurried his soul to the fire, and when the infidels saw what the Muslim had done with their leader, they all fell on him and hewed him in pieces with their swords, and God hastened with his soul to paradise. Then the old woman cut off the knight's head and carrying it to Shirkan and Zulmekan and the vizier, threw it at their feet, whereupon Shirkan exclaimed, Praised be God that we see thee in safety, O holy man and devout champion of the faith. O my son, replied she, I have sought a martyr's death this day, throwing myself midmost the host of the infidels, but they feared me. When ye separated, a holy jealousy seized me for you, so I rushed on the knight their captain, though he was reckoned a match for 1,000 horse, and smote him and severed his head from his body. Not one of the infidels could come near me, so I took his head and have brought it to you, that you may be heartened in the holy strife and work out the will of the Lord of the faithful with your swords. And now I will leave you to strive against the infidels, whilst I go to your army, though they be at the gates of Constantinople, and return with 20,000 horse to destroy these unbelievers. Quoth Shirkan, How wilt thou win to them, O holy man, seeing that the valley is blocked up by the infidels on all sides. God will veil me from their eyes, replied she, and they shall not see me, nor if any saw me, would he dare to attack me, for I shall be absorbed in God and he will fend off his enemies from me. Thou sayest sooth, O holy man, rejoined Shurkan, for indeed I have been witness of this, so, if thou canst set out at the first of the night, it will be the better for us. I will set out forthright, replied she, and thou wilt, thou shalt go with me, and none shall see thee. If thy brother also have a mind to go, we will take him, but none else, for the shadow of a saint can cover but two. As for me, said Shurkan, I will not leave my comrades, but, if my brother please, he will do well to go with thee and win free of this strait, for he is the stronghold of the Muslims and the sword of the Lord of the two worlds, and if it be his pleasure, let him take with him the Vizier Dendan, or whom else he may choose, and send us 10,000 horse to succor us against these villains. So they agreed to this, and Dat ed Dawahi said, Wait till I go on before you and look if the infidels be asleep or awake. Quoth they, We will go with thee and trust our affair to God. If I do your bidding, replied she, do not blame me, but blame yourselves, for it is my counsel that you wait till I have spied you out the state of the case. Then said Shurkan, Go and return quickly, for we shall be awaiting thee. So she went out, and Shurkan turned to his brother and said, Were not this holy man a miracle worker, he had never slain yonder doughty knight. This is a sufficient measure of his power, and indeed the strength of the infidels is broken by the slaying of their leader, for he was a fierce warrior and a stubborn devil. Whilst they were thus devising of the power of the devotee, behold, the cursed old woman returned and promised them victory over the unbelievers, whereupon they thanked her, and she said, Where is the king of the age Zulmakan? Here am I, replied he. Take thy vizier, said she, and follow me, that we may win out to Constantinople. Now she had acquainted the infidels with the cheat she had put on the Muslims, and they rejoiced mightily and said, We shall not be content till we have slain their king in return for the death of our general, for we had no stouter cavalier than he, but when thou bringest him to us, we will carry him to King Afridun. Then she went out with Zulmakan and Dendan and walked on before them, saying, Fare on with the blessing of the Most High God. They did as she bade them, for the arrow of fate and destiny had fallen on them, and she led them on, through the midst of the Christian camp, till they came to the narrow pass aforesaid. Whilst the enemy watched them, but did them no hindrance, for the old woman had enjoined this on them. When Zulmakan and Dendan saw that the infidels did them no hindrance, the vizier exclaimed, By Allah, this is one of the holy man's miracles. Without doubt he is of the elect. By Allah, said Zulmakan, I think the infidels must be blind, for we see them, and they see us not. Whilst they were thus praising the holy man and recounting his virtues, behold, the infidels fell upon them from all sides and seized them, saying, Is there anyone else with you, that we may seize upon him? Quoth Dendan, See ye not yon other man that is before us? By the Messiah and the monks and the primate and the metropolitan, replied they, we see none but you. And Zulmakan said, By Allah, this is a chastisement decreed to us by God. Then the Christians laid shackles on their feet and set men to guard them during the night, whilst Dat ed Dawahi fared on and disappeared from their sight. So they fell to lamenting and said, Verily, the gainsaying of pious men leads to greater stress than this, and we are punished by the strait into which we have fallen. Meanwhile, Shurkan passed the night in the cavern with his companions, and when the day broke, he arose and prayed the morning prayer. Then he and his men made ready to do battle with the infidels, and he encouraged them and promised them all good. Then they sallied out against the Christians, who cried out to them from afar as soon as they saw them, saying, O Muslims, we have taken your sultan and your vizier that has the ordering of your affairs, and except ye leave fighting us, we will slay you to the last man, but if ye yield to us, we will take you to our king, who will make peace with you, on condition that you leave our country and return to your own land and do us no harm, and we will do you no harm. If you accept, it will be well for you, but if you refuse, you have nothing to hope for but death. So now we have told you, and this is our last word to you." When Shirkan heard this and was certified of the captivity of his brother and the vizier Dendan, he was greatly troubled and wept. His strength failed him and he made sure of death, saying inwardly, "I wonder what was the cause of their capture? Did they fail of respect to the holy man or disobey him, or what?" Then they rushed upon the unbelievers and slew great plenty of them. The valiant, that day, was known from the faint-hearted, and the swords and spears were dyed with blood, for the infidels flocked on them from all sides, as flies flock to wine. But Shirkan and his men ceased not to wage the fight of those who fear not death nor let it hinder them from the pursuit of victory, till the valley ran with blood and the earth was full of the slain. So fought they until nightfall, when the two parties separated, each to his own place, and the Muslims returned to the grotto, where both victory and loss were manifest to them, and there was no dependence for them but on God and the sword. That day there had been slain of them 35 men of the chief emirs, and they had put to the sword thousands of the infidels, both horse and foot. When Shirkan saw this, the case was grievous to him, and he said to his comrades, "What shall we do?" "That which God wills," replied they. On the morning of the second day, Shirkan said to the remnant of his troop, "If ye go forth to fight, not one of you will remain alive, and we have but little food and water left, so meseems ye would do better to draw your swords and stand at the door of the cavern, to hinder any from entering. Peradventure the holy man may have traversed the Christian host, without being seen of the unbelievers, and may win to Constantinople and return with 10,000 horse, to succor us against the infidels." "This is the better course," replied they, "and there is no doubt of its expediency." So they went out and held the opening of the grotto, standing in its sides, and every one of the infidels who sought to come in, they slew. Thus did they fend off the enemy from the door of the cavern and make head against all their assaults, till the day departed and the night came with the shadows, by which time King Shirkan had but 25 men left. Then said the Christians to each other, "When shall these battles have an end? We are weary of fighting the Muslims." And one of them said, "Up and let us fall on them, for there be but 25 and of them left. If we cannot prevail on them to fight, let us light a fire upon them, and if they submit and yield themselves up, we will take them prisoners, else we will leave them to serve as fuel to the fire, so that they shall become a warning to men of understanding. May the Messiah not have mercy on their fathers, and may the sojourn of the Christians be no abiding place for them." So they repaired to the cavern and heaping up faggots in the doorway, set fire to them. Thereupon, Shirkan and his companions made sure of death and yielded themselves up. The unbelievers thought to kill them, but the night their captain said to those who counseled this, "It is for none but King Aphrodon to kill them, that he may quench thereby his thirst for vengeance, wherefore it behoves us to keep them prisoners till the morrow, when we will journey with them to Constantinople and deliver them to King Aphrodon, who shall deal with them as he pleases." "This is the right course," replied they, and he commanded to pinion the prisoners and set guards over them. Then, as soon as it was dark, the infidels gave themselves up to feasting and merrymaking and called for wine and drank, till they all fell backward. Presently, Shirkan turned to his brother Zulmekan and said to him, "My brother, how shall we get free?" "By Allah," replied Zulmekan, "I know not, for we are here like birds in a cage." At this Shirkan was angry and sighed for excess of wrath and stretched himself, till his bonds broke, whereupon he went up to the captain of the guard and taking from his bosom the keys of the fetters, freed Zulmekan and Dendan and the rest of the prisoners. Then said he, "Let us slay 3 of these infidels and don their clothes, we 3, so shall we be disguised as Greeks and pass through them without their knowing us, and win out to our army." "This is no safe counsel," replied Zulmichen, "for if we kill them, I fear some of their comrades may hear their groans and the enemy he roused upon us and kill us. It were better to make our way out of the pass." So they agreed upon this and set out. When they had left the head of the defile a little way behind, they saw horses picketed and their riders sleeping by them, and Shurkin said to his brother, "Let us each take one of these steeds." So they took 25 horses, one for each man, and mounted and rode on till they were out of reach, whilst God sent sleep upon the infidels for a secret purpose of his own. Meanwhile, Shurkin gathered as many swords and spears as he could from the sleepers, and faring on after his comrades, found them awaiting him, on coals of fire on his account, and said to them, "Have no fear, since God protects us. I have that to propose, which meseems will advantage us." "What is it?" asked they, and he said, "It is that we all climb to the mountaintop and cry out with one voice, 'God is most great. The army of Islam is upon you. God is most great.' If we do this, their company will surely be dissolved, for they are too drunken to find out the trick, but will think that the Muslim troops have encompassed them on all sides and have become mingled with them, so they will fall on one another with their swords, in the confusion of drunkenness and sleep, and we will cleave them asunder with their own brands, and the sword will go round amongst them till the morning." "This plan is not good," replied Zulmichen. "We should do better to make our way to our army and keep silence, for, if we cry out, 'God is most great,' they will wake and fall on us, and not one of us will escape." "By Allah," rejoined Shurkin, "though they be roused on us, I desire urgently that ye fall in with my plan, for nothing but good can come of it." So they agreed, and ascending the mountain, shouted out, "God is most great." And the hills and trees and stones cried out with them, "God is most great," for the fear of the Almighty. When the unbelievers heard this, they started up from sleep and did on their armor, crying out to one another and saying, "By the Messiah, the enemy is upon us." Then they fell on each other and slew of their own men more than any knows save God the Most High. As soon as it was day, they sought for the captives, but found them not, and their captain said, "It was the prisoners who did this, so up and hasten after them, till ye overtake them, when we will make them quaff the cup of punishment, and let not trouble nor panic possess you." So they sprang to horse and rode after the fugitives, nor was it long before they overtook them and surrounded them. When Zulmichen saw this, he was seized with terror and said to his brother, "What I feared is come upon us, and now it only remains for us to fight for the faith." But Shurkin held his peace. Then Zulmichen and his companions rushed down from the hilltop, crying out, "God is most great," and addressed themselves to fight and sell their lives in the service of the Lord of the faithful, when, behold, they heard many voices crying out, "There is no God but God. God is most great. Peace and salvation upon the bringer of glad tidings, the admonisher of mankind." So they turned towards the sound and saw a company of Muslims pricking towards them, whereupon their courage revived and Shurkin ran at the Christians, crying out, "There is no God but God. God is most great," so that the earth shook as with an earthquake, and the unbelievers broke asunder and fled into the mountains, whither the Muslims followed them with sword and spear and made their heads fly from their bodies, till the day departed and the night came with the darkness. Then the Muslims drew together and passed the night rejoicing, and when the day broke and the morning arose with its light and shone, they saw Biram, the captain of the Medes, and Rustam, the captain of the Turks, advancing to join them, with 20,000 cavaliers, as they were fierce lions. As soon as they saw Zulmichen, the chiefs dismounted and saluting him, kissed the earth before him, and he said to them, "Rejoice ye in the glad news of the victory of the Muslims and the discomfiture of the unbelievers." Then they gave each other joy of their deliverance and of the greatness of the reward that awaited them in the world to come. Now the manner of the coming of the succors was as follows. When Biram and Rustam and the chamberlain came in sight of Constantinople, with the Muslim army, they saw that the Christians had manned the walls and towers and set all their strengths in order of defense, for that they knew of the approach of the host of Islam, through the craft and perfidy of the old woman Dat-ed-Dawahi. So, when they heard the clash of arms and tramp of horse hoofs and saw the Mohammedan standards and the ensigns of the faith of the unity of God emerging from the dust clouds and heard the voices of the Muslims chanting the Quran aloud and glorifying the Compassionate One, and the army of Islam drew near, as it were the swollen sea, for the multitude of footmen and horsemen and women and children, they poured forth like a flight of locusts or the streaming of water from the rain clouds, and the captain of the Turks said to the captain of the Medes, O Emir, of a truth, we are in jeopardy from the multitude of the foe on the walls. Look at yonder forts and at the folk like the tempestuous sea with its clashing billows. Indeed the infidels outnumber us 100 times and we cannot be sure but that some spy may inform them that we are without a leader. Verily, we are in peril from these enemies, whose number may not be told and whose extent is limitless, especially in the absence of King Zulmekan and his brother Shirkan and the illustrious Vizier Dendan. If they know of this, they will be emboldened to attack us in their absence and will cut off us to the last man, not one of us will escape alive. So it is my counsel that we each take 10,000 horse and repair to the hermitage of Metrohina and the meadow of Molukna in quest of our brothers and our chiefs. If thou follow my counsel, it may be we shall be the cause of their deliverance, in case they be hard pressed by the infidels, and if not, no blame will rest on me. But, if we go, it were well that we return quickly, for suspicion is part of prudence. The other fell in with his counsel, so they chose 20,000 horse and set out for the hermitage by cross roads. To return to Dat-ed-Dawahi. As soon as she had delivered Zulmekan and his companions into the hands of the infidels, she mounted a swift horse, saying to the Christians, I mean to rejoin the Muslim army before Constantinople and contrive for their destruction, for I will tell them that their chiefs are dead, and when they hear this, their alliance will be dissolved and their confederation broken up and their host dispersed. Then will I go to King Afridun and my son King Herdab, and they will sally forth on them with their troops and destroy them, nor leave one of them alive. So she mounted and fared on across country all that night, and at daybreak, she sighted the army of Biram and Rustam advancing towards her. So she turned aside into a wayside copse and alighting there, hid her horse among the trees, saying to herself, belike they are returning, routed, from the assault of Constantinople. However, as she drew near, she saw that their standards were not reversed and knew that they were not retreating because of defeat, but that they feared for their king and their chiefs. When she was assured of this, she hastened up to them, running at the top of her speed, like a stubborn Satan as she was, and cried out, Hasten, O soldiers of the Merciful One, hasten to the holy war against the hosts of Satan. When Biram saw her, he dismounted and kissing the earth before her, said, What is behind thee, O friend of God? Do not ask of evil case and sore disasters, answered she. Know that, when our comrades had taken the treasure from the hermitage and were on their way back to Constantinople, there came out on them a great host and a fierce of unbelievers. And she repeated to them the story, in such wise as to fill them with trouble and terror, and added, The most of them are dead, and there are but 25 left. O holy man, said Biram, when didst thou leave them? But last night, replied she. Glory be to God, exclaimed he, who hath rolled up the distance for thee like a carpet, so that thou hast sped thus, walking upon thy feet and leant upon a palm tree staff. But thou art one of the friends of God, that fly like birds, when possessed by the stress of his commandment. Then he mounted his horse, perplexed and confounded for that which he had heard from the lying old beldam and saying, There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High. Verily our labor is lost and our hearts are heavy within us, for our king is a prisoner and those who are with him." Then they fared on in haste and stayed not the whole of that day and night, till at daybreak they reached the head of the pass and heard Zulmichen and Shurkin shouting, "There is no God but God. God is most great." Whereupon they drove at the unbelievers and overwhelmed them, as the torrent overwhelms the plains, shouting out their war cries, till the stoutest champions were affrighted and the mountains were cloven by the noise. On the morrow, they foregathered with Zulmichen, and each recognized the other as has been before set out. Then they kissed the earth before the king and his brother Shurkan, and the latter told them all that had befallen him and his men in the grotto, whereat they marveled and said, "Hasten back with us to Constantinople, for we left our companions there, and our hearts are with them." So they made haste to depart, commending themselves to the subtle, the all-wise, and Zulmichen exhorted the Muslims to steadfastness, reciting the following verses. "To thee be the praise, O thou that meritest thanks and praise. And mayest thou never cease to succor me all my days. I grew up in exile, but thou, my God, wast ever my friend. 'Twas thou didst decree me success and broughtest me forth of the maze. Thou hast given me lordship and wealth and fortune, and girded my midst with the falchion of valor, and wreathed my forehead with victory's bays. Thou hast shadowed me under thy wings, and made me to prosper amain, and hast graced me with favors untold, of thy bounties abounding always. Thou hast saved me from all that I feared, by the counsel of him whom I trust, the vizier and chief of the chiefs, the hero and pride of our days. By thy favor we fell on the Greeks and smote them with sword and with spear, but again to the fight they returned, in garments blood-red for a phrase. So I feigned to be routed and flee and give back from the fight, then I turned on the toe, as the fierce lion turns on the hunters, that find him at gaze. I left them laid low on the plain, as 'twere they were drunken with wine, not the wine that is pressed from the grape, but that of death's cup of amaze. Whilst their ships all fell under our hand, and ours was the empery grown, from the east to the west, sea and shore, we were lords of the lands and the ways. Then there came to our camp the recluse, the saint, whose miraculous power is blazoned in desert and town, wherever the sun sheds its rays. He joined us, his vengeance to wreak on all that believe not in God. Indeed, it is known to the folk what came of our strife and our frays. They slew of us some, but they woke on the morrow in paradise, each lodged in a palace on high, where under a river strays. When Zulmichen had made an end of reciting these verses, his brother Shurkin gave him joy of his safety and praise for that he had done, after which they set out by forced marches to rejoin their army. Meanwhile, Dat ed Dawahi, after she had spoken with Rustam and Biram, returned to the coppice, where she took her horse and mounting, sped on, till she drew near the host of the Muslims that lay leaguer before Constantinople, when she lighted down from her steed and led it to the chamberlain's pavilion. When he saw her, he signed to her with his hand and said, "Welcome, O pious recluse." Then he questioned her of what had befallen, and she repeated to him her disquieting and deluding report, saying, "Indeed I fear for the emirs Rustam and Biram, for that I met them on the way and sent them and their following to the king and his companions. They are but 20,000 horse, and the unbelievers are more in number than they, so I would now have thee send of the rest of thy troops in haste to their succor, lest they be slain to the last man." And she said to them, "Hasten! Hasten!" When the chamberlain and the Muslims heard these her words, their hearts sank within them and they wept, but she said to them, "Ask aid of God and be patient under this affliction, taking example by those that have been before you of the people of Islam, for God hath prepared paradise, with its palaces, for those who die martyrs, and needs must all die, but death is most praiseworthy, when it comes in fighting for the faith." When the chamberlain heard this speech of the accursed old woman, he called for the Emir Biram's brother, a cavalier named Turkash, and choosing out for him 10,000 intrepid veterans, bade him set out at once. So he departed forthright and marched all that day and the next night, till he neared the Moslems. When the day dawned, Shirkan saw the dust of them and feared for his companions, saying, "If these troops that are nearing us be Moslems, our victory is assured, but if they be Christians, there is no gainsaying the decrees of fate." Then he turned to his brother Zulmakan and said to him, "Fear not, for I will ransom thee with my life from destruction. If these be Muslim troops, then were it an increase of God's favors, but if they be our foes, there is nothing for it but to fight them. Yet do I long to see the holy man once again before I die, so he may pray for me that I may not die except a martyr." Whilst he was thus speaking, behold, there appeared the banners with the words, "There is no God but God and Muhammad is his apostle," inscribed on them, and he cried out to the newcomers, saying, "How is it with the Muslims?" "They are in weal and safety," replied they, "and we come not hither but out of concern for you." Then the chief of the succors dismounted and kissing the earth before Shirkan, said, "O my lord, the Sultan and the Vizier Dendan and Rustam and my brother Biram, are they all in safety?" "They are all well," answered the prince, "but who brought thee tidings of us?" "It was the holy man," said Turkash. "He told us that he had met my brother Biram and Rustam and had sent them to you, and also that the infidels had encompassed you and were more in number than you, yet meseems the case is the contrary of this and that you are victorious." "And how did the holy man reach you?" asked Shirkan. "Walking on his feet," replied the emir, "and he had compassed, in the space of a single day and night, 10 days' journey for a diligent horseman." "Verily, he is a friend of God," said Shirkan, "but where is he now?" Quoth Turkash, "We left him with our troops, the people of faith, encouraging them to do battle with the infidels and rebels." Therewith Shirkan was glad and thanked God for their own deliverance and that of the holy man, and commended the dead to the mercy of God, saying, "This was written in the book of fate." Then they set out for Constantinople by forced marches, and whilst they were on the road thither, behold, a cloud of dust arose before them and spread till the prospect was hidden and the day darkened by it. Shirkan looked at it and said, "Verily, I fear lest this be the infidels who have routed the army of Islam, for that this dust covers the country and blots out the 2 horizons." Presently there appeared midmost the dust a pillar of darkness and came towards them, blacker than the blackness of evil fortune and more dreadful than the terrors of the day of judgment. Horse and foot hastened up to look at it and know its meaning, when, behold, they saw it to be the recluse aforesaid, so they crowded round him to kiss his hands, and he cried out, "O people of the best of men, the lamp of the darkness, the infidels have overcome the Muslims by craft, for they fell upon them in their tents, whilst they deemed themselves in safety, and made a sore slaughter of them. So hasten to the aid of the believers in the unity of God and deliver them from those that deny Him." When Shirkan heard this, his heart was sore troubled, and he alighted from his horse, in amazement, and kissed the recluse's hands and feet. In like wise did his brother Zulmakan and the rest of the troops, except the Vizier Dendan, who dismounted not, but said, "By Allah, my heart revolts from this devotee, for I never knew aught but evil come of these that make a show of devotion to religion. Leave him and hasten to rejoin your comrades, for this fellow is of those that are outcast from the gate of mercy of the Lord of the 2 worlds. How often have I come out to war with King Omar ben Numan and trodden the earth of these lands? Put away from thee this foul thought," said Shirkan. "Hast thou not seen this holy man excite the faithful to battle, recking not of spears and swords? Wherefore, slander him not, for slander is blameworthy and the flesh of pious folk is poisoned. Look how he encourages us to battle, and did not God love him, he had not rolled up the distance for him, like a carpet, after he had aforetime cast him into grievous torment?" Then Shirkan let bring a Nubian mule for her riding and said to her, "Mount, pious man, God-fearing and holy." But she refused, feigning self-denial, that she might attain her end, and they knew not that the pretended devotee was such an one as he of whom the poet says, "He prayeth and fasteth amain for an end that he hath in view." When once he has gained his end, fasting and prayer, adieu. So she walked among the horsemen and the footmen, like a crafty fox meditating an assault, and began to uplift her voice, chanting the Quran aloud and celebrating the praises of the Compassionate One. Then they pressed forward till they reached the Mohammedan camp, where Shirkin found the Muslims in a state of confusion and the chamberlain upon the brink of retreat, whilst the sword wrought havoc among the faithful, good and bad. Now the cause of this weakness among the Muslims was that the accursed old woman Dat-ed-Dawahi, when she saw that Birum and Rustum had set forward with their troops to join Shirkan and Zulmakan, repaired to the camp where the Muslims before Constantinople and wrought upon the chamberlain to dispatch the Emir Turkash, as hath been before set out, to the further succor of the princes, purposing in this to divide the Muslim forces and weaken them. Then she left them and going to the walls of Constantinople, called with a loud voice on the knights of the Greeks, saying, "Throw me down a cord that I may tie thereto this letter, which do ye carry to King Aphrodon and my son King Herdab, that they may read it and do as is written therein." So they let down a string and she tied thereto a letter, to the following purport, from the chiefest of calamities and the greatest of afflictions, Dat-ed-Dawahi, to King Aphrodon. Know that I have contrived a device for the destruction of the Muslims, so rest you quiet. I made their sultan and the vizier Dendan prisoners and returned to their camp and acquainted them therewith, whereupon their power was broken and their strength weakened. Moreover, I have wrought on them to send 10,000 men under the Emir Turkash to the succor of the captives, and there be now but few men left with the besiegers. Wherefore, it is my counsel that ye sally forth, with all your power, whilst it is yet day, and fall on them in their tents and slay them to the last man, for the Messiah looks down upon you and the Virgin favors you, and I hope that the Messiah will not forget this that I have done. When this letter came to King Aphrodon, he rejoiced greatly, and sending at once for King Herdab, read the letter to him, whereat he was exceeding glad and said, "See the craft of my mother, verily it dispenses with swords, and her aspect stands instead of the terrors of the day of fear." May the Messiah not bereave us of her, rejoined Aphrodon, nor deprive her of her craft and knavery. Then he gave orders for the sally, and the news was noised abroad in the city. So the Christian troops and soldiers of the cross drew their keen sabers and sallied forth of the city, shouting out their impious war cries and blaspheming the Lord of all creatures. When the chamberlain saw them, he said, "Behold, the Christians are upon us, whilst the most part of our troops are gone to the succor of King Zulmakan. They surely know of the absence of our Sultan, and most like they will attack us." Therewith he waxed angry and cried out, "Ho, soldiers of Islam and defenders of the true faith, if you flee, you are lost, and if you stand fast, you will conquer. Know that courage lies in endurance, and that no case is so desperate but that God is able to bring about its relief. May He bless you and look upon you with eyes of compassion." Then the Muslims cried out, "God is most great," and the believers in the divine unity shouted the profession of the faith, and the two hosts joined battle. The mill wheels of war whirled round, with cutting and thrusting, the swords and spears played, and the plains and valleys were filled with blood. The priests and monks prayed aloud, girding on their girdles and uplifting the crosses, whilst the Muslims shouted out the praises of the requiting king and chanted verses of the Quran. The hosts of the compassionate God fought against the legions of Satan, and heads flew from bodies, while the good angels hovered above the people of the chosen prophet, nor did the sword cease to play, till the day departed and the night came with the shadows. Now the unbelievers had encompassed the Muslims and made sure of overcoming the host of the true faith with the dawn, deeming not that they could escape destruction. As soon as it was light, the chamberlain mounted, he and his men, trusting that God would help them, and the two armies came together and joined battle. The fight raged all along the line and heads flew from bodies, whilst the brave stood fast and the faint-hearted turned their backs and fled, and the judge of death judged and gave sentence, so that the champions fell from their saddles and the meadows were heaped with the slain. Then the Muslims began to give back and the Greeks took possession of some of their tents, whereupon the Muslims were about to break and retreat, when behold, up came Shurkan, with the rest of their troops and the standards of the believers in the unity of God, and fell upon the infidels, followed by Zulmakan and the Vizier Dendan and the Emirs Biram and Rustam and Turkash. When the Christians saw this, they lost their senses and their reason fled, and the dust clouds rose till they covered the country, whilst the true believers joined their pious comrades. Then Shurkan accosted the chamberlain and praised him for his steadfastness, and he in turn gave him joy of his timely succor. Therewith the Muslims rejoiced and their hearts were fortified, so they rushed upon the foe and devoted themselves to God, in the battle for the faith. When the infidels saw the Mohammedan standards and read thereon the words proclaiming the unity of God, they shrieked aloud and said, "Woe, and ruin," and besought succor of the priests and monks. Moreover they fell to calling upon Jesus and Mary and the abhorrent cross and stayed their hands from the battle, whilst King Aphrodon went up to King Hurdaub, to consult with him, for the two kings stood one at the head of each wing. Now there was with them also a famous cavalier named Lawiya, who was in command of the center, and the infidels drew out in battle array, but indeed they were full of alarm and disquiet. Meanwhile, the Muslims arrayed their forces and Shurkan came to his brother Zulmakan and said to him, "O king of the age, doubtless they mean to joust? And that is also what we desire, but it is my wish to set in our vanward battle the stoutest hearted of our men, for wise ordering is the half of life." "As thou wilt, O man of good counsel," replied the Sultan. "It is my wish," added Shurkan, "to be myself in the center of the line, with the Vizier Dendan on my left and thee on my right, whilst Biram and Rustam command the right and left wing, and thou, O mighty king, shalt be under the standards and the ensigns, for that thou art our stay and upon thee, after God, is our dependence, and we will all be thy ransom from aught that can harm thee." Zulmakan thanked him and the battle cries arose and the sabres were drawn, when, behold, there came forth a cavalier from the Grecian ranks, and as he drew near, they saw that he was mounted on a slow-paced mule, fleeing with her master from the shock of swords. Her housings were of white silk, surmounted by a carpet of cashmere stuff, and on her back sat a grey-bearded old man of comely and reverend aspect, clad in a gown of white wool. He spurred her on till he came to the Muslims, to whom said he, "I am an ambassador to you, and all an ambassador has to do is to deliver his message, so give me a safe conduct and the right of speech, that I may do my errand to you." "Thou art in safety," replied Shurkan, "fear neither stroke of sword nor thrust of lance." Thereupon the old man dismounted and taking the cross from his neck, laid it before the Sultan and carried himself humbly to him, after the fashion of one who hopes for fair treatment. Then said the Muslims to him, "What is thy news?" He answered, "I am an ambassador from King Aphrodon, whom I counseled to avert the destruction of all these manly bodies and images of the compassionate, and it seemed good to him to stop the shedding of blood and limit the strife to the encounter of two horsemen in battle, so he agreed to this and says to you, Verily, I will ransom my troops with my life, so let the Muslim king do likewise and ransom his army with his life. If he kill me, there will be no stability left in the army of the Greeks, and if I kill him, it will be the like with the Muslims." When Shurkan heard this, he said, "O monk, we agree to this, for it is just, and behold I will joust with him, for I am champion of the Muslims, even as he of the Christians, and if he slay me, he will have gained the victory and there will remain for the Muslim army nothing but flight. So return to him, O monk, and tell him that the combat shall be for tomorrow, seeing that today we are weary with our journey, but after rest there shall be neither reproach nor blame." So the monk returned, rejoicing, to King Aphrodon and King Hurdaub and told them what Shurkan had said, whereat Aphrodon was exceeding glad and lightened of anxiety and trouble, and said in himself, No doubt but this Shurkan is the hardest hitter of them with the sword and the dourest at push of pike, and when I have slain him, their hearts will fail them and their strength will be broken. Now dat ed Dawahi had written to King Aphrodon of this and told him that Shurkan was a cavalier of cavaliers and a champion of champions, and had warned him against him, but Aphrodon was a stalwart cavalier, who fought in many a fashion. He could hurl stones and javelins and smite with the iron mace, and feared not the doughtiest of prowess in the dint of war. So when he heard from the monk that Shurkan agreed to joust, he well nigh lost his reason for stress of joy, for that he had confidence in himself and deemed that none could stand against him. Then the infidels passed the night in joy and merrymaking and wine drinking, and as soon as it was day, the two armies drew out in battle array, with their brown spears and white swords. Presently, they saw a cavalier prick out into the plain, mounted on a stout and swift charger equipped for war. He was of great stature and was clad in a cuirass of steel made for stress of battle. On his breast he wore a jeweled mirror, and in his hand he bore a keen scimitar and a lance of Kalenge wood of curious Frankish workmanship. He uncovered his face and cried out, saying, Whoso knoweth me hath enough of me, and whoso knoweth me not shall see who I am. I am Aphrodon, he who was overborne by the blessing of Shawahi Dat ed Duwahi. Before he had made an end of speaking, Shurkan, the champion of the Muslims, spurred out to meet him, mounted on a sorrel horse worth 1,000 dinars of red gold, with housings embroidered in pearls and jewels, and girt with a sword of watered Indian steel, that shore through necks and made hard ventures easy. He drove his charger between the two armies, whilst the horsemen all gazed on him, and cried out to Aphrodon, saying, Out on thee, O accursed one, dost thou think me as one of the horsemen thou hast met, that cannot stand against thee in the melee? Then they rushed upon one another and came together like two mountains crashing, or two seas breaking each against each. So they advanced and retreated and drew together and parted, and ceased not to joust in battle with stroke of sword and thrust of spear, whilst the two armies looked on. Some said, Aphrodon will conquer, and others some, Shurkan, and they stayed not their hands from the battle, till the clamor of the bystanders subsided and the dust clouds rose and the day waned and the sun began to grow pale. Then King Aphrodon cried out to Shurkan, saying, By the virtue of the Messiah and the true faith, thou art a doughty horseman and a stalwart fighting man, but thou art guileful, and thy nature is not that of the freeborn, and meseemeth thy fashion is other than praiseworthy, nor is thy fighting that of a prince. For see, thy people leave thee with slaves and bring thee out a charger other than thine, that thou mayst mount him and return to the battle. But by the virtue of the Messiah, thy fighting fatigues me, and I am weary of cutting and thrusting with thee. And if thou wert purposed to do battle with me tonight, thou wouldst not change aught of thy harness nor thy horse till thou hadst shown the cavaliers thy valor and skill in fight. When Shurkan heard him say that his own folk evened him with slaves, he was angry and turned towards his men, meaning to sign to them and bid them not prepare him change of armor or horse, when, behold, Aphrodon shook his javelin in the air and hurled it at Shurkan. Now, when the latter turned, he found none behind him and knew that this was a trick of the accursed infidel, so he wheeled round in haste, and seeing the javelin coming at him, swerved from it, till his head was level with the pommel of his saddle. The javelin grazed his breast and pierced the skin, for Shurkan was high-bosomed, so he gave one cry and swooned away. Then the accursed Aphrodon was glad, thinking that he had slain him, and called to the Christians to rejoice, whereat the infidels were encouraged and the true believers wept. When Zulmikan saw his brother reeling from side to side in his saddle, so that he had well nigh fallen, he sent cavaliers to his succor, whereupon the infidels drove at the Muslims and the two hosts joined battle, whilst the keen yemen blades played among them. The first to reach Shurkan were Dendan and Rustum and Biram, who found him on the point of falling off his horse, so they stayed him in his saddle and carried him to Zulmikan, then giving him in charge to his servants, returned to the battle. Then the strife redoubled and the weapons clashed, and there was not to be heard but the roar of the battle, nor to be seen but blood flowing and necks bending beneath the blows, nor did the sword cease to play on men's necks, nor the strife to rage more and more, till the most part of the night was past and the two hosts were weary of battle. So they called a truce, and each army returned to its tents, whilst all the infidels repaired to King Aphrodite and kissed the earth before him, and the priests and monks wished him joy of his victory over Shurkan. Then he went up into Constantinople and sat down upon his throne, and King Hurdaub came to him and said, May the Messiah strengthen thine arm and cease never to be thy helper, and hearken to the prayers of my pious mother on thy behalf. Know that the Muslims can make no stand, now they have lost Shurkan. Tomorrow, replied Aphrodite, shall end the war, for I will seek out Zulmekan and slay him, and their army shall turn tail and take to flight. Meanwhile, Zulmekan returned to his tent thinking of nothing but his brother, and going into the latter's pavilion, found him in evil plight, whereat he was sore troubled and sent for the vizier Dendan and the emirs Biram and Rustam, that he might take counsel with them. When they entered, they were all of accord to summon the physicians to treat Shurkan, and they wept and said, The age will not lightly afford his like. They watched by him all that night, and towards morning there came to them the pretended recluse, weeping. When Zulmekan saw her, he rose to receive her, and she stroked Shurkan's wound with her hand, chanting somewhat of the Quran and repeating some of the signs of the Compassionate One. Then she kept watch over him till the day, when he came to himself and opening his eyes, moved his tongue in his mouth and spoke. At this Zulmekan rejoiced, saying, Verily the blessing of the holy man hath taken effect on him. And Shurkan said, Praised be God for recovery, indeed, I am well now. Yonder accursed one played me false, and but that I swerved aside quicklier than lightning, the javelin had pierced me through and through. So praised be God for my safety. How is it with the Muslims? They weep for thee, answered Zulmekan. Quoth Shurkan, I am well and in good case, but where is the holy man? Now she was sitting by him and said, At thy head. So he turned to her and kissed her hand, and she said, O my son, it behoves thee to arm thyself with patience, and God shall make great thy reward, for the guerdon is measured by that which has been endured. Quoth Shurkan, Pray for me, and she did so. As soon as it was morning and the day arose and shone, the Muslims sallied out into the field, and the Christians made ready to cut and thrust. Then the host of the Muslims advanced and offered battle, and Zulmekan and Aphrodite made ready to tilt at one another. But when Zulmekan sallied out into the field, there came with him Dendan and Biram and the chamberlain, saying, We will be thy sacrifice. By the holy house and the well Zemzem and the stead of Abraham, exclaimed he, I will not be hindered from going forth against these barbarians. So he rode out into the field and played with sword and spear, till both armies wondered. Then he rushed upon the right wing of the Greek army and slew 2 knights, and in like manner dealt he with the left wing. Then he stayed his steed in the midst of the field and cried out, Where is Aphrodite, that I may make him drink the cup of humiliation? But King Hurdaub conjured Aphrodite not to budge from the field, saying, O king, it was thy turn yesterday, today it is mine. I recked not of his prowess. So he pricked out towards Zulmekan, with a saber in his hand and under him a jet-black horse, swift as he were Abjar, he that was Antar's horse, even as says the poet. He vies with the glance of the eye on a swift-footed steed, that fares as it had a mind to outstrip fate. The hue of his hide is the blackest of all things black, like night, when the shadows shrouded in sable state. The sound of his neighing troubles the hearts of men, as it were thunder that echoes in heaven's gate. If he run a race with the wind, he leads the way, nor can the lightning outstrip him, early or late. Then each rushed upon the other, guarding himself from his blows and showing the rare qualities that were in him and the wonders of his prowess, and they fell to advancing and retreating and ceased not to flee and return to the attack and will hither and thither, till the breasts of the bystanders were straitened, for anxiety, and they were weary of waiting for the event. At last, Zulmichen cried out and rushing upon Hurdaub, king of Caesarea, dealt him such a blow that he shore his head from his body and made an end of him. When the infidels saw this, they all rushed at Zulmichen, who met them in mid-field, and they fell to cutting and thrusting, till the blood ran in streams. Then the Muslims cried out, God is most great, and there is no God but God, and invoked blessings on the giver of good tidings, the admonisher of mankind, and there befell a great battle. But God sent help to the faithful and confusion to the infidels. The Vizier Dendan shouted, Avenge King Omar ben Inuman and his son Shirkan, and bearing his head, cried out to the Turks. Now there were beside him more than 20,000 horse, who all charged with him as one man, and the unbelievers found nothing for it but flight. So they turned their backs to flee, whilst the keen sabres wrought havoc amongst them, and the Muslims slew of them that day more than 50,000 cavaliers and took more than that, and much people also were slain at the going in of the gates by reason of the greatness of the crowd, whilst the Christians mounted the walls, fearing an assault. Then the Muslims returned to their tents, fortified and victorious, and King Zulmichen went in to his brother, whom he found in the most joyous case. So he returned thanks to the Bountiful, the Exalted One, and gave Shirkan joy of his deliverance. Verily, answered he, we are all under the benediction of this holy and God-fearing man, nor would you have been victorious, but for his effectual prayers, for all day he hath never ceased to invoke victory on the Muslims. I found strength return to me, when I heard you cry, God is most great, for that I knew you had gotten the better of your enemies. But now tell me, O my brother, what befell thee? So he told him all that had passed, how he had slain the accursed Hurdaub, and he had gone to the malediction of God, and Shirkan praised his prowess. When Dat ed Dawahi heard tell of her son's death, the blood fled from her face and her eyes ran over with streaming tears. However, she kept her counsel and feigned to the Muslims that she was glad and wept for excess of joy, but she said in herself, by the virtue of the Messiah, there remains no profit of my life, if I make not his heart bleed for his brother Shirkan, even as he has made mine bleed for King Hurdaub, the mainstay of the Christian faith and the hosts of the cross. The Vizier Dendan and Zulmichen and the chamberlain abode with Shirkan, till they had dressed his wound and anointed it, after which they gave him medicines and he began to recover his strength, whereat they were exceeding glad and told the troops, who rejoiced greatly, saying, Tomorrow he will ride with us and take part in the siege. Then said Shirkan to them, You have fought all day and are weary, and it behoves that you return to your tents and sleep and not watch. So they went away all to their tents, and there remained none with Shirkan but Dat ed Dawahi and a few servants. He talked with her a while, then lay down to rest, he and his servants, and soon sleep overcame them all and they were as dead men. But the old woman abode awake and looking at Shirkan, saw that he was drowned in sleep. So she sprang to her feet, as she were a bald she-bear or a speckled snake, and drew from her girdle a poisoned knife, that would have melted a rock if laid thereon. Then going up to Shirkan, she drew the knife across his throat and cut off his head. After this, she went up to the sleeping servants and cut off their heads also, lest they should awake. Then she left the tent and made for the Sultan's pavilion, but finding the guards awake, turned to that of the vizier. He was reading the Quran and seeing her, said, Welcome, O holy man. When she heard this, her heart trembled and she said, The reason of my coming hither at this time is that I heard the voice of a friend of God and am going to him. Then she went away, but the vizier said to himself, By Allah, I will follow the holy man tonight. So he rose and went after her, but the accursed old woman heard his footsteps and knew that he was following her, wherefore she feared discovery and said in herself, Except I put him off with some trick, he will discover me. So she turned and said to him from afar, "Harkee, Vizier, I am going after this saint, that I may know who he is, and after I will ask his leave for thee to join him. Then I will come back and tell thee, for I fear to let thee accompany me, without his leave, lest he take umbrage at seeing thee with me." When the Vizier heard this, he was abashed and knew not what to answer, so he left her and returning to his tent, would have slept, but sleep was not favorable to him and the world was straitened upon him. So he rose and went out, saying in himself, "I will go talk with Shirkan till the morning." But when he came to Shirkan's tent, he found the blood running like a rivulet and saw the servants lying dead. At this he gave a cry that aroused all who were asleep, and they hastened to him and seeing the blood streaming, set up a clamor of weeping and lamentation. The noise awoke the Sultan, who inquired what was the matter, and they said to him, "Shirkan and his servants are murdered." So he rose in haste and entering the tent, sought his brother's headless trunk and the Vizier by it shrieking aloud. At this sight, he swooned away and all the troops stood round him, weeping and crying aloud, till he came to himself, when he looked at Shirkan and wept sore, whilst all who were present did the like. Then said Zulmekan, "Know ye who did this, and how is it I see not the recluse, him who hath put away the things of the world?" Quoth the Vizier, "And who should have been the cause of this our affliction, save that devotee of Satan? By Allah, my heart shrank from him from the first, because I know that all who profess to be absorbed in the things of the faith are corrupt and treacherous." And he told the king how he would have followed the devotee, but he forbade him, whereupon the folk broke out into weeping and lamentation and besought him who was ever near at hand, him who answereth prayer, to cause the false recluse, who denied his evidences, to fall into their hands. Then they laid Shirkan out and buried him in the mountain aforesaid, mourning over his renowned virtues, after which they looked for the opening of the city gate, but it opened not and none appeared to them on the walls, whereat they wondered exceedingly, and King Zulmekan said, "By Allah, I will not turn back from them, though I tarry here years and years, till I take my wreak of my brother Shirkan and lay Constantinople in ruins and slay the king of the Nazarenes, even if death overcome me, and I be at rest from this sorry world." Then he brought out the treasure he had taken from the hermitage of Metrohina and mustering the troops, divided it amongst them, nor was there one of them but he gave him what contented him. Moreover, he called together 300 horse of every division and said to them, "Do ye send succors to your family, for I am resolved to camp here, till I have taken my revenge for my brother Shirkan, even if I die in this place?" Then he summoned couriers and gave them letters and charged them to do the soldiers' errands to their families and let them know that they were safe and in good heart, but that they were encamped before Constantinople, resolved either to destroy it or perish, and that, though they should abide there months and years, they would not depart thence till they had taken the city. Moreover, he bade Dendan write to his sister Nuzhat-ezi Zaman, acquainting her with what had befallen them and with their situation and commending his child to her care, since that, when he went out to war, his wife was near her delivery and must needs by that time have been brought to bed, and if she had given birth to a son, he charged the messengers to hasten their return and bring him the news. Then he gave them money and they set out at once, and all the people came out to take leave of them and entrust them with the money and the messages they wished to send to their families. After they had departed, Zulmekan turned to the Vizier and commanded him to push forward with the army against the city walls. So the troops advanced, but found none on the walls, whereat they marveled and Zulmekan was troubled. To return to Dat ed-Dawahi. As soon as she had slain Shirkan, she hastened to the walls of Constantinople and called out in the Greek tongue to the guards, to throw her down a rope. Quoth they, "Who art thou?" And she said, "I am the Princess Dat ed-Dawahi." They knew her and threw her down a rope, to which she tied herself, and they drew her up into the city. Then she went in to King Aphrodite and said to him, "What is this I hear from the Muslims? They say that my son King Hurdab is slain." He answered, "It is true." And when she heard this, she shrieked out and wept so grievously, that she made Aphrodite and all who were present weep also. Then she told the king how she had slain Shirkan and 30 of his servants, whereat he rejoiced and thanked her and kissed her hands and exhorted her to resignation for the loss of her son. "By the Messiah," said she, "I will not rest content with killing one of the Muslim dogs in revenge for my son, a king of the kings of the age. But I will assuredly make shift to kill the Sultan Zulmakan and the Vizier Dendan and the Chamberlain and Rustam and Biram and 10,000 cavaliers of the army of Islam to boot, for it shall never be that my son's head be paid with the bloodwood of Shirkan's head only." Then said she to Aphrodite, "It is my wish that mourning be made for my son Hurdaub and that the girdle be cut and the crosses broken." "Do what thou wilt," replied Aphrodite, "I will not gainsay thee in aught. And if thou prolong thy mourning, it were a little thing, for though the Muslims beleaguer us years and years, they will never compass their will of us nor get aught of us but trouble and weariness." Then she took inkhorn and paper and wrote the following letter: Shawahadat ed Dawahi to the host of the Muslims. "Know that I entered your country and duped your nobles and slew your king Omar ben Numan in the midst of his palace. Moreover, I slew, in the battle of the mountain pass and of the grotto, many of your men, and the last I killed were Shirkan and his servants. And if fortune favor me and Satan obey me, I will assuredly kill your sultan and the Vizier Dendan, for I am she who came to you in the disguise of a recluse and ye were the dupes of my tricks and devices. Wherefore, if you be minded to be in safety, depart at once, and if you covet your own destruction, abide where you are, for though ye abide here years and years, you shall not come by your desire of us, and so peace be on you." Then she devoted 3 days to mourning for her son King Hurdaub, and on the 4th day, she called a knight and bade him make the letter fast to an arrow and shoot it into the Muslim camp, after which she entered the church and gave herself up to weeping and lamentation for the loss of her son, saying to him who took the kingship after him, "Nothing will serve me but I must kill Zulmakan and all the princes of Islam." Meanwhile, the Muslims passed 3 days in concern and anxiety, and on the 4th day, they saw a knight on the wall, holding a bow and about to shoot an arrow to which was fastened a letter. So they waited till he had shot, and the king bade the Vizier Dendan take the letter and read it. He did so, and when Zulmakan heard its purport, his eyes filled with tears and he shrieked for anguish at the old woman's perfidy, and Dendan said, "By Allah, my heart shrank from her." "How could this traitress impose upon us twice?" exclaimed Zulmakan. "By Allah, I will not depart hence till I fill her kaze with molten lead and set her in a cage, as men do birds, then bind her with her hair and crucify her at the gate of Constantinople." Then he addressed himself again to the leaguer of the city, promising his men that, if it should be taken, he would divide its treasures equally among them. After this, he bethought him of his brother and wept sore, and his tears ceased not to flow, till his body was wasted with grief, as it were a bodkin. But the Vizier Dendan came in to him and said, "Take comfort and be consoled, thy brother died not but because his hour was come, and there is no profit in this mourning. How well says the poet, 'That which is not to be shall by no means be brought to pass, and that which is to be shall come, unsought, even at the time ordained, but he that knoweth not the truth is still deceived and finds his hopes grown not. Wherefore do thou leave this weeping and lamentation and strengthen thy heart to bear arms?" "O Vizier," replied Zulmakan, "my heart is heavy for the death of my brother and father and our absence from our native land, and my mind is concerned for my subjects." Thereupon the Vizier and the bystanders wept, but they ceased not from the leaguer of Constantinople, till, after a while, news arrived from Baghdad, by one of the emirs, that the Sultan's wife had given birth to a son and that the Princess Nuzhat-e-Zaman had named him Kanmakan. Moreover, his sister wrote to him that the boy bid fair to be a prodigy and that she had commanded the priests and preachers to pray for them from the pulpits, also, that they were all well and had been blessed with abundant rains, and that his comrade the stoker was in the enjoyment of all prosperity, with slaves and servants to attend upon him, but that he was still ignorant of what had befallen him. Zulmakan rejoiced greatly at this news and said to the Vizier Dendan, "Now is my hope fulfilled and my back strengthened, in that I have been vouchsafed a son. Wherefore I am minded to leave mourning and let make recitations of the Quran over my brother's tomb and do almsdeeds on his account." Quoth the Vizier, "It is well." Then he caused tents to be pitched over his brother's tomb, and they gathered together such of the troops as could repeat the Quran. Some fell to reciting the Quran, whilst others chanted the litanies of the praise of God, and thus they did till the morning, when Zulmakan went up to the tomb of his brother Shirkan and, shedding copious tears, repeated the following verses. They bore him forth, whilst all who went behind him wept and cried such cries as Moses gave, when God broke down the mountainside. Till to a tomb they came, whose grave seemed dug in all men's hearts, by whom the unity of God is held and glorified. I had not thought, or ere they bore thee forth upon the bier, to see my joy upon the hands of men uplifted ride. Nor, till they laid thee in the grave, could I have ever deemed that stars could leave their place in heaven and in the dark earth hide. Is the indweller of the tomb the hostage of a pit, in which, for that his face is there, splendor and light abide? Lo, praise has ta'en upon itself to bring him back to life. Now that his body's hid, his fame shone forth and magnified. When he had made an end of reciting these verses, he wept, and all the troops wept with him. Then he threw himself on the tomb, wild with grief, and the Vizier repeated the words of the poet. That which fleets past thou hast left, and one what endureth for aye, and even as thou are the folk, that were and have passed away. And yet it was not of thy will that thou quittedst this house of the world, for here hadst thou joy and delight of all that befell in thy day. How oft hast thou proven thyself a succor and shield from the foe, when the arrows and javelins of war flew thick in the midst of the fray. I see that this world's but a cheat and a vanity after all, and ever to seek out the truth all creatures desire and essay. The Lord of the Empyrean vouchsafe thee in heaven to dwell, and the guide assign thee therein a goodly sojourn, I pray. I bid thee adieu with a sigh, and I see, for the loss of thee, the east and the west o'ershadowed with mourning and dismay. When the Vizier had finished, he wept sore, and the tears fell from his eyes, like a network of pearls. Then came forward one of Shirkan's boon companions, weeping till his eyes resembled rivers, and recalled the dead man's noble qualities, reciting the following cinquains. Where be thy giving, alas? And the hand of thy bounty fled? They lie in the earth, and my body is wasted for drearyhead. O guide of the camel litters, may God still gladden thy stead. My tears on my cheeks have written, in characters of red, that which would both rejoice thee and fill thee with pain and dread. By Allah, twixt me and my heart, not a word of thee is said, nor doth the thought of thy grace and thy glory pass through my head. But that mine eyes are wounded by dint of the tears I shed. Yea, if to rest on another my glance be ever led, may my lids be drawn in slumber by longing for the dead. Then Zulmakan and Dendan wept sore, and the whole army lamented aloud, after which they all withdrew to their tents, and Zulmakan turned to Dendan and took counsel with him concerning the conduct of the war. On this wise they passed days and nights, what while Zulmakan was weighed down with grief and concern, till at last he said to the Vizier, I have a mind to hear stories of adventures and chronicles of kings and tales of folk oppressed of love, so haply God may make this to solace the heavy anxiety that is on my heart and do away from me weeping and lamentation. O king, replied Dendan, if not but hearing pleasant tales of bygone kings and peoples and stories of folk oppressed of love and so forth can dispel thy trouble, the thing is easy, for I had no other business, in the lifetime of thy late father, than to tell him stories and repeat verses to him. So, this very night, I will tell thee a story of a lover and his beloved, which shall lighten thy heart. When Zulmakan heard this, his heart yearned after that which the vizier promised him, and he did nothing but watch for the coming of the night, that he might hear what he had to tell. So, no sooner had the night closed in, than he bade light the lamps and the candles and bring all that was needful of meat and drink and perfumes and what not, and sending for Dendan, Rustam, Biram, Turkash, and the Grand Chamberlain, turned to the vizier and said, O vizier, behold, the night is come and hath let down its veils over us, and we desire that thou tell us that which thou didst promise us. With all my heart, replied the vizier, know, O august king, that I have heard tell a story of a lover and a loved one, and of the discourse between them, and of the rare and pleasant things that befell them, a story such as does away care from the heart and dispels sorrow like unto that of the patriarch Jacob, and it is as follows. Story of Taj el-Muluk and the Princess Dunya. There stood once, behind the mountains of Ispahan, a town called the Green City, in which dwelt a king named Sulayman Shah, a man of virtue and beneficence, just, generous and loyal, to whom travelers resorted from all parts, for his renown was noised abroad in all cities and countries, and he reigned over the country for many years, in all honor and prosperity, save that he had neither wife nor child. Now he had a vizier who was akin to him in goodness and generosity, and one day he sent for him and said to him, O my vizier, my heart is heavy and my patience at end, and my strength fails me, for that I have neither wife nor child. This is not of the fashion of kings that rule over all, princes and beggars, for they rejoice in leaving behind them children, who shall succeed them, and by whom both their number and strength are multiplied. Quoth the prophet, whom God bless and preserve, marry and engender and multiply, that I may boast myself of you over the peoples on the day of resurrection. So what is thy counsel, O vizier? Advise me what is fitting to be done. When the vizier heard this, the tears streamed from his eyes, and he replied, God forbid, O king of the age, that I should speak on that which is of the pertinence of the compassionate one. Wilt thou have me cast into the fire by the wrath of the all-powerful king? By a concubine? No, O vizier, rejoined the king, that when a prince buys a female slave, he knows neither her condition nor her lineage, and thus cannot tell if she be of mean extraction, that he may abstain from her, or of gentle blood, that he may be intimate with her. So if he have commerce with her, belike she will conceive by him, and her son be a hypocrite, a tyrant, and a shedder of blood. Indeed, such a woman may be likened to a salt soil, which, if one till it, yields only worthless crops, for it may be the son in question will be obnoxious to the wrath of his lord, doing not that which he commandeth him, neither abstaining from that which he forbiddeth him. Wherefore I will never risk being the cause of this, through the purchase of a concubine, and it is my will, therefore, that thou demand for me in marriage the daughter of some one of the kings, whose lineage is known and whose beauty is renowned. If thou canst direct me to some king's daughter of the Muslims, who is a woman of good birth and piety, I will seek her hand and marry her before witnesses, that the favor of the Lord of all creatures may accrue to me thereby. O king, said the vizier, God hath fulfilled thy need and hath brought thee to thy desire, for it hath come to my knowledge that King Zir Shah, lord of the White Country, hath a daughter of surpassing beauty, whom report fails to describe. She hath not her equal in this age, being perfect in beauty and symmetry, with melting black eyes and long hair, slender-waisted and heavy-hipped. When she draws nigh, she seduces, and when she turns her back, she slays, ravishing heart and sight, even as says of her the poet. A slender one, her shape confounds the branch of the cassia tree, nor sun nor moon can with her face for brightness even be. Meseems, the water of her mouth is honey blent with wine, aye, and her teeth are finer pearls than any in the sea. The purest white and deepest black meet in her glittering glance, and shapelier than the black-eyed maids of paradise is she. How many a man her eyes have slain, who perished in despair, the love of hers away wherein are fear and misery. If I would live, behold, she's death. I may not think of her, lest I should die, for, lacking her, life's nothing worth to me. So it is my counsel, O king, that thou dispatch to her father a sagacious and experienced ambassador, versed in the conduct of affairs, who shall with courteous and persuasive speech demand her in marriage for thee, for she hath not her equal in the world, far or near. So shalt thou enjoy her beauty in the way of right, and the Lord of glory be content with thee, for it is reported of the prophet, whom God bless and preserve, that he said, There is no monkery in Islam. At this the king was transported to the perfection of delight, his heart was lightened and his breast dilated, and care and anxiety ceased from him, and he said to the vizier, None shall go about this business but thou, by reason of thy consummate wit and good breeding, wherefore do thou make ready by the morrow and depart and demand me this girl in marriage, with whom thou hast made my heart to be engrossed, nor do thou return to me but with her. I hear and obey, replied the vizier, and withdrawing to his own house, made ready a present such as befits kings, of jewels and other precious things, light of carriage but heavy of worth, besides Arabian horses and coats of mail, fine wrought as those which David made, and chests of treasure, such as speech and fails to describe. These all he loaded upon camels and mules and set out, with flags and banners flying before him, and attended by 100 white slaves and the like number of black and 100 slave girls. The king charged him to return to him speedily, so he set out, leaving Sulayman Shah on coals of fire, engrossed night and day with desire for the princess, and fared on, without ceasing, night and day, across plains and deserts, till there remained but a day's journey between him and the city to which he was bound. Here he halted on the banks of a river, and calling one of his chief officers, bade him hasten forward to King Zir Shah and announce his approach. Accordingly, the messenger rode on in haste to the city and was about to enter it, when the king, who chanced to be seated in one of his pleasaunces before the gate, espied him, and knowing him for a stranger, bade bring him before him. So when the messenger came into his presence, he informed him of the approach of the vizier of the mighty King Sulayman Shah, lord of the green country and of the mountains of Ispahan, whereat King Zir Shah rejoiced and bade him welcome. Then he carried him to his palace and said to him, Where didst thou leave the vizier? I left him, replied the messenger, at the first of the day, on the banks of such a river, and he will be with thee tomorrow. May God continue his favors to thee and have mercy upon thy parents. Whereupon the king commanded one of his viziers to take the better part of his nobles and chamberlains and officers and grandees and go out to meet the ambassador, in honor of King Sulayman Shah, for that his dominion extended over the country. Meanwhile, King Sulayman's vizier abode in his stead, till the night was half spent, when he set out for the city, but hardly had the day appeared and the sun risen upon the hills and plains, when he saw King Zir Shah's vizier approaching with his retinue, and the two parties joined company at some parasangs distance from the city. At this the vizier made sure of the success of his errand and saluted the newcomers, who escorted him to the king's palace and forewent him to the 7th vestibule, where none might enter on horseback, for it was near the presence chamber of the king. So the vizier alighted and walked on till he came to a lofty hall, at the upper end whereof stood a couch of alabaster, set with pearls and jewels and having 4 elephants' tusks for feet. It was covered with a mattress of green satin, embroidered with red gold, and surmounted by a canopy adorned with pearls and jewels, and on it sat King Zir Shah, whilst his officers of state stood in attendance on him. When the vizier stood before him, he composed himself and loosing his tongue, displayed such skill of speech as befits viziers, and saluted the king in eloquent and complimentary language, reciting the following verses in his honor. He cometh, bending gracefully in his robes and shedding dew of bounty over the thirsting land and the folk to him that sue. Indeed, he charmeth, nor amulets nor spells nor magic may avail to ward off the faithful glance of those his eyes from you. Say to the censurers, Blame me not, whilst life abide in me, I'll never swerve from the love of him nor turn to love anew. Lo, slumber surely is tired of me and fallen in love with him, and even my heart hath played me false and but to him is true. O heart, thou art not the only one that loves and tenders him, so get thee gone and bide with him and leave me here to rue. Except the praise of the King Zir Shah it be that folk acclaim, there's not rejoices mine ears, in sooth, to hearken thereunto. A king, the sight of whose glorious face would well thy pains repay, though thou shouldst lavish thy heart's best blood, so great a grace to woo. If thou be minded to offer up a pious prayer for him, thou'lt find but true believer, and sharers the whole world through. O folk of this realm, if any forswear his governance and look for another, I hold him none of the faithful few. When the vizier had made an end of his speech, the king bade him draw near and showed him the utmost honor. Then seating him by his own side, he smiled in his face and made him a gracious reply. They conversed till the time of the morning meal, when the attendants brought in the tables of food and they all ate till they were satisfied, after which the tables were removed and all who were present withdrew, with the exception of the chief officers, which when the vizier saw, he rose to his feet, and after complimenting the king a second time and kissing the earth before him, spoke as follows: O mighty king and august prince, I have travelled hither and am come to thee upon an errand, wherein is profit and good and prosperity for thee, and it is that I come as ambassador to thee, seeking the hand of thy noble and illustrious daughter, from the most just, loyal and excellent King Sulayman Shah, lord of the green country and of the mountains of Ispahan, who sends thee many and rare presents and gifts of price, ardently desiring thine alliance. Art thou, then, minded to him as he to thee? And he was silent, awaiting a reply. When the king heard his words, he sprang to his feet and kissed the earth respectfully before the vizier, to the amazement of the bystanders, whose minds were confounded at his condescension to the ambassador. Then he praised him who is the Lord of glory and honor and replied, still standing, O mighty vizier and illustrious lord, hear what I say. Verily we are of the subjects of King Sulayman Shah and are ennobled by his alliance and aspire ardently thereto. My daughter is one of his handmaids, and it is my dearest wish that he may become my stay and my support in time of need. Then he summoned the cadis and the witnesses, who took act that King Sulayman had deputed his vizier his proxy to conclude the marriage, and King Zir Shah joyfully consented on behalf of his daughter. So the cadis drew up the marriage contract and offered up prayers for the happiness and prosperity of the contracting parties, after which the vizier arose and fetching the gifts and rarities and precious things that he had brought with him, laid them all before the king, who betook himself to the equipment of his daughter, honorably entreating the vizier and feasting great and small, and they held high festival for 2 months, omitting naught that could gladden heart and eye. When all was ready that was needful for the bride, the king caused the tents to be pitched without the city, and they packed the bride's clothes and jewels in chests and loaded them on mules and camels. Now he had provided his daughter with Greek handmaids and Turkish slave girls and great store of jewels and precious things, and had let make for her a litter of red gold inlaid with pearls and jewels, which within was as one of the chambers of a palace and without as one of the pavilions of paradise, whilst its mistress seemed as she were of the lovely hours. Moreover, he furnished her also with 20 mules for the journey and brought her 3 parasangs forward on her road, after which he bade her and the vizier farewell and returned to his own city in peace and gladness. Meanwhile, the vizier and his company fared on by forced marches, traversing plains and deserts and staying not day or night, till they came within 3 days' journey of King Sulayman's capital, when the vizier dispatched a messenger to acquaint the king with their arrival. The messenger hastened forward till he reached the king's presence and announced to him the coming of the bride, whereat he rejoiced and bestowed on him a dress of honor. Then he bade his troops don their richest apparel and sally forth in grand procession, with banners flying, to meet the princess and her company and do them honor, and let cry throughout the city that neither cloistered damsel nor honored lady nor infirm old woman should fail to go forth to meet the bride. So they all went out to meet her, and the chiefest of them vied in doing her service, meaning to bring her to the king's palace by night. Moreover, the grandees agreed to decorate the road and stand on either side, whilst the bride should pass by, clad in the robes her father had given her and preceded by her eunuchs and serving women. So at the appointed time, she made her appearance, surrounded by the troops, these on her right hand and those on her left, and the litter ceased not going with her, till they drew near the palace, nor was there anyone but came forth to gaze upon the show. The drums beat and the lances were brandished, the trumpets blared and the banners fluttered and the horses pranced, whilst fragrant odors breathed around, till they reached the gate of the palace, and the pages entered with the litter through the private gate. The place shone with its splendors, and the walls glittered for the luster of its ornaments. When the night came, the eunuchs threw open the doors of the bride chamber and stood on either hand, whereupon the bride entered, among her damsels, like the moon among stars, or a pearl of matchless beauty in a string of lesser pearls, and seated herself upon a couch of alabaster inlaid with pearls and jewels, that had been set for her there. Then came the king in to her, and God filled his heart with love of her, so he did away her maidenhead, and his trouble and disquiet ceased from him. She conceived by him the first night, and he abode with her well nigh a month, at the end of which time he went forth, and seating himself on his throne of state, dispensed justice to his subjects, till the months of her pregnancy were accomplished. Towards daybreak on the last night of the 9th month, the queen was seized with the pangs of labor, so she sat down on the stool of delivery, and God made the travail easy to her, so that she gave birth to a male child, on whom appeared the signs of happy fortune. When the king heard of this, he rejoiced with an exceeding joy, and rewarded the bearer of the good tidings with much treasure. Then, of his gladness, he went in to the child and kissed him between the eyes, wondering at his brilliant beauty, for in him was the saying of the poet made truth. God hath a lion given in him unto the forts of fame, and in the heaven of high estate hath set another star. Lo, at his birth, the spears shake all, and all the wild deer start, and all the chieftains of the folk, and all the men of war. So mount him not upon the breasts, for he shall surely deem that horses' backs for such as he the softer sitting are. And wean ye him from sucking milk, for he eftsoon shall find the blood of foemen in the field the sweeter drink by far. The midwives took the newborn child and cut the cord of his navel, after which they anointed his eyes with kohl and named him Taj el-Muluk Karen. He was suckled at the breast of delight and reared in the lap of favoring fortune, and the days ran on and the years passed by, till he reached the age of 7. Then the king his father summoned the doctors and learned men, and bade them teach his son writing and science and polite letters. This they did for some years, till he had learnt all that was needful, when the king took him out of the professor's hands and committed him to a master, who taught him horsemanship and the use of arms, till the boy attained the age of 14 and became proficient in martial exercises. Moreover, he outshone all the people of his time for the excess of his beauty, so that, whenever he went abroad on any occasion, all who sought him were ravished with him and made verses in his honor, and even the virtuous were seduced by his brilliant loveliness. Quoth the poet of him, "A tender branch, that from the breeze hath ta'en its nourishment. I clipped him and straightway became drunk with his sweetest scent. Not drunken with the drunkenness of one who drinketh wine, but with the honey of his mouth fulfilled of languishment. All loveliness comprised is within his perfect form, so that o'er all the hearts of men he reigns omnipotent. By God, forgetfulness of him shall never cross my mind. What while I wear the chains of life, nor even when they're rent? Lo, if I live, in love of him I'll live, and, if I die of love longing for him, I'll say, oh rare. Oh, excellent." When he reached his 18th year, the tender down began to invade the table of his rosy cheeks, which were adorned by a black mole like a grain of ambergris, and he captivated the minds and eyes of all who looked on him, even as says of him the poet in the following verses. He is become the Caliph of beauty in Joseph's place, the hearts of all lovers dread him, when as they see his grace. Pause thou with me and fasten thy gaze on him. Thou'lt see the sign of the caliphate set in sable on his face. And as says another, thine eyes have never looked upon a fairer sight, of all the things that are to see beneath the sky, than yonder mole of brown, that nestles on his face, midmost the rosy cheek, beneath the coal-black eye. And a third, I marvel at yon mole that serves the fire eternal, upon his cheek, yet is not burned, all Kaffir though it be. And eke I marvel that he's sent or God, with every glance to work true miracles, and yet a sorcerer is he. The many gallbladders that burst for him it is that make the shining fringes of his cheeks so black and bright to see. And yet a fourth, I wonder to hear the folk ask of the water of life and question in which of the lands its magical fountain flows. When as I see it well from the damask lips of a fawn, under his tender mustache and his cheeks perennial rose. And eke 'tis a wonder of wonders that Moses, finding it there flowing, yet took no patience nor laid him down to repose. When he came to man's estate, his beauty increased and he had many comrades and friends, and every one who drew near to him hoped that he would become sultan after his father's death and that he himself might be one of his officers. He had a passion for hunting and would hardly leave the chase a single hour. His father would have restrained him, fearing for him the perils of the desert and the wild beasts, but he paid no heed to him. One day, he bade his attendants take 10 days' provender and setting out for the chase, rode on into the desert 4 days long, at the end of which time he came to a verdant champaign, full of wild beasts pasturing and trees laden with ripe fruit and springs welling forth. Then he said to his followers, set up the nets in a wide circle and let our general rendezvous be at the mouth of the ring, in such a spot. So they staked out a wide circle with the nets, and there gathered together a multitude of all kinds of wild beasts and gazelles, which cried out for fear of them and threw themselves in terror right in the face of the horses. Then they loosed the dogs and sakers and hunting lynxes on them and smote them with arrows in the vitals, so, by the time they came to the closed end of the ring of nets, they took a great number of the wild beasts, and the rest fled. Then the prince sat down by the waterside and letting spread the game before himself, apportioned it among his men, after he had set apart the choicest thereof for his father King Sulayman and dispatched it to him, and other part he divided among the officers of his court. He passed the night in that place, and when it was morning, there came up a caravan of merchants, with their slaves and servants, and halted by the water and the verdure. When Taj el-Muluk saw this, he said to one of his companions, Go, bring me news of yonder folk and ask them why they have halted here. So the man went up to them and said, Tell me who ye are, and answer quickly. We are merchants, replied they, and have halted here to rest, for that the next station is distant and we have confidence in King Sulayman Shah and his son Taj el-Muluk, knowing that all who alight in their dominions are in peace and safety, and we have with us precious stuffs, that we have brought for the prince. The messenger returned with this news to the prince, who said, I will not depart hence till I see what they have brought for me. Then he mounted and rode to the caravan, followed by his servants. The merchants rose to receive him and invoked on him the aid and favor of God, with continuance of glory and virtues, after which they pitched him a pavilion of red satin, emblazoned with pearls and jewels, in which they spread him a royal divan, upon a silken carpet embroidered at the upper end with emeralds. The prince seated himself on the divan, whilst his servants stood in attendance upon him, and bade the merchants bring out all that they had with them. Accordingly, they produced all their merchandise, and he viewed it and took of it what liked him, paying them the price. Then he remounted and was about to ride onward, when his eyes fell on a handsome young man, well dressed and elegantly made, with flower-white forehead and face brilliant as the moon, save that his beauty was wasted and that pallor had invaded his cheeks by reason of separation from those he loved. Sighing and lamentation were grievous upon him, and the tears streamed from his eyelids, as he repeated the following verses. Absence is long, and care and fear are heavy on my soul, whilst from mine eyes the tears, O friend, without cessation roll. Alas, I left my heart behind upon the parting day, and now sans heart, sans hope, abide all lonely in my dole. Pause with me, O my friend, what while I take my leave of one by whose sweet speech diseases all and sorrows are made whole. Having said this, he wept a while and fell down in a swoon, whilst Taj el-Muluk looked at him wonderingly. Then coming to himself, he stared fixedly before him, with distracted air, and repeated these other verses. I rid thee beware of her glance, for, lo, 'tis a wizard, I ween. None scathed and scathed of the shafts of her eyes, that has gazed on their sheen. For, trust me, black eyes, that are armed with the grace of a languorous look, are swifter and sharper to wound than scimitars, tempered and keen. And let not thy mind be beguiled by the sweet and the soft of her words, for the fever that springs from her speech o'ermasters the senses, domain. Soft-sided, were silk but to press on her skin, it would cause it to bleed, so delicate-bodied she is, and so nesh, as forsooth thou hast seen. Right cherry she is of the charms twixt her neck and her anklets that lie, and what is the sweetest of scents to the fragrance that breathes from my queen? Then he gave a sob and swooned away a second time. When Taj el-Muluk saw him thus, he was perplexed about his case and went up to him. So when he came to himself and saw the prince standing by him, he sprang to his feet and kissed the earth before him, and Taj el-Muluk said to him, Why didst thou not show us thy merchandise? O my lord, answered the young merchant, there is not among my stock worthy of thine august highness. It matters not, said the prince, thou must show me what thou hast and acquaint me with thy case, for I see thee weeping-eyed and mournful-hearted. If thou hast been wronged, we will do away thine oppression, and if thou be in debt, we will discharge thy debt, for my heart aches for thee, since I first set eyes on thee. Then he called for seats, and they set him a chair of ebony and ivory, netted with gold and silk, and spread him a silken carpet. So he sat down on the chair, and bidding the young merchant seat himself on the carpet, again commanded him to show him his merchandise. O my lord, said he, do not name this to me, for I have not worthy of thee. I will have it so, rejoined Taj el-Muluk, and bade some of the servants fetch the goods. So they brought them in spite of the merchant, and when he saw this, the tears streamed from his eyes, and he wept and sighed and lamented. Sobs rose from his bosom, and he repeated the following verses. By the witching amorous sweetness and the blackness of thine eyes, by the tender flexile softness in thy slender waist that lies, by the graces and the languor of thy body and thy shape, by the fount of wine and honey from thy coral lips that rise. O my hope, to see thine image in my dreams were sweeter far than were safety to the fearful, languishing and woeful wise. Then he opened his bales and displayed their contents to Taj el-Muluk, piece by piece, till he came to a mantle of satin brocaded with gold, worth 2,000 dinars, from which, when he opened it, there fell a piece of linen. As soon as he saw this, he caught up the piece of linen in haste and hid it under his thigh, and indeed he seemed as though he had lost his reason, and he repeated the following verses. When shall my sad tormented heart be healed, alas, of thee? The Pleiades were nearer far than is thy grace to me. Distance, estrangement, longing, pain, and fire of love laid waste, procrastination and delay, in these my life doth flee. For no attainment bids me live, nor exile slays me quite, travel no nigher doth me bring, nor wilt thou nearer be. There is no justice to be had of thee, nor any ruth in thee, no winning to thy grace, and yet no breaking free. Alack, for love of thee, the ways are straightened all on me, so that I know not where I go nor any issue see. The prince wondered greatly at his behavior, and said to him, What is that piece of linen? O my lord, replied the merchant, thou hast no concern with it. Show it me, said the prince, and the merchant answered, O my lord, it was on account of this piece of linen that I refused to show thee my goods, for I cannot let thee look on it. But Taj el-Muluk rejoined, I must and will see it, and insisted and became angry. So he drew it out from under his thigh, weeping and lamenting and redoubling his sighs and groans, and repeated the following verses. Blame ye the lover not, for blame but irketh him to hear. Indeed, I spoke in truth, but he to me would lend no ear. God have her in his care, my moon that rises far away, down in the valley, midst the camp, from out the collar's sphere. I left her, would to God my love had left me peace of life. So had I never parted been from her that held me dear? Oh how she pleaded for my sake upon our parting day, what while adown her cheeks and mine tear followed upon tear. May God belie me not. The wheat of my excuse from me was all to rent for loss of her, but I will mend my cheer. No bed is easy to my side, nor is her resting place I more reposeful unto her, now I'm no longer near. For fate with an ill-omened hand hath wrought upon our loves and hindered me from my delight in her from hers, Ifer. Indeed, what time it filled the cup, whereout she drank what I e'en made her drink, it poured us out grief, all unmixed and sheer. Quoth Taj el-Muluk, thy conduct perplexes me, tell me why thou weepest at the sight of this piece of linen. When the young merchant heard speak of the piece of linen, he sighed and answered, O my lord, my story is a strange and eventful one, with regard to this piece of linen and her from whom I had it and her who wrought the figures and emblems that be thereon. So saying, he unfolded the piece of linen, and behold, thereon were the figures of two gazelles, facing one another, one wrought in silk and gold and the other in silver with a ring of red gold and 3 bugles of chrysolite about its neck. When Taj el-Muluk saw the figures and the beauty of their fashion, he exclaimed, Glory be to God who teacheth man that which he knoweth not. And his heart was filled with longing to hear the merchant's story, so he said to him, Tell me thy story with her who gave thee these gazelles. No, O my lord, replied the young man, that story of Aziz and Azizeh. My father was one of the chief merchants of my native town, and God had vouchsafed him no other child than myself, but I had a cousin, the daughter of my father's brother, who was brought up with me in our house, for her father was dead and before his death, he had agreed with my father that I should marry her. So when I reached man's estate and she became a woman, they did not separate us, and we ceased not to sleep on the same couch, knowing no evil, albeit she was more thoughtful, more intelligent and quicker-witted than I, till at last, my father spoke to my mother and said, This very year we will draw up the contract of marriage between Aziz and Azizeh. So they agreed upon this, and he betook himself to preparing victual for the marriage festivities. When he had made an end of his preparations and there remained naught but to draw up the contract and consummate the marriage, he appointed the wedding for a certain Friday, after the congregational prayers, and going round to his friends among the merchants and others, acquainted them with this, whilst my mother invited her female friends and kindred. When the day came, they cleaned the guest chamber and washed the marble floor, then spread carpets about the house and set out thereon what was needful, after they had hung the walls with cloth of gold. Now the folk had agreed to come to our house after the Friday prayers, so my father went and let make cates and dishes of sweetmeats, and there remained nothing to do but to draw up the contract. Then my mother sent me to the bath and sent after me a suit of new clothes of the richest kind which I put on, when I came out. The clothes were perfumed, and as I went along, there exhaled from them a delicious fragrance, that scented the way. I was about to repair to the mosque, when I bethought me of one of my friends and was minded to go in quest of him that he might be present at the drawing up of the contract, saying in myself, this will occupy me till near the time of prayer. So I turned back and came to a by-street, that I had never before entered. Now I was in a profuse perspiration, from the effects of the bath and the new clothes on my body, and the sweat streamed from me, whilst the perfume of my clothes was wafted abroad. So I sat down to rest on a stone bench at the upper end of the street, spreading under me an embroidered handkerchief I had with me. The heat redoubled on me, so that my forehead sweated and the drops ran down onto my cheeks, but I could not wipe my face with my handkerchief, because I lay upon it. So I was about to take the skirt of my gabardine and wipe my cheeks with it, when suddenly there fell on me from above a white handkerchief, softer to the feel than the zephyr and pleasanter to the sight than recovery to the sick. I seized on it, and looking up to see whence it came, my eyes met those of the lady who gave me these gazelles. She was looking out of a wicket in a lattice of brass, and never saw my eyes a fairer than she. My tongue fails to picture her beauty. When she saw me looking at her, she put her forefinger to her mouth, then joined her middle and index fingers and laid them on her bosom, between her breasts, after which she drew in her head and shut the wicket. With this, fire broke out and raged in my heart. The glance I had of her cost me 1,000 sighs, and I abode perplexed, having heard no word from her and understanding not the meaning of her signs. I looked again at the window, but found it shut, and waited till sundown, but heard no sound and saw no one. When I despaired of seeing her again, I rose and taking up the handkerchief, opened it, whereupon there exhaled from it a scent of musk, which caused me such ease that meseemed I was in paradise. Then I spread it out before me, and there dropped from it a little scroll of paper. I opened the scroll, which was scented with a delicious perfume, and found written therein the following verses. I sent my love a scroll, complaining of desire, writ in a fine, small hand, for writings very still. Why is thy writing thus? My lover said to me, attenuate and small, uneath to read and ill. Quoth I, because I too am wasted, aye, and thin. Thus should their writing be, who weary at love's will. Then, casting my eyes on the beauty of the handkerchief, I saw embroidered on one of its borders the following verses. The down of his whiskers writes, good luck to it for a scribe. 2 lines, in the basil hand, on the table of his face. Oh, the wilderment of the moon at him, when he appears! And oh, the shame of the branch at sight of his flexile grace! And on the opposite border were the following verses. The whiskers write upon his cheeks, with ambergris on pearl, 2 lines, as 'twere with jet upon an apple, line for line. Death harbors in his languid eyes and slays with every glance, and in his cheeks is drunkenness, and not in any wine. When I read what was written on the handkerchief, the flames of love raged in my heart, and longing and trouble redoubled on me. So I took the handkerchief and the scroll and went home, knowing no means to compass my desire, for that I was inexperienced in love affairs and unskilled in the interpretation of the language of signs used therein. The night was far spent before I reached my house, and when I entered, I found my cousin sitting weeping. As soon as she saw me, she wiped away her tears, and coming up to me, took off my outer clothes and asked me the reason of my absence, saying, all the folk, emirs and notables and merchants and others, assembled here, and the Cadi and the witnesses came also at the appointed time. They ate and sat a while, awaiting thy coming for the drawing up of the contract, till they despaired of thee, when they dispersed and went their ways. And indeed, added she, thy father was exceeding wroth, by reason of this, and swore that he would not celebrate our marriage till next year, for that he hath spent much money on this occasion. What hath befallen thee to make thee tarry till now? O my cousin, replied I, do not ask me what hath befallen me. Then I told her all that had passed, and showed her the handkerchief and the scroll. She took them and read what was written therein, whereupon the tears ran down her cheeks, and she repeated the following verses. Who says to thee, the first of love is free, tell him, not so, but, on the contrary. 'Tis all constraint, wherein no blame can be. History indeed attests this verity. It does not style the good coin falsified. Say, if thou wilt, the taste of pain is sweet, or to be spurned by fortune's flying feet. Of need or vengeance, fortune or defeat, with joy or dole it makes the heart to beat. Twixt phrase and counterphrase I'm stupefied. But as for him whose happy days are light, fair maids, whose lips with smiles are ever bright, borne on the fragrant gales of their delight, who hath his will, unhindered of despite, 'tis not with him a craven heart may bide. Then she asked me what she said and what sign she made to me. She spoke not, answered I, but put her index finger to her mouth, then joining it to her middle finger, laid them both on her bosom and pointed in the ground, after which she drew in her head and shut the wicket, and I saw her no more. She took my heart with her, and I sat till sundown, expecting her to appear again at the window, but she came not, so, when I despaired of her, I rose and went home. This is my story, and I beg thee to help me in this my affliction. With this, she raised her face to me and said, O my cousin, if thou soughtest my eye, I would tear it from its socket for thee, and I cannot choose but help thee to thy desire and her also to hers, for she is passionately enamored of thee, even as thou of her. And what is the meaning of her signs? Asked I. As for the putting her finger to her mouth, replied Azazel, it meant that thou art to her as her soul to her body, and that she would bite upon union with thee with her wisdom teeth. The handkerchief is the token of greeting from lover to beloved, and the scroll is a sign that her heart is bound up in thee. As for the laying her 2 fingers between her breasts, it is as if she said to thee, return hither after 2 days, that the sight of thy countenance may dispel my anguish. For know, O my cousin, that she loves thee and trusts in thee. This is my reading of her signs, and could I come and go at will, I would quickly bring you and her together and cover you both with my skirt. I thanked her and said to myself, I will wait 2 days. So I abode 2 days in the house, without going out, and ate not nor drank, but lay with my head in my cousin's lap, whilst she comforted me and bade me take heart and be of good cheer. When the 2 days were past, she said to me, Take courage and dress thyself and go to her, according to the tryst. Then she rose and changed my clothes and perfumed me with incense. So I took heart and went out and walked on till I came to the by-street, where I sat down on the bench. After a while, the wicket opened and I looked up, and seeing the lady, fell down in a swoon. When I revived, I took courage to look again at her and again became insensible. Then I came to myself and looking at her, saw that she had a mirror and a red handkerchief in her hand. When she saw me, she bared her forearms and smote her breast with her palm and 5 fingers, after which she raised her hands and holding the mirror forth of the wicket, took the red handkerchief and retired with it, but immediately returned and putting out her hand with the handkerchief, lowered it towards the ground and raised it again 3 several times. Then she wrung it out and folded it in her hands, bowing her head the while, after which she drew in her head and shutting the window, went away, without saying a word, leaving me confounded and knowing not what she meant. I sat there till the evening and did not return home till near midnight, when I found my cousin sitting, weeping bitterly and repeating the following verses. Ah me, what ails the censurer, that he at thee should flight? How shall I be consoled for thee, and thou a sapling slight? O thou, the splendor of whose sight has tamed my heart by storm, whose supple bending grace compels to passion's utmost height. Whose eyes, with Turkish languor caught, work havoc in the breast and leave such wounds as ne'er were made by falchion in the fight. Thou lay'st on me a heavy load of passion and desire, on me that am too weak to bear a shift upon me dight. Tears of blood I weep, for that my censors say to me, a sudden sword, from out his lids thou lovest, shall thee smite. Ah, would my heart were like to thine, even as my body is like to thy waist, all thin and frail and dwindled for despite. Thou, that my prince in duty art, a steward hast, whose rule aggrieves me, and a chamberlain that doth me foul upright. He lies who says, all loveliness in Joseph was comprised. How many Josephs are there not within thy beauty bright? I force myself to turn from thee, for fear of spying eyes, though sore it irks me to forswear the solace of thy sight. At this, trouble and grief redoubled on me, and I fell down in a corner, whereupon she sprang up, and coming to me, lifted me up and took off my outer clothes and wiped my face with her sleeve. Then she asked me how I had fared, and I told her all that had happened. "O my cousin," said she, "as for her sign to thee with her palm and 5 fingers, it meant, return after 5 days, and her gestures with the mirror and the putting forth of her head and the lowering and raising of the red handkerchief meant, sit in the dyer's shop, till my messenger come to thee." When I heard this, fire flamed up in my heart, and I exclaimed, "O my cousin, by Allah, thou sayest sooth in this thine interpretation, for I saw the shop of a Jewish dyer in the street." Then I wept, and she said, "O my cousin, summon up resolution and be steadfast of heart. Others are occupied with love for years and are constant to endure the ardor of passion, whilst thou hast but a week to wait, so why art thou thus impatient?" Then she went on to cheer me with comfortable talk and brought me food, so I took a mouthful, but could not eat and abstained from meat and drink and knew not the solace of sleep, till my color paled and I lost my good looks, for I had never before been in love nor tasted the ardor of passion. So I fell sick, and my cousin also sickened on my account, but every night she would divert me with stories of love and lovers, till I fell asleep, and whenever I awoke, I used to find her wakeful for my sake, with the tears running down her cheeks. Thus we did till the 5 days were past, when she rose and heating water, bathed me with it. Then she dressed me and said to me, "Go to her, and may God fulfill your wish and bring thee to thy desire of thy beloved." So I went out and walked on, till I came to the by-street. I found the dyer's shop shut, for it was Saturday, and sat before it, till I heard the call to afternoon prayer. Then the sun turned pale, the muezzins chanted the call to the prayer of sunset, and the night came, but I saw no sign nor heard aught of her. With this, I feared for myself, sitting there alone, so I rose and went home, staggering like a drunken man. When I reached the house, I found my cousin Aziza standing, with one hand grasping a peg driven into the wall and the other on her breast, and she was sighing heavily and repeating the following verses. The longing of a Bedouin maid, whose folk are far away, who yearns after the willow of the Hijaz and the hay. Whose tears, when she on travelers lights, might for their water serve and eke her passion, with its heat, their bivouac fire purvey. Is not more fierce nor ardent than my longing for my love, who deems that I commit a crime in loving him alway. When she had finished, she turned, and seeing me, wiped away her tears and mine with her sleeve. Then she smiled in my face and said, "O my cousin, God grant thee joy of that which he hath given thee. Why didst thou not pass the night with thy beloved, and why hast thou not fulfilled thy desire of her?" When I heard what she said, I gave her a kick in the breast, and she fell over on to the edge of the estrade and struck her forehead against a peg there. I looked at her and saw that her forehead was cut open and the blood running, but she was silent and did not utter a syllable. She made some tinder of rags, and staunching the wound with it, bound her forehead with a bandage, after which she wiped up the blood that had fallen on the carpet, and it was as if nothing had happened. Then she came up to me and, smiling in my face, said, with gentle speech, "By Allah, O my cousin, I had it not in my thought to mock at thee or at her. I was troubled with a pain in my head and thought to be let blood, but now thou hast eased my head and brow, so tell me what has befallen thee today." So I told her what had passed, and she wept and said, O my cousin, rejoice in the near fulfillment of thy desire and the attainment of thy hopes. Verily, this is a sign of acceptance. She only stayed away, because she wished to try thee and know if thou wert patient and sincere in thy love for her or not. Tomorrow, do thou go to her at the old place and note what signs she makes to thee, for indeed thy gladness is near and the end of thy grief is at hand. And she went on to comfort me, but my trouble and affliction ceased not to increase on me. Presently, she brought me food, but I kicked the dishes away, so that their contents were scattered in all directions, and said, Every lover is a madman, he inclines not to food neither enjoys sleep. By Allah, O my cousin, answered she, these are indeed the signs of love. And the tears streamed down her cheeks, whilst she gathered the fragments of the dishes and wiped up the food. Then she sat down by me and talked to me, whilst I prayed God to hasten the coming of the day. When, at last, the morning arose with its light and shone, I went out and hastening to the by-street in question, sat down on the bench, when behold, the wicket opened and she put out her head, laughing. Then she went in and returned with a mirror, a bag, a pot of flowering plants and a lamp. First, she took the mirror and putting it into the bag, tied it up and threw it back into the room, after which she let down her hair over her face and set the lamp an instant on the pot of flowers, then took up all the things and shutting the window, went away, without saying a word. My heart was tortured by her obscure signs and mysterious gestures, and passion and distraction redoubled on me. So I retraced my steps, tearful-eyed and mournful-hearted, and returning home, found Aziza sitting, with her face to the wall, for her heart was on fire for grief and anxiety and jealousy, albeit the love she bore me forbade her to acquaint me with what she suffered, by reason of what she saw of the excess of my passion and distraction, for another. I looked at her and saw that she had 2 bandages on her head, one on account of the wound on her forehead, and the other over her eye, which pained her for excess of weeping, and she was in very sorry plight, weeping and repeating the following verses. I count the nights, night after night, the weary nights and slow, yet would I, once upon a time, unreckon let them go. I have no knowledge, O my friend, of that which God ordains of Layla or what he decrees to me, but this I know. He to another her adjudged and cursed me with her love, so hath he not afflicted me with other than her woe. When she had finished, she looked round and seeing me through her tears, wiped them away and came up to me, but could not speak for excess of emotion. So she was silent a while, then said to me, O my cousin, tell me what befell thee with her this time. So I told her all that had passed, and she said, Be patient, for the time of thy delight is come, and thou hast won to the attainment of thy hopes. As for her sign with the mirror and the bag, it was as if she said to thee, When the sun is set, and the letting down of her hair over her face signified, when the night is come and hath let fall the blackness of the dark and overmastered the daylight, come hither. As for her gesture with the flower pot and the lamp, it meant, when thou comest, enter the garden behind the street, and whereas thou sayest the lamp burning, go thither and seat thyself beneath it and wait for me, for the love of thee is killing me. When I heard this, I cried out for excess of passion and said, How long wilt thou deceive me with promises? And I go to her, but get not my will nor find any truth in thine interpreting. At this, she laughed and replied, Thou needest but have patience for the rest of the day, till the light depart and the night come with the darkness, and thou shalt enjoy fruition and accomplish thy hopes. And indeed this is true without leasing. And she repeated the following verses. Let the days pass, as they list, and fare, and enter thou not the house of despair. Full oft when the quest of a thing is hard, the next hour brings us the end of our care. Then she came to me and began to comfort me with soothing words, but dared not offer me food, fearing my wrath and seeking to make me incline to her, so she only took off my upper garment and said to me, Sit, O my cousin, that I may entertain thee with talk, till the end of the day, and God willing, thou shalt be with thy beloved as soon as it is night. But I paid no heed to her and gave not over looking for the coming of the night, saying, O Lord, hasten the coming of the night, till the hour of the evening prayer, when she wept sore and giving me a grain of pure musk, said to me, O my cousin, put this in thy mouth, and when thou foregatherest with thy beloved and hast taken thy will of her and she hath granted thee thy desire, repeat to her this verse. Tell me, O lovers, for God's sake, I do entreat of you, when love is sore upon a maid, alack! What shall she do? And she kissed me and made me swear not to repeat this to my mistress, till I should be about to leave her. Then I went out and walked on till I came to the garden. I found the door open, so I entered, and seeing a light in the distance, made towards it and came to a great pavilion, vaulted over with a dome of ivory and ebony, from the midst of which hung the lamp. The floor was spread with silken carpets, embroidered in gold and silver, and under the lamp stood a great candle, burning in a stand of gold. Midmost the pavilion was a fountain, adorned with all manner of figures, and by it stood a table of food, covered with a silken napkin, and a great porcelain vase full of wine, with a goblet of crystal, sprayed with gold. Near these was a great covered dish of silver, which I uncovered and found therein fruits of all kinds, figs and pomegranates and grapes and oranges and citrons and shaddocks, together with all manner sweet-scented flowers, such as roses and jasmine and myrtle and eglantine and narcissus and all kinds of sweet-smelling herbs, but I saw there not a living soul, no, not even a slave, male or female, to guard these things. I was transported with delight at what I saw, and my grief and anxiety ceased from me. So I sat down to await the coming of the beloved of my heart, but the first hour of the night passed by, and the second and the third, and still she came not. Then I grew sore and hungered, for that it was long since I had tasted food by reason of the violence of my passion, but when I found the garden even as my cousin had told me and saw the truth of her interpretation of my mistress's signs, my mind was set at rest and I made sure of attaining my desire, so that nature resumed its sway and I felt the pangs of hunger. Moreover, the odor of the viands on the table excited in me a longing to eat, so I went up to the table, and lifting the cover, found in the middle a porcelain dish, containing 4 fricasseed fowls, seasoned with spices, round which were 4 smaller dishes, one containing sweetmeats, another conserve of pomegranate seeds, a third almond patties and a fourth honey fritters, and the contents of these dishes were part sweet and part acid. So I ate of the fritters and a piece of meat, then went on to the almond patties and ate what I would of them, after which I attacked the sweetmeats, of which I ate a spoonful or 2 or 3 or 4, ending with part of a fowl and a mouthful of bread. With this my stomach became full and my limbs heavy and I grew drowsy, so I laid my head on a cushion, after having washed my hands, and sleep overcame me, and I knew not what happened to me after this nor did I awake till the sun's heat burnt me, for that I had not tasted sleep for days. When I awoke, I found myself lying on the naked marble, with a piece of salt and another of charcoal on my stomach, so I stood up and shook my clothes and turned right and left, but could see no one. At this I was perplexed and afflicted, the tears ran down my cheeks and I mourned grievously for myself. Then I returned home, and when I entered, I found my cousin beating her bosom and weeping like the rain clouds, as she repeated the following verses. From out my loved one's land a breeze blows cool and sweet, the fragrance of its waft stirs up the ancient heat. Blow, zephyr of the east. Each lover hath his lot, his heaven-appointed doom of fortune or defeat. Lo, if we might, we would embrace thee for desire, even as a lover clips his mistress, when they meet. When as my cousin's face is absent, God forbids all pleasance, unto me, and all life has of sweet. Ah, what I knew his heart was even as is mine, all wasted and consumed by passion's flaming feet. When she saw me, she rose in haste and wiping away her tears, accosted me with her soft speech, saying, O my cousin, verily God hath been gracious to thee in thy love, in that she whom thou lovest loves thee, whilst I pass my time in weeping and lamenting my separation from thee that blamest and chidest me, but may God not reproach thee for my sake. Then she smiled in my face, a sad smile, and caressed me. Then taking off my outer clothes, she spread them out and said, By Allah, this is not the scent of one who hath enjoyed his mistress. Tell me what has befallen thee, O my cousin. So I told her all that had passed, and she smiled again, a sad smile, and said, Verily, my heart is full of pain, but may he not live who would hurt thy heart. Indeed, this woman makes herself extravagantly difficult to thee, and by Allah, I fear for thee from her. Know that the meaning of the salt is that thou wert drowned in sleep, and she likens thee to insipid food, at which the soul sickens, and it is as if she said to thee, It behoves that thou be salted, lest nature reject thee. Thou professest to be of the true lovers, but sleep is forbidden to a lover, therefore, thy love is false. But it is her love for thee that is false, for she saw thee asleep, yet awoke thee not, and were her love for thee sincere, she had aroused thee. As for the charcoal, it means, God blacken thy face, for that thou makest a lying presence of love, whereas thou art but a child and hast no concern but to eat and drink and sleep. This is the interpretation of her signs, and may God the Most High deliver thee from her. When I heard my cousin's words, I beat my breast with my hand and cried out, By Allah, this is the truth, for I slept and lovers sleep not. Indeed, I have sinned against myself, for naught could have done me more hurt than eating and sleeping. What shall I do? Then I wept sore and said to her, Have compassion on me and tell me what to do, so may God have compassion on thee, else I shall die. Now my cousin loved me very dearly, so she replied, On my head and eyes. But, O my cousin, as I have told thee often, could I go in and out at will, I would very soon bring you together and cover you both with my skirt, nor would I do this but hoping to win thy favor. God willing, I will do my utmost endeavor to bring about your union, but hearken now to me and do as I bid thee. Go to the garden at nightfall and sit down in the same place, and look thou eat not, for eating induces sleep, and beware of sleeping, for she will not come to thee, till a fourth part of the night be past. And may God save thee from her mischief. When I heard this, I rejoiced and besought God to hasten the night. As soon as it was dark, I rose to go, and my cousin said to me, If thou foregather with her, repeat to her the verse I taught thee, at the time of leave-taking. On my head and eyes, replied I, and going out, repaired to the garden, where I found all as on the previous night, with meat and drink spread ready, and dessert and flowers and so forth. I went up into the pavilion and smelt the odor of the viands, and my soul lusted after them, but I forbore a while, till at last I could no longer restrain my appetite. So I went up to the table, and raising the cover, found a dish of fowls, surrounded by 4 smaller dishes, containing various meats. I ate a mouthful of each dish and a piece of meat and as much as I would of the sweetmeat. Then I tasted a dish of rice dressed with honey and saffron, and liking it, supped of it by the spoonful, till I was satisfied and my belly was full. With this, my eyelids became heavy, so I took a cushion and put it under my head, saying, Surely I can recline upon it, without going to sleep. Then I closed my eyes and slept, nor did I wake till the sun had risen, when I found myself lying on the bare marble, with a die of bone, a playstick, a green date stone and a carabine on my stomach. There was no furniture nor aught else in the place, and it was as if there had been nothing there yesterday. So I rose, and shaking all these things off me, went out in a rage, and going home, found my cousin sighing and repeating the following verses. Wasted body and heart bleeding for despair, and tears that down my cheeks stream on and on for air. And a beloved one persistent in disdain, yet all a fair one does must needs be right and fair. O cousin mine, thou'st filled my heart with longing pain, and wounded are mine eyes with tears that never spare. I chid her and reviled her, at which she wept, then wiping away her tears, she came up to me and kissed me and pressed me to her bosom, whilst I held back from her and blamed myself. Then she said to me, "O my cousin, meseems thou didst sleep again last night?" "Yes," replied I, "and when I awoke, I found on my stomach a die of bone, a playstick, a green date stone and a carob bean, and I know not why she did this." Then I wept and said to her, "Expound to me her meaning in this and tell me what I shall do and help me in this my strait." "On my head and eyes," answered she. "Know then that, by the figure of the die and the playstick, she says to thee, thy body is present, but thy heart absent. Love is not thus, so do not reckon thyself among lovers. As for the date stone, it is as if she said to thee, if thou wert in love, thy heart would be on fire with passion and thou wouldst not taste the delight of sleep, for the sweet of love is like a green date and kindles a fire in the entrails. As for the carob bean, it signifies, the lover's heart is wearied, so be thou patient under our separation, even as Job was patient." When I heard this, fires raged in my entrails and grief redoubled upon my heart, and I cried out, saying, "God ordained sleep to me, of my ill fortune." Then I said to her, "O my cousin, I conjure thee by my life, contrive me some device whereby I may win to her." She wept and answered, "O Aziz, O my cousin, verily my heart is full of melancholy thought and I cannot speak, but go thou again tonight to the same place and look that thou sleep not, and thou shalt surely attain thy desire. This is my counsel and peace be on thee." "God willing," said I will not sleep, but will do as thou biddest me." Then she rose and set food before me, saying, "Eat now what may suffice thee, that thy heart may be free." So I ate my fill, and when the night came, my cousin rose and bringing me a sumptuous suit of clothes, clad me therein. Then she made me promise to repeat the verse aforesaid to my mistress and bade me beware of sleeping. So I left her and repairing to the garden, went up into the pavilion, where I occupied myself with gazing on the garden, holding my eyes open with my fingers and wagging my head from side to side, as the night darkened on me. Presently I grew hungry with watching, and the smell of the meats, being wafted towards me, increased my hunger. So I went up to the table and taking off the cover, ate a piece of meat and a mouthful of every dish, after which I turned to the vessel of wine, saying in myself, I will drink 1 cup. So I drank 1 cup and a second and a third, till I had drunk full half a score, when the air smote me and I fell to the earth like a dead man. I lay thus till day, when I awoke and found myself without the garden, with a large sharp knife and an iron direm on my stomach. I arose trembling and taking the knife and the direm, went home where I found my cousin saying, Verily, I am in this house wretched and sorrowful, having no helper but weeping. When I entered, I fell down at full length and fainted, throwing the knife and the direm from my hand. As soon as I came to myself, I told her what had passed and said, Indeed, I shall never enjoy my desire. The sight of my tears and my passion redoubled her distress on my account, and she said, Verily, I can no more. I warned thee against sleeping, but thou wouldst not listen to my counsel, and my words profited thee nothing. By Allah, cried I conjure thee to explain to me the meaning of the knife and the direm. By the direm, replied she alludes to her right eye, and it is as if she said to thee, I swear, by the Lord of all creatures and by my right eye, that, if thou come here again and sleep, I will slay thee with this knife. And indeed, O my cousin, I fear for thee from her malice, my heart is full of anguish for thee and I cannot speak. Nevertheless, if thou canst be sure of thyself not to sleep, return to her and thou shalt attain thy desire, but if thou sleep, according to thy wont, she will surely slay thee. O my cousin, said I, what shall I do? I conjure thee, by Allah, to help me in this my affliction. On my head and eyes, replied she. If thou wilt hearken to me and do as I say, thou shalt have thy will. Quoth I will indeed hearken to thee and do thy bidding. And she said, When it is time for thee to go, I will tell thee. Then she pressed me to her bosom and laying me on the bed, rubbed my feet, till drowsiness overcame me and I was drowned in sleep, when she took a fan and seating herself at my head, ceased not to fan my face till the end of the day. Then she awoke me, and I found her sitting at my head weeping, with the fan in her hand and her clothes wet with tears. When she saw that I was awake, she wiped away her tears and fetching food, set it before me. I refused it, but she said to me, Didst thou not promise to do my bidding? Eat. So I ate and did not cross her, and she proceeded to put the food into my mouth and I to eat, till I was full. Then she made me drink sherbet of jujube fruit and sugar and washed my hands and dried them with a napkin, after which she sprinkled me with rosewater, and I sat with her a while, restored to health and spirits. When the night had closed in, she dressed me and said to me, O my cousin, watch all night and sleep not, for she will not come to thee this time till the last of the night, and God willing, thou shalt foregather with her this night, but do not forget my charge. Then she wept, and my heart was sore for her by reason of her much weeping, and I said to her, What is the charge thou gavest me? When thou art about to take leave of her, replied she, repeat to her the verse I taught thee. So I left her, full of gladness, and repairing to the garden, entered the pavilion, where I sat down satiated with food, and watched till a fourth part of the night was past. The night was tedious to me as it were a year, but I remained awake, till it was 3/4 spent and the cocks cried out and I became sore and hungered for long watching. So I went up to the table and ate my fill, whereupon my head grew heavy and I was on the point of falling asleep, when I espied a light making towards me from afar. So I sprang up and washed my hands and mouth and roused myself, and before long, up came the lady, accompanied by 10 damsels, in whose midst she shone, like the full moon among the stars. She was clad in a dress of green satin, embroidered with red gold, and she was as says the poet. She lords it over her lovers in garments all of green, with open vest and collars and flowing hair beseen. What is thy name? I asked her, and she replied, I'm she who burns the hearts of lovers on coals of love and teen. I made my moan unto her of passion and desire, upon a rock, she answered, thy plaints are wasted clean. Even if thy heart, I told her, be rock in very deed, yet hath God made fair water well from the rock, I ween. When she saw me, she laughed and said, How is it that thou art awake and that sleep hath not overcome thee? Now that thou hast passed the night without sleep, I know that thou art in love, for it is the mark of a lover to watch the night for stress of longing. Then she signed to her women and they went away, whereupon she came up to me and strained me to her bosom and kissed me and sucked my upper lip, whilst I kissed her and sucked her lower lip. I put my hand to her waist and pressed it and we came to the ground at the same moment. Then she undid her trousers and they fell down to her anklets and we fell to clipping and toying and cricketing and speaking softly and biting and intertwining of legs and going round about the house and the corners thereof, till her senses failed her for delight and she swooned away. And indeed that night was heart-gladdening and eye refreshing, even as says the poet. The sweetest of all the nights that ever the world can show. The cup in it stinted never from hand to hand to go. Therein I did dissever mine eyes from sleep and made the eardrop and the anklet foregather Evermo. We lay together till the morning, when I would have gone away, but she stopped me, saying, Stay, till I tell thee somewhat and give thee a charge. So I waited, whilst she undid a handkerchief and taking out this piece of linen, spread it out before me. I saw worked on it these 2 figures of gazelles and admired it exceedingly, and she said to me, Keep this carefully, for it is my sister's work. What is thy sister's name? Asked I, and she answered, Nur el Huda. Then I took the piece of linen and went away, joyful, after we had agreed that I should visit her every night in the garden, but in my joy I forgot to repeat to her the verse my cousin had taught me. When I reached home, I found Azazel lying down, but, as soon as she saw me, she rose, with the tears running from her eyes, and coming up to me, kissed me on the breast and said, "Didst thou repeat the verse to her, as I enjoined thee?" "I forgot it," answered I, "and here is what made me forget it." And I threw the piece of linen down before her. She rose and sat down again, but was unable to contain herself, and her eyes ran over with tears, whilst she repeated the following verses. "O thou that seekest severance, forbear, let not the fair delude thee with their slight. Softly, for fortune's nature is deceit, and parting is the end of love delight." Then she said, "O my cousin, give me this piece of linen." So I gave it to her, and she took it, and unfolding it, saw what was therein. When the time came for my going to my mistress, she said to me, "Go and peace be with thee, and when thou art about to leave her, repeat to her the verse I taught thee, in which thou forgottest." Quoth I, "Repeat it to me." So she repeated it. Then I went to the garden and entered the pavilion, where I found the lady awaiting me. When she saw me, she rose and kissed me and made me sit in her lap, and we ate and drank and did our desire as on the previous night. In the morning, I repeated to her my cousin's verse. "Tell me, O lovers, for God's sake I do entreat of you, when love is sore upon a maid, alack, what shall she do?" When she heard this, her eyes filled with tears, and she answered with the following verse. "Against her passion she must strive, and hide her case from view, and humble and submissive be, whatever may ensue." This I committed to memory and returned home, rejoiced at having done my cousin's errand. When I entered the house, I found Azazel lying on the bed and my mother at her head, weeping over her condition. When the latter saw me, she said to me, "Out on thee for a cousin! How couldst thou leave the daughter of thine uncle in ill case, and not ask what ailed her?" Azazel, seeing me, raised her head and sat up and said, "O Aziz, didst thou repeat the verse to her?" "Yes," replied I, and she wept and recited, in answer, another verse, which I remember. "Tell it me," said Azazel. I did so, and she wept and repeated the following verses. "How shall she temper her desire? It doth her fire undo, and still with each recurring day her heart is cleft in two. Indeed, she strives for patience fair, but findeth not in her except a heart too weak to bear the love that makes her rue. When thou goest to thy mistress as of wont," added she, "repeat to her these verses also." "I hear and obey," answered I, and betook myself, at the wonted time, to the garden, where there passed between my mistress and myself what the tongue fails to describe. As I was about to leave her, I repeated to her my cousin's verses, whereupon the tears streamed from her eyes, and she replied, "If she her secret cannot hide and lack of patience do, I see no help for her but death, of all things old and new." Then I returned home, where I found Azazel fallen of a swoon and my mother sitting at her head. When she heard my voice, she opened her eyes and said, "O Aziz, didst thou repeat the verses to her?" "Yes," answered I, and she replied with this verse. And I repeated it, whereupon my cousin swooned again, and when she came to herself, she recited the following verses. "I hearken, I obey, I die, yet bear to one who slew my hopes of union and delight, my greeting and adieu. Fair fall the happy of their joy, alack! And fair befall the wretched lover of the cup that set her lips unto." When it was night, I repaired, as of wont, to the garden, where I found my mistress awaiting me. We sat down and ate and drank, after which we did our need and slept till the morning, and as I was going away, I repeated to her Azazel's verses. When she heard them, she gave a loud cry and was greatly moved and exclaimed, "Alas! Alas! She who said these words is dead." Then she wept and said to me, out on thee. What kin is she, who spoke thus, to thee? She is the daughter of my father's brother, replied I. Thou liest, rejoined she. By Allah, were she thy cousin, thou wouldst have loved her even as she loved thee. It is thou who hast killed her, and may God in like manner kill thee. By Allah, hadst thou told me thou hadst a cousin, I would not have admitted thee to my favors. Quoth I, indeed, she is my cousin, and it was she who interpreted to me thy signs and taught me how to come at thee and how I should deal with thee, and but for her, I had never won to thee. Did she then know of us? Asked she. Yes, answered I, and she exclaimed, God give thee sorrow of thy youth, even as thou hast wasted hers. Then she said to me, Go and see after her. So I went away, troubled at heart, and when I reached our street, I heard a sound of wailing, and asking about it, was answered, We found Azazel dead behind the door. I entered the house, and when my mother saw me, she said to me, Her death lies at thy door, and may God not acquit thee of her blood. Out on thee for a cousin. Then came my father, and we laid her out and did her the last offices and buried her. Moreover, we let make recitations of the Quran over her tomb and abode there 3 days, after which we returned home, grieving for her. When I entered the house, my mother came to me and said, I would fain know what thou didst to her, to break her heart, for, O my son, I questioned her many times of the cause of her malady, but she would tell me nothing. So, God on thee, tell me what thou didst to her, that she died. Quoth I did nothing. May God avenge her on thee, rejoined my mother. She told me nothing, but kept her secret till she died, of her affection for thee. But when she died, I was with her, and she opened her eyes and said to me, O wife of my uncle, may God hold thy son guiltless of my blood and punish him not for that he hath done with me. And now he transporteth me from this transitory house of the world to the other and eternal dwelling place. O my daughter, said I, God preserve thee and preserve thy youth. And I questioned her of the cause of her illness, but she made me no answer. Then she smiled and said, O wife of my uncle, when my cousin is about to repair to the place whither he goes every day, bid him repeat these 2 words at his going away, Faith is fair and perfidy foul. For this is of my tenderness over him, that I am solicitous for him in my lifetime and after my death. Then she gave me somewhat for thee and made me swear that I would not give it to thee, till I should see thee weeping for her and lamenting her death. The thing is with me, and when I see thee as I have said, I will give it to thee. Show it me, quoth I, but she would not. Then I gave myself up to my pleasures and thought no more of my cousin's death, for I was light-witted and would fain have been with my beloved day and night. So hardly had the night fallen, when I betook myself to the garden, where I found the lady sitting on coals of fire, for much waiting. As soon as she saw me, she ran to me and throwing her arms about my neck, inquired of my cousin. She is dead, replied I, and we have caused litanies and recitations of the Quran to be performed for her, and it is now 4 nights since she died. When she heard this, she shrieked aloud and wept, saying, Did I not tell thee that thou hadst slain her? Hadst thou let me know of her before her death, I would have requited her the kindness she did me, in that she served me and brought thee to me, for but for her, we had never come together, and I fear lest some calamity befall thee by reason of thy sin against her. Quoth I, She acquitted me before she died. And I repeated to her what my mother had told me. God on thee, rejoined she, when thou returnest to thy mother, learn what it is she hath for thee. Quoth I, My mother also said to me, Before thy cousin died, she laid a charge upon me, saying, When thy son is about to go whither of wont, teach him these 2 words, Faith is fair and perfidy foul. When my mistress heard this, she exclaimed, The mercy of God the Most High be upon her. Indeed, she hath delivered thee from me, for I had it in mind to do thee a mischief, but now I will not hurt thee nor trouble thee. I wondered at this and said to her, What then didst thou purpose to do with me, and we lovers? Quoth she, Thou art infatuated with me, for thou art young and witless, thy heart is free from guile, and thou knowest not our perfidy and malice. Were she yet alive, she would protect thee, for she is the cause of thy preservation and hath delivered thee from destruction. And now I charge thee that thou speak not with neither accost any of our sex, young or old, for thou art young and simple and knowest not the wiles of women and their malice, and she who explained the signs to thee is dead. And indeed I fear for thee, lest thou fall into some calamity and find none to deliver thee from it, now that thy cousin is dead. Alas, the pity of her! Would God I had known her before her death, that I might have visited her and requited her the fair service she did me. The mercy of the Most High be upon her, for she kept her secret and revealed not what she suffered, and but for her, thou hadst never won to me. But there is one thing I desire of thee. What is it? Said I. It is, answered she, that thou bring me to her grave, that I may visit her in the tomb wherein she is and write some verses thereon. Tomorrow, replied I, if it be the will of God. That I lay with her that night, and she ceased not, from time to time, to say, Would thou hadst told me of thy cousin, before her death. And I said to her, What is the meaning of the 2 words she taught me? But she made me no answer. As soon as it was day, she rose and taking a purse of dinars, said to me, Come, show me her tomb, that I may visit it, engrave some verses thereon and build a dome over it and commend her to the mercy of God and bestow these dinars in alms for her soul. I hear and obey, replied I, and went on before her, whilst she followed me, giving alms by the way and saying to all to whom she gave, This is an alms for the soul of Azazel, who kept her counsel, till she drank the cup of death, and discovered not the secret of her passion. And she stinted not thus to give alms and say, For Azazel's soul, till the purse was empty and we came to the burial place. When she saw the tomb, she wept and threw herself upon it, then pulling out a graver of steel and a light mallet, she graved the following verses, in fine characters, upon the stone at the head of the tomb. I passed by a ruined tomb, in the midst of a garden way, upon whose letterless stone 7 blood-red anemones lay. Who sleeps in this unmarked grave? I said, and the earth, then lo, for a lover lies here and waits for the resurrection. Day. God help thee, O victim of love, I cried, and bring thee to dwell in the highest of all the heavens of paradise, I pray. How wretched are lovers all, even in the sepulchre, when their very graves are covered with ruin and decay. Lo, if I might, I would plant thee a garden round about, and with my streaming tears the thirst of its flowers allay. Then she returned to the garden, weeping, and I with her, and she said to me, By Allah, thou shalt never leave me. I hear and obey, answered I. Then I devoted myself wholly to her and paid her frequent visits, and she was good and generous to me. As often as I passed the night with her, she would make much of me and ask me of the 2 words my cousin told my mother, and I would repeat them to her. I abode thus a whole year, till, what with eating and drinking and dalliance and wearing change of rich raiment, I waxed stout and fat, so that I lost all thought of sorrow and anxiety and forgot my cousin Azazel. At the end of this time, I went one day to the bath, where I refreshed myself and put on a rich suit of clothes, scented with various perfumes. Then, coming out, I drank a cup of wine and smelt the fragrance of my new clothes, whereupon my breast dilated, for I knew not the perfidy of fortune nor the calamities of events. When the hour of evening prayer came, I thought to repair to my mistress, but being heated with wine, I knew not where I went, so that, on the way, my drunkenness turned me into a by-street called En-Nikib, where, as I was going along, I met an old woman with a lighted flambeau in one hand and a folded letter in the other, and she was weeping and repeating the following verses. O welcome, bearer of glad news, thrice welcome to my sight, how sweet and solaceful to me thy tidings of delight! Thou that the loved one's greeting bring'st unto my longing soul, God's peace, what while the zephyr blows, dwell with thee day and night. When she saw me, she said to me, O my son, canst thou read? And I, of my officiousness, answered, Yes, O old aunt. Then, take this letter, rejoined she, and read it to me. So I took the letter, and unfolding it, read it to her. Now it contained the greetings of an absent man to his friends, and when she heard its purport, she rejoiced and was glad and called down blessings on me, saying, May God dispel thine anxiety, as thou hast dispelled mine. Then she took the letter and walked on. Meanwhile, I was seized with a pressing need and squatted down on my heels to make water. When I had finished, I stood up and cleansed myself with pebbles, then shaking down my clothes, was about to go my way, when the old woman came up to me again and bending down to kiss my hand, said, O my lord, God give thee joy of thy youth. I entreat thee to go with me to yonder door, for I told them what thou readest to me of the letter, and they believe me not, so come with me 2 steps and read them the letter from behind the door and accept my devout prayers. What is the history of this letter? Asked I, and she answered, O my son, it is from my son, who hath been absent from us these 10 years. He set out with merchandise and tarried long in foreign parts, till we lost hope of him, supposing him to be dead. Now comes this letter from him, and he has a sister, who weeps for him day and night, so I said to her, He is in good health and case. But she will not believe and says, Thou must needs bring me one who will read the letter in my presence, that my heart may be set at rest and my mind eased. Thou knowest, O my son, that those who love are prone to imagine evil, so do me the favor to go with me and read the letter, standing without the door, whilst I call his sister to listen behind the curtain, so shalt thou dispel our anxiety and fulfill our need. Quoth the prophet, whom God bless and preserve, he who eases an afflicted one of the troubles of this world, God will ease him of 100 troubles, and according to another tradition, whoso relieves his brother of one of the troubles of this world, God will relieve him of 72 troubles of the day of resurrection. And I have bade ken myself to thee, so do not disappoint me. I hear and obey, replied I, do thou go before me. So she went on and I followed her a little way, till she came to the gate of a large handsome house, whose door was plated with copper. I stood without the door, whilst the old woman cried out in Persian, and before I could think, a damsel ran up, with a nimble and agile step. She had tucked up her trousers to her knees, so that I saw a pair of legs that confounded mind and eye, for they were like columns of alabaster, adorned with anklets of gold, set with jewels. As says the poet, describing her. O thou who bearest thy leg for lovers to look upon, that by the sight of the leg the rest they may infer. Who passest the cup around midst thy gallants, brisk and free. Not seduces the folk but the cup and the cupbearer. She had seemingly been engaged in work of some kind, for she had tucked the end of her shift within the ribbon of her trousers and thrown the skirt of her robe over her arm. Her sleeves were rolled up to the elbows, so that I could see her white wrists and forearms, on which were 2 pairs of bracelets, with clasps of great pearls, and round her neck was a collar of precious stones. Her ears were adorned with pendants of pearls, and on her head she wore a kerchief of brocade, embroidered with jewels of price. When I saw her I was confounded at her beauty, for she was like the shining sun. Then she said, with clear and dulcet speech, never heard I sweeter, O my mother, is this he who cometh to read the letter? It is, replied the old woman, and she put out her hand to me with the letter. Now she was standing about half a rod within the door, so I stretched out my hand and put my head and shoulders within the door, thinking to draw near her and read the letter, when behold, before I knew what she would be at, the old woman thrust her head into my back and pushed me forward, with the letter in my hand, so that before I could think, I found myself in the vestibule. Then she entered, swiftlier than the blinding lightning, and had but to shut the door. When the damsel saw me in the vestibule, she came up to me and straining me to her bosom, threw me to the floor, then knelt upon my breast and kneaded my belly with her hands, till I lost my senses. Then she took me by the hand and led me unable to resist, for the violence of her pressure, through 7 vestibules, whilst the old woman went before us with the lighted candle, till we came to a great saloon, with 4 daises, in which a horseman might play at ball. Here she released me, saying, "Open thine eyes." So I opened them, still giddy for the excess of her pressing and pummeling, and saw that the whole place was built of the finest alabaster and hung and carpeted with stuffs of silk and brocade, with cushions and divans of the same. Therein also were 2 benches of brass and a couch of red gold set with pearls and jewels, befitting none save kings like unto thee. Then said she, "O Aziz, which wouldst thou rather, life or death?" "Life," answered I, and she said, "If life be liefer to thee, thou must marry me." Quoth I, "It were odious to me to marry the like of thee." "If thou marry me," rejoined she, "thou wilt at least be safe from the daughter of Delilah the crafty." "And who is she?" asked I. She laughed and replied, "How comes it that thou knowest her not, seeing that today thou hast companied with her a year and 4 months? May God the Most High destroy her and afflict her with one worse than herself. By Allah, there lives not a more perfidious than she. How many hath she not slain before thee, and what deeds hath she not done? Nor can I understand how thou hast been so long in her company, yet hath she not killed thee nor done thee any hurt." When I heard this, I marveled exceedingly and said, "Who made thee to know of her, O my lady?" "I know of her," said she, "as the age knows of its calamities, but now I would fain have thee tell me all that has passed between you, that I may know the cause of thy deliverance from her." So I told her all that had happened, including the story of my cousin Azizet. When she heard of the latter's death, her eyes ran over with tears and she smote hand upon hand and cried out, "God have mercy on her, for she lost her youth in his service, and may he replace her to thee. By Allah, O Aziz, it was she who was the cause of thy preservation from the daughter of Delilah, and but for her, thou hadst been lost. Now she is dead and I fear for thee from the other's perfidy and mischief, but my heart is full and I cannot speak." "By Allah," quoth I, "all this happened, even as thou sayest." And she shook her head and said, "There lives not this day the like of Azizet." And when she was dying, continued I, she bade me repeat to my mistress these 2 words, "Faith is fair and perfidy foul." When she heard this, she exclaimed, "By Allah, O Aziz, it was this that saved thee from dying by her hand, and now my heart is at ease for thee from her, for she will never slay thee, and thy cousin preserve thee, both in her lifetime and after her death. By Allah, I have desired thee this many a day, but could not get at thee till now, and except by a trick, which succeeded with thee, for thou art inexperienced and knowest not the malice of women nor the wiles of old women." "No, by Allah," rejoined I. Then said she to me, "Be of good cheer and take comfort, the dead is in the mercy of God and the living shall be fairly entreated. Thou art a handsome youth, and I do not desire thee but according to the ordinance of God and of his Prophet, on whom be peace and salvation. Whatever thou desirest of money and stuff, thou shalt have without stint, and I will not impose any toil on thee, for there is with me always bread baked and water in the pitcher. All I ask of thee is that thou do with me even as the cock does." "And what is it the cock does?" asked I. At this she laughed and clapped her hands and fell over on her back for excess of laughter. Then she sat up and said, "O light of my eyes, dost thou not know what the cock's business is?" "No, by Allah," replied I, and she said, "The cock's business is to eat and drink and tread." I was abashed at her words and said, "Is that the cock's business?" "Yes," answered she, and all I ask of thee now is to gird thy loins and strengthen thy resolution and swive thy best. Then she clapped her hands and cried out, saying, O my mother, bring hither those who are with thee. Whereupon in came the old woman, carrying a veil of silk and accompanied by 4 lawful witnesses, who saluted me and sat down. Then she lighted 4 candles, whilst the young lady covered herself with the veil and deputed one of the witnesses to execute the contract on her behalf. So they drew up the marriage contract, and she acknowledged to have received the whole of her dowry, both precedent and contingent, and to be indebted to me in the sum of 10,000 dirhams. Then he gave the witnesses their fee, and they withdrew whence they came, whereupon she put off her clothes and abode in a shift of fine silk, laced with gold, after which she took me by the hand and carried me up to the couch, saying, There is no blame in what is lawful. She lay down on her back, and drawing me onto her breast, heaved a sigh and followed it up with an amorous gesture. Then she pulled up the shift above her breasts, and when I saw her thus, I could not choose but thrust into her, after I had sucked her lips, whilst she moaned and made a show of bashfulness and wept without tears. And indeed the case reminded me of the saying of the poet. When I drew up her shift and discovered the terrace roof of her kaze, I found it as straight as my humor or eke my worldly ways. So I drove it incontinent in, halfway, and she heaved a sigh. For what dost thou sigh, quoth I, for the rest of it, sure, she says. Then said she, O my beloved, to it and do thy best, for I am thine handmaid. My life on thee, give it me, all of it, that I may take it in my hand and thrust it into my entrails. And she ceased not to excite me with sobs and sighs and amorous gestures, in the intervals of kissing and clipping, till we attained the supreme felicity and the term of our desires. We lay together till the morning, when I would have gone out, but she came up to me, laughing, and said, Thinkest thou that going out of the bath is the same as going in? Verily, I believe thou deemest me to be the like of the daughter of Delilah. Beware of such a thought, for thou art my husband by contract and according to law. If thou be drunken, return to thy right mind and know that this house is opened but one day in every year. Go down and look at the great door. So I went down and found the door locked and nailed up, and returned and told her so. No, O Aziz, said she, that we have in this house flour and grain and fruits and pomegranates and sugar and meat and sheep and fowls and so forth, enough to serve us for many years, and henceforth the door will not be opened till after the lapse of a whole year, nor shalt thou find thyself without till then. Quoth I, There is no power and no virtue but in God. And what can this irk thee, rejoined she, seeing thou knowest the coxcraft, of which I told thee? Then she laughed and I laughed too, and I conformed to what she said and abode with her, plying the coxcraft, eating and drinking and cricketing, 12 whole months, during which time she conceived by me and brought me a son. At the end of the year, I heard the door opened and men came in with manchets and flour and sugar. Thereupon, I would have gone out, but my wife said, Wait till nightfall and go out as thou camest in. So I waited till the hour of evening prayer, and was about to go forth in fear and trembling, when she stopped me, saying, By Allah, I will not let thee go, except thou swear to return this night before the closing of the door. I agreed to this, and she made me take a solemn oath by sword and Quran and the oath of divorce to boot that I would return to her. Then I left her, and going straight to the garden, found the door open as usual, whereat I was angry and said to myself, I have been absent a whole year and come here at unawares and find the place open as of wont. I wonder, is the damsel still in her old case? All gates I must enter and see, before I go to my mother, more by token that it is now nightfall. So I entered, and making for the pavilion, found the daughter of Delilah sitting there with her head on her knee and her hand to her cheek. Her color was changed and her eyes sunken, but when she saw me, she exclaimed, Praised be God for thy safety, and would have risen, but fell down for joy. I was abashed before her and hung my head, but presently went up to her, and kissing her, said, How knewest thou that I should come to thee tonight? I knew it not, replied she. By Allah, this whole year past I have not tasted sleep, but have watched every night, expecting thee, from the day thou wentest out from me and I gave thee the new suit of clothes, and thou didst promise me to go to the bath and come back. So I abode awaiting thee that night and a second and a third, but thou camest not till now, and I ever expecting thy coming, for this is the way of lovers. And now I would have thee tell me what has been the cause of thine absence this year long. So I told her all that had happened, and when she knew that I was married, her color paled. I have come to thee tonight, added I, but I must leave thee before day. Quoth she, Doth it not suffice her to have tricked thee into marrying her and kept thee prisoner with her a whole year, but she must make thee take the oath of divorce to return to her before morning and not allow thee to divert thyself with thy mother or me nor suffer thee to pass one night with either of us, away from her? How, then, must it be with one from whom thou hast been absent a whole year, and I knew thee before she did? But may God have compassion on thy cousin Azizah, for there befell her what never befell any, and she endured what never any endured else, and died, oppressed and rejected of thee, yet was it she protected thee against me. Indeed, I thought thou didst love me, so let thee take thine own way, else had I not let thee go safe and sound, when I had it in my power to hold thee in duress and destroy thee. Then she wept and waxed wroth and shuddered in my face and looked at me with angry eyes. When I saw this, I was terrified at her and trembled in every nerve, for she was like a dreadful ghoul and I like a bean over the fire. Then said she, Thou art of no use to me, now thou art married and hast a child, nor art thou any longer fit for my company. I care only for bachelors and not for married men, for they profit us nothing. Thou hast sold me for yonder stinking nosegay, but by Allah, I will make the baggages heartache for thee, for thou shalt not live either for me or for her. Then she gave a loud cry, and ere I could think, up came 10 damsels and threw me on the ground, whereupon she rose and taking a knife, said, I will slaughter thee like a he-goat, and that will be less than thy desert, for thy behavior to me and to thy cousin before me. When I found myself at the mercy of her women, with my cheeks stained with dust, and saw her sharpen the knife, I made sure of death and cried out to her for mercy. But she only redoubled in inhumanity and ordered the maids to bind my hands behind me, which they did, and throwing me on my back, sat down on my stomach and held my head. Then 2 of them sat on my shins, whilst other 2 held my hands, and she bade a third pair beat me. So they beat me till I lost my senses and my voice failed. When I revived, I said to myself, it were easier and better for me to have my throat cut than to be beaten thus. And I remembered how my cousin used to say to me, God keep thee from her mischief, and cried out and wept, till my voice failed and I remained without breath or motion. Then she sharpened the knife and said to the girls, Uncover him. With this God inspired me to repeat to her the 2 words my cousin had bequeathed me, and I said, O my lady, dost thou not know that faith is fair and perfidy foul? When she heard this, she cried out and said, God pity thee, Azizah, and give thee paradise in exchange for thy wasted youth. Verily, she served thee in her lifetime and after her death, and now she has saved thee alive out of my hands with these 2 words. Nevertheless, I cannot leave thee thus, but I must e'en set my mark on thee, to spite yonder shameless baggage, who has kept thee from me. Then she called out to the damsels and bade them bind my feet with cords and sit on me. They did her bidding, whilst I lay insensible, and she fetched a pan of copper and setting it on a brazier, poured into it oil of sesame, in which she fried cheese. Then she came up to me and unfastening my trousers, tied a cord round my cullions and giving it to 2 of her women, bade them pull at it. They did so, and I swooned away and was for excess of pain in a world other than this. Then she came with a steel scalpel and cut off my yard, so that I remained like a woman, after which she seared the wound with the boiling oil and rubbed it with a powder, and I the while unconscious. When I came to myself, the blood had ceased to flow, so she bade the damsels unbind me and gave me a cup of wine to drink. Then said she to me, Go now to her whom thou hast married and who grudged me a single night, and the mercy of God be on thy cousin Azazel, who discovered not her secret. Indeed she was the cause of thy preservation, for hadst thou not repeated those words to me, I had surely slain thee. Rise and go to whom thou wilt, for thou hadst nothing of mine, save what I have cut off, and now I have no part in thee, nor have I any further care or occasion for thee, so be gone about thy business and bless thy cousin's memory. With that, she gave me a push with her foot, and I rose, hardly able to walk, and went little by little, till I came to the door of my wife's house. I found it open, so I threw myself within it and fell down in a swoon, whereupon my wife came out and lifting me up, carried me into the saloon and found that I was like unto a woman. Then I fell into a deep sleep, but when I awoke, I found myself thrown down at the gate of the garden. I rose, groaning for pain and misery, and made my way to my mother's house, where I found her weeping for me and saying, O my son, would I knew where thou art! So I drew near and threw myself upon her, and when she saw me, she knew that I was ill, for my face was at once pale and livid. Then I called to mind my cousin and all the kind offices she had been wont to do me, and knew that she had indeed loved me, so I wept for her, and my mother wept also. Presently, she said to me, O my son, thy father is dead. At this my anguish redoubled, and I wept till I lost my senses. When I came to myself, I looked at the place where Azazel had been used to sit and wept anew, till I all but fainted for excess of grief, and I ceased not to weep and lament thus till midnight, when my mother said to me, Thy father has been dead these 10 days. I shall never think of anyone but my cousin Azazel, answered I, and indeed I deserve all that hath befallen me, in that I abandoned her who loved me so dear. What hath befallen thee? Asked my mother. So I told her all that had happened, and she wept a while, then rose and set meat and drink before me. I ate a little and drank, after which I repeated my story to her, and she exclaimed, Praised be God that she did but this to thee and forbore to slay thee. Then she tended me and medicined me till I regained my health, and when my recovery was complete, she said to me, O my son, I will now bring out to thee that which thy cousin committed to me in trust for thee, for it is thine. She made me swear not to give it thee, till I should see thee recalling her to mind and weeping over her and thine affections severed from other than her, and now I see these conditions fulfilled in thee. So she arose and opening a chest, took out the piece of linen, with the figures of gazelles worked thereon, which I had given Azazel, and I opened it and found written therein the following verses. Who moved thee, fairest one, to use this rigor of disdain and slay, with stress of love, the souls that sigh for thee in vain? If thou recall me not to mind beyond our parting day, God knows the thought of thee with me forever shall remain. Thou smitest me with cruel words, that yet are sweet to me, wilt thou one day, though but in dreams, to look upon me deign? I had not thought the ways of love were languishment and woe and stress of soul until, alas! To love thee I was fain. I knew not weariness till I the captive of thine eyes became, and all my soul was bound in passion's fatal chain. Even my foes have ruth on me and pity my distress, but thou, O heart of steel, wilt ne'er have mercy on my pain. By God, although I die, I'll ne'er forget thee, O my hope, nor comfort take, though life itself for love should waste and wane. When I read these verses, I wept sore and buffeted my face, then I unfolded the scroll, and there fell from it another. I opened it and found these words written therein, Know, O my cousin, that I acquit thee of my blood, and I beseech God to make accord between thee and her whom thou lovest. But if aught befall thee through the daughter of Delilah the crafty, return thou not to her, neither resort to any other woman, and bear thine affliction patiently, for were not the ordained term of thy life a long one, thou hadst perished long ago. But praised be God, Who hath appointed my last day before thine? My peace be upon thee. Preserve the cloth with the gazelles figured thereon, and let it not leave thee, for it used to keep me company, when as thou wert absent from me. But I conjure thee, by Allah, if thou chance to fall in with her who wrought these gazelles, and it be in thy power to foregather with her, hold aloof from her, and do not let her approach thee nor marry her. And if thou happen not on her and find no way to her, look thou company not with any other of her sex. Know that she who wrought these gazelles is the daughter of the king of the Camphor Islands, and every year she works a like cloth and dispatches it to far countries, that her report and the beauty of her broidery, which none in the world can match, may be bruited abroad. As for thy beloved, the daughter of Delilah, this cloth came to her hand, and she used to ensnare folk with it, showing it to them and saying, I have a sister who wrought this. But she lied in this, saying, May God bring her to shame. This, then, is my parting counsel to thee, and I have not charged thee thus, but because I know that, after my death, the world will be straitened on thee, and belike, by reason of this, thou wilt leave thy native land and wander in foreign countries, and hearing of her who wrought these figures, be minded to foregather with her. Then wilt thou remember me, and it shall not avail thee, nor wilt thou know my value till after my death. When I had read the scroll and understood what was written therein, I fell again to weeping, and my mother wept because I did, and I ceased not to gaze upon it and weep till nightfall. I abode thus a whole year, at the end of which time the merchants, with whom I am in this caravan, prepared to set out from my native town, and my mother counselled me to equip myself in journeying with them, so haply I might find forgetfulness and my sorrow cease from me, saying, Take comfort and put away from thee this morning and travel for a year or 2 or 3, till the caravan returns, when peradventure thy breast may be dilated and thy heart lightened. She ceased not to persuade me thus, till I provided myself with merchandise and set out with the caravan. But all the time of my journey, my tears have never ceased flowing, and at every station where we halt, I open this piece of linen and look on these gazelles and call to mind my cousin Azazah and weep for her as thou hast seen, for indeed she loved me very dearly and died, oppressed and rejected of me. I did her naught but ill and she did me naught but good. When these merchants return from their journey, I shall return with them, by which time I shall have been a whole year absent. Yet is my sorrow greater than ever, and my grief and affliction were but increased by my visit to the islands of Camphor and the castle of Crystal. The islands in question are 7 in number and are ruled by a king, Sheriman by name, who hath a daughter called Dunya, and I was told that it was she who wrought these gazelles, and that this thou sayest was of her broidery. When I knew this, yearning redoubled on me, and I became a prey to consuming languor and drowned in the sea of melancholy thought, and I wept over myself, for that I was become even as a woman, without manly gear like other men, and that there was no recourse for me. From the day of my departure from the Camphor Islands, I have been tearful-eyed and sorrowful-hearted, and I know not whether it will be given me to return to my native land and die by my mother or not, for I am weary of the world. When the young merchant had made an end of telling his story, he wept and groaned and complained and gazed upon the figures wrought on the piece of linen, whilst the tears streamed down his cheeks, and he repeated the following verses. Needs must thy sorrow have an end, quoth many an one, and cease and I, needs must your chiding end, and let me be at peace. After a while, say they, and I, who'll ensure me life, O fools, until the hands of grief their grip of me release? And also these. God knows that, since my severance from thee, full sore I've wept, so sore that needs my eyes must run for very tears and debt. Have patience, quoth my censurers, and thou shalt win them yet. And I, O thou that blamest me, whence should I patience get? Then said he, This, O prince, is my story. Hast thou ever heard a stranger one? Taj el-Muluk marveled greatly at the young merchant's tale and said to him, By Allah, thou hast suffered that which never befell any but thyself, but thou hast life appointed to thee, which thou must needs fulfill, and now I would fain have thee tell me how thou sawest the lady who wrought these gazelles. O my lord, answered Aziz, I got me access to her by a stratagem, and it was this. When I entered her city with the caravan, I went forth and wandered about the gardens, till I came to one walled in and abounding in trees, whose keeper was a venerable old man of advanced age. I asked him to whom the garden belonged, and he replied, to the Lady Dunya, the king's daughter. We are now beneath her palace, added he, and when she is minded to divert herself, she opens the private door and walks in the garden and breathes the fragrance of the flowers. So I said to him, favor me by allowing me to sit in the garden till she comes, haply I may be fortunate enough to catch a sight of her as she passes. There can be no harm in that, answered he. So I gave him money and said to him, buy us something to eat. He took the money joyfully and opening the door, admitted me into the garden and carried me to a pleasant spot, where he bade me sit down and await his return. Then he brought me fruit and leaving me, returned after a while with a roasted lamb, of which we ate till we had enough, my heart yearning the while for a sight of the princess. Presently, as we sat, the postern opened and the keeper said to me, rise and hide thyself. I did so, and behold a black eunuch put out his head through the wicket and said, O elder, is there anyone with thee? No, answered he, and the eunuch said, shut the garden gate. So the keeper shut the gate, and the Lady Dunya came in by the private door. When I saw her, methought the moon had risen above the horizon and was shining, so I looked at her a long while and longed for her, as a man athirst longs for water. After a time she withdrew and shut the door, whereupon I left the garden and sought my lodging, knowing that I could not win to her and that I was no mate for her, more by token that I was become like unto a woman, having no manly gear, and she was a king's daughter and I but a merchant, so how could I have access to the like of her or to any other woman? Accordingly, when my companions made ready for departure, I too made ready and set out with them, and we journeyed till we arrived at this place, where we met with thee. This then is my story, and peace be on thee. When Taj el-Muluk heard the young merchant's account of the Princess Dunya and her beauty, fires raged in his bosom and his heart and thought were occupied with love for her, passion and longing were sore upon him and he knew not what to do. Then he mounted his horse and taking Aziz with him, returned to his father's capital, where he assigned the merchant a house and supplied him with all that he needed in the way of meat and drink and clothing. Then he left him and returned to his palace, with the tears running down his cheeks, for report, whiles, stands instead of sight and very knowledge. He abode thus till his father came in to him and finding him pale-faced, lean of body and tearful-eyed, knew that some chagrin had betided him and said to him, O my son, acquaint me with thy case and tell me what hath befallen thee, that thy color is changed and thy body wasted. So he told him all that had passed and how he had heard from Aziz of the Princess Dunya and had fallen in love with her on hearsay, without having set eyes on her. O my son, said the king, she is the daughter of a king whose country is far distant from ours. So put away this thought from thee and go into thy mother's palace. There are 500 damsels like moons, and whichsoever of them pleaseth thee, take her, or else we will seek thee in marriage some one of the king's daughters, fairer than the Lady Dunya. O my father, answered Taj el-Muluk, I desire none other, for she it is who wrought the gazelles that I saw, and I must have her, else I will flee into the deserts and waste places and slay myself for her sake. Then said his father, O my son, have patience with me, till I send to her father and demand her hand in marriage, as I did with thy mother. It may be that God will bring thee to thy desire, and if her father will not consent, I will shake his kingdom under him with an army, whose van shall be upon him, whilst the rear is yet with me. Then he sent for Aziz and said to him, O my son, dost thou know the way to the Camphor Islands? Yes, answered he, and the king said, It is my wish that thou accompany my vizier thither. I hear and obey, O king of the age, replied Aziz, whereupon the king summoned his vizier and said to him, Devise me some plan, whereby my son's affair may be rightly managed, and go to the king of the Camphor Islands and demand his daughter in marriage for Tej el Muluk." "I hear and obey," answered the vizier. Then Taj el Muluk returned to his dwelling place, and his longing redoubled, and impatience and unease were sore upon him, and when the night darkened upon him, he wept and sighed and complained and repeated the following verses. "The shadows darken and my tears flow I without avail, whilst in my heart the fires of love rage on and never fail. Question the nights of me, and they will testify to thee that I in all their endless hours do not but weep and wait. Wakeful for love longing and grief, I lie and watch the stars all night, what while upon my cheeks the tears fall down like hail. Lowly and helpless I abide, for such as lovers be have, as it were, nor kith nor kin to help them in their bale." Then he swooned away and did not recover his senses till the morning, when there came to him one of his father's servants, and standing at his head, summoned him to the king's presence. So he went with him, and his father, seeing that his pallor had increased, exhorted him to patience and promised him union with her he loved. Then he equipped Aziz and the vizier for the journey and gave them presents for the princess's father, and they set out and fared on night and day, till they drew near the Camphor Islands, when the vizier called a halt on the banks of a stream and dispatched a messenger to acquaint the king of his arrival. The messenger had not long been gone, when they saw, advancing towards them, the king's chamberlains and emirs, who met them at a parasang's distance from the city and escorted them to the royal presence. They laid before the king the gifts with which they were charged and enjoyed his hospitality 3 days. On the 4th day the vizier rose, and going in to the king, stood before him and acquainted him with the object of his visit, whereat he was perplexed and knew not what answer to make him, for that his daughter was averse from men and did not desire to marry. So he bowed his head a while, then raised it, and calling one of his eunuchs, said to him, "Go to thy mistress, the Princess Dunya, and repeat to her what thou hast heard, and tell her this vizier's errand." So the eunuch went out, and returning after a while, said to the king, "O king of the age, when I went to the lady Dunya and told her what I had heard, she was exceeding wroth and made at me with a staff, meaning to break my head, whereupon I fled from her, and she said to me, if my father force me to marry him whom I would, I will kill." Then said the king to the vizier and Aziz, "Salute the king your master and tell him what ye have heard, and that my daughter is averse from men and hath no mind to marry." So they returned, without having accomplished the object of their journey, and fared on till they rejoined the king and told him what had passed, whereupon he commanded the chief to summon the troops for war. But the vizier said to him, "O king, do not this, for the king is not at fault, seeing that, when his daughter learned our business, she sent to say that, if her father forced her to marry, she would kill her husband and herself after him, so the refusal comes from her." When the king heard this, he feared for Taj el Muluk and said, "If I make war on the king of the Camphor Islands and carry off his daughter, she will kill herself and it will profit me nothing." So he told his son how the case stood, and he said, "O my father, I cannot live without her, so I will go to her and cast about to get me access to her, though I die in the attempt." "How wilt thou go to her?" asked his father, and he answered, "In the disguise of a merchant." Then said the king, "If thou must go and there is no help for it, take with thee Aziz and the vizier." He agreed to this, and the king took money from his treasuries and made ready for him merchandise, to the value of 100,000 dinars, and when the night came Taj el Muluk went to Aziz's lodging and passed the night there, heart-smitten and taking no delight in food nor sleep, for melancholy was heavy upon him and he was agitated with longing for his beloved. So he besought the Creator to unite him with her and wept and groaned and complained, repeating the following verses. "Shall union after estrangement betide us, perchance, some day? Shall I ever make moan of my passion to thee, I wonder, and say, how oft have I called thee to mind, whilst the night in its trances slept? Thou hast made me waken, whilst all but I in oblivion lay." Then he wept sore and Aziz wept with him, for that he remembered his cousin, and they both ceased not to do thus till the morning, when Taj el-Muluk rose and went in to his mother in his traveling dress. She asked him of his case, and he told her what was to do, so she gave him 50,000 dinars and bade him farewell, offering up prayers for his safety and for his union with his beloved. Then he left her and betaking himself to his father, asked his leave to depart. The king granted him leave and presenting him with other 50,000 dinars, let pitch a tent for him without the city, in which they abode 2 days, then set out on their journey. And Taj el-Muluk delighted in Aziz's company and said to him, O my brother, I can never bear to be parted from thee. Nor I from thee, replied Aziz, and fain would I die at thy feet, but, O my brother, my heart is concerned for my mother. When we have attained our wish, said the prince, all will be well. As for the vizier, he exhorted Taj el-Muluk to patience, whilst Aziz entertained him with talk and recited verses to him and diverted him with stories and anecdotes, and so they fared on day and night for 2 whole months, till the way became tedious to the prince and the fires of passion redoubled on him. So he repeated the following verses. Long is the road and restlessness and grief redouble I, whilst in my breast the fires of love rage ever night and day. O thou, the goal of all my hopes, sole object of my wish, I swear by him, the Most High God, who molded man from clay. For love of thee I'd bear a load of longing and desire, such as the mountains of Shum might ne'er withal away. Indeed, O Lady of my world, love slayeth me outright, no breath of life in me is left, my fading sprite to stay. But for the hope of union with thee, that lures me on, my weary body had no strength to furnish forth the way. When he had finished, he wept and Aziz wept with him, from a lacerated heart, till the vizier was moved to pity by their weeping and said to the prince, O my lord, take courage and be of good cheer, all will yet be well. O vizier, said Taj el-Muluk, indeed I am weary of the length of the way. Tell me how far we are distant yet from the city. But a little way, replied Aziz. Then they continued their journey, traversing valleys and plains and hills and stony wastes, till one night, as Taj el-Muluk was asleep, he dreamt that his beloved was with him and that he embraced her and pressed her to his bosom, and he awoke, trembling and delirious with emotion, and repeated the following verses. My heart is maddened for love and my tears forever flow, and longing is ever upon me in unrelenting woe. My plaint is, for tears, as the mourning of women bereft of young, and I moan, when the darkness gathers, as the turtles, sad and low. Yet, if the breezes flutter from the land where thou dost dwell, their wafts o'er the earth, sun-weaned, a grateful coolness throw. Peace be on thee, my beloved, as long as the cushat flies, as long as the turtles warble, as long as the zephyrs blow. When he had finished, the vizier came to him and said, Rejoice, this is a good sign, so comfort thyself and be of good cheer, for thou shalt surely compass thy desire. And Aziz also came to him and exhorted him to patience and applied himself to divert him, talking with him and telling him stories. So they pressed on, night and day, other 2 months, till, one day, at sunrise, there appeared to them some white thing in the distance, and Taj el-Muluk said to Aziz, What is yonder whiteness? O my lord, answered he, that is the fortress of crystal and the city that thou seekest. At this the prince rejoiced, and they fared forward till they drew near the city, to the exceeding joy of Taj el-Muluk, whose grief and anxiety ceased from him. They entered, in the guise of merchants, the king's son being habited as a merchant of importance, and repaired to a great khan, known as the merchant's lodging. Quoth Taj el-Muluk to Aziz, Is this the resort of the merchants? Yes, replied he, it is the khan in which I lodged when I was here before. So they alighted there, and making their beasts kneel down, unloaded them and laid up their goods in the warehouses. They abode 4 days, resting, at the end of which time, the vizier proposed that they should hire a large house. To this they assented and hired a spacious house, fitted up for festivities, where they took up their abode, and the vizier and Aziz studied to devise some plan of conduct for Taj el-Muluk, whilst the latter remained in a state of perplexity, knowing not what to do. The vizier could think of nothing but that he should set up as a merchant in the stuff market, so he turned to the prince and Aziz and said to them, "If we tarry thus, we shall not compass our desire nor attain our aim, but I have bethought me of somewhat, in which, if it please God, we shall find our advantage." "Do what seemeth good to thee," replied Taj el-Muluk. "Indeed there is a blessing on the aged, more by token that thou art versed in the conduct of affairs, so tell me what is in thy mind." "It is my counsel," rejoined the vizier, "that we hire thee a shop in the stuff bazaar, where thou mayst sit to sell and buy. Everyone, great and small, hath need of silken and other stuffs, so if thou be patient and abide in thy shop, thine affairs will prosper, if it please God, especially as thou art comely of aspect. Moreover, I would have thee make Aziz thy factor and set him within the shop, to hand thee the pieces of stuffs and silks." When Taj el-Muluk heard this, he said, "This is a good counsel." So he took out a handsome suit of merchant's clothes, and putting it on, set out for the bazaar, followed by his servants, to one of whom he had given 1,000 dinars, wherewith to fit up the shop. When they came to the stuff market and the merchants saw Taj el-Muluk's beauty and grace, they were confounded, and some said, "Sure Rizwan hath opened the gates of paradise and left them unguarded, so that this passing lovely youth hath come out." And others, "Belike this is one of the angels." They asked for the shop of the overseer of the market, and the merchants directed them to it. So they repaired thither and saluted him, and he and those who were with him rose to them and seated them and made much of them because of the vizier, whom they saw to be a man of age and reverend aspect, and seeing Aziz and Taj el-Muluk in his company, they said to one another, "Doubtless this old man is the father of these two youths." Then said the vizier, "Which of you is the overseer of the market?" "This is he," answered they, whereupon he came forward, and the vizier, observing him, saw him to be an old man of grave and dignified carriage, with slaves and servants, white and black. He greeted them in the friendliest manner and was lavish in his attentions to them. Then he made them sit by his side and said to them, "Have you any business which we may have the pleasure of transacting?" "Yes," answered the vizier. "I am an old man, stricken in years, and have with me these two youths, with whom I have traveled through many towns and countries, tarrying a whole year in every city of importance on our way, that they might take their pleasure in viewing it and come to know its people. Now I have chosen to make a stay in this your town, so I would fain have thee allot me a handsome shop in the best situation, wherein I may establish them, that they may traffic and learn to buy and sell and give and take, whilst they divert themselves with the sight of the place and acquire the uses of its people." "Good," said the overseer, and looking at the two youths, rejoiced in them and conceived a great affection for them. Now he was a great lover of bewitching glances, preferring the commerce of boys to that of girls and inclining to their love. So he said in himself, "These be fine purchase, glory to him who created and fashioned them out of vile water," and rising, stood before them like a servant, to do them honor. Then he went out and made ready for them a shop in the midst of the market, than which there was no larger nor better in the bazaar, for it was spacious and handsomely decorated and fitted with shelves of ebony and ivory, after which he delivered the keys to the vizier, who was dressed as an old merchant, saying, "Take them, O my lord, and may God make it a blessed abiding place to thy sons." The vizier took the keys, and they returned to the Khan and caused their servants to transport to the shop all their goods and stuffs and valuables, of which they had great plenty, worth treasures of money. Next morning, the vizier carried the two young men to the bath, where they washed and put on rich clothes and perfumed themselves to the utmost therein. Now each of them was passing fair to look upon, and the bath enhanced their charms to the utmost, even as says the poet, "Good luck to him who in the bath doth serve him as his squire, handling a body gotten sure twixt water and the fire. With skilful hands he showeth forth the marvels of his craft, in that he gathers very musk from what is like camphire. When the overseer heard that they had gone to the bath, he sat down to await them, and presently they came up to him, like two gazelles, with red cheeks and black eyes and shining faces, as they were two lustrous moons or two fruit-laden saplings. When he saw them, he rose and said to them, "May your bath profit you ever." Whereupon Taj el-Muluk replied, with the sweetest of speech, "May God be bountiful to thee, O my father! Why didst thou not come with us and bathe in our company?" Then they both bent over his hands and kissing them, walked before him to the shop, to do him honor and show their respect for him, for that he was chief of the merchants and the market, as well as their sense of his kindness in giving them the shop. When he saw their hips quivering, emotion and longing redoubled on him, and he could not contain himself, but puffed and snorted and devoured them with his eyes, repeating the following verses. The heart in them studies the chapter of worship unshared, sheer no proofs of more gods to worship than one it readeth here. No wonder it is they tremble by reason of their weight. How much is there not of motion in that revolving sphere? And also these two fair ones walking on the earth mine eyes did late espy, two that I needs must love although they walked upon mine eye. When they heard this, they begged him to enter the bath with them a second time. He could hardly believe his ears, and hastening thither, went in with them. The vizier had not yet left the bath, so when he heard of the overseer's coming, he came out and meeting him in the outer room of the bath, invited him to enter. He refused, but Taj el-Muluk took him by one hand and Aziz by the other and carried him into a cabinet, the impure old man submitting to them, whilst his emotion increased on him. Then Taj el-Muluk swore that none but he should wash him, and Aziz that none but he should pour water on him. He would have refused, albeit this was what he desired, but the vizier said to him, "They are thy sons, let them wash thee and bathe thee." "God preserve them to thee," exclaimed the overseer. "By Allah, thy coming in theirs hath brought blessing and fortune upon our city," and he repeated the following verses. Thou camest, and the mountains about us grew green and glittered, with flowers for the bridegroom be seen. Whilst earth and her creatures cried, "Welcome to thee, thrice welcome, that comest in glory and sheen." They thanked him for this, and Taj el-Muluk proceeded to wash him, whilst Aziz poured water over him, and he thought himself in paradise. When they had made an end of his service, he called down blessings on them and sat talking with the vizier, gazing the while on the youths. Presently, the servants brought them towels, and they dried themselves and donned their clothes. Then they went out, and the vizier said to the overseer, "O my lord, verily the bath is the paradise of this world." "May God vouchsafe it to thee," replied the overseer, "and health to thy sons and guard them from the evil eye." Do you remember aught that the poets have said in praise of the bath? Yes, said Taj el-Muluk, and repeated the following verses. The life of the bath is the pleasantest part of life, except that the time of our sojourn there is slight. A heaven, wherein 'tis irksome to us to bide, a hell, into which we enter with delight. And I also, said Aziz, remember some verses in praise of the bath. Quoth the overseer, let us hear them. So he repeated the following. I know a house, wherein flowers from the sheer stone blow, most goodly, when the flames about it rage and glow. Thou deem'st it hell, and yet, in truth, 'tis paradise, and most that be therein are sun and moons, I trow. His verses pleased the overseer, and he wondered at their grace and eloquence, and said, By Allah, ye possess both beauty and eloquence. But now listen to me. And he chanted the following verses. O pleasance of hellfire and paradise of pain!
Bodies and souls therein indeed are born again.
I marvel at a house, whose pleasantness for aye doth flourish, though the flames beneath it rage amain. A sojourn of delight to those who visited it is, the pools on them their tears in torrents rain. Then he fed his eyes on the gardens of their beauty and repeated the following verses. I went to the bathkeeper's house and entered his dwelling place and found no doorkeeper there but met me with smiling face. I sojourned a while in his heaven and visited eke his hell and thanked both Malik and Rizwan for solace and kindly grace. They were charmed with these verses, and the overseer invited them to his house, but they declined and resumed to their own lodging, to rest from the great heat of the bath. They took their ease there and ate and drank and passed the night in the greatest comfort and delight, till morning, when they arose from sleep and making their ablutions, prayed the morning prayer and drank the morning draught. As soon as the sun had risen and the markets and shops were open, they went out to the bazaar and opened their shop, which their servants had already furnished, after the handsomest fashion, with prayer rugs and silken carpets and a pair of divans, each worth 100 dinars. On each divan they had spread a rug, carved with gold and fit for a king, and in the midst of the shop stood a third seat of still greater elegance, even as the case required. Taj el-Muluk sat down on one couch and Aziz on another, whilst the vizier seated himself on that in the center, and the servants stood before them. The people of the city heard of them and crowded to them, so that they sold some of their goods, and the report of Taj el-Muluk's beauty and grace spread throughout the place. Some days passed thus, and every day the people flocked to them more and more, till the vizier, after exhorting the prince to keep his secret, commended him to Aziz's care and went home, that he might be alone and cast about for some device that might profit them. Meanwhile, the two young men sat talking, and the prince said to Aziz, "It may be someone will come from the Princess Dunya." So he abode in expectation of this days and nights, whilst his heart was troubled and he knew neither sleep nor rest, for desire had gotten the mastery of him and passion and longing were sore upon him, so that he forewent the solace of sleep and abstained from meat and drink, yet ceased he not to be like the full moon. One day, as he sat in the shop, there came up an old woman, followed by two slave girls. She stopped before Taj el-Muluk and, observing his grace and elegance and symmetry, marveled at his beauty and sweated in her clothes, exclaiming, "Glory to him who created thee out of vile water and made thee a ravishment to all who look upon thee." And she fixed her eyes on him and said, "This is sure no mortal, but a noble angel." Then she drew near and saluted him, whereupon he returned her salute and, being prompted thereto by Aziz, rose to his feet to receive her and smiled in her face, after which he made her sit down by his side and fanned her, till she was rested and refreshed, when she turned to him and said, "O my son, while thou that art perfect in graces and charms, art thou of this country?" "By Allah, O my lady," answered he in the sweetest and pleasantest of voices, "I was never in this country in my life till now, nor do I sojourn here save for my diversion." "May all honor and prosperity attend thee," rejoined she. "What stuffs hast thou brought with thee? Show me something handsome, for the fair should bring nothing but what is fair." When he heard her words, his heart fluttered and he knew not what she meant, but Aziz made a sign to him, and he replied, "I have everything thou canst desire, and amongst the rest goods that befit none but kings and kings' daughters, so tell me for whom thou seekest the stuff, that I may show thee what will befit her." This he said, that he might learn the meaning of her words, and she rejoined, "I want a stuff fit for the Princess Dunya, daughter of King Shahriman." When the prince heard the name of his beloved, he rejoiced greatly and said to Aziz, "Give me such a bale." So Aziz brought it and opened it before Taj el-Muluk, who said to the old woman, "Choose what will suit her, for these are goods only to be found with me." So she chose goods worth 1,000 dinars and said, "How much is this?" And ceased not the while to talk with him and rubbed the inside of her thighs with the palm of her hand. shall I haggle with the like of thee about this paltry price? Answered he. Praised be God who hath brought me acquainted with thee. The name of God be upon thee, exclaimed she. I commend thy fair face to the protection of the Lord of the daybreak. Fair face and pleasant speech. Happy the woman who lies in thy bosom and clasps thy waist in her arms and enjoys thy youth, especially if she be fair and graceful like unto thee. At this, Taj el-Muluk laughed till he fell backward and said, in himself, O thou who fulfillest desires by means of dissolute old women. They are indeed the accomplishers of desires. Then said she, O my son, what is thy name? And he answered, My name is Taj el-Muluk. This is a name of kings and kings' sons, rejoined she, and thou art clad in a merchant's habit. Quoth Aziz, for the love his parents and family bore him and the value they set on him, they named him thus. Thou sayest sooth, replied the old woman. May God guard you both from the evil eye and the malice of the enemy and the envious, though hearts be broken by your charms. Then she took the stuff and went away, amazed at the prince's beauty and grace and symmetry, and going in to the Princess Dunya, said to her, O my lady, I have brought thee some handsome stuff. Show it me, said the princess. Here it is, answered the old woman, turn it over, O my treasure, and examine it. So the princess looked at the stuff and was amazed at its beauty and said, O my nurse, this is indeed handsome stuff. I have never seen its like in our city. O my lady, replied the nurse, he who sold it me is handsomer still. It would seem as if Rizwan had left the gates of paradise open and this youth had come out. I would he might sleep this night with thee and lie between thy breasts. He hath come hither with these stuffs for amusement's sake, and he is a ravishment to all who set eyes on him. The princess laughed at her words and said, Allah afflict thee, O pernicious old woman. Thou dotest and there is no sense left in thee. Give me the stuff, that I may look at it anew. So she gave it her, and she examined it again and seeing that though small, it was of great value, was moved to admiration, for she had never in her life seen its like, and exclaimed, By Allah, this is a handsome stuff. O my lady, said the old woman, if thou sawest him who sold it to me, thou wouldst know him for the handsomest of all that be upon the face of the earth. Quoth the princess, Didst thou ask him if he had any need, that we might satisfy it? The nurse shook her head and answered, God keep thy sagacity. Assuredly he has a want, may thy skill not fail thee. What man is free from wants? Go back to him, rejoined the princess, salute him for me, and say to him, Our land and town are honored by thy visit, and if thou hast any need, we will fulfill it to thee, on our head and eyes. So the old woman returned to Taj el-Muluk, and when he saw her, his heart leapt for joy and he rose to his feet and taking her hand, seated her by his side. As soon as she was rested she told him what the princess had said, whereat he rejoiced exceedingly, his breast dilated and gladness entered his heart, and he said in himself, Verily, I have gotten my desire. Then said he to the old woman, Belike thou wilt take her a message from me and bring me her answer. I hear and obey, replied she. So he said to Aziz, Bring me inkhorn and paper and a pen of brass. Aziz brought him what he sought, and he took the pen and wrote the following verses, I send thee, O my hope, a letter, to complain of all my soul endures for parting and its pain. 6 lines it hath, the first, a fire is in my heart, the next line setteth forth my passion all in vain. The third, my patience fails and eke my life doth waste, the fourth, all love with me forever shall remain. The fifth, when shall mine eyes behold thee? And the sixth, when shall the day betide of meeting for us twain? And by way of subscription he wrote these words, This letter is from the captive of desire, prisoned in the hold of longing, from which there is no deliverance but in union and intercourse with her whom he loveth, after absence and separation, for he suffereth grievous torment by reason of his severance from his beloved. Then his tears rushed out, and he wrote the following verses. I write to thee, my love, and the tears run down as I write, for the tears of my eyes, alike I cease never day or night. Yet do I not despair, mayhap, of God his grace, the day shall dawn for us of union and delight. Then he folded the letter and sealed it and gave it to the old woman, saying, Carry it to the Lady Denia. I hear and obey, answered she, whereupon he gave her 1,000 dinars and said to her, O my mother, accept this, as a token of my affection. She took the letter and the money, calling down blessings on him, and returned to the princess. When the latter saw her, she said to her, O my nurse, what is it he asks, that we may fulfill his wish to him? O my lady, replied the old woman, he sends thee this letter by me, and I know not what is in it. The princess took the letter and reading it, exclaimed, Who and what is this merchant that he should dare to write to me thus? And she buffeted her face, saying, What have we done that we should come in converse with shopkeepers? Alas! Alas! By Allah, but that I fear God the Most High, I would put him to death and crucify him before his shop. What is in the letter, asked the old woman, to trouble thy heart and move thine anger thus? Doth it contain a complaint of oppression or demand for the price of the stuff? Out on thee, answered the princess. There is none of this in it, naught but words of love and gallantry. This is all through thee, else how should this devil know me? O my lady, rejoined the old woman, thou sittest in thy high palace and none may win to thee, no, not even the birds of the air. God keep thee and keep thy youth from blame and reproach. Thou art a princess, the daughter of a king, and needest not reck of the barking of dogs. Blame me not that I brought thee this letter, knowing not what was in it, but it is my counsel that thou send him an answer, threatening him with death and forbidding him from this idle talk. Surely he will abstain and return not to the like of this. I fear, said the princess, that, if I write to him, he will conceive hopes of me. Quoth the old woman, when he reads thy threats and menace of punishment, he will desist. So the princess called for inkhorn and paper and pen of brass and wrote the following verses. O thou who feignest thee the prey of love and wakefulness and plainst of that thou dost endure for passion and distress. Think'st thou, deluded one, to win thy wishes of the moon? Did ever any of a moon get union and lease? I rid thee put away the thought of this thou seek'st from thee, for that therein but peril is for thee and weariness. If thou to this thy speech return, a grievous punishment shall surely fall on thee from me and ruin past redress. By him, the Almighty God, I swear, who molded man from clay, him who gave fire unto the sun and lit the moon no less. If thou offend anew, for sure, upon a cross of tree I'll have thee crucified for all thy wealth and goodliness. Then she folded the letter and giving it to the old woman, said, Carry this to him and bid him desist from this talk. I hear and obey, replied she, and taking the letter, returned, rejoicing, to her own house, where she passed the night and in the morning betook herself to the shop of Taj el-Muluk, whom she found expecting her. At sight of her, he well-nigh lost his reason for delight, and when she came up to him, he rose to his feet and seated her by his side. Then she brought out the letter and gave it to him, saying, Read this. When the princess read thy letter, she was angry, but I coaxed her and jested with her till I made her laugh, and she had pity on thee and has returned thee an answer. He thanked her and bade Aziz give her 1,000 dinars, then he read her letter and fell to weeping sore, so that the old woman's heart was moved to pity for him and his tears and complaints grieved her. So she said to him, O my son, what is there in this scroll that makes thee weep? She threatens me with death and crucifixion, replied he, and forbids me to write to her, but if I write not, my death were better than my life. So take thou my answer to her letter and let her do what she will. By the life of thy youth, rejoined the old woman, needs must I venture my life for thee, that I may bring thee to thy desire and help thee to win that thou hast at heart. And he said, Whatever thou dost, I will requite thee therefore, and do thou determine of it, for thou art versed in affairs and skilled in all fashions of intrigue, difficult matters are easy to thee, and God can do all things. Then he took a scroll and wrote therein the following verses. My love with slaughter threatens me, woe's me for my distress. But death is foreordained, to me, indeed, 'twere happiness. Better death and a lover's woes than that a weary life he live, rejected and forlorn, forbidden from lease. Visit a lover, for God's sake, whose every helper fails, and with thy sight thy captive slave and bondman deign to bless. Have ruth upon me, lady mine, for loving thee, for all, who love the noble, stand excused for very passion's stress. Then he sighed heavily and wept, till the old woman wept also, and taking the letter, said to him, Take heart and be of good cheer, for it shall go hard but I bring thee to thy desire. Then she rose and leaving him on coals of fire, returned to the princess, whom she found still pale with rage at Taj el-Muluk's first letter. The nurse gave her his second letter, whereupon her anger redoubled and she said, Did I not say he would conceive hopes of us? What is this dog, replied the old woman, that he should conceive hopes of thee? Quoth the princess, Go back to him and tell him that, if he write to me again, I will have his head cut off. Write this in a letter, answered the nurse, and I will take it to him, that his fear may be the greater. So she took a scroll and wrote thereon the following verses. Hark ye thou that lett'st the lessons of the past unheeded lie, thou that look'st aloft, yet lackest power to win thy goal on high. Thinkest thou to reach Es-Soha, O deluded one, although even the moon's too far to come at, shining in the middle sky? How then darest thou hope my favors and aspire to twin delight in my spear-straight shape and slender in thine arms to girdle sigh? Leave this purpose, lest mine anger fall on thee some day of wrath, such as e'en the parting places shall with white for terror die. Then she folded the letter and gave it to the old woman, who took it and returned to Taj el-Muluk. When he saw her, he rose to his feet and exclaimed, May God not bereave me of the blessing of thy coming. Quoth she, Take the answer to thy letter. He took it and reading it, wept sore and said, Would someone would slay me now, for indeed death were easier to me than this my state. Then he took pen and inkhorn and paper and wrote the following verses. O my hope, have done with rigor, lay disdain and anger by, visit one who, drowned in passion, doth for love and longing sigh. Think not, under thine estrangement, that my life I will endure. Lo, my soul, for very severance from thy sight, is like to die. Then he folded the letter and gave it to the old woman, saying, Grudge it not to me, though I have wearied thee to no purpose. And he bade Aziz give her other 1,000 dinars, saying, O my mother, needs must this letter result in perfect union or complete separation. O my son, replied she, by Allah, I desire not but thy will, and it is my wish that she be thine, for indeed thou art the resplendent moon and she the rising sun. If I do not bring you together, there is no profit in my life. These 90 years have I lived in the practice of wile and intrigue, so how should I fail to unite two lovers, though in defiance of law? Then she took leave of him, after comforting his heart, and returned to the palace. Now she had hidden the letter in her hair, so she sat down by the princess and rubbing her head, said, O my lady, maybe thou wilt comb out my hair, for it is long since I went to the bath. The princess bared her arms to the elbow and letting down the old woman's hair, began to comb it, when out dropped the letter and Dunya seeing it, asked what it was. Quoth the nurse, "This paper must have stuck to me, as I sat in the merchant's shop. Give it me, that I may return it to him, belike it contains some reckoning of which he hath need." But the princess opened it, and reading it, cried out, "This is one of thy tricks, and hadst thou not reared me, I would lay violent hands on thee forthright. Verily God hath afflicted me with this merchant, but all that hath befallen me with him is of thy contrivance. I know not whence this fellow can have come, none but he would venture to affront me thus, and I fear lest this my case get wind, the more that it concerns one who is neither of my rank nor of my peers." "None would dare speak of this," rejoined the old woman, "for fear of thine anger and awe of thy father, so there can be no harm in sending him an answer." "O my nurse," said the princess, "verily this fellow is a devil. How can he dare to use such language to me and not dread the Sultan's wrath? Indeed, I am perplexed about his case. If I order him to be put to death, it were unjust, and if I leave him, his presumption will increase." "Write him a letter," rejoined the old woman, "it may be he will desist." So she called for pen and ink and paper and wrote the following verses. "Again and again I chide thee, yet folly ever again lures thee. How long, with my writing, in verse shall I bid thee refrain? Whilst thou but growest in boldness for all forbidding? But I know grace save to keep thy secret, unto thy prayers may deign. Conceal thy passion nor ever reveal it, for, an thou speak, I will surely show thee no mercy nor yet my wrath contain. If to thy foolish daring thou turn thee anew, for sure, the raven of evil omen shall croak for thee death and bane. And slaughter shall come upon thee ere long, and under the earth to seek for a place of abiding, God wot, thou shalt be fain. Thy people, O self-deluder, thou wilt leave in mourning for thee, aye, all their lives they shall sorrow for thee, for done and slain." Then she folded the letter and committed it to the old woman, who took it and returning to Taj el-Muluk, gave it to him. When he read it, he knew that the princess was hard-hearted and that he should not win to her, so he complained to the vizier and besought his advice. Quoth he, "Nothing will profit thee save that thou write to her and invoke the wrath of God upon her." And he said to Aziz, "O my brother, do thou write to her in my name, according to thy knowledge." So Aziz took a scroll and wrote the following verses. "O Lord, by the 5 elders, deliver me, I pray, and her, for whom I suffer, in like affliction lay. Thou knowest that I weary in raging flames of love, whilst she I love is cruel and saith me ever nay. How long shall I be tender to her, despite my pain? How long shall she ride roughshod o'er my weakness night and day? In agonies I wander of never-ceasing death and find nor friend nor helper, O Lord, to be my stay. Full fain would I forget her, but how can I forget, when for desire my patience is wasted all away? Thou that forbidst my passion the sweets of happy love, art thou then safe from fortune, that shifts and changes aye? Art thou not glad and easeful and blessed with happy life, whilst I, for thee, an exile from folk and country stray?" Then he folded the letter and gave it to Taj el-Muluk, who read the verses and was pleased with them. So he handed the letter to the old woman, who took it and carried it to the princess. When she read it, she was greatly enraged and said, "All that has befallen me comes from this pernicious old woman." Then she cried out to the damsels and eunuchs, saying, "Seize this accursed old trickstress and beat her with your slippers." So they beat her till she swooned away, and when she revived, the princess said to her, "By Allah, O wicked old woman, did I not fear God the Most High, I would kill thee." Then she bade them beat her again, and they did so, till she fainted a second time, whereupon the princess ordered them to drag her forth and throw her without the palace. So they dragged her along on her face and threw her down before the gate. When she came to herself, she rose and made the best of her way home, walking and resting by turns. She passed the night in her own house, and in the morning, she went to Taj el-Muluk and told him what had passed, at which she was distressed and said, "O my mother, this that has befallen thee is grievous to us, but all things are according to fate and destiny." "Take comfort and be of good cheer," replied she, "for I will not give over striving, till I have brought thee and her together and made thee to enjoy the vile baggage who hath tortured me with beating." Quoth the prince, "Tell me the reason of her aversion to men." "It arose from what she saw in a dream," answered the old woman. "And what was this dream?" asked the prince. "One night," replied she, "as she lay asleep, she saw a fowler spread his net upon the ground and scatter grain round it. Then he sat down hard by, and all the birds in the neighborhood flocked to the net. Amongst the rest she saw a pair of pigeons, male and female, and whilst she was watching the net, the male bird's foot caught in it and he began to struggle, whereupon all the other birds took fright and flew away. But presently his mate came back and hovered over him, then alighted on the net, unobserved by the fowler, and fell to picking and pulling at the mesh in which the male bird's foot was entangled with her beak, till she released him and they flew away together. Then the fowler came up and mended his net and seated himself afar off. After a while, the birds came back and the female pigeon was caught in the net, whereupon all the other birds took fright and flew away, and the male pigeon flew away with the rest and did not return to his mate. Then came the fowler and took the female pigeon and killed her. So the princess awoke, troubled by her dream, and said, "All males are worthless, like this pigeon, and men in general are wanting in goodness to women." When the old woman had made an end of her story, the prince said to her, "O my mother, I desire to have one look at her, though it be my death, so do thou contrive me some means of seeing her." "Know then," answered she, "that she hath under her palace windows a pleasure garden, to which she resorts once in every month by the private door. In 10 days, the time of her thus going forth will arrive, so when she is about to visit the garden, I will come and tell thee, that thou mayst go thither and meet her. And look thou quit not the garden, for haply, if she sees thy beauty and grace, her heart will be taken with love of thee, and love is the most potent means of union." "I hear and obey," replied Taj el-Muluk. Then he and Aziz left the shop, and taking the old woman with them, showed her where they lodged. Then said the prince to Aziz, "I have no further need of the shop, having fulfilled my purpose of it, so I give it to thee with all that is in it, for that thou hast come abroad with me and hast left thy country for my sake." Aziz accepted his gift and they sat conversing a while, the prince questioning the young merchant of the strange passages of his life and the latter acquainting him with the particulars thereof. Presently, they went to the vizier and acquainting him with Taj el-Muluk's purpose, asked him what they should do. "Let us go to the garden," answered he. So they donned their richest clothes and went forth, followed by 3 white slaves, to the garden, which they found thick with trees and abounding in rills. At the gate, they saw the keeper sitting, so they saluted him and he returned their salute. Then the vizier gave him 100 dinars, saying, "Prithee, take this spending money and fetch us something to eat, for we are strangers and I have with me these 2 lads, whom I wish to divert." The gardener took the money and said to them, "Enter and take your pleasure in the garden, for it is all yours, and sit down till I bring you what you require." So he went to the market, and the vizier and his companions entered the garden. In a little while, the gardener returned with a roasted lamb and bread as white as cotton, which he placed before them, and they ate and drank, after which he set on sweetmeats, and they ate of them, then washed their hands and sat talking. Presently the vizier said to the gardener, "Tell me about this garden, is it thine or dost thou rent it?" "It does not belong to me," replied he, "but to the Princess Dunya, the king's daughter." "What is thy wage?" asked the vizier, and the gardener answered, 1 dinar every month and no more. Then the vizier looked round about the garden, and seeing in its midst a pavilion, lofty but old and dilapidated, said to the keeper, O elder, I am minded to do here a good work, by which thou shalt remember me. O my lord, rejoined the other, what is that? Take these 300 dinars, answered the vizier. When the keeper heard speak of the dinars, he said, O my lord, do what thou wilt. So the vizier gave him the money, saying, God willing, we will work a good work in this place. Then they left the garden and returned to their lodging, where they passed the night. Next day, the vizier sent for a plasterer and a painter and a skillful goldsmith, and furnishing them with all the tools and materials that they required, carried them to the garden, where he bade them plaster the walls of the pavilion and decorate it with various kinds of paintings. Then he sent for gold and ultramarine and said to the painter, Paint me on the wall, at the upper end of the saloon, a fowler, with his net spread and birds lighted round them, and a female pigeon fallen into the net and entangled therein by the bill. Let this fill one compartment of the wall, and on the other paint the fowler seizing the pigeon and setting the knife to her throat, whilst the third compartment of the picture must show a great hawk seizing the male pigeon, her mate, and digging his talons into him. The painter did as the vizier bade him, and when he and the other workmen had finished, they took their hire and went away. Then the vizier and his companions took leave of the gardener and returned to their lodging, where they sat down to converse. And Taj el-Muluk said to Aziz, O my brother, recite me some verses, haply it may dilate my breast and dispel my sad thoughts and assuage the fire of my heart. So Aziz chanted the following verses. All that they fable lovers feel of anguish and despite, I in myself comprise, and so my strength is crushed outright. And if thou seek'st a watering place, see, from my streaming eyes, rivers of tears for those who thirst run ever day and night. Or, if thou fain wouldst look upon the ruin passion's hands can wreak on lovers, let thy gaze upon my body light. And his eyes ran over with tears, and he repeated these verses also. Who loves not the necks and the eyes of the fair and pretends, forsooth, to know the delight of the world, God what, he speaks not the truth. For in love is a secret meaning that none may win to know save he who has loved indeed and known its wrath and ruth. May God not lighten my heart of passion for her I love, nor ease my eyelids, for love, of wakefulness in my youth. Then he sang the following. Avicenna pretends, in his writings renowned, that the lover's best medicine is song and sweet sound. And dalliance with one of his sex like his love and drinking, with waters and fruits all around. I took me another, to heal me for thee, and fate was propitious and grace did abound. Yet I knew love a mortal disease, against which Avicenna his remedy idle I found. Taj el-Muluk was pleased with his verses and wondered at his eloquence and the excellence of his recitation, saying, Indeed thou hast done away from me somewhat of my concern. Then said the vizier, Of a truth there occurred to those of times past what astounds those who hear it. If thou canst recall any fine verse of this kind, quoth the prince, I prithee let us hear it and keep the talk in vogue. So the vizier chanted the following verses. Methought thy favors might be bought, and thou to give consent to union won by gifts of gold and grace and blandishment. And eke, for ignorance, I deemed thy love an easy thing, thy love in which the noblest souls for languor are forspent. Until I saw thee choose one out and gratify that one with sweet and subtle favors. Then, to me 'twas evident. Thy graces never might be won by any artifice, so underneath my wing my head I hid incontinent. And in the nest of passion made my heart's abiding place, wherein my morning and my night forevermore are pent. Meanwhile the old woman remained shut up in her house till it befell that the princess was taken with a desire to divert herself in the garden. Now this she had been wont to do only in company with her nurse, so she sent for her and spoke her fair and made her peace with her, saying, I wish to go forth to the garden, that I may divert myself with the sight of its trees and fruits and gladden my heart with its flowers. I hear and obey, replied the old woman, but let me first go to my house and change my dress, and I will be with thee anon. Go, said the princess, but be not long absent from me. So the old woman left her and repairing to Taj el-Muluk, said to him, Don thy richest clothes and go to the gardener and salute him and make shift to hide thyself in the garden. I hear and obey, answered he, and she agreed with him upon a signal to be made by her to him and returned to the princess. As soon as she was gone, the vizier and Aziz rose and dressed Taj el-Muluk in a right costly suit of king's raiment, worth 5,000 dinars, and girt his middle with a girdle of gold set with jewels. Then he repaired to the garden and found the keeper seated at the gate. As soon as the latter saw him, he sprang to his feet and received him with all respect and consideration, and opening the gate, said, Enter and take thy pleasure in the garden. Now the gardener knew not that the princess was to visit the garden that day, but Taj el-Muluk had been there but a little while, when he heard a noise and ere he could think, out came the eunuchs and damsels by the private door. When the gardener saw this, he came up to the prince and said to him, O my lord, what is to be done? The Princess Dunya, the king's daughter, is here. Fear not, replied the prince, no harm shall befall thee, for I will conceal myself somewhere about the garden. So the gardener exhorted him to the utmost prudence and went away. Presently, the princess entered the garden, attended by her damsels and the old woman, who said to herself, If these eunuchs abide with us, we shall not attain our object. So she said to the princess, O my lady, I have somewhat to say to thee that will be for thy heart's ease. Say on, replied the princess. O my lady, said the old woman, thou hast no present need of these eunuchs, send them away, for thou wilt not be able to divert thyself at thine ease, whilst they are with us. Thou art right, rejoined the princess. So she dismissed the eunuchs and began to walk about, whilst Taj el-Muluk fed his eyes on her beauty and grace, without her knowledge, and fainted every time he looked at her, by reason of her surpassing loveliness. The old woman held her in converse and drew her on till they reached the pavilion, which the vizier had caused to be decorated afresh, when the princess entered and looking round, perceived the picture of the fowler and the birds, whereupon she exclaimed, Glory be to God! This is the very presentment of what I saw in my dream. She continued to gaze at the painting, full of admiration, and presently she said, O my nurse, I have been wont to blame and dislike men, by reason of my having seen in my dream the female pigeon abandoned by her mate, but now see how the male pigeon was minded to return and set her free, but the hawk met him and tore him in pieces. The old woman, however, feigned ignorance and ceased not to hold her in converse, till they drew near the place where the prince lay hidden, whereupon she signed to him to come out and walk under the windows of the pavilion. He did so, and presently the princess, chancing to look out, saw him and noting his beauty and symmetry, said to the old woman, O my nurse, whence comes yonder handsome youth? I know nothing of him, replied the old woman, except that I think he must be some great king's son, for he attains the utmost extreme of beauty and grace. The princess fell passionately in love with him, the spells that bound her were dissolved and her reason was overcome by his beauty and elegance. So she said to the old woman, O my nurse, this is indeed a handsome youth. Thou art in the right, O my lady, replied the nurse and signed to Taj el-Muluk to go home. So he went away, not daring to cross her though desire flamed in him and he was distraught for love and longing, and taking leave of the gardener, returned to his lodging, where he told the vizier and Aziz all that had passed. They exhorted him to patience, saying, Did not the old woman know that there was an object to be gained by thy departure, she had not signed to thee to return home. Meanwhile, desire and passion redoubled upon the princess, and she was overcome with love-longing and said to the old woman, I know not how I shall foregather with this youth, but through thee. God be my refuge from Satan the accursed, exclaimed the old woman. Thou that art averse from men, how comes it that thou art thus afflicted with love of this young man? Though, by Allah, none is worthy of thy youth but he. O my nurse, said the princess, help me to foregather with him, and thou shalt have of me 1,000 dinars and a dress worth as much more, but if thou aid me not to come at him, I shall assuredly die. Go to thy palace, replied the nurse, and leave me to devise means for bringing you together. I will risk my life to content you both. So the princess returned to her palace, and the old woman betook herself to Taj el-Muluk, who rose to receive her and entreated her with respect and honor, making her sit by his side. Then said she, the device hath succeeded, and told him all that had passed between the princess and herself. When is our meeting to be? Asked he. Tomorrow, replied the old woman. So he gave her 1,000 dinars and a dress of equal value, and she took them and returned to the princess, who said to her, as soon as she saw her, O my nurse, what news of my beloved? I have discovered where he lives, replied she, and will bring him to thee tomorrow. At this the princess was glad and gave her 1,000 dinars and a dress worth as much more, with which she returned to her own house, where she passed the night. Next morning, she went to Taj el-Muluk and dressing him in women's clothes, said to him, Follow me and sway from side to side, as thou goest, and do not hasten in thy walk nor take heed of any that speaks to thee. Then she went out and walked on, followed by the prince, whom she continued to lessen and hearten by the way, that he might not be afraid, till they came to the palace gate. She entered and the prince after her, and she led him through doors and vestibules, till they had passed 6 doors. As they approached the 7th door, she said to him, Take courage, and when I call out to thee and say, Pass, O damsel, do not hesitate, but hasten on. When thou art in the vestibule, thou wilt see on thy left a gallery, with doors along it, count 5 doors and enter the 6th, for therein is thy desire. And whither wilt thou go? Asked the prince. Nowhere, answered she, except that I may drop behind thee and the chief eunuch may detain me, whilst I talk with him. Then they went up to the door, where the chief eunuch was stationed, and he, seeing Taj el-Muluk with her, dressed as a slave girl, said to the old woman, What girl is this with thee? Quoth she, This is a slave girl of whom the Princess Dunya has heard that she is skilled in different arts, and she hath a mind to buy her. I know no slave girl, rejoined the eunuch, nor any one else, and none shall enter here without being searched by me, according to the king's orders. At this the old woman feigned to be angry and said, I thought thee a man of sense and good breeding, but, if thou be changed, I will let the princess know of it and how thou hinderest her slave girl. Then she cried out to Taj el-Muluk, saying, Pass on, O damsel. So he passed on into the vestibule, whilst the eunuch was silent and said nothing. Then the prince counted 5 doors and entered the 6th, where he found the Princess Dunya standing awaiting him. As soon as she saw him, she knew him and pressed him to her bosom, and he returned her embrace. Then the old woman came in to them, having made a pretext to dismiss the princess's attendants for fear of discovery, and the princess said to her, Do thou keep the door. So she and Taj el-Muluk abode alone together and passed the night in kissing and embracing and twining leg with leg. When the day drew near, she left him and shutting the door upon him, passed into another apartment, where she sat down according to her wont, whilst her women came in to her, and she attended to their affairs and conversed with them awhile. Then she said to them, Leave me now, for I wish to be alone. So they withdrew and she betook herself to Taj el-Muluk, and the old woman brought them food, of which they ate and after fell again to amorous dalliance, till the dawn. Then the princess left him, and locked the door as before, and they ceased not to do thus for a whole month. Meanwhile, the vizier and Aziz, when they found that the prince did not return from the princess's palace all this while, gave him up for lost, and Aziz said to the vizier, "O my father, what shall we do?" "O my son," answered he, "this is a difficult matter, and except we return to his father and tell him, he will blame us." So they made ready at once, and setting out, journeyed night and day along the valleys, in the direction of the green country, till they reached King Sulayman's capital, and presenting themselves before him, acquainted him with what had befallen his son, and how they had heard no news of him, since he entered the princess's palace. At this the king was greatly troubled, and regret was sore upon him, and he let call a holy war throughout his realm. Then he encamped without the town with his troops, and took up his abode in his pavilion, whilst the levies came from all parts of the kingdom, for his subjects loved him by reason of his much justice and beneficence. As soon as his forces were assembled, he took horse, with an army covering the country as far as the eye could reach, and departed in quest of his son Taj el-Muluk. Meanwhile, the latter sojourned with the princess half a year's time, whilst every day they redoubled in mutual affection and distraction, and passion and love-longing and desire so pressed upon Taj el-Muluk, that at last he opened his mind to the princess and said to her, "Know, O beloved of my heart and entrails, that the longer I abide with thee, the more longing and passion and desire increase on me, for that I have not yet fulfilled the whole of my desire." "What then wouldst thou have, O light of my eyes and fruit of my entrails?" asked she. "If thou desire aught beside kissing and embracing and entwining of legs, do what pleases thee, for, by Allah, none hath any part in us." "It is not that I desire," rejoined he, "but I would fain acquaint thee with my true history. I am no merchant, but a king, the son of a king, and my father is the supreme king Sulayman Shah, who sent his vizier ambassador to thy father, to demand thy hand for me in marriage, but thou wouldst not consent." Then he told her his story from first to last, nor is there any profit in repeating it, and added, "And now I wish to return to my father, that he may send an ambassador to thy father, to demand thy hand for me, so we may be at ease." When she heard this, she rejoiced greatly, because it fell in with her own wishes, and they passed the night on this understanding. But by the decree of fate, it befell that sleep overcame them that night above all nights, and they slept till the sun had risen. Now at this hour, King Shahriman was sitting on his chair of estate, with his emirs and grandees before him, when the chief of the goldsmiths presented himself before him carrying a large box, which he opened and brought out therefrom a small casket worth 100,000 dinars, for that which was therein of rubies and emeralds and other jewels, beyond the competence of any king. When the king saw this, he marveled at its beauty, and turning to the chief eunuch, him with whom the old woman had had to do, as before related, said to him, "O Kafur, take this casket to the Princess Dunya." The eunuch took the casket, and repairing to the princess's apartment, found the door shut and the old woman lying asleep on the threshold, whereupon said he, "Asleep at this hour?" His voice aroused the old woman, who was terrified, and said to him, "Wait till I fetch the key." Then she went out and fled for her life, but the eunuch, having his suspicions of her, lifted the door off its hinges, and entering, found the princess and Taj el-Muluk lying asleep in each other's arms. At this sight he was confounded, and was about to return to the king, when the princess awoke, and seeing him, was terrified and changed color, and said to him, "O Kafur, veil thou what God hath veiled." But he replied, "I cannot conceal aught from the king," and locking the door on them, returned to Shahriman, who said to him, "Hast thou given the casket to the princess?" "Here is the casket," answered the eunuch. "Take it, for I cannot conceal aught from thee. Know that I found a handsome young man in the princess's arms, and they asleep in one bed." The king commanded them to be fetched, and said to them, "What manner of thing is this?" and being violently enraged, seized a dagger and was about to strike Taj el-Muluk with it, when the princess threw herself upon him and said to her father, "Slay me before him." The king reviled her and commanded her to be taken back to her chamber. Then he turned to Taj el-Muluk and said to him, Woe to thee! Whence art thou? Who is thy father, and what hath emboldened thee to debauch my daughter? Know, O king, replied the prince, that if thou put me to death, thou wilt repent it, for it will be thy ruin and that of all in thy dominions. How so? Asked the king. Know, answered Taj el-Muluk, that I am the son of King Sulayman Shah, and before thou knowest it, he will be upon thee with his horse and foot. When King Shahriman heard this, he would have forborne to kill Taj el-Muluk and put him in prison, till he should know the truth of his words, but his vizier said to him, O king of the age, it is my counsel that thou make haste to slay this gallows bird, that dares debauch kings' daughters. So the king said to the headsman, Strike off his head, for he is a traitor. Accordingly, the headsman took him and binding him fast, raised his hand to the emirs, as if to consult them, a first and a second time, thinking to gain time, but the king said to him, How long wilt thou consult the emirs? If thou do so again, I will strike off thine own head. So the headsman raised his hand, till the hair of his armpit appeared, and was about to smite off Taj el-Muluk's head, when suddenly loud cries arose and the people closed their strops, whereupon the king said to him, Wait a while, and dispatched one to learn the news. Presently, the messenger returned and said, I see an army like the stormy sea with its clashing billows, the earth trembles with the tramp of their horses, and I know not the reason of their coming. When the king heard this, he was confounded and feared lest his realm should be torn from him, so he turned to his vizier and said, Have not any of our troops gone forth to meet this army? But before he had done speaking, his chamberlains entered with messengers from the approaching host, and amongst them the vizier who had accompanied Taj el-Muluk. They saluted the king, who rose to receive them and bidding them draw near, inquired the reason of their coming, whereupon the vizier came forward and said, Know that he who hath invaded thy realm is no king like unto the kings and sultans of time past. Who is he? Asked Shahriman, and the vizier replied, He is the Lord of justice and loyalty, the report of whose magnanimity the caravans have blazed abroad, the Sultan Sulayman Shah, Lord of the Green Country and the Two Columns and the mountains of Ispahan, he who loves justice and equity and abhors iniquity and oppression. He saith to thee that his son, the darling of his heart and the fruit of his loins, is with thee and in this thy city, and if he find him in safety, his aim is won and thou shalt have praise and thanks, but if he have disappeared from thy dominions or if aught have befallen him, look thou for ruin and the laying waste of thy realm, for this thy city shall become a desert, in which the raven shall croak. Thus have I done my errand to thee and peace be on thee. When King Shahriman heard these words, his heart was troubled and he feared for his kingdom, so he cried out for his grandees and viziers and chamberlains and officers, and when they appeared, he said to them, Out on you! Go down and search for the young man. Now the prince was still under the headsman's hands, but he was changed by the fright he had undergone. Presently, the vizier, chancing to look aside, saw the prince on the carpet of blood and knew him, so he threw himself upon him, as did the other envoys. Then they loosed his bonds and kissed his hands and feet, whereupon he opened his eyes and recognizing his father's vizier and his friend Aziz, fell down in a swoon, for excess of delight in them. When King Shahriman saw that the coming of the army was indeed on this youth's account, he was confounded and feared greatly, so he went up to Taj el-Muluk and kissing his head, said to him, with streaming eyes, O my son, bear me not malice neither blame the sinner for his evil-doing, but have compassion on my grey hairs and do not lay waste my kingdom. But Taj el-Muluk drew near unto him and kissing his hand, replied, Fear not, no harm shall come to thee, for indeed thou art to me as my father, but look that naught befall my beloved, the Lady Dunya. O my lord, replied the king, fear not for her, naught but joy shall betide her. And he went on to excuse himself to him and made his peace with King Sulayman's vizier, to whom he promised much money, if he would conceal from the king what he had seen. Then he bade his officers carry the prince to the bath and clothe him in one of the best of his own suits and bring him back speedily. So they carried him to the bath and brought him back to the presence chamber, after having clad him in the suit that the king had set apart for him. When he entered, the king rose to receive him and made all his grandees stand in attendance on him. Then he sat down to converse with Aziz and the vizier and acquainted them with what had befallen him, after which they told him how they had returned to his father and given him to know of his son's perilous plight, and added, "And indeed our coming hath brought thee relief and us gladness." Quoth he, "Good fortune hath attended your every action, first and last." Meanwhile, King Shahriman went in to his daughter, the Princess Dunya, and found her weeping and lamenting for Taj el-Muluk. Moreover, she had taken a sword and fixed the hilt in the earth, with the point to her heart between her breasts, and she bent over it, saying, "Needs must I kill myself and not live after my beloved." When her father entered and saw her in this case, he cried out, "O princess of kings' daughters, hold thy hand and have compassion on thy father and the people of thy realm." Then he came up to her and said, "God forbid that an ill thing should befall thy father for thy sake." And he told her that her lover was the son of King Sulayman Shah and sought her to wife, and that the marriage waited only for her consent, whereat she smiled and said, "Did I not tell thee that he was a king's son? By Allah, I must let him crucify thee on a piece of wood worth 2 dirhams. "O my daughter," answered the king, "have mercy on me, so may God have mercy on thee." "Harkee," rejoined she, "make haste and bring him to me without delay." The king replied, "On my head and eyes be it," and returning in haste to Taj el-Muluk, repeated her words in his ear. So he arose and accompanied the king to the princess, who caught hold of him and embraced him in her father's presence and kissed him, saying, "Thou hast made me a weary woman." Then she turned to her father and said to him, "Sawst thou ever any do hurt to the like of this fair creature, more by token that he is a king, the son of a king, and of the freeborn, guarded against abominations?" Therewith Shahriman went out, and shutting the door on them with his own hand, returned to the vizier and the other envoys and bade them report to their king that his son was in health and gladness and enjoying all delight of life with his beloved. So they returned to King Sulayman and acquainted him with this, whereat he rejoiced and exclaimed, "Praised be God who hath brought my son to his desire." Meanwhile, King Shahriman dispatched largesse of money and victual to King Sulayman's troops, and choosing out 100 coursers and 100 dromedaries and 100 white slaves and 100 concubines and 100 black slaves and 100 female slaves, sent them all to the king as a present. Then he took horse, with his grandees and chief officers, and rode out of the city in the direction of King Sulayman's camp. As soon as the latter knew of his approach, he rose and advancing some paces to meet him, took him in his arms and made him sit down beside himself on the royal couch, where they conversed a while frankly and cheerfully. Then food was set before them, followed by sweetmeats and fruits, and they ate till they were satisfied. Presently, they were joined by Taj el-Muluk, richly dressed and adorned, and when his father saw him, he rose and embraced him and kissed him. Then the two kings seated him between them, whilst all who were present rose to do him honor, and they sat conversing a while, after which quoth King Sulayman to King Shahriman, "I wish to have the contract between my son and thy daughter drawn up in the presence of witnesses, that the marriage may be made public, as of wont." "I hear and obey," answered King Shahriman, and summoned the Qadi and the witnesses, who came and drew up the marriage contract between the prince and princess. Then they gave largesse of money and sweetmeats and burnt perfumes and sprinkled essences. And indeed it was a day of joy and festivity, and the grandees and soldiers rejoiced therein. Then King Shahriman proceeded to equip his daughter, and Taj el-Muluk said to his father, "Of a truth, this young man Aziz is a man of great worth and generosity, and hath done me right noble service, having wearied for me and travelled with me till he brought me to my desire." Indeed, he ceased never to have patience with me and exhort me to patience, till I accomplished my intent, and he has now companied with us 2 whole years, cut off from his native land. So now I purpose to equip him with merchandise, that he may depart with a light heart, for his country is near at hand. It is well seen, replied his father. So they made ready 100 loads of the richest and most costly stuffs, which Taj el-Muluk presented to Aziz, saying, O my brother and my true friend, take these loads and accept them from me, as a gift in token of affection, and go in peace to thine own country. Aziz accepted the presents and kissing the earth before the prince and his father, bade them farewell. Moreover, Taj el-Muluk mounted and brought him 3 miles on his homeward way, after which Aziz conjured him to turn back, saying, By Allah, O my lord, were it not for my mother, I would never part from thee. But leave me not without news of thee. So be it, replied Taj el-Muluk. Then the prince returned to the city, and Aziz journeyed on, till he came to his native town, and repairing to his mother's house, found that she had built him a monument in the midst of the courtyard and used to visit it continually. When he entered, he found her, with her hair disheveled and spread over the tomb, weeping and repeating the following verses. Indeed, I'm very patient gainst all that can betide, yet do I lack of patience thine absence to abide. Who is there can have patience after his friend, and who bows not the head departing, that comes with rapid stride? Then sobs burst up out of her breast, and she repeated these verses also. What ails me? I pass by the graveyard, saluting the tomb of my son, and yet no greeting he gives me, in answer comes there none. How shall I give thee an answer, who lie in the grip of the grave, the hostage of earth and corruption, replies the beloved one. The dust hath eaten my beauties, and I have forgotten thee, shut in from kindred and lovers and stars and moon and sun. Then Aziz came in to her, and when she saw him, she fell down in a swoon for joy. He sprinkled water on her, till she revived, and rising, took him in her arms and strained him to her bosom, whilst he in like manner embraced her. Then they exchanged greetings, and she asked the reason of his long absence, whereupon he told her all that had befallen him from first to last, and how Taj el-Muluk had given him 100 loads of wealth and stuffs. At this she rejoiced, and Aziz abode with his mother in his native town, weeping for what had befallen him with the daughter of Delilah the crafty, even her who had gelded him. Meanwhile, Taj el-Muluk went in to his beloved, the Princess Dunya, and did away her maidenhead. Then King Shahriman proceeded to equip his daughter for her journey with her husband and father-in-law, and let bring them victual and gifts and rarities. So they loaded their beasts and set forth, whilst Shahriman brought them 3 days' journey on their way, till King Sulayman begged him to return. So he took leave of them and turned back, and Taj el-Muluk and his wife and father journeyed on, night and day, with their troops, till they drew near the capital of the Green Country. As soon as the news of their coming became known, the folk decorated the city, so when they entered, and the king sitting down on his chair of estate, with his son by his side, gave alms and largesse and loosed those who were in bonds. Then he held a second bridal for his son, and the sound of the singing women and players upon instruments of music ceased not for a whole month, during which time the Tyre women stinted not to adorn the bride and display her in various dresses, and she tired not of the unveiling, nor did they weary of gazing on her. Then Taj el-Muluk, after having companied a while with his father and mother, took up his sojourn with his wife, and they abode in all delight of life and fair fortune, till there came to them the destroyer of delights. When the vizier had made an end of the story of Taj el-Muluk and the Princess Dunya, Zulmakan said to him, Of a truth, it is the like of thee who lighten the mourning heart and are worthy to be the companions of kings and to guide their policy in the right way. Meanwhile, they ceased not from the leaguer of Constantinople, and there they lay 4 whole years, till they yearned after their native land, and the troops murmured, being weary of siege and vigil and stress of war by night and by day. Then King Zulmakan summoned Rustum and Biram and Turkash and bespoke them thus: Know that all these years we have lain here and have not come by our intent and have gotten us but increase of trouble and concern, for indeed we came, thinking to take our wreak for King Omar ben Anuman, and behold, my brother Shurkan was slain, so is our sorrow grown 2 sorrows and our affliction 2 afflictions. All this came of the old woman Dat ed Dawahi, for it was she who slew the Sultan in his kingdom and carried off his wife, the Princess Sufiya. Nor did this suffice her, but she must put another cheat on us and slay my brother Shurkan, and indeed I have bound myself and sworn by the most solemn oaths to avenge them of her. What say ye? Ponder my words and answer me. With this, they bowed their heads and answered, It is for the Vizier Dendan to decide. So the Vizier came forward and said, O King of the age, it avails us nothing to tarry here, and it is my counsel that we strike camp and return to our own country, there to abide a while and after return and fall upon the worshippers of idols. This is a good counsel, replied the king, for indeed the folk weary for a sight of their families, and I also am troubled with yearning after my son Kanmakan and my brother's daughter Kuzia Fekan, for she is in Damascus and I know not how it is with her. So he bade the herald call the retreat after 3 days, whereupon the troops rejoiced and blessed the Vizier Dendan. Then they fell to preparing for the homeward march, and on the 4th day, they beat the drums and unfurled the banners, and the army set forth, the Vizier in the van and the king riding in the mid-battle, with the great chamberlain by his side, and journeyed night and day, till they reached Baghdad. The folk rejoiced in their return, and care and hardship ceased from them, whilst those who had stayed at home came forth to meet those who had been so long absent, and each emir betook him to his own house. As for Zulmakan, he went up to the palace and went into his son Kanmakan, who had now reached the age of 7 and used to go down, into the tilting ground, and ride. As soon as the king was rested of his journey, he entered the bath with his son, and returning, seated himself on his chair of estate, whilst the Vizier Dendan took up his station before him, and the emirs and grandees of the realm entered and stood in attendance upon him. Then he called for his comrade the stoker, who had befriended him in his strangerhood, and when he came, the king rose to do him honor and made him sit by his own side. Now he had acquainted the Vizier with all the kindness and fair service that the stoker had done him, so the Vizier and all the emirs made much of him. The stoker had waxed fat and burly with rest and good living, so that his neck was like an elephant's neck and his face like a porpoise's belly. Moreover, he was grown dull of wit, for that he had never stirred from his place, so at the first he knew not the king by his aspect. But Zulmakan came up to him smilingly and saluted him after the friendliest fashion, saying, How hast thou made haste to forget me? So the stoker roused himself and looking steadfastly on Zulmakan knew him, whereupon he sprang to his feet and exclaimed, O my friend, who hath made thee sultan? Zulmakan laughed at him, and the Vizier, coming up to him, expounded the whole story to him and said, He was thy brother and thy friend, and now he is king of the land, and needs must thou get great good of him. So I counsel thee, if he say to thee, Ask a boon of me, ask not but for some great thing, for thou art very dear to him. Quoth the stoker, I fear lest, if I ask of him aught, he may not choose to grant it or may not be able thereto. Have no care, answered the Vizier, whatsoever thou asketh, he will give thee. By Allah, rejoined the stoker, I must ask of him a thing that is in my thought. Every night I dream of it and implore God to vouchsafe it to me. Take heart, said the Vizier. By Allah, if thou askest of him the government of Damascus, in the room of his brother he would surely give it thee. With this, the stoker rose to his feet and Zulmakan signed to him to sit, but he refused, saying, God forfend. The days are gone by of my sitting in thy presence. Not so, answered the Sultan, they endure even now. Thou art the cause that I am now alive, and by Allah, what thing soever thou askest of me, I will give it to thee. But ask thou first of God, and then of me. O my lord, said the stoker, I fear not, quoth the Sultan. I fear, continued he, to ask aught and that thou shouldst refuse it to me. At this the king laughed and replied, If thou askest of me the half of my kingdom, I would share it with thee, so ask what thou wilt and leave talking. I fear, repeated the stoker. Do not fear, said the king. I fear, went on the stoker, lest I ask a thing and thou be not able thereto. With this, the Sultan waxed wroth and said, Ask what thou wilt. Then said the stoker, I ask, first of God and then of thee, that thou write me a patent of mastership over all the stokers in Jerusalem. The Sultan and all who were present laughed, and Zulmekan said, Ask somewhat other than this. O my lord, replied the stoker, said I not I feared thou wouldst not choose to grant me what I should ask or be not able thereto? Therewith the vizier nudged him once and twice and thrice, and every time he began, I ask of thee, quoth the Sultan, ask and be speedy. So he said, I beseech thee to make me captain of the scavengers in Jerusalem or Damascus. Then all those who were present laughed, till they fell backward, and the vizier beat him. So he turned to the vizier and said to him, What art thou that thou shouldst beat me? It is no fault of mine, didst thou not bid me ask some considerable thing? Let me go to my own country. With this, the Sultan knew that he was jesting and took patience with him a while, then turned to him and said, O my brother, ask of me some considerable thing, befitting our dignity. So the stoker said, O king of the age, I ask first of God and then of thee, that thou make me viceroy of Damascus in the room of thy brother. God granteth thee this, answered the king. So the stoker kissed the ground before him, and he bade set him a chair in his rank and put on him a viceroy's habit. Then he wrote him a patent of investiture, and sealing it with his own seal, said to the vizier, None shall go with him but thou, and when thou returnest, do thou bring with thee my brother's daughter, Kuzia Fekan. I hear and obey, answered the vizier, and taking the stoker, went down with him and made ready for the journey. Then the king appointed the stoker's servants and officers and gave him a new litter in princely equipage, and said to the emirs, Whoso loves me, let him honor this man and give him a handsome present. So they brought him every one his gift, according to his competence, and the king named him Zibalkan, and conferred on him the surname of honor of El-Mujahid. As soon as the new viceroy's gear was ready, he went up with the vizier to the king, to take leave of him and ask his permission to depart. The king rose to him and embracing him, exhorted him to do justice among his subjects and deal fairly with them, and bade him make ready for war against the infidels after 2 years. Then they took leave of each other, and King Zibalkan, surnamed El-Mujahid, set out on his journey, after the emirs had brought him slaves and servants, even to 5,000 in number, who rode after him. The Grand Chamberlain also took horse, as did Biram, captain of the Medes, and Rustam, captain of the Persians, and Turkash, captain of the Arabs, and rode with him 3 days' journey, to do him honor and take their leaves of him. Then they returned to Baghdad, and the Sultan Zibalkan and the Vizier Dendan fared on, with their company, till they drew near Damascus. Now news was come upon the wings of birds, to the notables of Damascus, that King Zulmekan had made Sultan over Damascus a Sultan called Zibalkan el-Mujahid. So when he reached the city, he found it decorated in his honor, and all the folk came out to gaze on him. He entered Damascus in great state and went up to the citadel, where he sat down upon his chair of estate, whilst the Vizier Dendan stood in attendance on him, to acquaint him with the ranks and stations of the emirs. Then the grandees came in to him and kissed hands and called down blessings on him. He received them graciously and bestowed on them gifts and dresses of honor, after which he opened the treasuries and gave largesse to the troops, great and small. Then he governed and did justice, and proceeded to equip the lady Kuzia Fekan, daughter of King Shirkan, appointing her a litter of silken stuff. Moreover, he furnished the vizier Dendan also for the return journey and would have made him a gift of money, but he refused, saying, "Thou art near the time of the tryst with the king, and haply thou wilt have need of money, or we may send to seek of thee funds for the holy war or what not." When the vizier was ready, the viceroy brought Kuzia Fekin to him and made her mount the litter, giving her 10 damsels to do her service. Moreover, he mounted, to bid the vizier farewell, and they set forward, whilst Zibalkin returned to Damascus and busied himself in ordering the affairs of his government and making ready his harness of war, against such time as King Zulmekan should send to him therefor. Meanwhile the vizier and his company fared forward by easy stages, till they came, after a month's travel, to Rubet and thence pushed on, till they drew near Baghdad. Then he dispatched messengers, to inform King Zulmekan of his arrival, and he, when he heard this, took horse and rode out to meet him. The vizier would have dismounted to receive him, but the king conjured him not to do so and spurred his steed, till he came up to him. Then he questioned him of Zibalkin, whereto the vizier replied that he was well and that he had brought with him his brother's daughter, Kuzia Fekin. At this the king rejoiced and said to Dendan, "Go thou and rest thee of the fatigue of the journey, and after 3 days come to me again." "With all my heart," replied the vizier and betook himself to his own house, whilst the king went up to his palace and went in to his brother's daughter, who was then a girl of 8 years old. When he saw her, he rejoiced in her and sorrowed sore for her father. Then he let make for her clothes and gave her splendid jewels and ornaments and bade lodge her with his son Kanmakan in one place. So they both grew up, the brightest and bravest of the people of their time, but Kuzia Fekin grew up possessed of good sense and understanding and knowledge of the issues of events, whilst Kanmakan grew up generous and freehand, taking no thought to the issue of aught. Now Kuzia Fekin used to ride a horseback and fare forth with her cousin into the open plain and range at large with him in the desert, and they both learnt to smite with swords and thrust with spears. So they grew up, till each of them attained the age of 12, when King Zulmekan, having completed his preparations and provisions for the holy war, summoned the vizier Dendan and said to him, "Know that I am minded to do a thing, which I will discover to thee, and do thou with speed return me an answer thereon." "What is that, O king of the age?" asked the vizier. "I am resolved," said the king, "to make my son Kanmakan king and rejoice in him in my lifetime and do battle before him, till death overcome me." "What deemest thou of this?" The vizier kissed the earth before the king and replied, "O king and sultan, lord of the age and the time, this that is in thy mind is indeed good, save that it is now no time to carry it out, for 2 reasons: the first, that thy son Kanmakan is yet of tender age, and the second, that it is of wont that he who makes his son king in his lifetime, lives but a little thereafterward." "No, O vizier," rejoined the king, "that we will make the grand chamberlain guardian over him, for he is art and part of us and he married my sister, so that he is to me as a brother." Quoth the vizier, "Do what seemeth good to thee, we will obey thine orders." Then the king sent for the grand chamberlain and the grandees of the kingdom and said to them, "Ye know that this my son Kanmakan is the first cavalier of the age and that he hath no peer in jousting and martial exercises, and now I appoint him to be sultan over you in my stead and I make his uncle, the grand chamberlain, guardian over him." "O king of the age," replied the chamberlain, "I am but an offset of thy bounty." And the king said, "O chamberlain, verily this my son Kanmakan and my niece Kuzia Fekin are brothers' children, so I marry them one to the other and I call those present to witness thereof." Then he made over to his son such treasures as beggar description, and going in to his sister Nuzhat-Ezi Zaman told her what he had done, whereat she rejoiced greatly and said, "Verily, they are both my children. May God preserve thee to them many a year." "O my sister," replied he, "I have accomplished that which was in my heart of the world and I have no fear for my son, yet it were well that thou shouldst have a watchful eye to him and to his mother." And he went on to commend to the chamberlain and Nuzhat-Ezi Zaman his son and niece and wife. Thus did he nights and days till he fell sick and, deeming surely that he should drink the cup of death, took to his bed and abode thus a whole year, whilst the chamberlain took upon himself the ordering of the people in the realm. At the end of this time, the king summoned his son Kamakan and the vizier Dendan and said to the former, O my son, this vizier shall be thy father, when I am dead, for know that I am about to leave this transitory house of life for that which is eternal. And indeed I have fulfilled my lust of this world, yet there remaineth in my heart one regret, which may God dispel at thy hands. What regret is that, O my father? Asked his son. O my son, answered Zulmakan, it is that I die without having avenged thy grandfather Omar ben Numan and thine uncle Shurkan on an old woman whom they call Dat ed Dawati, but, so God grant thee aid, do not thou fail to take thy wreak on her and to wipe out the disgrace we have suffered at the hands of the infidels. Beware of the old woman's craft and do as the vizier shall counsel thee, for that he from of old time hath been the pillar of our realm. And his son assented to what he said. Then the king's eyes ran over with tears and his sickness redoubled on him, nor did it leave to press sore upon him 4 whole years, during which time his brother-in-law the chamberlain held sway over the country, judging and commanding and forbidding, to the contentment of the people and the nobles, and all the land prayed for him what while Zulmakan was occupied with his malady. As for Kamakan, he had no thought but of riding and tilting with spears and shooting with arrows, and thus also did his cousin Kuzia Fekan, for they were wont to go forth at the first of the day and return at nightfall, when she would go in to her mother and he to his, to find her sitting weeping by his father's bed. Then he would tend his father till daybreak, when he would go forth again with his cousin, according to their wont. Now Zulmakan's sufferings were long upon him and he wept and recited these verses. My strength is passed away, my tale of days is told and I, alas, am left even as thou dost behold. In honor's day, the first amongst my folk was I, and in the race for fame the foremost and most bold. Would that before my death I might but see my son the emperor in my stead over the people hold, and rush upon his foes and take on them his wreak, at push of sword and pike, in fury uncontrolled. Lo, I'm a man for done, in this world and the next, except my sprite of God be solaced and consoled. When he had made an end of repeating these verses he laid his head on his pillow and his eyes closed and he slept. In his sleep he saw one who said to him, Rejoice, for thy son shall fill the lands with justice and have the mastery over them, and men shall obey him. Then he awoke gladdened by this happy omen that he had seen, and after a few days, death smote him, whereat great grief fell on the people of Baghdad, and gentle and simple mourned for him. But time passed over him, as if he had never been, and Kamakan's estate was changed, for the people of Baghdad set him aside and put him and his family in a place apart. When his mother saw this, she fell into the sorriest of plights and said, Needs must I go to the Grand Chamberlain, and I hope for the favor of the subtle, the all-wise one. Then she betook herself to the house of the Chamberlain, who was now become Sultan, and found him sitting upon his couch. So she went in to his wife Nuzhat-e Zaman and wept sore and said, Verily, the dead have no friends. May God never bring you to need, and may you cease not to rule justly over rich and poor many days and years. Thine ears have heard and thine eyes have seen all that was ours aforetime of kingship and honor and dignity and wealth and goodliness of life and condition, and now fortune hath turned upon us, and fate and the time have played us false and wrought hostilely with us, wherefore I come to thee, craving thy bounties, I that have been used to confer favors, for when a man dies, women and girls are brought low after him. And she repeated the following verses. Let it suffice thee that death is the worker of wonders, and know that the lives which are gone from our sight will never return to us amo. The days of the life of mankind are nothing but journeys, I wot, whose watering places for aye are mixed with misfortune and woe. Yet nothing afflicteth my heart like the loss of the good and the great, whom the stresses of adverse events have compassed about and laid low. When Nuzhat-ez-Zaman heard this, she remembered her brother Zulmakan and his son Kamakan, and making her draw near to her, said to her, "By Allah, I am now rich and thou poor, and by Allah, we did not leave to seek thee out, but that we feared to wound thy heart, lest thou shouldst deem our gifts to thee in alms. Of a truth, all the good that we now enjoy is from thee and thy husband, so our house is thy house and our place thy place, and all that we have of wealth and goods is thine." Then she clad her richly and appointed her a lodging in the palace, adjoining her own, and she and her son abode therein in all delight of life.
Him also did Nuzhat-ez-Zaman clothe in king's raiment and gave them handmaids to do them service.
After a little, she told her husband of her brother's widow, whereat his eyes filled with tears, and he said, "Wouldst thou see the world after thee, look upon the world after another than thyself. Entertain her honorably and enrich her poverty." Meanwhile, Kamakan and Kuzia Fekin grew up and flourished, like unto two fruit-laden saplings or two shining moons, till they reached the age of 15. As for the girl, she was indeed the fairest of the cloistered maids, with lovely face and smooth cheeks, slender waist, heavy hips and arrowy shape, lips sweeter than old wine and spittle as it were the fountain Salsabil of paradise, even as saith the poet, describing her. From her mouth's honeyed dew, meseems, the first pressed wine is drawn, and on her sweetest lips the grapes, from which it's crushed, are grown. And when thou makest her to bend, its vines sway in her shape. Blessed be he who fashioned her and may not be made known. For indeed God had united in her every attribute of beauty, her shape put to shame the willow wand, and the rose sought grace before her cheeks, the water of her mouth made mock of clear wine, and she gladdened heart and eyes, even as saith of her the poet. Goodly and glorious she is, and perfect in every charm. Her eyelashes put to shame kohl and the users of kohl. Even as a sword in the hand of Ali, the vicar of God, so is the glance of her eye to a lover's heart and soul. As for Kamakan, he was no less accomplished in grace and excelling in perfection. There was none could match with him in beauty and qualities, and valor shone from between his liquid black eyes, testifying for him and not against him. The hardest hearts inclined to him, and when the tender down of his lips and cheeks began to sprout, many were the poems made in his honor, as for example quoth one. Unshone was my excuse, till on his cheek the hair grew and the darkness crept, bewildered, here and there. A fawn, when eyes of men are fixed upon his charms, his glances straight on them a trenchant poniard bear. And another. His lovers' souls have woven upon his cheek, I ween, a net the blood has painted with all its ruddy sheen. Oh, how at them I marvel! They're martyrs, yet they dwell in fire, and for their raiment, they're clad in sandal green. It chanced, one festival day, that Kuzia Fekin went out, surrounded by her handmaids, to visit certain kindred of the court, and indeed beauty encompassed her, the rose of her cheek vied with the mole thereon, her teeth flashed from her smiling lips, like the petals of the chamomile flower, and she was as the resplendent moon. Her cousin Kamakan began to turn about her and devour her with his eyes. Then he took courage, and giving loose to his tongue, repeated the following verses. When shall the mourning heart be healed of anger and disdain? When, rigor ceasing, shall the lips of union smile again? Would God I knew if I shall lie, some night, within the arms of a beloved, in whose heart is somewhat of my pain. When she heard this, she was angry, and putting on a haughty air, said to him, Hast thou a mind to shame me among the folk, that thou speakest thus of me in thy verse? By Allah, except thou leave this talk, I will assuredly complain of thee to the Grand Chamberlain, Sultan of Baghdad and Khorasan, and Lord of Justice and Equity, whereby disgrace and punishment will fall on thee. To this Kamakan made no reply, but returned to Baghdad, and Kuzia Fekin also returned home and complained of her cousin to her mother, who said to her, O my daughter, belike he meant thee no ill, and is he not an orphan? Indeed, he said not that implied reproach to thee, so look thou tell none of this, lest it come to the Sultan's ears and he cut short his life and blot out his name and make it even as yesterday, whose remembrance hath passed away. However, Kamakin's case was not hidden from the people, and his love for Kuzia Fekin became known in Baghdad, so that the women talked of it. Moreover, his heart became contracted and his patience waned and he knew not what to do. Then longed he to give vent to the anguish he endured, by reason of the pangs of separation, but he feared her anger and her rebuke, so he recited the following verses. What though I be fearful, anon, of her wrath, whose humor serene is grown troubled and dour? I bear it with patience, as he who is sick endureth a cautery in hopes of a cure. His verses came one day to the knowledge of King Sazan, for so had they named the Grand Chamberlain, on his assumption of the Sultanate, as he sat on his throne, and he was told of the love the prince bore to Kuzia Fekin, whereat he was sore vexed, and going in to his wife Nuzhat-Zaman, said to her, Verily, to bring together fire and dry grass is of the greatest of risks, and men may not be trusted with women, so long as eyes cast furtive glances and eyelids quiver. Now thy nephew Kamakin is come to man's estate and it behoves us to forbid him access to the harem, nor is it less needful that thy daughter be kept from the company of men, for the like of her should be cloistered. Thou sayest sooth, O wise king, answered she. Next day came Kamakin, according to his wont, and going in to his aunt, saluted her. She returned his greeting and said to him, O my son, I have somewhat to say to thee, that I would fain leave unsaid, yet must I tell it thee, in my own despite. Speak, said he. Know then, rejoined she, that thine uncle the chamberlain, the father of Kuzia Fekin, has heard of thy love for her in the verses thou madest of her and has ordered that she be kept from thee, wherefore, if thou have occasion for aught from us, I will send it to thee from behind the door, and thou shalt not look upon Kuzia Fekin nor return hither from day forth. When he heard this, he withdrew, without speaking a word, and betook himself to his mother, to whom he related what his aunt had said to him. Quoth she, This all comes of thy much talk. Thou knowest that the news of thy passion for Kuzia Fekin is noised abroad everywhere, and how thou eatest their victual and makest love to their daughter. And who should have her but I, replied the prince. She is the daughter of my father's brother and I have the best of rights to her. These are idle words, rejoined his mother. Be silent, lest thy talk come to King Sazan's ears and it prove the cause of thy losing her and of thy ruin and increase of affliction. They have not sent us the evening meal tonight and we shall die of want, and were we in any land other than this, we were already dead of the pangs of hunger or the humiliation of begging our bread. When Kamakin heard his mother's words, his anguish redoubled, his eyes ran over with tears and he sobbed and complained and repeated the following verses. Give o'er this unrelenting blame, that never lets me be. My heart loves her to whom it's thrall and may not struggle free. Look not to me for any jot of patience, for I swear by God his house, my patience all is clean divorced from me. Blamers to prudence me exhort, I heed them not, for I in my avouchment am sincere of love and constancy. They hinder me by very force from visiting my dear, though, by the merciful, nor rogue am I nor debauchee. Indeed, my bones, when as they hear the mention of her name, do quake and tremble even as birds from sparrowhawks that flee. O daughter of my uncle, say to him who chides at love, that I, by Allah, am distraught with love-longing for thee. And he said to his mother, I can dwell no longer in my aunt's house nor among these people, but will go forth and abide in the corners of the city. So he and his mother left the palace and took up their abode in one of the quarters of the poorer sort, and she used to go from time to time to King Sazan's palace and take thence food for her own and her son's subsistence. One day, Kuzia Fechin took her aside and said to her, "Alas, my aunt, how is it with thy son?" "O my daughter," replied she, "sooth to say, he is tearful-eyed and mournful-hearted, being fallen into the snare of thy love." And she repeated to her the verses he had made, whereupon Kuzia Fechin wept and said, "By Allah, I rebuked not him for his words of ill will or dislike to him, but because I feared the malice of enemies for him. Indeed, my passion for him is double that he feels for me, words fail to set out my yearning for him, and were it not for the extravagances of his tongue and the wanderings of his wit, my father had not cut off his favors from him nor decreed unto him exclusion and prohibition. However, man's fortune is naught but change, and patience in every case is most becoming. Peradventure he who ordained our severance will vouchsafe us reunion." And she repeated the following: "O son of mine uncle, the like of thine anguish I suffer, the like of thy passion I feel. Yet hide I from men what I suffer for longing, and shouldst thou not also thy passion conceal?" When his mother heard this, she thanked her and blessed her. Then she left her and returning to her son, told him what his mistress had said, whereupon his desire for her increased. But he took heart, being eased of his despair, and the turmoil of his spirits was quelled. And he said, "By Allah, I desire none but her." And he repeated the following verses: "Give over thy chiding, I'll hearken no whit to the flouts of my foes. Indeed I've discovered my secret that naught should have made me disclose. And she, whose enjoyment I hoped for, alack, is far distant from me. Mine eyes watch the hours of the dark, whilst she passes the night in repose." So the days and nights went by, whilst Kamakan lay tossing upon coals of fire, till he reached the age of 17, and indeed his beauty was now come to perfection and his wit had ripened. One night, as he lay awake, he communed with himself and said, "Why should I keep silence, till I consume away, and see not my love? My only fault is poverty, so, by Allah, I will go out from this land and wander afar in the plains and valleys, for my condition in this city is one of misery and I have no friend nor lover in it to comfort me, wherefore I will distract myself by absence from my native land, till I die and am at peace from abasement and tribulation." And he repeated the following verses: "Though my soul weary for distress and flutter fast for woe, yet of its nature was it ne'er to buckle to a foe. Excuse me, for indeed my heart is like a book, whereof the superscription's naught but tears, that I unceasing flow. Behold my cousin, how she seems a maid of paradise, a hurry come, by Rizwan's grace, to visit us below. Who seeks the glances of her eyes and dares the scathing stroke of their bright swords, shall hardly 'scape their swift and deadly blow. Lo, I will wander o'er the world, to free my heart from bale and compensation for its loss upon my soul bestow. Yea, I will range the fields of war and tilt against the brave, and o'er the champions will I ride roughshod and lay them low. Then will I come back, glad at heart and rich in goods and store, driving the herds and flocks as spoil before me, as I go." So he went out in the darkness of the night, barefoot, wearing a short-sleeved tunic and a skullcap of felt 7 years old, and carrying a cake of dry bread, 3 days stale, and betook himself to the gate El Araj of Baghdad. Here he waited till the gate opened, when he was the first to go forth, and he went out at random and wandered in the deserts day and night. When the night came, his mother sought him, but found him not, whereupon the world, for all its wideness, was straitened upon her, and she took no delight in aught of its good. She looked for him a first day and a second and a third, till 10 days were past, but no news of him reached her. Then her breast became contracted and she shrieked and lamented, saying, "O my son, O my delight, thou hast revived my sorrows. Did not what I endured suffice, but thou must depart from the place of my abiding? After thee, I care not for food nor delight in sleep, and but tears and mourning are left me.
O my son, from what land shall I call thee? What country hath given thee refuge?
And her sobs burst up, and she repeated the following verses.
We know that, since you went away, by grief and pain were tried.
The bows of severance on us full many a shaft have plied. They girt their saddles on, and 'gainst the agonies of death left me to strive alone, whilst they across the sand wastes tried. Deep in the darkness of the night a ringdove called to me, complaining of her case, but I, give o'er thy plaint, replied. For, by thy life, and if her heart were full of dole, like mine, she had not put a collar on, nor yet her feet had died. My cherished friend is gone, and I for lack of him endure all manner sorrows which with me forever will abide. Then she abstained from food and drink, and gave herself up to weeping and lamentation. Her grief became known, and all the people of the town and country wept with her and said, Where is thine eye, O Zulmekan? And they bewailed the rigor of fate, saying, What can have befallen him, that he left his native town and fled from the place where his father used to fill the hungry and do justice and mercy? And his mother redoubled her tears and lamentations, till the news of Kanmakan's departure came to King Sazin through the chief emirs, who said to him, Verily, he is the son of our late king and the grandson of King Omar ben Enuman, and we hear that he hath exiled himself from the country. When King Sazin heard these words, he was wroth with them and ordered one of them to be hanged, whereat the fear of him fell upon the hearts of the rest, and they dared not speak one word. Then he called to mind all the kindness that Zulmekan had done him, and how he had commended his son to his care, wherefore he grieved for Kanmakan and said, Needs must I have search made for him in all countries. So he summoned Turkash and bade him choose 100 horse and go in quest of the prince. Accordingly he went out and was absent 10 days, after which he returned and said, I can learn no tidings of him, and have come on no trace of him, nor can any tell me aught of him. With this, King Sazin repented him of that which he had done with Kanmakan, whilst his mother abode without peace or comfort, nor would patience come at her call, and thus 20 heavy days passed over her.
To return to Kanmakan.
When he left Baghdad, he went forth, perplexed about his case and knowing not whither he should go, so he fared on alone into the desert for the space of 3 days, and saw neither footman nor horseman. Sleep deserted him, and his wakefulness redoubled, for he pined for his people and his country. So he wandered on, eating of the herbs of the earth and drinking of its waters, and resting under its trees at the hour of the noontide heats, till he came to another road, into which he turned, and following it other 3 days, came to a land of green fields and smiling valleys, abounding in the fruits of the earth. It had drunken of the beakers of the clouds, to the sound of the voices of the turtle and the ringdove, till its hillsides were enameled with verdure and its fields were fragrant. At this sight, Kanmakan recalled his father's city Baghdad, and for excess of emotion repeated the following verses. I wander on, in hope I may return some day, yet know not when that day shall be. What drove me forth was that I found no means to fend off the ills that pressed on me. Then he wept, but presently wiped away his tears and ate of the fruits of the earth. Then he made his ablutions and prayed the ordained prayers that he had neglected all this time, after which he sat in that place, resting, the whole day. When the night came, he lay down and slept till midnight, when he awoke and heard a man's voice repeating the following verses. Life unto me is worthless, except I see the shine of the flashing teeth of my mistress, and eke her face divine. The bishops in the convents pray for her day and night, and in the mosques the imams fall prone before her shrine. Death's easier than the rigors of a beloved one, whose image never cheers me, when as I lie and pine. O joy of boon companions, when they together be in lover and beloved in one embrace entwine! Still more so in the season of spring, with all its flowers.
What time the world is fragrant with blossoms sweet and fine.
Up, drinker of the vine juice, and forth, for sayest thou not?
Earth gilt with blooms and waters all welling forth like wine?
When Canmacan heard this, it revived his sorrows, his tears ran down his cheeks like rivers and flames of fire raged in his heart. He rose to see who it was that spoke, but saw none, for the thickness of the dark, whereupon passion increased on him and he was alarmed and restlessness possessed him. So he descended to the bottom of the valley and followed the banks of the stream, till he heard one sighing heavily, and the same voice recited the followed verses. Though thou have used to dissemble the love in thy heart for fear, give on the day of parting, free course to sob and tear. Twixt me and my beloved were vows of love and troth, so cease I for her never to long and wish her near. My heart is full of longing, the zephyr, when it blows, to many a thought of passion stirs up my heavy cheer. Doth she o' the anklets hold me in mind, whilst far away, though between me and Sada were solemn vows and dear? Shall the nights e'er unite us, the nights of dear delight, and shall we tell our sufferings, each in the other's ear? Thou seduced by passion for us, quoth she, and I, God keep thy lovers all. How many have fallen to thy spear? If mine eyes taste the pleasance of sleep, while she's afar, may God deny their vision her beauties many a year. Oh, the wound in mine entrails! I see no cure for it save love delight and kisses from crimson lips and clear. When Canmacan heard this, yet saw no one, he knew that the speaker was a lover like unto himself, debarred the company of her whom he loved, and he said to himself, it were fitting that this man should lay his head to mine and become my comrade in this my strangerhood. Then he hailed the speaker and cried out to him, saying, O thou that goest in the sombre night, draw near to me and tell me thy history. Haply thou shalt find in me one who will succor thee in shine affliction. O thou that answerest my complaint and wouldst know my history, rejoined the other, who art thou amongst the cavaliers? Art thou a man or a genie? Answer me speedily ere thy death draw near, for these 20 days have I wandered in this desert and have seen no one nor heard any voice but thine. When Canmacan heard this, he said to himself, his case is like unto mine, for I also have wandered 20 days in the desert and have seen none nor heard any voice, but I will make him no answer till the day. So he was silent and the other called out to him, saying, O thou that cayest, if thou be of the jinn, go in peace, and if thou be a man, stay a while, till the daybreak and the night flee with the dark. So they abode each in his own place, reciting verses and weeping with abundant tears, till the light of day appeared and the night departed with the darkness. Then Canmacan looked at the other and found him a youth of the Bedouin Arabs, clad in worn clothes and girt with a rusty sword, and the signs of passion were apparent on him. So he went up to him and accosting him, saluted him. The Bedouin returned the salute and greeted him courteously, but made little account of him, for what he saw of his tender years and his condition, which was that of a poor man. So he said to him, O youth, of what tribe art thou and of whom art thou kin among the Arabs? What is thy history and wherefore goest thou by night, after the fashion of champions? Indeed, thou spokest to me in the night words such as are spoken of none but magnanimous cavaliers and lion-hearted warriors, and now thy life is in my hand. But I have compassion on thee by reason of thy tender age, so I will make thee my companion, and thou shalt go with me, to do me service. When Canmacan heard him speak thus unseemly, after what he had shown him of skill in verse, he knew that he despised him and thought to presume with him, so he answered him with soft and dulcet speech, saying, O chief of the Arabs, leave my tenderness of age and tell me thy story and why thou wanderest by night in the desert, reciting verses. Thou talkest of my serving thee, who then art thou and what moved thee to speak thus? Harkee, boy, answered the Bedouin, I am Subba, son of Rema ben Hummam. My people are of the Arabs of Syria, and I have a cousin called Nejma, who brings delight to all that look on her. My father died, and I was brought up in the house of my uncle, the father of Nejma, but when I grew up and my cousin became a woman, they excluded her from me and me from her, seeing that I was poor and of little estate. However, the chiefs of the Arabs and the heads of the tribes went in to her father and rebuked him, and he was abashed before them and consented to give me his daughter, but upon condition that I should bring him as her dower 50 head of horses and 50 dromedaries and 50 camels laden with wheat and a like number laden with barley, together with 10 male and 10 female slaves. The dowry he imposed upon me was beyond my competence, for he exacted more than the due marriage portion. So now I am traveling from Syria to Iraq, having passed 20 days without seeing other than thyself, and I mean to go to Baghdad, that I may note what rich and considerable merchants start thence. Then I will go out in their track and seize their goods, for I will kill their men and drive off their camels with their loads.
But what manner of man art thou?
Thy case is like unto mine, replied Camacan, save that my complaint is more grievous than thine, for my cousin is a king's daughter, and the dowry of which thou hast spoken would not content her family, nor would they be satisfied with the like of that from me. Surely, said Sabbah, thou art mad or light-headed for excess of passion.
How can thy cousin be a king's daughter?
Thou hast no sign of princely rank on thee, for thou art but a mendicant.
O chief of the Arabs, rejoined Camacan, marvel not at my case, for it is due to the shifts of fortune, and if thou desire proof of me, behold, I am Camacan, son of King Zulmacan, son of King Omar ben Anuman, lord of Baghdad and Khorasan, and fortune hath played the tyrant with me, for my father died and, my uncle, King Sazan took the sultanate. So I fled forth from Baghdad, secretly, lest any should see me, and have wandered 20 days, without seeing any but thyself. So now I have discovered to thee my case, and my history is as thy history and my need as thy need. When Sabbah heard this, he cried out and said, O joy! I have attained my desire.
I will have no booty this day but thyself, for, since thou art of the lineage of kings and hast come out in the habit of a beggar, it cannot be but thy people will seek thee, and if they find thee in anyone's hand, they will ransom thee with much treasure. So put thy hands behind thee, O my lad, and walk before me.
Softly, O brother of the Arabs, answered Camacan, my people will not ransom me with silver nor with gold, no, not with a brass dirham, and I am a poor man, having with me neither much nor little, so leave this behavior with me and take me to comrade. Let us go forth of the land of Iraq and wander over the world, so haply we may win dower and marriage portion and enjoy our cousin's embraces. When Sabbah heard this, he was angry, his arrogance and heat redoubled, and he said, Out on thee, O vilest of dogs! Dost thou bandy words with me?
Turn thy back, or I will chastise thee.
At this Camacan smiled and answered, Why should I turn my back for thee? Is there no equity in thee?
Dost thou not fear to bring reproach upon the Arabs by driving a man like myself captive, in dishonor and humiliation, before thou hast proved him in the field, to know if he be a warrior or a coward?
The Bedouin laughed and replied, By Allah, I wonder at thee.
Thou art a boy in years, but old in talk.
These words should come from none but a doughty champion. What wantest thou of equity?
If thou wilt have me be thy captive, to serve thee, said Camacan, throw down thine arms and put off thine upper clothes and wrestle with me, and whichever of us throws the other shall have his will of him and make him his servant.
The other laughed and said, I think thy much talk denotes the nearness of thy death.
Then he threw down his sword and tucking up his skirt, drew near unto Camacan, and they gripped each other. But the Bedouin found that Camacan had the better of him and outweighed him, as the quintal outweighs the dinar, and he looked at his legs and saw that they were as firmly planted as 2 well-builded minarets or 2 tent poles driven into the ground or 2 immovable mountains. So he knew that he himself was not able to cope with him and repented of having come to wrestle with him, saying in himself, "Would I had fallen on him with my weapons." Then Kanmakan took hold of him and mastering him shook him, till he thought his guts would burst in his belly and roared out, "Hold thy hand, O boy!" He heeded him not, but shook him again, and lifting him from the ground, made with him towards the stream, that he might throw him therein, whereupon the Bedouin cried out, saying, "O valiant man, what wilt thou do with me?" Quoth Kanmakan, "I mean to throw thee into this stream, it will carry thee to the Tigris. The Tigris will bring thee to the river Isa and the Isa to the Euphrates, and the Euphrates will bear thee to thine own country, so thy people will see thee and know thy manly head and the sincerity of thy passion." When Sabbah heard this, he cried out and said, "O champion of the desert, do not with me the deed of the wicked, but let me go, by the life of thy cousin, the jewel of the fair." With this, Kanmakan set him down, and when he found himself at liberty, he ran to his sword and buckler and taking them up, stood plotting in himself treachery and a sudden attack on Kanmakan. The latter read his intent in his eye and said to him, "I know what is in thy mind, now thou hast hold of thy sword and buckler. Thou hast neither strength nor skill for wrestling, but thou thinkest that, wert thou on horseback and couldst wheel about and ply me with thy sword, I had been slain long ago. But I will give thee thy will, so there may be no despite left in thy heart. Give me the buckler and fall on me with thy sword, either I shall kill thee or thou me." "Here it is," answered Sabbah, and throwing him the shield, drew his sword and rushed at him. Kanmakan took the buckler in his right hand and began to fend himself with it, whilst Sabbah struck at him with the sword, saying at each stroke, "This is the finishing one." But Kanmakan received all his blows on his buckler and they fell harmless, though he did not strike back again, having no weapon of offense, and Sabbah ceased not to smite at him, till his arm was weary. When the prince saw this, he rushed at him and seizing him in his arms, shook him and threw him to the ground. Then he turned him over on his face and binding his arms behind him with the hangers of his sword, began to drag him by the feet towards the river, whereupon cried Sabbah, "What wilt thou do with me, O youth and cavalier of the age and hero of the field?" "Did I not tell thee," answered Kanmakan, "that it was my intent to send thee by the river to thy people and thy tribe, lest their hearts be troubled for thee and thou miss thy cousin's bride feast?" At this, Sabbah shrieked aloud and wept and said, "Do not thus, O champion of the time. Let me go and make me one of thy servants." And he wept and wailed and recited the following verses. "An outcast from my folk, how long my exile lasts, am I? Would God I knew if I in this my strangerhood shall die. I perish, and my folk know not the place where I am slain, I fall in exile, far away from her for whom I sigh." Kanmakan had compassion on him and said to him, "Make a covenant with me and swear to be a true comrade to me and to bear me company whithersoever I may go." "It is well," replied Sabbah and took the required oath. So Kanmakan loosed him, and he rose and would have kissed the prince's hand, but he forbade him. Then the Bedouin opened his wallet and taking out 3 barley cakes, laid them before Kanmakan, and they both sat down on the bank of the stream to eat. When they had done eating, they made the ablution and prayed, after which they sat talking of what had befallen each of them from his people and the shifts of fortune. Then said Kanmakan, "Whither dost thou now intend?" "I purpose," replied Sabbah, "to repair to Baghdad, thy native town, and abide there, till God vouchsafe me the marriage portion." "Up then," rejoined the other, "and to the road." "I abide here." So the Bedouin took leave of him and set out for Baghdad, whilst Kanmakan remained behind, saying to himself, "O my soul, how shall I return poor and needy? By Allah, I will not go back empty-handed, and if God please, I will assuredly work my deliverance." Then he went to the stream and made his ablutions and prayed to his Lord, laying his brow in the dust and saying, "O my God, thou that makest the dew to fall and feedest the worm in the rock, vouchsafe me, I beseech thee, my livelihood, of thy power and the graciousness of thy compassion. Then he pronounced the salutation that closes prayer and sat, turning right and left and knowing not which way to take. Presently, he saw, making towards him, a horseman whose back was bowed and who let the reins droop. He sat still, and after a while the horseman came up to him, when, behold, he was at the last gasp and made sure of death, for he was grievously wounded. The tears streamed down his cheeks, like water from the mouths of skins, and he said to Camacan, O chief of the Arabs, take me to friend, whilst I live, for thou wilt not find my like, and give me a little water, harmful though the drinking of water be to a wounded man, especially whilst the blood is flowing and the life with it. If I live, I will give thee what shall heal thy distress and thy poverty, and if I die, mayst thou be blessed for thy good intent. Now this horseman had under him a stallion of the most generous breed, with legs like shafts of marble, the tongue fails to describe it, and when Camacan looked at it, he was seized with longing admiration and said in himself, Verily, the like of this stallion is not to be found in our time. Then he helped the rider to alight and entreated him friendly and gave him a little water to drink, after which he waited till he was rested and said to him, Who has dealt thus with thee? I will tell thee the truth of the case, answered the wounded man. I am a horse thief, and all my life I have occupied myself with stealing and snatching horses, night and day, and my name is Gesson, surnamed the plague of all stables and horses. I heard tell of this stallion, that he was with King Aphrodon in the land of the Greeks, where they had named him El Catul and surnamed him El Mejnoun. So I journeyed to Constantinople on his account, and whilst I was watching my opportunity to get at him, there came out an old woman, much considered among the Greeks and whose word is law with them, a past mistress in all manner of trickery, by name Shawahidat ed Dawahi. She had with her this stallion and 10 slaves, no more, to attend on her in it, and was bound for Baghdad, there to sue for peace and pardon from King Sazan. So I went out in their track, thinking to get the horse, and ceased not to follow them, but was unable to get at the stallion, by reason of the strict guard kept by the slaves, till they reached this country, and I feared lest they should enter the city of Baghdad. As I was casting about to steal the horse, behold, a great cloud of dust arose and covered the prospect. Presently it opened and disclosed 50 horsemen, banded together to waylay merchants and led by a captain by name Kardash, like a raging lion, in battle a lion that lays heroes flat even as a carpet. They bore down on the old woman and her company, shouting and surrounding them, nor was it long before they bound her and the 10 slaves and made off with their captives and the horse, rejoicing. When I saw this, I said to myself, My toil is wasted and I have not attained my desire. However, I waited to see how the affair would result, and when the old woman found herself a captive, she wept and said to Kardash, O doughty champion and invincible warrior, what wilt thou do with an old woman and slaves, now thou hast thy will of the horse? And she beguiled him with soft words and promises that she would send him horses and cattle, till he released her and her slaves. Then he went his way, he and his comrades, and I followed them to this country, watching my opportunity, till at last I succeeded in stealing the horse, whereupon I mounted him and drawing a whip from my wallet, struck him with it. When the robbers heard this, they came out on me and surrounded me on all sides and shot arrows and cast spears at me, whilst I stuck fast on the horse's back and he defended me with his hoofs, till at last he shot out with me from amongst them, like an arrow from the bow or a shooting star, after I had gotten a grievous wound in the press of the battle. Since that time, I have passed 3 days in the saddle, without tasting food or sleep, so that my strength is wasted and the world is become of no account to me. But thou hast dealt kindly with me and hast had pity on me, and I see thee naked of body and sorrowful of aspect, yet are the marks of gentle breeding manifest on thee. So tell me, what and whence art thou and whither art thou bound? My name is Camacan, answered the prince, son of King Zulmekan,
son of King Omar ben Numan. My father died, and a base man seized the throne after his death and became king over great and small. Then he told him all his story from first to last, and the thief said to him, and indeed he had compassion on him, By Allah, thou art a man of great account and exceeding nobility, and thou shalt surely win to high estate and become the first cavalier of thy time. If thou canst lift me into the saddle and mount behind me and bring me to my country, thou shalt have honor in this world and a reward on the day of calling of men one to another, for I have no strength left to hold myself in the saddle, and if I die by the way, the steed is thine, for thou art worthier of it than any other. By Allah, said Kamakan, if I could carry thee on my shoulders or share my life with thee, I would do so, without the horse. For I am of those that love to do good and succor the afflicted. So make ready to set out and put thy trust in the subtle, the all-wise. And he would have lifted him onto the horse and set forward, trusting in God the succorable. But the robber said, Wait for me a little. Then he closed his eyes and opening his hands, said, I testify that there is no God but God and that Muhammad is the apostle of God. O glorious one, pardon me my mortal sin, for none can pardon mortal sin save thou. And he made ready for death and recited the following verses. I've ranged through all countries, oppressing mankind, and in drinking of wine I have wasted my days. I've waded through torrents, the horses to steal, and I've used with my guile the high places to raise. My case is right grievous and great is my guilt, and Catul, alas, is the end of my ways? I hoped of this horse I should get my desire, but vain was my journey and vain my essays. All my life I have stolen the steeds, and my death was decreed of the Lord of all power and all praise. So, in fine, for the good of the stranger, the poor, the orphan, I've wearied in toils and affrays. When he had finished, he closed his eyes and opened his mouth, then giving one sob, he departed this life. Kamakan rose and dug a grave and laid him in the earth. Then he went up to the stallion and kissed it and wiped its face and rejoiced with an exceeding joy, saying, None has the like of this horse, no, not even King Sazin. So much for Kamakan. Meanwhile, news came to King Sazin that the Vizier Dendan and half the army had thrown off their allegiance to him and sworn that they would have no king but Kamakan, and the Vizier had bound the troops by a solemn covenant and had gone with them to the islands of India and Ethiopia, where he had gathered together a host like the swollen sea, none could tell its van from its rear. Moreover, he was resolved to make for Baghdad and possess himself of the kingdom and slay all who should let him, having sworn not to return the sword of war to its sheath, till he had set Kamakan on the throne. When this news came to Sazin, he was drowned in the sea of melancholy, knowing that the whole state had furled against him, great and small, and trouble and anxiety were sore on him. So he opened his treasuries and distributed that which was therein among his officers and prayed for Kamakan's return, that he might draw his heart to him with fair usage and bounty and make him commander of those troops that remained faithful to him, hoping thus to prop his falling power. The news of this reached Kamakan by the merchants, so he returned in haste to Baghdad, riding on the aforesaid stallion, and the news of his coming reached King Sazin, as he sat perplexed upon his throne, whereupon he dispatched all the troops and headmen of Baghdad to meet him. So all who were in Baghdad went out to meet the prince and escorted him to the palace and kissed the threshold, whilst the damsels and eunuchs went in to his mother and gave her the good tidings of his return. She came to him and kissed him between the eyes, but he said to her, O my mother, let me go to my uncle King Sazin, who hath overwhelmed us with favors and benefits. Then he repaired to the palace, whilst all the people marveled at the beauty of the stallion and said, No king is like unto this man. So he went in to King Sazin, who rose to receive him, and Kamakan saluted him and kissing his hands, offered him the horse as a present. The king bade him welcome, saying,
welcome and fair welcome to my son Camacan. By Allah, the world hath been straitened on me by reason of thine absence, but praised be God for thy safety. And Camacan called down blessings on him. Then the king looked at the stallion, and knowing it for the very horse, Catul by name, that he had seen in such and such a year, whilst at the leaguer of Constantinople with King Zulmekan, said to Camacan, Thy father could have come by this horse, he would have bought him with 1,000 chargers of price, but now let the honor return to thee who deservest it. We accept the steed and return it to thee as a gift, for thou hast more right to it than any man alive, being the prince of cavaliers. Then he bade bring forth for him dresses of honor and led horses, and appointed him the chief lodging in the palace, giving him much money and showing him the utmost honor, for that he feared the issue of the vizier Dendan's doings. At this Camacan rejoiced, and despondency and humiliation ceased from him. Then he went to his house and said to his mother, O my mother, how is it with my cousin? By Allah, O my son, answered she, my concern for thine absence hath distracted me from any other, even to thy beloved, especially as she was the cause of thine exile and separation from me. Then he complained to her of his sufferings, saying, O my mother, go to her and speak with her, haply she will favor me with a sight of her and dispel my anguish. O my son, replied his mother, idle desires abase the necks of men, so put away from thee this thought that will but lead to vexation, for I will not go to her nor carry her such a message. Thereupon he told her what he had heard from the horse thief concerning Dat ed Dawahi, how she was then in their land, on her way to Baghdad, and added, It was she who slew my uncle and grandfather, and needs must I avenge them and wipe out our reproach. Then he left her and repaired to an old woman, by name Sadna, a cunning, perfidious and pernicious beldam, past mistress in all kinds of trickery and deceit. To her he complained of what he suffered for love of his cousin Kuzia Fekan, and begged her to go to her and implore her favor for him. I hear and obey, answered the old woman, and betaking herself to Kuzia Fekan's palace, interceded with her in his favor. Then she returned to him and said, Thy cousin salutes thee and will visit thee this night at the middle hour. At this he rejoiced and sat down to await the fulfillment of his cousin's promise. At the appointed hour she came to him, wrapped in a veil of black silk, and aroused him from sleep, saying, How canst thou pretend to love me, when thou art sleeping, heart-free, after the goodliest fashion? So he awoke and said, O desire of my heart, by Allah, I slept not but hoping that thine image might visit me in dreams. Then she chid him tenderly and repeated the following verses. Wert thou indeed a lover true and leal, thou hadst not suffered slumber on thee creep. O thou who feign'st to walk the ways of love, the watch of passion and desire to keep. Son of my uncle, sure the eyes of those who were love-distraught know not the taste of sleep. When he heard his cousin's words, he was abashed before her and rose and excused himself. Then they embraced and complained to each other of the anguish of separation, and thus they did, till the dawn broke and the day flowered forth over the lands, when she rose to depart. At this, Camacan wept and sighed and repeated the following verses. She came to me, after her pride had driven me to despair, she in whose lips the teeth as the pearls of her necklace were. I kissed her 1,000 times and clipped her close in my arms, and lay all night with my cheek pressed close to the cheek of the fair. Till the day, that must sever our loves, as 'twere the blade of a sword that flashes forth of its sheath, gleamed out on us unaware. Then she took leave of him and returned to her palace. Now she let certain of her damsels into her secret, and one of them told the king, who went into Kuzia Fekan and drawing his saber upon her, would have slain her, but her mother Nuzhat-ezi Zaman entered and said to him, By Allah, do her no hurt, lest it be noised among the folk and now become a reproach among the kings of the age. Thou knowest that Camacan is no base-born wretch, but a man of honor and nobility, who would not do aught that could shame him, and she was reared with him. So take patience and be not hasty, for verily the report is spread abroad, among the people of the palace and all the folk of the city, how the vizier Dendan hath levied troops from all countries and is on his way hither to make Kamakan king. By Allah, said the king, needs must I cast him into a calamity, such that neither earth shall bear him nor sky shadow him. I did but speak him fair and entreat him with favor, because of my subjects and officers, lest they should turn to him, but thou shalt see what will betide. Then he left her and went out to order the affairs of the kingdom. Next day, Kamakan came in to his mother and said to her, O my mother, I am resolved to go forth a-raiding in quest of booty. I will waylay caravans and seize horses and flocks and slaves black and white, and as soon as my store is waxed great and my case is bettered, I will demand my cousin Kuzia Fekin in marriage of my uncle. O my son, replied she, of a truth the goods of men are not as a wastrel camel, ready to thy hand, but between thee and them are sword strokes and lance thrusts and men that eat wild beasts and lay waste countries and snare lions and trap lynxes. Quoth he, God forbid that I should turn from my purpose, till I have attained my desire. Then he dispatched the old woman to Kuzia Fekin, to tell her that he was about to set out in quest of a dowry befitting her, saying, Thou must without fail bring me an answer from her. I hear and obey, replied the old woman, and going forth, presently returned with Kuzia Fekin's answer, which was that she would come to him at midnight. So he abode awake till one half of the night was past, when disquietude got hold on him, and before he was aware, she came in to him, saying, My life be thy ransom from wakefulness. And he sprang up to receive her, exclaiming, O desire of my heart, my life be thy ransom from all things evil. Then he acquainted her with his intent, and she wept, but he said, Weep not, O my cousin, for I beseech him who decreed our separation to vouchsafe us reunion and felicity. Then Kamakan went in to his mother and took leave of her, after which he girt on his sword and donned turban and chinband, and mounting his horse Katul, rode through the streets of Baghdad, till he reached the gate of the city. Here he found his comrade Subbah ben Rema going out, who, seeing him, ran to his stirrup and saluted him. He returned his greeting, and Subbah said to him, O my brother, how camest thou by this steed and sword and clothes, whilst I up to now have gotten nothing but my sword and target? Quoth Kamakan, The hunter returns not but with game after the measure of his intent. A little after thy departure, fortune came to me. So now wilt thou go with me and work thine intent in my company and journey with me in this desert? By the Lord of the Kaaba, replied Subbah, from this time forth I will call thee not but my lord. Then he ran on before the horse with his sword hanging from his neck and his budget between his shoulder blades, and they pushed on into the desert 4 days' space, eating of the gazelles they caught and drinking of the water of the springs. On the 5th day, they came in sight of a high hill, at whose foot was a spring encampment and a running stream. The knolls and hollows were filled with camels and oxen and sheep and horses, and little children played about the cattle folds. When Kamakan saw this, he was right glad and his breast was filled with joy, so he addressed himself to battle, that he might take the camels and the cattle, and said to Subbah, Come, let us fall upon this good, whose owners have left it unguarded, and do battle for it with near and far, so haply it may fall to our lot and we will share it between us. O my lord, replied Subbah, verily they to whom these herds belong are much people, and among them are doughty horsemen and footmen. If we cast ourselves into this great danger, neither of us will return to his people, but we shall both be cut off utterly and leave our cousins desolate. When Kamakan heard this, he laughed and knew that he was a coward, so he left him and rode down the hill, intent on rapine, shouting and chanting aloud the following verses. Oh, the house of Numan is mickle of might. We're the champions with swords on the squadrons that smite. When the fury of battle flames high in our hearts, were I to be found in the front of the fight. The poor man amongst us may slumber secure nor see the foul favor of want or upright. I hope for the succor of him in whose hand is the kingdom, the maker of body and sprite. Then he rushed upon the cattle, like a camel in heat, and drove them all, oxen and sheep and horses and camels, before him. Therewith the slaves ran at him with their bright swords and their long lances, and at their head was a Turkish horseman, a stout champion, doughty in battle and onset and skilled to wield the tawny spear and the white sabre. He drove at Canmacan, saying, Out on thee! Knewest thou to whom these cattle belong? Thou hadst not done this thing. Know that they are the good of the Greek band, the champions of the sea and the Circassian troop, and they are 100 cavaliers, all stern warriors, who have forsworn the commandment of all kings. There has been stolen from them a steed of great price, and they have vowed not to return hence, but with it. When Canmacan heard these words, he cried out, saying, O losers, this that I bestride is the steed itself, after which ye seek and for whose sake ye would do battle with me. So come out against me, all of you at once, and do your dourest. So saying, he cried out between Catull's ears and he ran at them, as he were a ghoul. Then Canmacan drove at the Turk and smote him and overthrew him and let out his life, after which he turned upon a second and a third and a fourth and bereft them also of life. When the slaves saw this, they were afraid of him, and he cried out and said to them, Ho, sons of whores, drive out the cattle and the horses, or I will dye my spear in your blood. So they untethered the cattle and began to drive them out, and Subba came down to Canmacan, crying out with a loud voice and rejoicing greatly, when, behold, there arose a cloud of dust and grew till it covered the prospect, and there appeared under it 100 cavaliers, like fierce lions. With this Subba fled up onto the hill, that he might gaze upon the fight in safety, saying, I am no warrior but in sport and jest. Then the 100 cavaliers made towards Canmacan from all sides, and one of them accosted him, saying, Whither goest thou with this good? I have made prize of them, replied he, and am carrying them away, and I forbid you from them, for know that he who is before you is a terrible lion and an illustrious champion and a sword that cuts wherever it turns. When the horseman heard this, he looked at Canmacan and saw that he was a cavalier as he were a strong lion, whilst his face was as the full moon rising on its 14th night, and valor shone from between his eyes. Now this horseman was the chief of the 100 horse, and his name was Cardash, and what he saw in Canmacan of the perfection of martial grace, together with surpassing beauty and comeliness, reminded him of a mistress of his, by name Phaeton. Now this Phaeton was one of the fairest of women in face, for God had given her beauty and grace and charms and noble qualities of all kinds, such as the tongue fails to describe. Moreover, the cavaliers of the tribe feared her prowess and the champions of the land stood in awe of her, and she had sworn that she would not marry nor give any possession of her, except he should conquer her, saying to her father, None shall approach me, except he master me in the field and the stead of war. Cardash was one of her suitors, and when the news reached him of the vow she had taken, he thought scorn to fight with a girl, fearing reproach, and one of his friends said to him, Thou art accomplished in beauty and manly qualities, so if thou contend with her, even though she be stronger than thou must needs overcome her, for when she sees thy beauty and grace, she will be discomfited before thee, seeing that women by nature incline unto men, as is not unknown to thee. Nevertheless he refused and would not contend with her, albeit indeed she loved him, for what she had heard of his beauty and valour, and he ceased not to abstain from her thus, till he met with Canmacan, as hath been set down. Now he took the prince for his beloved Phaeton and was afraid, so he went up to him and said, Out on thee, O Phaeton! Thou comest to show me thy prowess, but now alight from thy steed, that I may talk with thee, for I have driven off these cattle and waylaid horsemen and champions, all for the sake of thy beauty and grace, which are without peer. So now thou shalt marry me, that king's daughters may wait on thee, and thou shalt become queen of these countries. When Camacan heard this, the fires of wrath flamed up in him, and he cried out, saying, Out on thee, O dog of the barbarians! Leave thy raving of Phaeton and come to cutting and thrusting, for eftsoon thou shalt lie in the dust. So saying, he began to wheel about him and offer battle. Then Cerdash observed him more closely and saw that he was indeed a doughty knight and a stalwart champion, and the error of his thought was manifest to him, when as he saw the tender down that adorned his cheeks, as it were myrtle springing from the heart of a red rose. And he feared his onslaught and said to those that were with him, Out on you! Let one of you attack him and show him the keen sword and the quivering spear, for know that for a company to do battle with one man is foul shame, even though he be a doughty man of war and an invincible champion. With this, there ran at Camacan a lion-like horseman, mounted on a black horse with white feet and a star on his forehead, the bigness of a dirham, astounding sight, and wit, as he were Abjur, that was Anter's steed, even as saith of him the poet. See, where the stallion yonder comes, that with a fierce delight drives to the battle, mingling earth with heaven in his might. Meseems, the morning smote his brow and to avenge himself. Thereon, he plunges straight and deep into its heart of light. He rushed upon Camacan, who met him in mid-career, and they wheeled about a while in the dint of battle, exchanging blows such as confound the wit and dim the sight, till Camacan took the other advantage and smote him a swashing blow, that shore through turban and iron skull-cap and reached his head, and he fell from his saddle, as a camel falls, when he rolls over. Then a second came out to him, and a third and a fourth and a fifth, and he did with them all as he had done with the first. Thereupon the rest rushed upon him, all at once, for indeed they were wild with rage and concern, but it was not long before he had transfixed them all with the point of his lance. When Cerdash saw his feats of arms, he knew that he was stout of heart and concluded that he was the phoenix of the champions and heroes of the age, so he feared death and said to Camacan, I give thee thy life and pardon thee the blood of my comrades, for I have compassion on thee by reason of thy fair youth. So take what thou wilt of the cattle and go thy ways, for life is better for thee than death. Thou lackest not of the generosity of the noble, replied Camacan, but leave this talk and flee for thy life, and reck not of blame nor think to get back the booty, but take the straight path for thine own safety. When Cerdash heard this, he waxed exceeding wroth, and his anger moved him to that which was the cause of his death, so he said to Camacan, Out on thee! Knewest thou who I am, thou wouldst not talk thus in the open field. I am the doughty lion known as Cerdash, he who despoils great kings and waylays all the travelers and seizes the merchants' goods. Yonder steed under thee is what I am seeking, and I call upon thee to tell me how thou camest by it. No, replied Camacan, that this steed was being carried to my uncle King Sazin in the company of a certain old woman, attended by 10 slaves, when thou fellest upon her and tookest the horse from her, and I have a debt of blood against this old woman for the sake of my grandfather King Omar ben Enuman and my uncle King Shirkan. Out on thee, said Cerdash. Who is thy father, O thou that hast no known mother? No, answered the prince, that I am Camacan, son of Zulmecan, son of Omar ben Enuman. Quoth Cerdash, thy perfection cannot be denied, nor yet the union in thee of martial virtue and comeliness, but go in peace, for thy father showed us favor in bounty. By Allah, O vile wretch, rejoined Camacan, I will not so far honor thee as to overcome thee in the open field. At this the Bedouin was wroth, and they drove at one another, shouting aloud, whilst their horses pricked up their ears and raised their tails. They clashed together with such a dint, that it seemed to each as if the heavens were split in sunder, and strove like 2 budding rams, smiting one another with thick coming spear strokes. Presently, Cerdash aimed a blow at Camacan, but he evaded it, and turning upon the brigand, smote him in the breast, that the head of the spear issued from his back. Then he collected the horses and cattle and cried out to the slaves, saying, Up and drive them off briskly. With this down came Subba, and accosting Kamakan, said to him, "Thou hast quitted thee right well, O hero of the age. I prayed God for thee, and he heard my prayer." Then he cut off Kardash's head, and Kamakan laughed and said, "Out on thee, Subba! I thought thee a man of valor." Quoth the Bedouin, "Forget not thy slave in the division of the spoil, so haply I may win therewith to marry my cousin Nejma." "Thou shalt surely have a share in it," answered Kamakan, "but now keep watch over the booty and the slaves." Then they set out and journeyed night and day till they drew near Baghdad, and all the troops heard of Kamakan and saw the booty and the brigand's head on the point of Subba's spear. Moreover, the merchants knew Kardash's head and rejoiced, for he was a noted highwayman, saying, "Allah hath rid mankind of him." And they marveled at his death and called down blessings on his slayer. Then all the people of Baghdad came to Kamakan, seeking to know what had befallen him, and he told them what had passed, whereupon they were taken with awe of him, and all the champions and men of war feared him. After this, he drove his spoil to the palace, and planting the spear, on which was Kardash's head, before the gate, gave largesse to the people of camels and horses, so that they loved him and all hearts inclined to him. Then he took Subba and lodged him in a spacious dwelling, giving him part of the booty, after which he went in to his mother and told her all that had befallen him. Meanwhile the news of him reached the king, who rose and shutting himself up with his chief officers, said to them, "I wish to reveal to you my secret and acquaint you with the truth of my case. Know that Kamakan will be the cause of our expulsion from the kingdom, for he has slain Kardash, albeit he had with him the tribes of the Turks and the Kurds, and our affair with him will assuredly result in our destruction, seeing that the most part of our troops are his kinsmen, and ye know what the Vizier Dendan hath done, how he refuses to recognize me, after all the favors I have done him, and is become a traitor to his faith. Indeed, it is come to my knowledge that he hath levied an army in the provinces and goeth about to make Kamakan king, for that the kingdom was his father's and his grandfather's before him, and he will surely slay me without mercy." When they heard this, they replied, "O king, verily he is unequal to this, and did we not know him to have been reared by thee, not one of us would take thought to him. We are at thy commandment. If thou wilt have us slay him, we will do so, and if thou wilt have him kept at a distance, we will chase him away." When King Sazin heard this, he said, "Verily, it were wise to slay him, but needs must ye take an oath of it." So they all pledged themselves to kill him, to the intent that, when the Vizier Dendan came and heard of his death, his might should be weakened and fail of that which he designed to do. When they had made this compact with him, the king bestowed great gifts upon them, and dismissing them, retired to his own apartments. Now the troops refused their service, awaiting what should befall, for they saw that the most part of the army was with the Vizier Dendan. Presently, the news of these things came to Kuzia Fekan and caused her much concern, so that she sent for the old woman, who was wont to carry messages between her and her cousin, and bade her go to him and warn him of the plot against his life. Accordingly, she repaired to Kamakan and gave him the princess's message, to which she replied, "Bear my cousin my salutation and say to her, the earth is God's, to whom belong might and majesty, and he mocketh whom he willeth of his servants to inherit it." How excellent is the saying of the poet! The kingship is God's alone, and him who would fain fulfill his wishes he driveth away and mocketh him rue for his ill. Had I or another than I a hand's breadth of earth to my own, the godship were sundered in twain, and two were the power and the will. The old woman returned to Kuzia Fekan with Kamakan's reply and told her that he abode in the city. Meanwhile, King Sazin awaited his going forth from Baghdad, that he might send after him and kill him, till, one day, it befell that Kamakan went out to hunt, accompanied by Subba, who would not leave him day or night. He caught 10 gazelles, and among them one that had soft black eyes and turned right and left, so he let her go, and Subba said to him, "Why didst thou let her go?" Kamakan laughed and set the others free also, saying, it behoves us, of humanity, to release gazelles that have young, and this one only turned from side to side, to look for her young ones, so I let her go and released the others in her honor. Quoth Sabbah, Do thou release me, that I may go to my people. At this Camacan laughed and smote him on the breast with the butt of his spear, and he fell to the ground, writhing like a serpent. Whilst they were thus occupied, they saw a cloud of dust and heard the tramp of horse, and presently there appeared a troop of armed cavaliers. Now King Sazin had heard of Camacans going out and sending for an emir of the Medes, called Jamie, and 20 men, had given them money and bidden them slay Camacan. So, when they drew near the prince, they rushed at him and he met them in mid-career and killed them all, to the last man. Meanwhile the king took horse and riding out to meet his men, found them all slain, whereat he wondered and turned back, but the people of the city laid hands on him and bound him straitly. As for Camacan, he left that place behind him and rode onward with Sabbah. As he went, he saw a youth sitting at the door of a house in his road and saluted him. The youth returned his greeting and going into the house, brought out 2 platters, one full of milk and the other of brews swimming in, clarified, butter, which he set before Camacan, saying, Favor me by eating of my victual. But he refused, and the young man said to him, What ails thee, O man, that thou wilt not eat? I have a vow upon me, replied the prince. What is the cause of thy vow? Asked the youth, and Camacan answered, Know that King Sazin seized upon my kingdom wrongfully and oppressively, albeit it was my father's and my grandfather's before me, yet he laid hands upon the throne by force, after my father's death, and took no count of me, for that I was of tender years. So I have bound myself by a vow to eat no man's victual, till I have eased my heart of my enemy. Rejoice, rejoined the youth, for God hath fulfilled thy vow. Know that he is in prison and methinks he will soon die. In what house is he imprisoned? Asked Camacan. In yonder high pavilion, answered the other. The prince looked and saw the folk entering and buffeting Sazin, who was suffering the agonies of death. So he went up to the pavilion and noted what was therein, after which he returned to his place and sitting down to meat, ate what sufficed him and put the rest in his budget. Then he waited till it was dark night. And the youth, whose guest he was, slept, when he rose and repaired to the pavilion in which Sazin was confined. Now about it were dogs, guarding it, and one of them ran at him, so he took out of his wallet a piece of meat and threw it to him. He ceased not to do thus, till he came to the pavilion and making his way to the place where Sazin was, laid his hand upon his head, whereupon he said in a loud voice, Who art thou? I am Camacan, replied the prince, whom thou wentest about to kill, but God made thee fall into the evil thyself hadst devised. Did it not suffice thee to take my kingdom and that of my father, but thou must go about to kill me? And Sazin swore a vain oath that he had not plotted his death and that the report was untrue. So Camacan forgave him and said to him, Follow me. Quoth he, I cannot walk a single step for weakness. If the case be thus, replied Camacan, we will get us 2 horses and ride forth and seek the open country. So they took horse and rode till daybreak, when they prayed the morning prayer and fared on till they came to a garden, where they sat down and talked a while. Then Camacan rose and said to Sazin, Is there aught of bitterness left in thy heart against me? No, by Allah, replied Sazin. So they agreed to return to Baghdad, and Sabbah the Bedouin said, I will go on before you, to give the folk notice of your coming. Then he rode on in advance, acquainting men and women with the news, so all the people came out to meet Camacan with tabrets and flutes, and Kuzia Fekan also came out, like the full moon shining in all her splendor in the thick darkness of the night. Camacan met her, and their hearts yearned each to each and their bodies longed one for the other. There was no talk among the people of the time but of Camacan, for the cavaliers bore witness of him that he was the most valiant of the folk of the age, and said, "It is not just that other than he should be king over us, but the throne of his grandfather shall revert to him as it was." Meanwhile King Sazin went in to his wife Nuzhat-ezi-Zaman, who said to him, "I hear that the folk talk of nothing but Kamakan and attribute to him such qualities as beggar description." "Hearing is not like seeing," replied the king. "I have seen him, but have noted in him not one of the attributes of perfection. Not all that is heard is said, but the folk ape one another in extolling and cherishing him, and God makes his praise to run on the lips of men, so that there incline to him the hearts of the people of Baghdad and of the perfidious traitor the Vizier Dendan, who has levied troops from all countries and arrogates to himself the right of naming a king of the country and chooses that it shall be under the hand of a worthless orphan." "What then dost thou purpose to do?" asked Nuzhat-ezi-Zaman. "I mean to kill him," replied the king, "that the vizier may be balked of his intent and return to his allegiance to me, seeing nothing for it but my service." Quoth she, "Perfidy is a foul thing with strangers, and how much more with kinsfolk? Thou wouldst do better to marry him to thy daughter Kuzia Fechin and give heed to what was said of old time. If fate set over thee a man, though thou than he be worthier, and this be grievous unto thee, yield him the honor due to his estate, thou wilt find he will advantage thee, though near or far thou be. Speak not thy thought of him, else wilt thou be of those who of their own accord the way of will do flee. Many in the harem oft are brighter than the bride, but time is on her side, and opportunity." When Sazin heard this, he rose in anger and said to her, "Were it not that to kill thee would bring disgrace and reproach on me, I would take off thy head with my sword and make an end of thee." Quoth she, "I did but jest with thee," and rose and kissed his head and hands, saying, "Thou art right, and we will cast about for some means to kill him." When he heard this, he was glad and said, "Make haste and contrive some device to relieve me of my affliction, for I am at my wit's end." Said she, "I will make shift to do away his life for thee." "How so?" asked he, and she answered, "By means of our female slave Pigeon." Now this Pigeon was past mistress in all kinds of knavery, and was one of the most pernicious of old women, in whose religion it was not lawful to abstain from wickedness. She had brought up Kamakan and Kuzia Fechin, and the former had her in so great affection, that he was wont to sleep at her feet. So when King Sazin heard his wife name her, he said, "This is a good counsel," and sending for the old woman, told her what had passed and bade go about to kill Kamakan, promising her all good. "O my lord," replied she, "thy commandment shall be done, but I would have thee give me a dagger that has been tempered in water of dearth, that I may dispatch him the quicklier for thee." "So be it," said Sazin, and gave her a knife that would well nigh forego destiny. Now this woman had heard stories and verses and committed to memory great store of witty traits and anecdotes, so she took the dagger and went out, considering how she should compass Kamakan's destruction. Then she repaired to the prince, whom she found sitting awaiting the coming of a messenger with his cousin's tryst, so that night his thought was taken up with Kuzia Fechin, and the fires of love for her raged in his heart. Pigeon went in to him, saying, "The time of union is at hand, and the days of separation are over and gone." When he heard this, he said, "How is it with Kuzia Fechin?" And she answered, "Know that she is distraught for love of thee." At this he rose, and taking off his upper clothes, put them on her and promised her all good. Then said she, "Know that I mean to pass this night with thee, that I may repeat to thee what talk I have heard, and divert thee with tales of many a slave of love, whom passion hath made sick." Quoth he, "Tell me a story, that will gladden my heart and dispel my cares." "With all my heart," answered she, and sitting down beside him, with the dagger under her clothes, began thus. The pleasantest thing I ever heard was as follows. Pigeon's story of the hashish eater. A certain man loved the fair and spent his substance on them, till he became a beggar and used to go about the streets and markets, seeking his bread. One day, as he went along, a splinter of iron pierced his finger and made it bleed, so he sat down and wiping away the blood, bound up his finger. Then he went on, crying out, till he came to a bath, and entering found it clean and empty. So he took off his clothes and sitting down by the basin, fell to pouring water on his head, till he was tired, when he went out to the room in which was the tank of cold water. Finding none there, he shut himself up in a cabinet, and taking out a piece of hashish, swallowed it. The fumes of the drug spread through his brain and he rolled over onto the marble floor. Then the hashish made it appear to him as if a great lord were kneading him and as if two slaves stood at his head, one bearing a bowl and the other washing gear and all the requisites of the bath. When he saw this, he said to himself, "Meseems these are mistaken in me, or else they are of the company of us hashish eaters." Then he stretched out his legs and it seemed to him that the bathman said to him, "O my lord, the time of thy going forth draws near and it is today thy turn of service, at the palace." At this he laughed and said, "As God wills, O hashish." Then he sat and said nothing, whilst the bathman took him by the hand and raising him up, girt his middle with a waistcloth of black silk, after which the two slaves followed him, with the bowls and implements, till they brought him into a cabinet, wherein they set perfumes burning. He found the place full of various kinds of fruits and sweet-scented flowers, and they cut him a melon and seated him on a stool of ebony, whilst the bathman stood to wash him and the slaves poured water on him, after which they rubbed him down well and said, "O our lord the vizier, may the bath profit thee and mayst thou come to delight everlasting." Then they went out and shut the door on him, and he took up the waistcloth and laughed till he well nigh lost his senses. He gave not over laughing for some time and saying to himself, "What ails them to bespeak me as if I were a vizier and style me master and our lord? Surely they are dreaming now, but presently they will know me and say, This fellow is a beggar, and take their fill of cuffing me on the nape of the neck." Presently, he felt hot and opened the door, whereupon it seemed to him that a little white slave and an eunuch entered, carrying a parcel. The slave opened the parcel and brought out 3 kerchiefs of silk, one of which he threw over his head, a second over his shoulders, and a third he tied round his waist. Moreover, the eunuch gave him a pair of bath clogs, and he put them on, after which in came eunuchs and slaves and supported him, laughing the while, to the outer hall, which he found hung and spread with magnificent furniture, such as beseems none but kings, and the pages hastened up to him and seated him on the divan. Then they fell to kneading him, till sleep overcame him and he dreamt that he had a girl in his arms. So he kissed her and set her between his thighs, then, clipping her as a man clips a woman, took his yard in his hand and was about to have at her, when he heard one saying to him, "Awake, thou good for naught. The hour of noon is come and thou art still asleep." He opened his eyes and found himself lying on the merge of the cold water tank, with a crowd of people about him, laughing at him, for the napkin was fallen from his middle and discovered his yard in point. So he knew that all this was but an imbroglio of dreams and an illusion of hashish, and was vexed and said to him who had aroused him, "Would thou hadst waited till I had put it in." Then said the folk, "Art thou not ashamed, O hashish eater, and thou lying asleep and naked, with thy yard on end?" And they cuffed him, till the nape of his neck was red. Now he was starving, yet had he tasted the savor of delight in sleep. When Kamakan heard this story, he laughed till he fell backward and said to Bakam, "O my nurse, this is indeed a rare story, I never heard its like. Hast thou any more?" "Yes," answered she, and went on to tell him diverting stories and laughable anecdotes, till sleep overcame him. Then she sat by him till the most part of the night was past, when she said to herself, "It is time to profit by the occasion." So she unsheathed the dagger and drawing near to Kamakan, was about to slaughter him, when, behold, in came his mother. When Bakam saw her, she rose to meet her, and fear got hold on her and she fell a trembling, as if she had the ague. The princess mother marveled to see her thus and aroused her son, who awoke and found her sitting at his head. Now the reason of her coming was that Kuzia Fekin heard of the plot to kill Kamakin and said to his mother, O wife of my uncle, go to thy son, ere that wicked baggage Bakan kill him. And she told her what had passed, from beginning to end. So she rose at once and stayed not for aught, till she came to her son's lodgings, just as Bakan was about to slay him. When he awoke, he said to his mother, O my mother, indeed thou comest at a good time, for my nurse Bakan has been with me this night. Then he turned to Bakan and said to her, My life on thee, knowest thou any story better than those thou hast told me? What I have told thee, answered she, is nothing to what I will tell thee, but that must be for another time. Then she rose to go, hardly believing that she should escape with her life, for she perceived of her cunning that his mother knew what was toward, and he said, Go in peace. So she went her way, and his mother said to him, O my son, blessed be this night, wherein God the Most High hath delivered thee from this accursed woman. How so? Asked he, and she told him the whole story. O my mother, said he, whoso is fated to live finds no slayer, nor, though he be slain, will he die. But now it were wise that we depart from amongst these enemies and let God do what he will. So, as soon as it was day, he left the city and joined the vizier Dendan, and certain things befell between King Sazin and Nuzhat-Ezi Zaman, which caused her also to leave the city and join herself to Kamakin and Dendan, as did likewise such of the king's officers as inclined to their party. Then they took counsel together what they should do and agreed to make an expedition into the land of the Greeks and take their revenge for the death of King Omar ben Inuman and his son Shirkan. So they set out with this intent, and after adventures which it were tedious to set out, but the drift of which will appear from what follows, they fell into the hands of Rumzan, king of the Greeks. Next morning, King Rumzan caused Dendan and Kamakin and their company to be brought before him, and seating them at his side, bade spread the tables of food. So they ate and drank and took heart of grace, after having made sure of death, for that, when they were summoned to the king's presence, they said to one another, He has not sent for us but to put us to death. Then said the king, I have had a dream, which I related to the monks, and they said, None can expound it to thee but the vizier Dendan. And what didst thou see in thy dream, O king of the age? Asked Dendan. I dreamt, answered the king, that I was in a pit, as it were a black well, where meseemed folk were tormenting me, and I would have risen, but fell on my feet and could not get out of the pit. Then I turned and saw on the ground a girdle of gold and put out my hand to take it, but when I raised it from the ground, I saw it was two girdles. So I girt my middle with them, and behold, they became one girdle, and this, O vizier, is my dream and what I saw in sleep. O our lord the Sultan, said Dendan, this thy dream denotes that thou hast a brother or a brother's son or an uncle's son or other near kinsman of thy flesh and blood, of whom thou knowest not. When the king heard this, he looked at Kamakin and Dendan and Nuzhat-Ezi Zaman and Kuzia Fekin and the rest of the captives, and said in himself, If I cut off these people's heads, their troops will lose heart for the loss of their chiefs, and I shall be able to return speedily to my realm, lest the kingdom pass out of my hands. So he called the headsman and bade him strike off Kamakin's head, when behold, up came Rumzan's nurse and said to him, O august king, what wilt thou do? Quoth he, I mean to put these captives to death and throw their heads among their troops, after which I will fall upon them, I, and all my men, and kill all we may and put the rest to the rout. So will this be the end of the war, and I shall return speedily to my kingdom, ere aught befall among my subjects. When the nurse heard this, she came up to him and said in the frank tongue, How canst thou slay thine own brother's son and thy sister's daughter? When he heard this, he was exceeding angry and said to her, O accursed woman, didst thou not tell me that my mother was murdered and that my father died by poison? Didst thou not give me a jewel and say to me, this jewel was thy father's? Why didst thou not tell me the truth? All that I told thee is true, replied she, but thy case and my own are wonderful and thine and my history extraordinary. My name is Murjana and thy mother's name was Abriza. She was gifted with such beauty and grace and valor that proverbs were made of her, and her prowess was renowned among men of war. Thy father was King Omar ben Numan, lord of Baghdad and Khorasan. He sent his son Shirkan on an expedition, in company with this very Vizier Dendan, and Shirkan thy brother separated himself from the troops and fell in with thy mother Queen Abriza, in a privy garden of her palace, whither we had resorted to wrestle, she and I and her other damsels. He came on us by chance and wrestled with thy mother, who overcame him by the splendor of her beauty and her valor. Then she entertained him 5 days in her palace, till the news of this came to her father, by the old woman Shawahi, surnamed Dat ed Dawahi, whereupon she embraced Islam at Shirkan's hands and he carried her by stealth to Baghdad, and with her myself and Rihanna and other 20 damsels. When we came to thy father's presence, he fell in love with thy mother and going in to her one night, forgathered with her, and she became with child by him of thee. Now thy mother had 3 jewels, which she gave to thy father, and he gave one of them to his daughter Nuzhat-ezi Zaman, another to thy brother Zulmakan and the third to thy brother Shirkan. This last thy mother took from Shirkan, and I kept it for thee. When the time of the princess's delivery drew near, she yearned after her own people and discovered her secret to me, so I went privily to a black slave called Gezban and telling him our case, bribed him to go with us. Accordingly, he took us and fled forth the city with us by stealth towards the land of the Greeks, till we came to a desert place on the borders of our own country. Here the pangs of labor came upon thy mother, and the slave, being moved by lust, sought of her a shameful thing, whereat she cried out loudly and was sore affrighted at him. In the excess of her alarm, she gave birth to thee at once, and at this moment there arose, in the direction of our country, a cloud of dust which spread till it covered the plain. At this sight, the slave feared for his life, so, in his rage, he smote Queen Abriza with his sword and slew her, then, mounting his horse, went his way. Presently, the dust lifted and discovered thy grandfather, King Hurdaub, who, seeing thy mother his daughter dead on the ground, was sorely troubled and questioned me of the manner of her death and why she had left her father's kingdom. So I told him all that had happened, first and last, and this is the cause of the feud between the people of the land of the Greeks and the people of Baghdad. Then we took up thy dead mother and buried her, and I took thee and reared thee, and hung this jewel about thy neck. But, when thou camest to man's estate, I dared not acquaint thee with the truth of the matter, lest it should stir up a war of revenge between you. Moreover, thy grandfather had enjoined me to secrecy, and I could not gainsay the commandment of thy mother's father, Hurdaub, king of the Greeks. This, then, is why I forbore to tell thee that thy father was King Omar ben Numan, but, when thou camest to the throne, I told thee, what thou knowest, and the rest I could not reveal to thee till this moment. So now, O King of the age, I have discovered to thee my secret and have acquainted thee with all that I know of the matter, and thou knowest best what is in thy mind. When Nuzhat-ezi Zaman heard what the king's nurse said, she cried out, saying, This King Rumzan is my brother by my father King Omar ben Numan, and his mother was the Princess Abriza, daughter of Hurdaub, king of the Greeks, and I know this damsel Murjana right well. With this, trouble and perplexity got hold upon Rumzan and he caused Nuzhat-ezi Zaman to be brought up to him forthright. When he looked upon her, blood drew to blood and he questioned her of his history. So she told me all she knew, and her story tallied with that of his nurse, whereupon he was assured that he was indeed of the people of Iraq and that King Omar ben Numan was his father. So he caused his sister to be unbound, and she came up to him and kissed his hands, whilst her eyes ran over with tears. He wept also to see her weeping, and brotherly love entered into him, and his heart yearned to his brother's son Camican. So he sprang to his feet, and taking the sword from the headsman's hands, bade bring the captives up to him. At this, they made sure of death, but he cut their bonds with the sword and said to Mrjana, "Explain the matter to them, even as thou hast explained it to me." "O king," replied she, "know that this old man is the Vizier Dendan, and he is the best of witnesses to my story, seeing that he knows the truth of the case." Then she turned to the captives and repeated the whole story to them and to the princes of the Greeks and the Franks who were present with them, and they all confirmed her words. When she had finished, chancing to look at Camican, she saw on his neck the fellow jewel to that which she had hung round King Rumzan's neck, whereupon she gave such a cry, that the whole palace rang again, and said to the king, "Know, O my son, that now my certainty is still more assured, for the jewel that is about the neck of yonder captive is the fellow to that I hung to thy neck, and this is indeed thy brother's son Camican." Then she turned to Camican and said to him, "O king of the age, let me see that jewel." So he took it from his neck and gave it to her. Then she asked Nuzhat-ezi Zaman of the third jewel, and she gave it to her, whereupon she delivered the two to King Rumzan, and the truth of the matter was made manifest to him, and he was assured that he was indeed Prince Camican's uncle, and that his father was King Omar ben Anuman. So he rose at once, and going up to the Vizier Dendan, embraced him. Then he embraced Prince Camican, and they cried aloud for very gladness. The joyful news was blazed abroad, and they beat the drums and cymbals, whilst the flutes sounded, and the people held high festival. The army of Iraq and Syria heard the clamor of rejoicing among the Greeks, so they mounted, all of them, and King Zibalcan also took horse, saying in himself, "What can be the cause of this clamor and rejoicing in the army of the Franks?" Then the Muslim troops made ready for fight, and advancing into the field, drew out in battle array. Presently, King Rumzan turned, and seeing the army deployed in battalia, inquired the reason and was told the state of the case, so he bade Kuzia Fekan return at once to the Muslim troops and acquaint them with the accord that had betided and how it was come to light that he was Camican's uncle. So she set out, putting away from her sorrows and troubles, and stayed not till she came to King Zibalcan, whom she found tearful-eyed, fearing for the captive chiefs and princes. She saluted him and told him all that had passed, whereat the Muslim's grief was turned to gladness. Then he and all his officers took horse and followed the princess to the pavilion of King Rumzan, whom they found sitting with his nephew, Prince Camican. Now they had taken counsel with the Vizier Dendan concerning King Zibalcan, and had agreed to commit to his charge the city of Damascus of Syria and leave him king over it as before, whilst themselves entered Iraq. Accordingly, they confirmed him in the viceroyalty of Damascus and bade him set out at once for his government, so he departed with his troops, and they rode with him a part of the way, to bid him farewell. Then they returned and gave orders for departure, whereupon the two armies united, and King Rumzan and his nephew set out, surrounded by their nobles and grandees. And indeed Camican rejoiced in his uncle King Rumzan, and called down blessings on the nurse Mrjana, who had made them known to each other. But the two kings said to one another, "Our hearts will never be at rest nor our wrath appeased, till we have taken our wreak of the old woman Shawahi, surnamed Dat ed Dawahi, and wiped out the blot upon our honor." So they fared on till they drew near Baghdad, and Sazan, hearing of their approach, came out to meet them and kissed the hand of the king of the Greeks, who bestowed on him a dress of honor. Then King Rumzan sat down on the throne and seated his nephew at his side, who said to him, "O my uncle, this kingdom befits none but thee." "God forbid," replied Rumzan, "that I should supplant thee in thy kingdom." So the Vizier Dendan counseled them to share the throne between them, ruling each one day in turn, and they agreed to this. Then they made feasts and offered sacrifices and held high festival, whilst King Camican spent his nights with his cousin Kuzia Fekan, and they abode thus a while. One day, as the two kings sat, rejoicing in the happy ending of their troubles, they saw a cloud of dust arise, and up came a merchant, who ran to them, shrieking and crying out for succor. "O kings of the age," said he, "how comes it that I was in safety in the country of the infidels and am plundered in your realm? What though it be a land of peace and justice?" King Rumzan questioned him of his case, and he replied, "I am a merchant, who have been nigh a score of years absent from my native land, traveling in far countries, and I have a patent of exemption from Damascus, which the late Viceroy King Shirkan wrote me, for that I had made him gift of a slave girl. Now I was returning to Iraq, having with me 100 loads of rarities of Ind, but, as I drew near Baghdad, the seat of your sovereignty and the abiding place of your peace and your justice, there came out upon me Bedouins and Kurds banded together from all parts, who slew my men and robbed me of all my goods. This is what hath befallen me." Then he wept and bemoaned himself before the two kings, who took compassion on him and swore that they would sally out upon the thieves. So they set out with 100 horse, each reckoned worth thousands of men, and the merchant went before them, to guide them in the right way. They fared on all that day and the following night till daybreak, when they came to a valley abounding in streams and trees. Here they found the bandits dispersed about the valley, having divided the treasure between them, but there was yet some of it left. So they fell upon them and surrounded them on all sides, nor was it long before they made prize of them all, to the number of near 300 horsemen, banded together of the scourings of the Arabs. They bound them all, and taking what they could find of the merchants' goods, returned to Baghdad, where the two kings sat down upon one throne, and passing the prisoners in review before them, questioned them of their condition and their chiefs. So they pointed out to them 3 men and said, "These are our only chiefs, and it was they who gathered us together from all parts and countries." The kings bade lay on these 3 and set the rest free, after taking from them all the goods in their possession and giving them to the merchant, who examined them and found that 1/4 of his stock was missing. The two kings engaged to make good his loss, whereupon he pulled out 2 letters, one in the handwriting of Shirkan and the other in that of Nuzhat-e-Zaman, for this was the very merchant who had bought Nuzhat-e-Zaman of the Bedouin, as hath been before set forth. Kanmakan examined the letters and recognized the handwriting of his uncle Shirkan and his aunt Nuzhat-e-Zaman. Then, for that he knew the latter's history, he went into her with that which she had written and told her the merchant's story. She knew her own handwriting, and recognizing the merchant, dispatched to him guest gifts of victual and what not, and commended him to her brother and nephew, who ordered him gifts of money and slaves and servants to wait on him, besides which the princess sent him 100,000 dirhams in money and 50 loads of merchandise, together with other rich presents. Then she sent for him and made herself known to him, whereat he rejoiced greatly and kissed her hands, giving her joy of her safety and union with her brother and thanking her for her bounty, and he said to her, "By Allah, a good deed is not lost upon thee." Then she withdrew to her own apartment, and the merchant sojourned with them 3 days, after which she took leave of them and set out to return to Damascus. After this, the two kings sent for the 3 robber chiefs and questioned them of their condition, whereupon one of them came forward and said, "Know that I am a Bedouin, who used to lie in wait, by the way, to steal children and virgin girls and sell them to merchants, and this I did for many a year until these latter days, when Satan incited me to join these 2 gallows birds in gathering together all the riffraff of the Arabs and other peoples, that we might waylay merchants and plunder caravans." Said the 2 kings, "Tell us the rarest of the adventures that have befallen thee in kidnapping children and girls." "O kings of the age," replied he, "the strangest thing that ever happened to me was as follows. 22 years ago, being at Jerusalem, I saw a girl come out of the Khan, who was possessed of beauty and grace, albeit she was but a servant and was clad in worn clothes, with a piece of camel cloth on her head. So I entrapped her by guile, and setting her on a camel, made off with her into the desert, thinking to carry her to my own people and there set her to pasture the camels and collect their dung, for fuel. But she wept so sore, that after beating her soundly, I carried her to Damascus, where a merchant saw her and being astounded at her beauty and accomplishments, bid me more and more for her, till at last I sold her to him for 100,000 dinars. I heard after that he clothed her handsomely and presented her to the viceroy of Damascus, who gave him for her price thrice told, and this, by my life, was but little for such a damsel. This, O kings of the age, is the strangest thing that ever befell me. The two kings wondered at his story, but, when Nuzhat-e-Zaman heard it, the light in her face became darkness, and she cried out and said to her brother, "Sure, this is the very Bedouin who kidnapped me in Jerusalem." And she told them all that she had endured from him in her strangerhood of hardship and blows and hunger and humiliation, adding, "And now it is lawful to me to slay him." So saying, she seized a sword and made at him, but he cried out and said, "O kings of the age, let her not kill me, till I have told you the rare adventures that have betided me." And Kanmakan said to her, "O my aunt, let him tell his story, and after do with him as thou wilt." So she held her hand and the king said to him, "Now let us hear thy story." "O kings of the age," said he, "if I tell you a rare story, will you pardon me?" "Yes," answered they. Then said the Bedouin, "Know that." Hemmad the Bedouin's Story. A while ago, I was sore wakeful one night and thought the dawn would never break, so, as soon as it was day, I rose and girding on my sword, mounted my steed and set my lance in rest. Then I rode out to hunt, and as I went along, a company of men accosted me and asked me whither I went. I told them, and they said, "We will bear thee company." So we all fared on together, and presently we saw an ostrich and gave chase, but it evaded us and spreading its wings, fled before us and drew us on after it, till it brought us to a desert, wherein there was neither grass nor water, nor was aught to be heard there save the hissing of serpents, the wailing of jinn and the howling of ghouls. Here we lost sight of the ostrich, nor could we tell whether it had flown up into the sky or sunk into the ground. Then we turned our horses' heads and thought to go back, but found that our return would be toilsome and dangerous at that time of exceeding heat, for the heat was grievous to us, so that we were sore athirst and our horses stood still. So we made sure of death, but as we were in this case, we espied a spacious meadow afar off, wherein were gazelles frisking. There was a tent pitched and by the tent side a horse tethered and a spear stuck in the earth, whose head glittered in the sun. When we saw this, our hearts revived, after we had despaired, and we turned our horses' heads towards the meadow and rode on, till we came to a spring, where we alighted and drank and watered our beasts. Then I was seized with a frenzy of curiosity and went up to the door of the tent, where I saw a young man like the new moon, without hair on his cheeks, and on his right hand a slender damsel, as she were a willow wand. No sooner did I set eyes on the girl, than love of her got hold upon my heart and I saluted the young man, who returned my greeting. Then said I to him, "O brother of the Arabs, tell me who thou art and what is this damsel to thee?" With this, he bent down his head awhile, then raised it and replied, "Tell me first who thou art and what are these horsemen with thee?" "I am Hemmad, son of Al-Fazari," answered I, "the renowned cavalier, who is reckoned as 500 horse among the Arabs. We went forth this morning to hunt and were overcome by thirst, so I came to the door of this tent, thinking to get of thee a draught of water." When he heard this, he turned to the fair maiden and said to her, "Bring this man water and what there is of food." So she went in, trailing her skirts, whilst her feet stumbled in her long hair and the golden bangles tinkled on her ankles, and returned after a little, bearing in her right hand a silver vessel of cold water and in her left a bowl full of milk and dates and flesh of wild cattle. But, of the excess of my passion for her, I could take of her nor meat nor drink, and I recited to her the following verses, applying them to her. The dye of the henna upon her hand doth show, as 'twere a raven new lighted on fresh fallen snow. And see the full moon and the sun beside her face, this dim and the other fearful for shame and woe. Then, after I had eaten and drunk, I said to the youth, O chief of the Arabs, I have told thee truly who and what I am, and now I would fain have thee do the like by me and tell me the truth of thy case. As for this damsel, replied he, she is my sister. Quoth I, it is my desire that thou give her to me to wife of free will, else will I slay thee and take her by force. With this, he bowed his head a while, then raised his eyes to me and answered, Thou sayest sooth in avouching thyself a renowned cavalier and a famous champion and the lion of the desert, but if he all attack me treacherously and slay me and take my sister by force, it will be a stain upon your honor. If he be, as thou sayest, cavaliers that are counted among the champions and fear not the shock of battle, give me time to don my armor and gird on my sword and set my lance in rest and mount my horse. Then will we go forth into the field and fight, and if I conquer you, I will kill you, every man of you, and if you overcome me and slay me, this damsel my sister is thine. This is but just, answered I, and we oppose it not. Then I turned my horse's head, mad for love of the damsel, and rode back to my companions, to whom I set forth her beauty and grace, as also the comeliness of the young man and his valor and strength of soul and how he avouched himself a match for 1,000 horse. Moreover, I described to them the tent and all the riches and rarities it contained and said to them, Be sure that this youth would not have taken up his abode alone in this desert place, were he not a man of great prowess, so I propose that whoso slays him shall take his sister. And they agreed to this. Then we armed ourselves and mounting, rode to the tent, where we found the young man armed and mounted, but his sister ran up to him, with her veil drenched with tears, and laying hold of his stirrup, cried out, saying, Alas, and woe worth the day, in her fear for her brother, and recited the following verses. To God above I make my moan of sorrow and affright. Mayhap, the Empyrean's Lord will smite them with dismay. They fain would kill thee, brother mine, with malice aforethought, though never cause of anger was nor fault for went the fray. Yet for a champion art thou known among the men of war, the doughtiest knight that east or west goes camping by the way. Thou wilt thy sister's honor guard, whose might is small, for thou her brother art and she for thee unto the Lord doth pray. Let not the foe possess my soul nor seize on me perforce and work their cruel will on me, without my yea or nay. By God is truth, I'll never live in any land where thou art not, albeit all the goods of plenty it display. But I will slay myself for love and yearning for thy sake, and in the darksome tomb I'll make my bed upon the clay. When he heard her words, he wept sore, and turning his horse's head towards her, made answer with the following verses. Stand by and see the wondrous deeds that I will do this day, when as we meet and eye on them rain blows in the melee. E'en though the lion of the war, the captain of the host, the stoutest champion of them all, spur out into the fray. I'll deal a Thalibaean blow at him, and in his heart I'll let my spear, even to the shaft, its thirst for blood allay. If I defend thee not from all that seek thee, sister mine, may I be slaughtered and my corse given to the birds of prey. I will battle for thy sake, with all the might I may, and books shall story after me the marvels of this day. Then said he, O my sister, give ear to what I shall enjoin on thee. And she answered, I hear and obey. Quoth he, If I fall, let none possess thee, and she buffeted her face and said, God forbid, O my brother, that I should see thee laid low and yield myself to thine enemies. With this he put out his hand to her and drew aside her veil, whereupon her face shone forth, like the sun from out clouds. Then he kissed her between the eyes and bade her farewell, after which he turned to us and said, Ho, cavaliers! Come ye as guests, or are you minded to cut and thrust? If ye come as guests, rejoice in hospitality, and if ye covet the shining moon, come out against me, one by one, and fight. Then came out to him a sturdy horseman, and the young man said to him, Tell me thy name and thy father's name, for I have sworn to fight with none whose name and whose father's name tally with mine and my father's, and if it be thus with thee, I will give thee up the girl. My name is Bilal, answered the other, and the young man repeated the following verses. Thou least when thou talkest of benefits, for lo, thou comest with mischief and malice and woe. So, and now be doughty, heed well what I say, I'm he who the braver in the battle lays low. With a keen cutting sword, like the horn of the moon, so look, and beware, for a hill-shaking blow. Then they ran at one another, and the youth smote his adversary in the breast, that the lance head issued from his back. With this, another came out, and the youth repeated the following verses. O dog, that art noisome of stench and of sight, what is there of worth that to come by is light? 'Tis only the lion, of race and of might right noble, recks little of life in the fight. Nor was it long before he left him also drowned in his blood and cried out, Who will come out to me? So a third horseman pricked out, reciting the following verses. I come to thee, with a fire in my breast that blazes free, and call on my comrades all to the fight to follow me. Though thou hast slain the chiefs of the Arabs, yet, Purdy, thou shalt not scape this day from those that follow thee. When the youth heard this, he answered him, saying, Thou comest, like the right evil fiend that thou art, with a lie on thy lips and a fraud at thy heart. This day shalt thou taste of a death-dealing dart and a spear that shall rid thee of life with its smart. Then he smote him on the breast, that the spear point issued from his back, and cried out, saying, Will another come out? So a fourth came out, and the youth asked him his name. He replied, My name is Hillel. And the youth repeated these verses. Thou erst, that wouldst plunge in my sea of affray and thinkest to daunt me with lies and dismay. Lo, I, to whose chant thou hast hearkened this day, thy soul, ere thou know'st it, will ravish away. Then they drove at one another and exchanged blows, but the youth's stroke forewent that of his adversary and slew him, and thus he went on to kill all who sallied out against him. When I saw my comrade slain, I said in myself, If I fight with him, I shall not be able to withstand him, and if I flee, I shall become a byword among the Arabs. However, the youth gave me no time to think, but ran at me and laying hold of me, dragged me from my saddle. I swooned away and he raised his sword to cut off my head, but I clung to his skirts and he lifted me in his hand, as I were a sparrow, in the clutches of a hawk. When the maiden saw this, she rejoiced in her brother's prowess and coming up to him, kissed him between the eyes. Then he delivered me to her, saying, Take him and entreat him well, for he is come under our rule. So she took hold of the collars of my coat of arms and led me away by them as one would lead a dog. Then she did off her brother's armor and clad him in a robe, after which she brought him a stool of ivory, on which he sat down, and said to him, May God whiten thine honor and make thee to be as a provision against the shifts of fortune. And he answered her with the following verses. My sister said, who saw my lustrous forehead blaze midmost the war, as shine the sun's meridian rays. God bless thee for a brave, to whom, when he falls on, the desert lions bow in terror and amaze. Question the men of war, I answered her, of me, when is the champions flee before my flashing gaze? I am the world renowned for fortune and for might, whose prowess I uplift to what a height of praise. O Hemmad, thou hast roused a lion, who shall show thee death that comes as swift as vipers in the ways. When I heard what he said, I was perplexed about my affair, and considering my condition and how I was become a captive, I was lessened in my own esteem. Then I looked at the damsel and said to myself, it is she who is the cause of all this trouble, and I fell a marveling at her beauty and grace, till the tears streamed from my eyes and I recited the following verses. Reproach me not, O friend, nor chide me for the past, for I will pay no heed to chiding and dispraise. Lo, I am clean distraught for one, whom when I saw, fate in my breast forthright the love of her did raise. Her brother was my foe and rival in her love, a man of mickle might and dreadful in a phrase. Then the maiden set food before her brother, and he bade me eat with him, whereat I rejoiced and felt assured of my life. When he had made an end of eating, she brought him a flagon of wine and he drank, till the fumes of the wine mounted to his head and his face flushed. Then he turned to me and said, Harkee, Hemmad, dost thou know me? By thy life, answered I am rich in naught but ignorance. Said he, I am Ibad ben Temem ben Thalbeh, and indeed God giveth thee thy liberty and spareth thee confusion. Then he drank to my health and gave me a cup of wine and I drank it off. Then he filled me a second and a third and a fourth, and I drank them all, and he made merry with me and took an oath of me that I would never betray him. So I swore to him 1,000 oaths that I would never deal perfidiously with him, but would be a friend and a helper to him. Then he bade his sister bring me 10 dresses of silk, so she brought them and laid them on me, and this gown I have on my body is one of them. Moreover, he made her bring one of the best of the riding camels, laden with stuffs and victual, and a sorrel horse, and gave the whole to me. I abode with them 3 days, eating and drinking, and what he gave me is with me to this day. At the end of this time, he said to me, O Hemmad, O my brother, I would fain sleep a while and rest myself. I trust myself to thee, but if thou see horsemen making hither, fear not, for they are of the Beni Thalbeh, seeking to wage war on me. Then he laid his sword under his head and slept, and when he was drowned in slumber, the devil prompted me to kill him, so I rose, and drawing the sword from under his head, dealt him a blow that severed his head from his body. His sister heard what I had done, and rushing out from within the tent, threw herself on his body, tearing her clothes and repeating the following verses. Carry the tidings to the folk, the saddest news can be, but man from God his ordinance no whither hath to flee. Now art thou slaughtered, brother mine, laid prostrate on the earth, thou whose bright face was as the round of the full moon to see. Indeed, an evil day it was, the day thou mettest them, and after many a fight, thy spear is shivered, woe is me. No rider, now that thou art dead, in horses shall delight nor ever more shall woman bear a male to match with thee. Hemmad this day hath played thee false and foully done to death, unto his oath and plighted faith a traitor base is he. He deemeth thus to have his will and compass his desire, but Satan leath to his dupes and all he doth decree. When she had ended, she turned to me and said, O man of accursed lineage, wherefore didst thou play my brother false and slay him, when as he purposed to send thee back to thy country with gifts and victual, and it was his intent also to marry thee to me at the first of the month? Then she drew a sword she had with her, and planting it in the ground, with the point set to her breast, threw herself thereon and pressed upon it, till the blade issued from her back and she fell to the ground, dead. I mourned for her and wept and repented when repentance availed me nothing. Then I went in haste to the tent and taking whatever was light of carriage and great of worth, went my way, but in my haste and fear, I took no heed of my dead comrades, nor did I bury the maiden and the youth. This, then, is my story, and it is still more extraordinary than that of the serving maid I kidnapped in Jerusalem. When Nuzhat-Ezi Zaman heard these words of the Bedouin, the light in her eyes was changed to darkness, and she rose and drawing the sword, smote him a middleward the shoulder blades, that the point issued from his throat. The bystanders said to her, Why hast thou made haste to slay him? And she answered, Praised be God who hath granted me to avenge myself with my own hand. And she bade the slaves drag the body out by the feet and cast it to the dogs. Then they turned to the second prisoner, who was a black slave, and said to him, "What is thy name? Tell us the truth of thy case." "My name is Gesbon," answered he, and told them what had passed between himself and the Princess Abriza and how he had slain her and fled. Hardly had he made an end of his story, when King Rumzan struck off his head with his saber, saying, "Praised be God that gave me life. I have avenged my mother with my own hand." Then he repeated to them what his nurse Murjana had told him of this same Gesbon, after which they turned to the third prisoner and said to him, "Tell us who thou art and speak the truth." Now this was the very camel driver, whom the people of Jerusalem hired to carry Zulmekan to the hospital at Damascus, but he threw him down on the fuel heap and went his way. So he told them how he had dealt with Zulmekan, whereupon Kamakan took his sword forthright and cut off his head, saying, "Praised be God who hath given me life, that I might requite this traitor what he did with my father, for I have heard this very story from King Zulmekan himself." Then they said to each other, "It remains only for us to take our wreak of the old woman Shawahi, yclept Dat ed Dawahi, for that she is the prime cause of all these troubles. Who will deliver her into our hands, that we may avenge ourselves upon her and wipe out our dishonor?" And King Rumzan said, "Needs must we bring her hither." So he wrote a letter to his grandmother, the aforesaid old woman, giving her to know that he had subdued the kingdoms of Damascus and Mosul and Iraq and had broken up the host of the Muslims and captured their princes, and adding, "I desire thee of all urgency to come to me without delay, bringing with thee the Princess Sufiyyah, daughter of King Aphrodon, and whom thou wilt of the Nazarene chiefs, but no troops, for the country is quiet and under our hand." And he dispatched the letter to her, which when she read, she rejoiced greatly, and forthwith equipping herself and Sufiyyah, set out with their attendants and journeyed, without stopping, till they drew near Baghdad. Then she sent a messenger to acquaint the king of her arrival, whereupon quoth Rumzan, "We should do well to don the habit of the Franks and go out to meet the old woman, to the intent that we may be assured against her craft and perfidy." So they clad themselves in Frankish apparel, and when Kuzia Fekan saw them, she exclaimed, "By the Lord of Worship, did I not know you, I should take you to be indeed Franks." Then they sallied forth, with 1,000 horse, to meet the old woman, and King Rumzan rode on before them. As soon as his eyes met hers, he dismounted and walked towards her, and she, recognizing him, dismounted also and embraced him, but he pressed her ribs with his hands, till he well nigh broke them. Quoth she, "What is this, O my son?" But before she had done speaking, up came Kamakan and Dendan, and the horsemen with them cried out at the women and slaves and took them all prisoners. Then the two kings returned to Baghdad, with their captives, and Rumzan bade decorate the city 3 days long, at the end of which time they brought out the old woman, with a tall red bonnet of palm leaves on her head, diademed with ass's dung, and preceded by a herald, proclaiming aloud, "This is the reward of those who presume to lay hands on kings and kings' sons." Then they crucified her on one of the gates of Baghdad, and her companions, seeing what befell her, all embraced the faith of Islam. As for Kamakan and his uncle Rumzan and his aunt Nuzhed-ez Zaman, they marveled at the wonderful events that had betided them and bade the scribes set them down orderly in books, that those who came after might read. Then they all abode in the enjoyment of all the delights and comforts of life, till there overtook them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies, and this is all that hath come down to us of the dealings of fortune with King Omar ben Nu'man and his son Shirkan and Zulmekan and his son's son Kamakan and his daughter Nuzhed-ez Zaman and her daughter Kuzia Fekan. Volume 3. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and One Night. When Sherzad had made an end of the history of King Omar bin Nu'man and his sons, Shahryar said to her, "I desire that thou tell me some story about birds," and Dunyazad, hearing this, said to her sister, all this while I have never seen the Sultan lighted heart till this night, and this gives me hope that the issue may be a happy one for thee with him." Then drowsiness overcame the Sultan, so he slept, and Sherzad, perceiving the approach of day, was silent. When it was the 146th night, Sherzad began as follows: "I have heard tell, O august king, that story of the birds and beasts and the son of Adam. A peacock once abode with his mate on the seashore, in a place that abounded in trees and streams, but was infested with lions and all manner other wild beasts, and for fear of these latter, the two birds were wont to roost by night upon a tree, going forth by day in quest of food. They abode thus a while, till, their fear increasing on them, they cast about for some other place wherein to dwell, and in the course of their search, they happened on an island abounding in trees and streams. So they alighted there and ate of its fruits and drank of its waters. Whilst they were thus engaged, up came a duck, in a state of great affright, and stayed not till she reached the tree on which the two peacocks were perched, when she seemed reassured. The peacock doubted not but that she had some rare story, so he asked her of her case and the cause of her alarm, to which she replied, "I am sick for sorrow and my fear of the son of Adam. Beware, oh beware of the sons of Adam." "Fear not," rejoined the peacock, "now that thou hast won to us." "Praised be God," cried the duck, "who hath done away my trouble and my concern with your neighborhood. For indeed I come, desiring your friendship." Thereupon the peahen came down to her and said, "Welcome and fair welcome. No harm shall befall thee. How can the son of Adam come at us and we in this island midmost the sea? From the land he cannot win to us, neither can he come up to us out of the sea. So be of good cheer and tell us what hath betided thee from him." "Know then, O peahen," answered the duck, "that I have dwelt all my life in this island in peace and safety and have seen no disquieting thing, till one night, as I was asleep, I saw in a dream the semblance of a son of Adam, who talked with me and I with him. Then I heard one say to me, O duck, beware of the son of Adam and be not beguiled by his words nor by that he may suggest to thee, for he aboundeth in wiles and deceit, so beware with all wariness of his perfidy, for he is crafty and guileful, even as saith of him the poet, he giveth thee honeyed words with the tip of his tongue, galore. But sure he will cozen thee, as the fox cloth, evermore. For know that the son of Adam beguileth the fish and draweth them forth of the waters and shooteth the birds with a pellet of clay and entrappeth the elephant with his craft. None is safe from his mischief, and neither beast nor bird escapeth him. Thus have I told thee what I have heard concerning the son of Adam." "I awoke, fearful and trembling," continued the duck, "and from that time to this my heart hath not known gladness, for fear of the son of Adam, lest he take me unawares by his craft or trap me in his snares. By the time the end of the day overtook me, I was grown weak and my strength and courage failed me, so, desiring to eat and drink, I went forth, troubled in spirit and with a heart ill at ease. I walked on, till I reached yonder mountain, where I saw a tawny lion whelp at the door of a cave. When he saw me, he rejoiced greatly in me, for my color pleased him and my elegant shape, so he cried out to me, saying, Draw nigh unto me. So I went up to him and he said to me, What is thy name and thy kind? Quoth I, My name is Duck, and I am of the bird kind. But thou, why tarriest thou in this place till now? My father the lion, answered he, has bidden me many a day beware of the son of Adam, and it befell this night that I saw in my sleep the semblance of a son of Adam. And he went on to tell me the like of that I have told you. When I heard this, I said to him, O lion, I resort to thee, that thou mayst kill the son of Adam and steadfastly address thy thought to his slaughter, for I am greatly in fear for myself of him, and fear is added to my fear, for that thou also fearest the son of Adam, and thou the sultan of the beasts. Then, O my sister, I ceased not to bid him beware of the son of Adam and urge him to slay him, till he rose of a sudden from his stead and went out, lashing his flanks with his tail. He fared on, and I after him, till we came to a place where several roads met, and saw a cloud of dust arise, which, presently clearing away, discovered a naked runaway ass, and now running and galloping and now rolling in the dust. When the lion saw the ass, he cried out to him, and he came up to him submissively. Then said the lion, Harkee, Crackbrain, what is thy kind, and what brings thee hither? O, son of the Sultan, answered the ass, I am by kind an ass, and the cause of my coming hither is that I am fleeing from the son of Adam. Dost thou fear then that he will kill thee? asked the lion whelp. Not so, O son of the Sultan, replied the ass, but I fear lest he put a cheat on me, for he hath a thing called the pad, that he sets on my back, and a thing called the girth, that he binds about my belly, and a thing called the crupper, that he puts under my tail, and a thing called the bit, that he places in my mouth, and he fashions me a goad and goads me with it and makes me run more than my strength. If I stumble, he curses me, and if I bray, he reviles me, and when I grow old and can no longer run, he puts a wooden panel on me and delivers me to the water carriers, who load my back with water from the river, in skins and other vessels, such as jars, and I wear out my life in misery and abasement and fatigue till I die, when they cast me on the rubbish heaps to the dogs. So what misery can surpass this, and what calamities can be greater than these? When, O Pigeon, I heard the ass's words, my skin shuddered at the son of Adam, and I said to the lion whelp, of a verity, O my lord, the ass hath excuse, and his words add terror to my terror. Then said the lion to the ass, Whither goest thou? Before the rising of the sun, answered he, I espied the son of Adam afar off and fled from him, and now I am minded to flee forth and run without ceasing, for the greatness of my fear of him, so haply I may find a place to shelter me from the perfidious son of Adam. Whilst he was thus discoursing, seeking the while to take leave of us and go away, behold, another cloud of dust arose, at sight of which the ass brayed and cried out and let fly a great crack of wind. Presently, the dust lifted and discovered a handsome black horse of elegant shape, with white feet and fine legs and a browstar like a dirham, which made towards us, neighing, and stayed not till he stood before the whelp, the son of the lion, who, when he saw him, marveled at his beauty and said to him, What is thy kind, O noble wild beast, and wherefore fleest thou into this vast and wide desert? O lord of the beasts, answered he, I am of the horse kind, and I am fleeing from the son of Adam. The whelp wondered at the horse's words and said to him, Say not thus, for it is shame for thee, seeing that thou art tall and stout. How comes it that thou fearest the son of Adam, thou, with thy bulk of body and thy swiftness of running, when I, for all my littleness of body, am resolved to find out the son of Adam, and rushing on him, eat his flesh, that I may allay the affright of this poor duck and make her to dwell in peace in her own place? But now thou hast wrung my heart with thy talk and turned me back from what I had resolved to do, in that, for all thy bulk, the son of Adam hath mastered thee and feared neither thy height nor thy breadth, though, wert thou to kick him with thy foot, thou wouldst kill him, nor could he prevail against thee, but thou wouldst make him drink the cup of death. The horse laughed, when he heard the whelp's words, and replied, Far, far is it from my power to overcome him, O king's son. Let not my length and my breadth nor yet my bulk delude thee, with respect to the son of Adam, for he, of the excess of his guile and his cunning, fashions for me a thing called a hobble and hobbles my 4 legs with ropes of palm fibers, bound with felt, and makes me fast by the head to a high picket, so that I remain standing and can neither sit nor lie down, being tied up. When he hath a mind to ride me, he binds on his feet a thing of iron called a stirrup and lays on my back another thing called a saddle, which he fastens by 2 girths, passed under my armpits. Then he sets in my mouth a thing of iron he calls a bit, to which he ties a thing of leather called a rein, and when he mounts on the saddle on my back, he takes the rein in his hand and guides me with it, goading my flanks the while with the stirrups, till he makes them bleed. So do not ask, O king's son, what I endure from the son of Adam. When I grow old and lean and can no longer run swiftly, he sells me to the miller, who makes me turn in the mill, and I cease not from turning night and day, till I grow decrepit. Then he in turn sells me to the knacker, who slaughters me and flays off my hide, after which he plucks out my tail, which he sells to the sieve makers, and melts down my fat for tallow. At this, the young lion's anger and vexation redoubled, and he said to the horse, When didst thou leave the son of Adam? At midday, replied the horse, and he is now on my track. Whilst the whelp was thus conversing with the horse, there arose a cloud of dust, and presently subsiding, discovered a furious camel, which made toward us, braying and pawing the earth with his feet. When the whelp saw how great and lusty he was, he took him to be the son of Adam and was about to spring at him, when I said to him, O king's son, this is not the son of Adam, but a camel, and meseems he is fleeing from the son of Adam. As I spoke, O my sister, the camel came up and saluted the lion whelp, who returned his greeting and said to him, What brings thee hither? Quoth he, I am fleeing from the son of Adam. And thou, said the whelp, with thy huge frame and length and breadth, how comes it that thou fearest the son of Adam, seeing that one kick of thy foot would kill him? O son of the Sultan, answered the camel, know that the son of Adam has wiles, which none can withstand, nor can any but death prevail against him, for he puts in my nostrils a twine of goat's hair he calls a nose ring, and over my head a thing he calls a halter, then he delivers me to the least of his children, and the youngling draws me along by the nose ring, for all my size and strength. Then they load me with the heaviest of burdens and go long journeys with me and put me to hard labors all hours of the day and night. When I grow old and feeble, my master keeps me not with him, but sells me to the knacker, who slaughters me and sells my hide to the tanners and my flesh to the cooks, so do not ask what I suffer from the son of Adam. When didst thou leave the son of Adam? Asked the young lion. At sundown, replied the camel, and I doubt not but that, having missed me, he is now in search of me, wherefore, O son of the Sultan, let me go, that I may flee into the deserts and the wilds. Wait a while, O camel, said the whelp, till thou see how I will rend him in pieces and give thee to eat of his flesh, whilst I crunch his bones and drink his blood. O king's son, rejoined the camel, I fear for thee from the son of Adam, for he is wily and perfidious. And he repeated the following verse. When as on any land the oppressor cloth alight, there's nothing left for those that dwell therein, but flight. Whilst the camel was speaking, there arose a cloud of dust, which opened and showed a short thin old man, with a basket of carpenter's tools on his shoulder and a branch of a tree and 8 planks on his head. He had little children in his hand, and came on at a brisk pace, till he drew near us. When I saw him, O my sister, I fell down for excess of affright, but the young lion rose and went to meet the carpenter, who smiled in his face and said to him, with a glib tongue, O illustrious king and lord of the long arm, may God prosper shine evening and shine endeavor and increase thy valour and strengthen thee. Protect me from that which hath betided me and smitten me with its mischief, for I have found no helper save only thee. And he stood before him, weeping and groaning and lamenting. When the whelp heard his weeping and wailing, he said, I will succor thee from that thou fearest. Who hath done thee wrong, and what art thou, O wild beast, whose like I never saw in my life, nor saw I ever one goodlier of form or more eloquent of tongue than thou? What is thy case? O lord of the beasts, answered the man, I am a carpenter, he who hath wronged me is a son of Adam, and by break of dawn he will be with thee in this place. When the lion heard this, the light in his face was changed to darkness, and he roared and snorted, and his eyes cast forth sparks. Then he said, By Allah, I will watch this night till the dawn, nor will I return to my father till I have compassed my intent. But thou, continued he, addressing the carpenter, I see thou art short of step, and I would not wound thy feelings, for that I am generous of heart, yet do I deem thee unable to keep pace with the wild beasts. Tell me then whither thou goest. No, answered the carpenter, that I am on my way to thy father's vizier, the lynx, For when he heard that the son of Adam had set foot in this country, he feared greatly for himself and sent one of the beasts for me, to make him a house, wherein he should dwell, that it might shelter him and hold his enemy from him, so not one of the sons of Adam should come at him. When the young lion heard this, he envied the lynx and said to the carpenter, By my life, thou must make me a house with these planks, ere thou make one for the lynx. When thou hast done my work, go to the lynx and make him what he wishes. O Lord of the beasts, answered the carpenter, I cannot make thee aught, till I have made the lynx what he desires. Then will I return to thy service and make thee a house, to ward thee from shine enemy. By Allah, exclaimed the whelp, I will not let thee go hence, till thou make me a house of these planks. So saying, he sprang upon the carpenter, thinking to jest with him, and gave him a cuff with his paw. The blow knocked the basket off the man's shoulder and he fell down in a swoon, whereupon the young lion laughed at him and said, Out on thee, O carpenter! Of a truth thou art weak and hast no strength, so it is excusable in thee to fear the son of Adam. Now the carpenter was exceeding wroth, but he dissembled his anger, for fear of the whelp, and sat up and smiled in his face, saying, Well, I will make thee the house. With this, he took the planks, and nailing them together, made a house in the form of a chest, after the measure of the young lion. In this he cut a large opening, to which he made a stout cover and bored many holes therein, leaving the door open. Then he took out some nails of wrought iron and a hammer and said to the young lion, Enter this opening, that I may fit it to thy measure. The whelp was glad and went up to the opening, but saw that it was strait, and the carpenter said to him, Crouch down and so enter. So the whelp crouched down and entered the chest, but his tail remained outside. Then he would have drawn back and come out, but the carpenter said to him, Wait till I see if there be room for thy tail with thee. So saying, he twisted up the young lion's tail, and stuffing it into the chest, whipped the lid onto the opening and nailed it down, whereat the whelp cried out and said, O carpenter, what is this narrow house thou hast made me? Let me out. But the carpenter laughed and answered, God forbid. Repentance avails nothing for what is past, and indeed thou shalt not come out of this place. Verily thou art fallen into the trap and there is no escape for thee from duress, O vilest of wild beasts. O my brother, rejoined the whelp, what manner of words are these? No, O dog of the desert, answered the man, that thou hast fallen into that which thou fearedst, fate hath overthrown thee, nor did thought-taking profit thee. When the whelp heard these words, he knew that this was indeed the very son of Adam, against whom he had been warned by his father on wake and by the mysterious voice in sleep, and I also, O my sister, was certified that this was indeed he without doubt, wherefore there took me great fear of him for myself and I withdrew a little apart and waited to see what he would do with the young lion. Then I saw the son of Adam dig a pit hard by the chest and throwing the ladder therein, heap brushwood upon it and burn the young lion with fire. At this sight, my fear of the son of Adam redoubled, and in my affright I have been these 2 days fleeing from him. When the peahen heard the duck's story, she wondered exceedingly and said to her, O my sister, thou art safe here from the son of Adam, for we are in one of the islands of the sea, whither there is no way for him, so do thou take up shine abode with us, till God make easy shine in our affair. Quoth the duck, I fear lest some calamity come upon thee by night, for no runaway can rid him of fate. Abide with us, rejoined the peahen, and be even as we, and cease not to persuade her, till she yielded, saying, O my sister, thou knowest how little is my fortitude, had I not seen thee here, I had not remained. That which is written on our foreheads, said the peahen, we must indeed fulfill, and when our appointed day draws near, who shall deliver us? But not a soul passes away except it have accomplished its predestined term and fortune. As they talked, a cloud of dust appeared, at sight of which the duck shrieked aloud and ran down into the sea, crying out, Beware, beware, albeit there is no fleeing from fate and fortune.
After a while, the dust subsided and discovered an antelope, whereat the duck and the peahen were reassured, and the latter said to her companion, "O my sister, this thou sayest and wouldst have me beware of is an antelope, and he is making for us. He will do us no hurt, for the antelope feeds upon the herbs of the earth, and even as thou art of the bird kind, so is he of the beast kind. So be of good cheer and leave caretaking, for caretaking wasteth the body." Hardly had the peahen done speaking, when the antelope came up to them, thinking to shelter under the shade of the tree, and seeing the two birds, saluted them and said, "I came to this island today, and I have seen none richer in herbage nor more pleasant of habitants." Then he besought them of company and amity, and they, seeing his friendly behavior to them, welcomed him and gladly accepted his offer. So they swore friendship one to another and abode in the island in peace and safety, eating and drinking and sleeping in common, till one day there came thither a ship that had strayed from its course in the sea. It cast anchor near them, and the crew landing, dispersed about the island. They soon caught sight of the three animals and made for them, whereupon the peahen flew up into the tree and the antelope fled into the desert, but the duck abode paralyzed by fear. So they chased her, till they caught her and carried her with them to the ship, whilst she cried out and said, "Caution availed me nothing against fate and destiny." When the peahen saw what had betided the duck, she came down from the tree, saying, "I see that misfortunes lie in wait for all. But for yonder ship, parting had not befallen between me and this duck, for she was one of the best of friends." Then she flew off and rejoined the antelope, who saluted her and gave her joy of her safety and inquired for the duck, to which she replied, "The enemy hath taken her, and I loathe the sojourn of this island after her." Then she wept for the loss of the duck and repeated the following verses. "The day of severance broke my heart in tway. God do the like unto the severance day. And also these. I pray that we may yet foregather once again, that I may tell her all that parting wrought of pain." The antelope was greatly moved at hearing of their comrade's fate, but dissuaded the peahen from her resolve to leave the island. So they abode there together, eating and drinking in peace and safety, save that they ceased not to mourn for the loss of the duck. And the antelope said to the peahen, "Thou sayest, O my sister, how the folk who came forth of the ship were the means of our severance from the duck and of her destruction, so do thou beware of them and guard thyself from them and from the craft of the son of Adam and his perfidy." But the peahen replied, "I am assured that naught caused her death but her neglect to celebrate the praises of God, and indeed I said to her, Verily I fear for thee, because thou art not careful to praise God, for all things that he hath made do glorify him, and if any neglect to do so, it leadeth to their destruction." When the antelope heard the peahen's words, he exclaimed, "May God make fair thy face," and betook himself to the celebration of the praises of the Almighty, never after slackening therefrom. And it is said that his form of adoration was as follows: "Glory be to the requiter of good and evil, the Lord of glory and dominion." The Hermits. There was once a hermit, who served God on a certain mountain, whither resorted a pair of pigeons, and he was wont to make two parts of his daily bread, eating one half himself and giving the other to the pigeons. He prayed also for them, that they might be blessed with increase, so they increased and multiplied greatly. Now they resorted only to that mountain, and the reason of their foregathering with the holy man was their assiduity in celebrating the praises of God, for it is said that the pigeon's formula of praise is, "Glory be to the Creator of all things, who appointeth to everyone his daily bread, who builded the heavens and spread out the earth like a carpet." They dwelt thus together, in the happiest of life, they and their brood, till the holy man died, when the company of the pigeons was broken up, and they all dispersed among the towns and villages and mountains. Now in a certain other mountain there dwelt a shepherd, a man of piety and chastity and understanding, and he had flocks of sheep, which he tended,
and made his living by their milk and wool. The mountain aforesaid abounded in trees and pasturage and wild beasts, but the latter had no power over the peasant nor over his flocks, so he continued to dwell therein in security, taking no thought to the things of the world, by reason of his happiness and assiduity in prayer and devotion, till God ordained that he should fall exceeding sick. So he betook himself to a cavern in the mountain, and his sheep used to go out in the morning to the pasturage and take refuge at night in the cave. Now God was minded to try him and prove his obedience and constancy, so he sent him one of his angels, who came into him in the semblance of a fair woman and sat down before him. When the shepherd saw the woman seated before him, his flesh shuddered with horror of her, and he said to her, O woman, what brings thee hither? I have no need of thee, nor is there aught betwixt thee and me that calls for thy coming in to me. O man, answered she, dost thou not note my beauty and grace and the fragrance of my breath, and knowest thou not the need women have of men and men of women? Behold, I have chosen to be near thee and desire to enjoy thy company, so who shall forbid thee from me? Indeed, I come to thee willingly and do not withhold myself from thee. There is none with us whom we need fear, and I wish to abide with thee as long as thou sojournest in this mountain and be thy companion. I offer myself to thee, for thou needest the service of women, and if thou know me, thy sickness will leave thee and health return to thee, and thou wilt repent thee of having forsworn the company of women during thy past life. Indeed, I give thee good advice, so give ear to my counsel and draw near unto me. Quoth he, Go out from me, O deceitful and perfidious woman. I will not incline to thee nor approach thee. I want not thy company. He who coveteth thee renounceth the future life, and he who coveteth the future life renounceth thee, for thou seducest the first and the last. God the Most High lieth in wait for his servants, and woe unto him who is afflicted with thy company. O thou that errest from the truth and wanderest from the path of reason, answered she, turn thy face to me and look upon my charms and profit by my nearness, as did the wise who have gone before thee. Indeed, they were richer than thou in experience and greater of wit, yet they rejected not the society of women, as thou dost, but took their pleasure of them and their company, and it did them no hurt, in body or in soul. Wherefore do thou turn from thy resolve, and thou shalt praise the issue of shine fair. All thou sayest I deny and abhor, rejoined the shepherd, and reject all thou offerest, for thou art cunning and perfidious, and there is no faith in thee, neither honor. How much foulness cost thou hide under thy beauty, and how many a pious man hast thou seduced, whose end was repentance and perdition? Avaunt from me, O thou who devotes thyself to corrupt others. So saying, he threw his goat's hair cloak over his eyes, that he might not see her face, and betook himself to calling upon the name of his Lord. When the angel saw the excellence of his obedience to God, he went out from him and ascended to heaven. Now hard by the mountain was a village wherein dwelt a pious man, who knew not the other's stead, till one night he saw in a dream one who said to him, In such a place near to thee is a pious man, go to him and be at his command. So when it was day, he set out afoot to go thither, and at the time when the heat was grievous upon him, he came to a tree, which grew beside a spring of running water. He sat down to rest in the shadow of the tree, and birds and beasts came to the spring to drink, but when they saw him, they took fright and fled. Then said he, There is no power and no virtue save in God the Most High. I am resting here, to the hurt of the beasts and fowls. So he rose and went on, blaming himself and saying, My tarrying here hath wronged these beasts and birds, and what excuse have I towards my Creator and the Creator of these creatures, for that I was the cause of their flight from their watering place and their pasture? Alas, my confusion before my Lord on the day when he shall avenge the sheep of the goats. And he wept and repeated the following verses. By Allah, if men knew for what they are create, they would not go and sleep, unheeding of their fate. Soon cometh death, then wake and resurrection come, then judgment and reproof and terrors passing great.
Obey me or command, the most of us are like the dwellers in the cave, asleep early and late.
Then he fared on, weeping for that he had driven the birds and beasts from the spring by sitting down under the tree, till he came to the shepherd's dwelling and going in, saluted him.
The shepherd returned his greeting and embraced him, weeping and saying, What brings thee hither, where no man hath ever come in to me?
Quoth the other, I saw in my sleep one who described to me this thy stead and bade me repair to thee and salute thee, so I came, in obedience to the commandment. The shepherd welcomed him, rejoicing in his company, and they both abode in the cavern, doing fair service to their lord and living upon the flesh and milk of their sheep, having put away from them wealth and children and other the goods of this world, till there came to them death, the certain, the inevitable.
And this is the end of their story.
O Sherzad, said King Shahryar, thou puttest me out of conceit with my kingdom and makest me repent of having slain so many women and maidens.
Hast thou any stories of birds?
Yes, answered she, and began as follows.
The Waterfowl and the Tortoise. A waterfowl flew high up into the air and alighted on rock in the midst of a running water.
As it sat, behold, the water floated up a carcass, that was swollen and rose high out of the water, and lodged it against the rock. The bird drew near and examining it, found that it was the dead body of a man and saw in it spear and sword wounds. So he said in himself, Belike, this was some evil doer, and a company of men joined themselves together against him and slew him and were at peace from him and his mischief. Whilst he was marveling at this, vultures and eagles came down upon the carcass from all sides, which when the waterfowl saw, he was sore affrighted and said, I cannot endure to abide here longer. So he flew away in quest of a place where he might harbor, till the carcass should come to an end and the birds of prey leave it, and stayed not in his flight, till he came to a river with a tree in its midst. He alighted on the tree, troubled and distraught and grieved for his separation from his native place, and said to himself, Verily grief and vexation cease not to follow me. I was at my ease, when I saw the carcass, and rejoiced therein exceedingly, saying, This is a gift of God to me. But my joy became sorrow and my gladness mourning, for the lions of the birds took it and made prize of it and came between it and me. How can I trust in this world or hope to be secure from misfortune therein? Indeed, the proverb says, The world is the dwelling of him who hath no dwelling. He who hath no understanding is deceived by it and trusteth in it with his wealth and his child and his family and his folk, nor doth he who is deluded by it leave to rely upon it, walking proudly upon the earth, till he is laid under it and the dust is cast over him by him who is dearest and nearest to him of all men. But naught is better for the noble than patience under its cares and miseries. I have left my native place, and it is abhorrent to me to quit my brethren and friends and loved ones. Whilst he was thus devising with himself, behold, a tortoise descended into the water and approaching the bird, saluted him, saying, O my lord, what hath exiled thee and driven thee afar from thy place? The descent of enemies thereon, replied the waterfowl, for the understanding cannot brook the neighborhood of his enemy, even as well says the poet. When as on any land the oppressor doth alight, there's nothing left for those that dwell therein, but flight. Quoth the tortoise, If the case be as thou sayest, I will not leave thee nor cease to be before thee, that I may do thy need and fulfill thy service, for it is said that there is no sorer desolation than that of him who is an exile, cut off from friends and country, and also that no calamity equals that of severance from virtuous folk. But the best solace for the understanding is to seek companionship in his strangerhood and be patient under adversity. Wherefore I hope that thou wilt find thine account in my company, for I will be to thee a servant and a helper. Verily, thou art right in what thou sayest, answered the waterfowl, for, by my life, I have found grief and pain in separation, What while I have been absent from my stead and sundered from my friends and brethren, seeing that in severance is an admonition to him who will be admonished and matter of thought for him who will take thought. If one find not a companion to console him, good is cut off from him forever and evil stablished with him eternally, and there is nothing for the wise but to solace himself in every event with brethren and be instant in patience and constancy, for indeed these two are praiseworthy qualities, that uphold one under calamities and shifts of fortune and ward off affliction and consternation, come what will. Beware of sorrow, rejoined the tortoise, for it will corrupt thy life to thee and do away thy fortitude. And they gave not over converse, till the bird said, Never shall I leave to fear the strokes of fortune and the vicissitudes of events. When the tortoise heard this, he came up to him and kissing him between the eyes, said to him, Never may the company of the bird cease to be blessed in thee and find good in thy counsel. How shalt thou be burdened with inquietude and harm? And he went on to comfort the waterfowl and soothe his disquiet, till he became reassured. Then he flew to the place where the carcass was, and found the birds of prey gone and nothing left of the body but bones, whereupon he returned to the tortoise and acquainted him with this, saying, I wish to return to my stead and enjoy the society of my friends, for the wise cannot endure separation from his native place. So they both went thither and found not to affright them, whereupon the waterfowl repeated the following verses. Full many a sorry chance doth light upon a man and fill his life with trouble, yet with God the issue be death still. His case is sore on him, but when its meshes straightened are to at rest, they relax, although he deem they never will. So they abode there in peace and gladness, till one day fate led thither a hungry hawk, which drove its talons into the bird's belly and killed him, nor did caution stand him instead, seeing that his hour was come. Now the cause of his death was that he neglected to praise God, and it is said that his form of adoration was as follows, Glory be to our Lord in that he ordereth and ordaineth, and glory be to our Lord in that he mocketh rich and mocketh poor. O Scheherazade, said the Sultan, verily, thou overwhelmest me with admonitions and salutary instances. Hast thou any stories of beasts? Yes, answered she. Know, O king, that the wolf and the fox. A fox and a wolf once dwelt in the same den, harboring therein together day and night, but the wolf was cruel and oppressive to the fox. They abode thus a while, till one day the fox exhorted the wolf to use gentle dealing and leave evil doing, saying, If thou persist in thine arrogance, belike God will give the son of Adam power over thee, for he is past master in guile and craft and knavery. By his devices he brings down the birds from the air and draws the fish forth of the waters and sunders mountains in twain and transports them from place to place. All this is of his craft and wheeliness, wherefore do thou betake thyself to equity and fair dealing and leave evil and tyranny, and thou shalt fare the better for it. But the wolf rejected his counsel and answered him roughly, saying, Thou hast no call to speak of matters of weight and stress. And he dealt the fox a buffet that laid him senseless, but, when he revived, he smiled in the wolf's face and excused himself for his unseemly speech, repeating the following verses. If I have sinned in aught that's worthy of reproach, or if I've made default against the love of you, lo, I repent my fault, so let thy clemency the sinner comprehend, that doth for pardon sue. The wolf accepted his excuse and held his hand from him, saying, Speak not of that which concerns thee not, or thou shalt hear what will not please thee. I hear and obey, answered the fox, henceforth I will abstain from what pleaseth thee not, for the sage says, Speak thou not of that whereof thou art not asked, answer not, when thou art not called upon, leave that which concerns thee not for that which does concern thee, and lavish not good counsel on the wicked, for they will repay thee therefore with evil. And he smiled in the wolf's face, but in his heart he meditated treachery against him and said in himself, Needs must I compass the destruction of this wolf. So he bore with his ill usage, saying in himself, Verily arrogance and falsehood lead to perdition and cast into confusion, and it is said, he who is arrogant suffers and he who is ignorant repents and he who fears is safe. Fair dealing is a characteristic of the noble, and gentle manners are the noblest of gains. It behoves me to dissemble with this tyrant, and needs must he be cast down. Then said he to the wolf, Verily, the Lord pardons his erring servant and relents towards him, if he confess his sins, and I am a weak slave and have sinned in presuming to counsel thee. If thou knewest the pain that befell me by thy buffet, thou wouldst see that an elephant could not stand against it nor endure it, but I complain not of the pain of the blow, because of the contentment that hath betided me through it, for though it was exceeding grievous to me, yet its issue was gladness. As saith the sage, the blow of the teacher is at first exceeding grievous, but the end of it is sweeter than clarified honey. Quoth the wolf, I pardon thine offense and pass over thy fault, but be thou ware of my strength and avow thyself my slave, for thou knowest how rigorously I deal with those that transgress against me. Thereupon the fox prostrated himself to the wolf, saying, May God prolong thy life and mayst thou cease never to subdue thine enemies. And he abode in fear of the wolf and ceased not to wheedle him and dissemble with him. One day, the fox came to a vineyard and saw a breach in its wall, but he mistrusted it and said in himself, Verily, there must be some reason for this breach, and the adage says, He who sees a cleft in the earth and doth not shun it or be wary in going up to it, is self-deluded and exposes himself to destruction. Indeed, it is well known that some folk make a semblant of a fox in their vineyards, even to setting before it grapes in dishes, that foxes may see it and come to it and fall into destruction. Meseems, this breach is a snare, and the proverb says, Prudence is the half of cleverness. Now prudence requires that I examine this breach and see if there be aught therein that may lead to perdition, and covetise shall not make me cast myself into destruction. So he went up to the breach and examining it warily, discovered a deep pit, lightly covered, with boughs and earth, which the owner of the vineyard had dug, thinking to trap therein the wild beasts that laid waste his vines. Then he drew back from it, saying in himself, I have found it as I expected. Praised be God that I was wary of it. I hope that my enemy the wolf, who makes my life miserable, will fall into it, so will the vineyard be left to me and I shall enjoy it alone and dwell therein in peace. So saying, he shook his head and laughed aloud, repeating the following verses. Would God I might see, even now, a wolf fallen into yon pit. That this long time hath tortured my heart and made me quaff bitters, God wit. God grant I may live and be spared, and eke of the wolf be made quit. So the vineyard of him shall be rid, and I find my purchase in it. Then he returned in haste to the wolf and said to him, God hath made plain the way for thee into the vineyard, without toil. This is of thy good luck, so mayst thou enjoy the easy booty and the plentiful provant that God hath opened up to thee without trouble. What proof hast thou of what thou sayest? Asked the wolf, and the fox answered, I went up to the vineyard and found that the owner was dead, having been devoured by wolves, so I entered and saw the fruit shining on the trees. The wolf misdoubted not of the fox's report, and gluttony got hold on him, so he rose and repaired to the breach, blinded by greed, whilst the fox stopped short and lay as one dead, applying to the case the following verse. Lustest after Layla's favors? Look thou rather bear in mind that 'tis covetise plays havoc with the necks of humankind. Then said he to the wolf, Enter the vineyard, thou art spared the trouble of climbing, for the wall is broken down, and with God be the rest of the benefit. So the wolf went on, thinking to enter the vineyard, but when he came to the middle of the covering of the pit, he fell in, whereupon the fox shook for delight and gladness, his care and concern left him, and he sang out for joy and recited the following verses. Fortune hath taken ruth on my case, yea, she hath pitted the length of my pain. doing away from me that which I feared and granting me that whereto I was fain. So I will pardon her all the sins she sinned against me once and again. Since for the wolf there is no escape from certain ruin and bitter bane. And now the vineyard is all my own and no fool sharer in my domain. Then he looked into the pit, and seeing the wolf weeping for sorrow and repentance over himself, wept with him, whereupon the wolf raised his head to him and said, Is it of pity for me thou weepest, O Abulhusian? Not so, answered the fox, by him who cast thee into the pit. I weep for the length of thy past life and for regret that thou didst not sooner fall into the pit, for hadst thou done so before I met with thee, I had been at peace, but thou wast spared till the fulfillment of thine allotted term. The wolf thought he was jesting and said, O sinner, go to my mother and tell her what has befallen me, so haply she may make shift for my release. Verily, answered the fox, the excess of thy gluttony and thy much greed have brought thee to destruction, since thou art fallen into a pit whence thou wilt never escape. O witless wolf, knowest thou not the proverb, He who taketh no thought to results, fate is no friend to him, nor shall he be safe from perils? O Abulhusian, said the wolf, thou wast wont to show me affection and covet my friendship and fear the greatness of my strength. Bear me not malice for that I did with thee, for he who hath power and forgiveth, his reward is with God, even as saith the poet. Sow benefits I, though in other than fitting soil. A benefit's never lost, wherever it may be sown. And though time tarry full long to bring it to harvest tide, yet no man reapeth its fruit, save he who sowed it alone. O most witless of beasts of prey and stupidest of the wildlings of the earth, rejoined the fox, hast thou forgotten thine arrogance and pride and tyranny, and how thou disregardedst the due of comradeship and wouldst not take counsel by what the poet says? Do no oppression, whilst the power thereto is in thine hand, for still in danger of revenge the sad oppressor goes. Thine eyes will sleep anon, what while the oppressed, on wake, call down curses upon thee, and God's eye shuts never in repose. O Abulhusian, replied the wolf, reproach me not for past offences, for forgiveness is expected of the noble, and the practice of kindness is the best of treasures. How well says the poet. Hasten to do good works, whenever thou hast the power, for thou art not able thereto at every season and hour. And he went on to humble himself to the fox and say to him, Haply, thou canst do somewhat to deliver me from destruction. O witless, deluded, perfidious, crafty wolf, answered the fox, hope not for deliverance, for this is but the just reward of thy foul dealing. Then he laughed from ear to ear and repeated the following verses. A truce to thy strife to beguile me. For nothing of me shalt thou gain. Thy prayers are but idle, thou sow'st vexation, so reap it amain. O gentlest of beasts of prey, said the wolf, I deem thee too faithful to leave me in this pit. Then he wept and sighed and recited the following verses, whilst the tears streamed from his eyes. O thou, whose kindnesses to me are more than one, I trow, whose bounties unto me vouchsafed are countless as the sand. No shift of fortune in my time has ever fallen on me, but I have found thee ready still to take me by the hand. O stupid enemy, said the fox, how art thou reduced to humility and obsequiousness and abjection and submission, after disdain and pride and tyranny and arrogance? Verily, I companied with thee and cajoled thee but for fear of thy violence and not in hope of fair treatment from thee, but now trembling is come upon thee and vengeance hath overtaken thee. And he repeated the following verses. O thou that for on beguiling art bent, thou art fallen in the snare of thine evil intent. So taste of the anguish that knows no relent and be with the rest of the wolven forspent. O clement one, replied the wolf, speak not with the tongue of despite nor look with its eyes, but fulfill the covenant of fellowship with me, ere the time for action pass away. Rise, make shift to get me a rope and tie one end of it to a tree, then let the other end down to me, that I may lay hold of it, so haply I may escape from this my strait, and I will give thee all my hand possesseth of treasures. Quoth the fox, Thou persistest in talk of that wherein thy deliverance is not. Hope not for this, for thou shalt not get of me wherewithal to save thyself, but call to mind thy past ill deeds and the craft and perfidy thou didst imagine against me, and bethink thee how near thou art to being stoned to death. For know that thy soul is about to leave the world and cease and depart from it, so shalt thou come to destruction, and evil is the abiding place to which thou goest. O Abulhasian, rejoined the wolf, hasten to return to friendliness and persist not in this rancor. Know that he who saves a soul from perdition is as if he had restored it to life, and he who saves a soul alive is as if he had saved all mankind. Do not ensue wickedness, for the wise forbid it, and it were indeed the most manifest wickedness to leave me in this pit to drink the agony of death and look upon destruction, when as it lies in thy power to deliver me from my strait. Wherefore go thou about to release me and deal benevolently with me. O thou barbarous wretch, answered the fox, I liken thee, because of the fairness of thy professions and the foulness of thine intent and thy practice, to the hawk with the partridge. How so? Asked the wolf, and the fox said, The hawk and the partridge. I entered a vineyard one day and saw a hawk stoop upon a partridge and seize it, but the partridge escaped from him and entering its nest, hid itself there. The hawk followed and called out to it, saying, O Whittle, I saw thee in the desert, hungry, and took pity on thee, so I gathered grain for thee and took hold of thee that thou mightest eat, but thou fledst, wherefore I know not, except it were to slight me. So come out and take the grain I have brought thee to eat, and much good may it do thee. The partridge believed what he said and came out, whereupon the hawk stuck his talons into him and seized him. Is this that which thou saidst thou hadst brought me from the desert, cried the partridge, and of which thou badest me eat, saying, Much good may it do thee? Thou hast lied to me, and may God make what thou eatest of my flesh to be a deadly poison in thy maw. So when the hawk had eaten the partridge, his feathers fell off and his strength failed, and he died on the spot. Know, then, O wolf, that he who digs a pit for his brother soon falls into it himself, and thou first dealtest perfidiously with me. Spare me this talk and these moral instances, said the wolf, and remind me not of my former ill deeds, for the sorry plight I am in suffices me, seeing that I am fallen into a place in which even my enemy would pity me, to say nothing of my friend. So make thou some shift to deliver me, and be thou thereby my Saviour. If this cause thee aught of hardship, think that a true friend will endure the sorest travail for his friend's sake and risk his life to deliver him from perdition, and indeed it hath been said, a tender friend is better than an own brother. So if thou bestir thyself and help me and deliver me, I will gather thee such store of gear, as shall be a provision for thee against the time of want, and teach thee rare tricks to gain access to fruitful vineyards and strip the fruit-laden trees. How excellent, rejoined the fox, laughing, is what the learned say of those who are past measure ignorant, like unto thee. What do they say? Asked the wolf, and the fox answered, They say that the gross of body are gross of nature, far from understanding and nigh unto ignorance. As for thy saying, O perfidious, stupid self-deceiver, that a friend should suffer hardship to succor his friend, it is true, as thou sayest, but tell me, of thine ignorance and poverty of wit, how can I be a true friend to thee, considering thy treachery? Dost thou count me thy friend? Behold, I am thine enemy, that exulteth in thy misfortune, and couldst thou understand it, this word were sorer to thee than slaughter and arrow shot. As for thy promise to provide me a store against the time of want and teach me tricks to enter vineyards and spoil fruit trees, how comes it, O crafty traitor, that thou knowest not a trick to save thyself from destruction? How far art thou from profiting thyself, and how far am I from lending ear to thy speech? If thou have any tricks, make shift for thyself to save thee from this peril, wherefrom I pray God to make thine escape distant. So look, O idiot, if there be any trick with thee, and save thyself from death therewith, before thou lavish instruction on others. But thou art like a certain sick man, who went to another, suffering from the same disease, and said to him, Shall I heal thee of thy disease? Why dost thou not begin by healing thyself? Answered the other. So he left him and went his way. And thou, O ignorant wolf, art like this, so stay where thou art and be patient under what hath befallen thee. When the wolf heard what the fox said, he knew he had no hope from him, so he wept for himself, saying, Verily, I have been heedless of mine affair, but if God deliver me from this scrape, I will assuredly repent of my arrogance towards those who are weaker than I, and will put on wool and go upon the mountains, celebrating the praises of God the Most High and fearing His wrath. Yea, I will sunder myself from all the other wild beasts and feed the poor and those who fight for the faith. Then he wept and lamented, till the heart of the fox was softened, and he took pity on him, when as he heard his humble words and his professions of repentance for his past arrogance and tyranny. So he sprang up joyfully, and going to the brink of the pit, sat down on his hind quarters and let his tail fall therein, whereupon the wolf arose and putting out his paw, pulled the fox's tail, so that he fell down into the pit with him. Then said the wolf, O fox of little ruth, why didst thou exult over me, thou that wast my companion and under my dominion? Now thou art fallen into the pit with me, and retribution hath soon overtaken thee. Verily, the wise have said, If one of you reproach his brother with sucking the teats of a bitch, he also shall suck her, and how well saith the poet. When fortune's blows on some fall hard and heavily, with others of our kind as friend encampeth she. So say to those who joy in our distress, Awake, for those who mock our woes shall suffer even as we. And death in company is the best of things, wherefore I will make haste to kill thee, ere thou see me killed. Alas! Alas, said the fox in himself. I am fallen in with this tyrant, and my case calls for the use of craft and cunning. For indeed it is said that a woman fashions her ornaments for the festival day, and quoth the proverb, I have kept thee, O my tear, against the time of my distress. Except I make shift to circumvent this overbearing beast, I am lost without recourse, and how well says the poet. Provide thee by craft, for thou liv'st in a time whose folk are as lions that lurk in a wood. And set thou the millstream of knavery abroach, that the mill of subsistence may grind for thy food. And pluck the fruits boldly, but if they escape from thy grasp, then content thee with hate of thy food. Then said he to the wolf, Hasten not to slay me, for that is not my desert, and thou wouldst repent it, O valiant beast, lord of might and exceeding prowess. If thou hold thy hand and consider what I shall tell thee, thou wilt know that which I purpose, but if thou hasten to kill me, it will profit thee nothing, and we shall both die here. O wily deceiver, answered the wolf, how hopest thou to work my deliverance and thine own, that thou wouldst have me grant thee time? Speak, and let me know thy purpose. As for my purpose, replied the fox, it was such as deserves that thou reward me handsomely for it. For when I heard thy promises and thy confession of thy past ill conduct and regrets for not having earlier repented and done good, and thy vows, shouldst thou escape from this thy stress, to leave harming thy fellows and others, and forswear eating grapes and other fruits, and devote thyself to humility, and cut thy claws and break thy teeth and don wool, and offer thyself as a sacrifice to God the Most High, when, I say, I heard thy repentance and vows of amendment, compassion took me for thee, though before I was anxious for thy destruction, and I felt bound to save thee from this thy present plight. So I let down my tail, that thou mightest grasp it and make thine escape. Yet wouldst thou not put off thy wonted violence and brutality, nor soughtest to save thyself by fair means, but gavest me such a tug that I thought my soul would depart my body, so that thou and I are become involved in the same stead of ruin and death. There is but one thing can deliver us, to which if thou agree, we shall both escape, and after it behoves thee to keep the vows thou hast made, and I will be thy friend. What is it thou hast to propose? Asked the wolf. It is, answered the fox, that thou stand up, and I will climb up onto thy head and so bring myself nigh on a level with the surface of the earth. Then will I give a spring, and as soon as I reach the ground, I will fetch thee what thou mayst lay hold of and make thine escape. I have no faith in thy word, rejoined the wolf, for the wise have said, he who practices trust in the place of hate errs, and he who trusts in the faithless is a dupe. He who tries those that have been, already, tried, and found wanting, shall reap repentance, and his days shall pass away without profit, and he who cannot distinguish between cases, giving each its due part, his good fortune will be small and his afflictions many. How well saith the poet. Be thy thought ever ill, and of all men beware, suspicion of good parts the helpfulest was e'er. For nothing brings a man to peril and distress as doth the doing good to men, and thinking fair. And another. Be constant ever and suspect, 'twill save thee eye anew, for he who lives a wakeful life, his troubles are but few. Meet thou the foeman in thy way with open, smiling face, but in thy heart set up a host shall battle with him do. And yet another. Thy worst of foes is thy nearest friend, in whom thou puttiest trust, so look thou be on thy guard with men and use them warily. 'Tis weakness to augur well of fate, think rather ill of it. And be in fear of its shifts and tricks, lest it should thee bewray. Verily, said the fox, distrust is not to be commended in every case, on the contrary, a confiding disposition is the characteristic of a noble nature, and its issue is freedom from terrors. Now it behoves thee, O wolf, to put in practice some device for thy deliverance from this thou art in, and the escape of us both will be better than our death, so leave thy distrust and rancor, for if thou trust in me, one of two things will happen, either I shall bring thee whereof to lay hold and escape, or I shall play thee false and save myself and leave thee, and this latter may not be, for I am not safe from falling into some such strait as this thou art in, which would be fitting punishment of perfidy. Indeed the adage saith, faith is fair and perfidy foul. It behoves thee, therefore, to trust in me, for I am not ignorant of the vicissitudes of fortune, so delay not to contrive some device for our deliverance, for the case is too urgent for further talk. To tell thee the truth, replied the wolf, for all my want of confidence in thy fidelity, I knew what was in thy mind, and that thou wast minded to deliver me, when as thou heardest my repentance, and I said in myself, if what he asserts be true, he will have repaired the ill he did, and if false, it rests with God to requite him. So, behold, I accept thy proposal, and if thou betray me, may thy perfidy be the cause of thy destruction. Then he stood upright in the pit, and taking the fox upon his shoulders, raised him to the level of the ground, whereupon the latter gave a spring and lighted on the surface of the earth. When he found himself in safety, he fell down senseless, and the wolf said to him, O my friend, neglect not my case and delay not to deliver me. The fox laughed derisively and replied, O dupe, it was but my laughing at thee and making mock of thee that threw me into thy hands, for when I heard thee profess repentance, mirth and gladness seized me, and I frisked about and danced and made merry, so that my tail fell down into the pit, and thou caughtest hold of it and draggedst me down with thee. Why should I be other than a helper in thy destruction, seeing that thou art of the host of the devil? I dreamt yesterday that I danced at thy wedding, and related my dream to an interpreter, who told me that I should fall into a great danger and escape from it. So now I know that my falling into thy hand and my escape are the fulfillment of my dream, and thou, O ignorant dupe, knowest me for thine enemy, so how canst thou, of thine ignorance and lack of wit, hope for deliverance at my hands, after all thou hast heard of harsh words from me, and wherefore should I endeavor for thy deliverance, when, as the wise have said, in the death of the wicked is peace for mankind and purgation for the earth. Yet, but that I fear to reap more affliction by keeping faith with thee than could follow perfidy, I would do my endeavor to save thee. When the wolf heard this, he bit his paws for despite and was at his wits' end what to do. Then he gave the fox fair words, but this availed not, so he said to him softly, Verily, you foxes are the most pleasant spoken of folk and the subtlest in jest, and this is but a jest of thine, but all times are not good for sport and jesting. O dolt, answered the fox, jesting hath a limit, that the jester overpasses not, and deem not that God will again give thee power over me, after having once delivered me from thee. Quoth the wolf, It behoves thee to endeavor for my release, by reason of our brotherhood and fellowship, and if thou deliver me, I will assuredly make fair thy reward. The wise say, rejoined the fox, Fraternize not with the ignorant and wicked, for he will shame thee and not adorn thee, nor with the liar, for if thou do good, he will hide it, and if evil, he will publish it, and again, there is help for everything but death, all may be mended, save natural depravity, and everything may be warded off, except fate. As for the reward thou promisest me, I liken thee therein to the serpent that fled from the charmer. A man saw her affrighted and said to her, What ails thee, O serpent? Quoth she, I am fleeing from the serpent charmer, who is in chase of me, and if thou wilt save me and hide me with thee, I will make fair thy recompense and do thee all manner of kindness. So he took her, moved both by desire of the promised recompense and a wish to find favor with God, and hid her in his bosom. When the charmer had passed and gone his way and the serpent had no longer any reason to fear, he said to her, Where is the recompense thou didst promise me? Behold, I have saved thee from that thou dreadest. Tell me where I shall bite thee, replied she, for thou knowest we overpass not that recompense. So saying, she gave him a bite, of which he died. And I liken thee, O dullard, to the serpent in her dealings with the man. Hast thou not heard what the poet says? Trust not in one in whose heart thou hast made wrath to abide, and thinkest his anger at last is over and pacified. Verily vipers, though smooth and soft to the feel and the eye and graceful of movements they be, yet death-dealing venom they hide. O glib tongue, lord of the fair face, said the wolf, thou art not ignorant of my case and of men's fear of me, and knowest how I assault the strong places and root up the vines. Wherefore, do as I bid thee and bear thyself to me as a servant to his lord. O stupid dullard, answered the fox, that seekest a vain thing, I marvel at thy stupidity and effrontery, in that thou biddest me serve thee and order myself towards thee as I were a slave bought with thy money, but thou shalt see what is in store for thee, in the way of breaking thy head with stones and knocking out thy traitor's teeth. So saying, he went up to a hill that gave upon the vineyard, and standing there, called out to the people of the place, nor did he give over crying, till he woke them, and they, seeing him, came up to him in haste. He held his ground till they drew near him and near the pit, when he turned and fled. So they looked into the pit, and spying the wolf, fell to pelting him with heavy stones, nor did they leave smiting him with sticks and stones and piercing him with lances, till they killed him and went away, whereupon the fox returned to the pit, and looking down, saw the wolf dead, so he wagged his head for excess of joy and chanted the following verses. Fate took the soul o' the wolf and snatched it far away, foul fall it for a soul that's lost and perished I. How oft, O gaffer grim, my ruin hast thou sought, but unrelenting bale is fallen on thee this day. Thou fell'st into a pit, wherein there's none may fall except the blasts of death blow on him for a prey. Then he abode alone in the vineyard, secure and fearing no hurt. The Mouse and the Weasel. A mouse and a weasel once dwelt in the house of a poor peasant, one of whose friends fell sick, and the doctor prescribed him husked sesame. So he sought of one of his comrades sesame, and gave the peasant a measure thereof to husk for him, and he carried it home to his wife and bade her dress it. So she steeped it and husked it and spread it out to dry. When the weasel saw the grain, he came up to it and fell to carrying it away to his hole, nor stinted all day, till he had borne off the most of it. Presently in came the peasant's wife, and seeing great part of the sesame gone, stood a while wondering, after which she sat down to watch and find out the cause. After a while, out came the weasel to carry off more of the grain, but spying the woman seated there, knew that she was on the watch for him and said to himself, "Verily, this affair is like to end ill. I fear me this woman is on the watch for me, and fortune is no friend to those who look not to the issues, so I must do a fair deed, whereby I may manifest my innocence and wash out all the ill I have done." So saying, he began to take of the sesame in his hole and carry it out and lay it back upon the rest. The woman stood by, and seeing the weasel do thus, said in herself, "Verily, this is not the thief, for he brings it back from the hole of him that stole it and returns it to its place. Indeed, he hath done us a kindness in restoring us the sesame, and the reward of those that do us good is that we do them the like. It is clear that this is not he who stole the grain. But I will not leave watching till I find out who is the thief." The weasel guessed what was in her mind, so he went to the mouse and said to her, "O my sister, there is no good in him who does not observe the claims of neighborship and shows no constancy in friendship." "True, O my friend," answered the mouse, "and I delight in thee and in thy neighborhood, but what is the motive of thy speech?" Quoth the weasel, "The master of the house has brought home sesame and has eaten his fill of it, he and his family, and left much. Every living soul has eaten of it, and if thou take of it in thy turn, thou art worthier thereof than any other." This pleased the mouse, and she chirped and danced and frisked her ears and tail, and greed for the grain deluded her, so she rose at once, and issuing forth of her hole, saw the sesame peeled and dry, shining with whiteness, and the woman sitting watching, armed with a stick. The mouse could not contain herself, but taking no thought to the issue of the affair, ran up to the sesame and fell to messing it and eating of it, whereupon the woman smote her with the stick and cleft her head in twain, so her greed and heedlessness of the issue of her actions led to her destruction. "By Allah," said the Sultan to Scheherazade, "this is a goodly story. Hast thou any story bearing upon the beauty of true friendship and the observance of its obligations in time of distress and rescuing from destruction?" "Yes," answered she, "it hath teached me that." The Cat and the Crow. A crow and a cat once lived in brotherhood. One day, as they were together under a tree, they spied a leopard making towards them, of which they had not been ware, till he was close upon them. The crow at once flew up to the top of the tree, but the cat abode confounded and said to the crow, "O my friend, hast thou no device to save me? All my hope is in thee." "Indeed," answered the crow, "it behoveth brethren, in case of need, to cast about for a device, when as any peril overtakes them, and right well saith the poet, 'He is a right true friend who is with thee indeed, and will himself undo, to help thee in thy need. Who, when love's severance is by evil fate decreed, to join your sundered lives will risk his own and bleed.'" Now hard by the tree were shepherds with their dogs, so the crow flew towards them and smote the face of the earth with his wings, cawing and crying out, to draw their attention. Then he went up to one of the dogs and flapped his wings in his eyes and flew up a little way, whilst the dog ran after him, thinking to catch him. Presently, one of the shepherds raised his head and saw the bird flying near the ground and lighting now and then, so he followed him, and the crow gave not over flying just out of the dog's reach and tempting them to pursue and snap at him, but as soon as they came near him, he would fly up a little, and so he brought them to the tree. When they saw the leopard, they rushed upon it, and it turned and fled. Now the leopard thought to eat the cat, but the latter was saved by the craft of its friend the crow. This story, O King, shows that the friendship of the virtuous saves and delivers from difficulties and dangers. The Fox and the Crow. A fox once dwelt in a cave of a certain mountain, and as often as a cub was born to him and grew stout, he would eat it, for, except he did so, he had died of hunger, and this was grievous to him. Now on the top of the same mountain a crow had made his nest, and the fox said to himself, I have a mind to strike up a friendship with this crow and make a comrade of him, that he may help me to my day's meat, for he can do what I cannot. So he made for the crow's stead, and when he came within earshot, he saluted him, saying, O my neighbor, verily a true believer hath two claims upon his true believing neighbor, that of neighborliness and that of community of faith, and know, O my friend, that thou art my neighbor and hast a claim upon me, which it behoves me to observe, the more that I have been long thy neighbor. Moreover, God hath set in my breast a store of love to thee, that bids me speak thee fair and solicit thy friendship. What sayst thou? Verily, answered the crow, the best speech is that which is soothest, and most like thou speakest with thy tongue that which is not in thy heart. I fear lest thy friendship be but of the tongue, outward, and shine enmity of the heart, inward, for that thou art the eater and I the eaten, and to hold aloof one from the other were more apt to us than friendship and fellowship. What, then, mocketh thee? Seek that thou mayst not come at and desire what may not be, seeing that thou art of the beast and I of the bird kind? Verily, this brotherhood, thou profferest, may not be, neither were it seemly. He who knoweth the abiding place of excellent things, rejoined the fox, betters choice in what he chooses therefrom, so haply he may win to advantage his brethren. And indeed I should love to be near thee, and I have chosen thy companionship, to the end that we may help one another to our several desires, and success shall surely wait upon our loves. I have store of tales of the goodliness of friendship, which, an it like thee, I will relate to thee. Thou hast my leave, answered the crow, let me hear thy story and weigh it and judge of thine intent thereby. Hear then, O my friend, rejoined the fox, that which is told of a mouse and a flea, and which bears out what I have said to thee. How so? Asked the crow. It is said, answered the fox, that the mouse and the flea. A mouse once dwelt in the house of a rich and busy merchant. One night, a flea took shelter in the merchant's bed, and finding his body soft and being athirst, drank of his blood. The smart of the bite awoke the merchant, who sat up and called to his serving men and maids. So they hastened to him and, tucking up their sleeves, fell to searching for the flea. As soon as the latter was ware of the search, he turned to flee, and happening on the mouse's hole, entered it. When the mouse saw him, she said to him, What brings thee in to me, seeing that thou art not of my kind, and canst not therefore be assured of safety from violence or ill usage? Verily, answered the flea, I took refuge in thy dwelling from slaughter, and come to thee, seeking thy protection, and not anywise coveting thy house, nor shall aught of mischief betide thee from me, nor aught to make thee leave it. Nay, I hope to repay thy favors to me with all good, and thou shalt assuredly see and praise the issue of my words. If the case be as thou sayest, answered the mouse, be at thine ease here, for naught shall betide thee, save what may pleasure thee. There shall fall on thee rain of peace alone, nor shall aught befall thee, but what befalls me. I will give thee my love without stint, and do not thou regret thy loss of the merchant's blood, nor lament for thy subsistence from him, but be content with what little of sufficient sustenance thou canst lightly come by, for indeed this is the safer for thee, and I have heard that one of the moral poets saith as follows. I have trodden the road of content and retirement, and lived out my life with whatever betided. With a morsel of bread and a draught of cold water, coarse salt and patched garments, content I abided. If God willed it, he made my life easy of living, else, I was contented with what he provided. O my sister, rejoined the flea, I hearken to thine injunction, and submit myself to yield thee obedience, nor have I power to gainsay thee, till life be fulfilled, in this fair intent. Purity of intent suffices to sincere affection, replied the mouse. So love befell and was contracted between them, and after this, the flea used, by night, to go to the merchant's bed and not exceed moderation in sucking his blood, and harbor with the mouse by day in the latter's hole. One night, the merchant brought home great store of dinars and began to turn them over. When the mouse heard the chink of the coin, she put her head out of her hole and gazed at it, till the merchant laid it under his pillow and went to sleep, when she said to the flea, "Sayest thou not the favorable opportunity and the great good fortune? Hast thou any device to bring us to our desire of yonder dinars?" "Verily," answered the flea, "it is not good for one to strive for aught, but if he be able to compass his desire, for if he lack of ableness thereto, he falls into that of which he should beware and attains not his wish for weakness, though he use all possible cunning, like the sparrow that picks up grain and falls into the net and is caught by the fowler. Thou hast no strength to take the dinars and carry them into thy hole, nor can I do this. On the contrary, I could not lift a single dinar, so what hast thou to do with them?" Quoth the mouse, "I have made me these 70 openings, whence I may go out, and set apart a place for things of price, strong and safe, and if thou canst contrive to get the merchant out of the house, I doubt not of success, so fate aid me." "I will engage to get him out of the house for thee," answered the flea, and going to the merchant's bed, gave him a terrible bite, such as he had never before felt, then fled to a place of safety. The merchant awoke and sought for the flea, but finding it not, lay down again on his other side. Then came the flea and bit him again, more sharply than before. So he lost patience, and leaving his bed, went out and lay down on the bench before the door and slept there, and awoke not till the morning. Meanwhile the mouse came out and fell to carrying the dinars into her hole, till not one was left, and when it was day, the merchant began to accuse the folk and imagine all manner of things. "And know, O wise, clear-sighted and experienced crow," continued the fox, "that I only tell thee this to the intent that thou mayst reap the recompense of thy goodness to me, even as the mouse reaped the reward of her kindness to the flea, for see how he repaid her and requited her with the goodliest of requitals." Quoth the crow, "It lies with the benefactor to show benevolence or not, nor is it incumbent on us to behave kindly to whoso seeks an impossible connection. If I show thee favor, who art by nature my enemy, I am the cause of my own destruction, and thou, O fox, art full of craft and cunning. Now those, whose characteristics these are not to be trusted upon oath, and he who is not to be trusted upon oath, there is no good faith in him. I heard but late of thy perfidious dealing with thy comrade the wolf, and how thou leddest him into destruction by thy perfidy and guile, and this though he was of thine own kind, and thou hadst long companied with him, yet didst thou not spare him, and if thou didst thus with thy fellow, that was of thine own kind, how can I have confidence in thy fidelity, and what would be thy dealing with thine enemy of other than thy kind? Nor can I liken thee and me but to the falcon and the birds." "How so?" asked the fox. "They say," answered the crow, "that the falcon and the birds. There was once a falcon who was a cruel tyrant in the days of his youth, so that the beasts of prey of the air and of the earth feared him, and none was safe from his mischief, and many were the instances of his tyranny, for he did nothing but oppress and injure all the other birds. As the years passed over him, he grew weak and his strength failed, so that he was oppressed with hunger. But his cunning increased with the waning of his strength, and he redoubled in his endeavor and determined to go to the general rendezvous of the birds, that he might eat their leavings, and in this manner he gained his living by cunning, whenas he could do so no longer by strength and violence. And thou, O fox, art like this: if thy strength fail thee, thy cunning fails not, and I doubt not that thy seeking my friendship is a device to get thy subsistence. But I am none of those who put themselves at thy mercy, for God hath given me strength in my wings and caution in my heart and sight in my eyes, and I know that he who appeth a stronger than he, wearieth himself, and is often destroyed, wherefore I fear for thee lest, if thou ape a stronger than thou, there befall thee what befell the sparrow. What befell the sparrow? Asked the fox. I conjure thee, by Allah, to tell me his story. I have heard, replied the crow, that the sparrow and the eagle. A sparrow was once hovering over a sheepfold, when he saw a great eagle swoop down upon a lamb and carry it off in his claws. Thereupon the sparrow clapped his wings and said, I will do even as the eagle hath done, and he conceited himself an ape greater than he. So he flew down forthright and lighted on the back of a fat ram, with a thick fleece that was become matted, by his lying in his dung and stale, till it was like felt. As soon as the sparrow lighted on the sheep's back, he clapped his wings and would have flown away, but his feet became tangled in the wool and he could not win free. All this while the shepherd was looking on, having seen as well what happened with the eagle as with the sparrow, so he came up to the latter in a rage and seized him. Then he plucked out his wing feathers and tying his feet with a twine, carried him to his children and threw him to them. What is this? Asked they, and he answered, This is one that aped greater than himself and came to grief. Now thou, O fox, continued the crow, art like this, and I would have thee beware of aping a greater than thou, lest thou perish. This is all I have to say to thee, so go from me in peace. When the fox despaired of the crow's friendship, he turned away, groaning and gnashing his teeth for sorrow and disappointment, which when the crow heard, he said to him, O fox, why dost thou gnash thy teeth? Because I find thee wilier than myself, answered the fox, and made off to his den. O Scheherazade, said the Sultan, how excellent and delightful are these thy stories! Hast thou more of the like edifying tales? It is said, answered she, that the hedgehog and the pigeons. A hedgehog once took up his abode under a palm tree, on which roosted a pair of wood pigeons, that had made their nest there and lived an easy life, and he said to himself, These pigeons eat of the fruit of the palm tree, and I have no means of getting at it, but needs must I go about with them. So he dug a hole at the foot of the palm tree and took up his lodging there, he and his wife. Moreover, he made a place of prayer beside the hole, in which he shut himself and made a show of piety and abstinence and renunciation of the world. The male pigeons saw him praying and worshipping and inclined to him for his much devoutness and said to him, How long hast thou been thus? 30 years, replied the hedgehog. What is thy food? Asked the bird, and the other answered, What falls from the palm tree? And what is thy clothing? Asked the pigeon. Prickles, replied the hedgehog, I profit by their roughness. And why, continued the bird, hast thou chosen this place rather than another? I chose it, answered the hedgehog, that I might guide the erring into the right way and teach the ignorant. I had thought thee other guise than this, rejoined the pigeon, but now I feel a yearning for that which is with thee. Quoth the hedgehog, I fear lest thy deed belie thy speech, and thou be even as the husbandman, who neglected to sow in season, saying, I fear lest the days bring me not to my desire, and I shall only waste my substance by making haste to sow. When the time of harvest came and he saw the folk gathering in their crops, he repented him of what he had lost by his tardiness and died of chagrin and vexation. What then shall I do? Asked the pigeon, that I may be freed from the bonds of the world and give myself up altogether to the service of my Lord. Betake thee to preparing for the next world, answered the hedgehog, and content thyself with a pittance of food. How can I do this? Said the pigeon, I that am a bird and may not go beyond the palm tree whereon is my food. Nor, could I do so, do I know another place, wherein I may abide? Quoth the hedgehog, Thou canst shake down of the fruit of the palm what shall suffice thee and thy wife for a year's victual, then do ye take up your abode in a nest under the tree, that ye may seek to be guided in the right way, and do ye turn to what ye have shaken down and store it up against the time of need, and when the fruits are spent and the time is long upon you, address yourselves to abstinence from food. May God requite thee with good, exclaimed the pigeon, for the fair intent with which thou hast reminded me of the world to come and hast directed me into the right way." Then he and his wife busied themselves in knocking down the dates, till nothing was left on the palm tree, whilst the hedgehog, finding whereof to eat, rejoiced and filled his den with the dates, storing them up for his subsistence, and saying in himself, "When the pigeon and his wife have need of their provant, they will seek it of me, trusting in my devoutness and abstinence, and from what they have heard of my pious counsels and admonitions, they will draw near unto me. Then will I seize them and eat them, after which I shall have the place and all that drops from the palm tree, to suffice me." Presently the pigeon and his wife came down, and finding that the hedgehog had carried off all the dates, said to him, "O pious and devout-spoken hedgehog of good counsel, we can find no sign of the dates and know not on what else we shall feed." "Belike," replied the hedgehog, "the winds have carried them away, but the turning from the provision to the provider is of the essence of prosperity, and he who cut the corners of the mouth will not leave it without victual." And he gave not over preaching to them thus, and making a show of piety, and cozening them with fine words, till they put faith in him and entered his den, without suspicion, whereupon he sprang to the door and gnashed his tusks, and the pigeon, seeing his perfidy manifested, said to him, "What hast tonight to do with yesternight? Knowest thou not that there is a helper for the oppressed? Beware of treachery and craft, lest there befall thee what befell the sharpers who plotted against the merchant." "What was that?" asked the hedgehog. "I have heard tell," answered the pigeon, "that the merchant and the two sharpers." There was once in a city called Senda a very wealthy merchant, who made ready merchandise and set out with it for such a city, thinking to sell it there. There followed him two sharpers, who had made up into bales what goods they could get, and giving out to him that they also were merchants, companied with him by the way. At the first halting place, they agreed to play him false and take his goods, but, at the same time, each purposed inwardly foul play to the other, saying in himself, "If I can cheat my comrade, it will be well for me, and I shall have all to myself." So each took food, and putting therein poison, brought it to his fellow, and they both ate of the poison mess and died. Now they had been sitting talking with the merchant, so when they left him and were long absent from him, he sought for them and found them both dead, whereby he knew that they were sharpers, who had plotted to play him foul, but their treachery had recoiled upon themselves, so the merchant was preserved and took what they had. "O Scheherazade," said the Sultan, "verily thou hast aroused me to all whereof I was negligent. Continue to edify me with these fables." Quoth she, "It has come to my knowledge, O king, that the thief and his monkey." A certain man had a monkey and was a thief, who never entered one of the markets of the city in which he dwelt, but he made off with great purchase. One day, he saw a man offering for sale worn clothes, and he went calling them in the market, but none bid for them, and all to whom he showed them refused to buy of him. Presently, the thief saw him put the clothes in a wrapper and sit down to rest for weariness, so he made the ape sport before him, and whilst he was busy gazing at it, stole the parcel from him. Then he took the ape and made off to a lonely place, where he opened the wrapper, and taking out the old clothes, wrapped them in a piece of costly stuff. This he carried to another market and exposed it for sale with what was therein, making it a condition that it should not be opened, and tempting the folk with the lowness of the price he set on it. A certain man saw the wrapper and it pleased him, so he bought the parcel on these terms and carried it home, doubting not but he had gotten a prize. When his wife saw it, she said, "What is this?" And he answered, "It is precious stuff, that I have bought below its worth, meaning to sell it again and take the profit." "O dupe," rejoined she, "would this stuff be sold under its value, except it were stolen? Dost thou not know that he who buys a ware, without examining it, erreth? And indeed he is like unto the weaver." "What is the story of the weaver?" asked he, and she said, I have heard tell that. The Foolish Weaver. There was once in a certain village a weaver who could not earn his living save by excessive toil. One day, it chanced that a rich man of the neighborhood made a feast and bade the folk thereto. The weaver was present and saw such as were richly clad served with delicate meats and made much of by the master of the house, for what he saw of their gallant array. So he said in himself, if I change this my craft for another, easier and better considered and paid, I shall amass store of wealth and buy rich clothes, that so I may rise in rank and be exalted in men's eyes and become like unto these. Presently, one of the mountebanks there climbed up to the top of a steep and lofty wall and threw himself down, alighting on his feet, which when the weaver saw, he said to himself, needs must I do as this fellow hath done, for surely I shall not fail of it. So he climbed up onto the wall and casting himself down to the ground, broke his neck and died forthright. I tell thee this, continued the woman, that thou mayst get thy living by that fashion thou knowest and truly understandest, lest greed enter into thee and thou lust after what is not of thy competence. Quoth he, not every wise man is saved by his wisdom, nor is every fool lost by his folly. I have seen a skillful charmer versed in the ways of serpents, bitten by a snake and killed, and I have known others prevail over serpents, who had no skill in them and no knowledge of their ways. And he hearkened not to his wife, but went on buying stolen goods below their value, till he fell under suspicion and perished. The Sparrow and the Peacock. There was once a sparrow that used every day to visit a certain king of the birds and was the first to go into him and the last to leave him. One day, a company of birds assembled on a high mountain, and one of them said to another, Verily, we are waxed many and many are the differences between us, and needs must we have a king to order our affairs, so shall we be at one and our differences will cease. Thereupon up came the sparrow and counseled them to make the peacock, that is, the prince he used to visit, king over them. So they chose the peacock to their king, and he bestowed largesse on them and made the sparrow his secretary and vizier. Now the sparrow was wont by times to leave his assiduity in the personal service of the king, and look into affairs in general. One day, he came not at the usual time, whereat the peacock was sore troubled, but presently he returned, and the peacock said to him, What hath delayed thee, that art the nearest to me of all my servants and the dearest? Quoth the sparrow, I have seen a thing that is doubtful to me and at which I am affrighted. What was it thou sawest? Asked the king, and the sparrow answered, I saw a man set up a net, hard by my nest, and drive its pegs fast into the ground. Then he strewed grain in its midst and withdrew afar off. As I sat watching what he would do, behold, fate and destiny drove thither a crane and his wife, which fell into the midst of the net and began to cry out, whereupon the fowler came up and took them. This troubled me, and this is the reason of my absence from thee, O king of the age, but never again will I abide in that nest, for fear of the net. Depart not thy dwelling, rejoined the peacock, for precaution will avail thee nothing against destiny. And the sparrow obeyed his commandment, saying, I will take patience and not depart, in obedience to the king. So he continued to visit the king and carry him food and water, taking care for himself, till one day he saw two sparrows fighting on the ground and said in himself, How can I, who am the king's vizier, look on and see sparrows fighting in my neighborhood? By Allah, I must make peace between them. So he flew down to them, to reconcile them, but the fowler cast the net over them and taking the sparrow in question, gave him to his fellow, saying, Take care of him, for he is the fattest and finest I ever saw. But the sparrow said in himself, I have fallen into that which I feared, and it was none but the peacock that inspired me with a false security. It availed me nothing to beware of the stroke of fate, since for him who taketh precaution there is no fleeing from destiny, and how well says the poet, That which is not to be shall by no means be brought to pass, and that which is to be shall come, unsought. Even at the time ordained, but he that knoweth not the truth is still deceived and finds his hopes grown not. Story of Ali ben Becker and Shamsenahar. There lived once, at Baghdad, in the days of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, a merchant named Abul Hasan Ali ben Tahir, who was great of goods and grace, handsome and pleasant-mannered, beloved of all. He used to enter the royal palace without asking leave, for all the Caliph's concubines and slave girls loved him, and he was wont to company with Rashid and recite verses to him and tell him witty stories. With all these sold and bought in the merchant's bazaar, and there used to sit in his shop a youth named Ali ben Becker, a descendant of the ancient kings of Persia, who was fair of face and elegant of shape, with rosy cheeks and joined eyebrows, sweet of speech and laughing-lipped, a lover of mirth and gaiety. It chanced one day, as they sat laughing and talking, there came up 10 damsels like moons, every one of them accomplished in beauty and symmetry, and amongst them a young lady riding on a mule with housings of brocade and golden stirrups. She was swathed in a veil of fine stuff, with a girdle of gold-embroidered silk, and was even as says the poet. She hath a skin like very silk and a soft speech and sweet, gracious to all, her words are nor too many nor too few. 2 eyes she hath, quoth God Most High, be, and forthright they work as wine upon the hearts of those whom they ensue. Add to my passion, love of her, each night, and, solacement of loves, the resurrection be thy day of rendezvous. The lady alighted at Abul Hasan's shop and sitting down there, saluted him, and he returned her salute. When Ali ben Becker saw her, she ravished his understanding and he rose to go away, but she said to him, Sit in thy place. We came to thee and thou goest away, this is not fair. O my lady, answered he, by Allah, I flee from what I see, for the tongue of the case saith. She's the sun and her dwellings in heaven on high, look, then, to thine heart thou fair patience commend. Thou mayst not climb up to her place in the sky, nor may she to thee from her heaven descend. When she heard this, she smiled and said to Abul Hasan, What is the name of this young man? He is a stranger, answered he. What countryman is he? Asked she, and the merchant replied, He is a descendant of the ancient kings of Persia, his name is Ali ben Becker, and indeed it behoves us to use strangers with honor. When my damsel comes to thee, rejoined she, come thou at once to us and bring him with thee, that we may entertain him in our abode, lest he blame us and say, There is no hospitality in the people of Baghdad, for niggardliness is the worst fault that a man can have. Thou hearest what I say to thee, and if thou disobey me, thou wilt incur my displeasure and I will never again visit thee or salute thee. On my head and eyes, answered Abul Hasan, God preserve me from thy displeasure, fair lady. Then she rose and went away, leaving Ali ben Becker in a state of bewilderment. Presently, the damsel came and said to the merchant, O my lord Abul Hasan, my lady Shamsenahar, the favorite of the commander of the faithful Harun al-Rashid, bids thee to her, thee and thy friend, my lord Ali ben Becker. So he rose and taking Ali with him, followed the girl to the Caliph's palace, where she carried them into a chamber and made them sit down. They talked together a while, till she set trays of food before them, and they ate and washed their hands. Then she brought them wine, and they drank and made merry, after which she bade them rise and carried them into another chamber, vaulted upon 4 columns and adorned and furnished after the goodliest fashion with various kinds of furniture and decorations, as it were one of the pavilions of paradise. They were amazed at the rarities they saw, and as they were gazing at these marvels, up came 10 damsels, like moons, with a proud and graceful gait, dazzling the sight and confounding the wit, and ranged themselves in 2 ranks, as they were of the houris of paradise. After a while, in came 10 other damsels, with lutes and other instruments of mirth and music in their hands, who saluted the 2 guests and sitting down, fell to tuning their instruments. Then they rose and standing before them, played and sang and recited verses, and indeed each one of them was a seduction to the faithful. Whilst they were thus occupied, there entered other 10 damsels like unto them, high-bosomed and of an equal age, with black eyes and rosy cheeks, joined eyebrows and languorous looks, a seduction to the faithful and a delight to all who looked upon them, clad in various kinds of colored silks, with ornaments that amazed the wit. They took up their station at the door, and there succeeded them yet other 10 damsels, fairer than they, clad in gorgeous apparel, such as defies description, and they also stationed themselves by the door. Then in came a band of 20 damsels, and amongst them the lady Shamsenahar, as she were the moon among the stars, scarved with the luxuriance of her hair and dressed in a blue robe and a veil of silk, embroidered with gold and jewels. About her middle she wore a girdle set with various kinds of precious stones, and she advanced with a graceful and coquettish gait, till she came to the couch that stood at the upper end of the chamber and seated herself thereon. When Ali ben Bekr saw her, he repeated the following couplets. Yes, this is she indeed, the source of all my ill, for whom with long desire I languish at love's will. Near her, I feel my soul on fire and bones worn waste for yearning after her that doth my heart fulfy. Then said he to Abul Husn, Thou hadst dealt more kindly with me to have forewarned me of these things, that I might have prepared my mind and taken patience to support what hath befallen me. And he wept and groaned and complained. O my brother, replied Abul Husn, I meant thee not but good, but I feared to tell thee of this, lest such transport should overcome thee as might hinder thee from foregathering with her and intervene between thee and her. But take courage and be of good heart, for she is well disposed to thee and inclineth to favor thee. What is the lady's name? Asked Ali ben Bekr. She is called Shamsenahar, answered Abul Husn. She is one of the favorites of the commander of the faithful Harun al-Rashid, and this is the palace of the caliphate. Then Shamsenahar sat gazing upon Ali ben Bekr's charms and he upon hers, till each was engrossed with love of the other. Presently, she commanded the damsels to sit, so they sat down, each in her place, on a couch before one of the windows, and she bade them sing, whereupon one of them took a lute and sang the following verses. Twice be the message to my love made known, and take the answer from his lips alone. To thee, O monarch of the fair, I come and stand, of this my case to make my moan. O thou my sovereign, dear my heart and life, that in my inmost bosom hast thy throne. Prithee, bestow a kiss upon thy slave, if not as gift, then even as a loan. I will repay it, mayst thou never fail. Even as I took it, not a little gone. Or, if thou wish for more than thou didst lend, take, and content thee, it is all thine own. May health's fair garment ever gladden thee, thee that o'er me the weed of woe hast thrown. Her singing charmed Ali ben Bekr, and he said to her, Sing me more of the like of these verses. So she struck the strings and sang as follows. By excess of estrangement, beloved mine, thou hast taught long weeping unto my eyne. O joy of my sight and its desire, O goal of my hopes, my worship's shrine. Have pity on one, whose eyes are drowned in the sorrowful lover's tears of brine. When she had finished, Shamsenahar said to another damsel, Sing us somewhat, thou. So she played a lively measure and sang the following verses. His looks 'twas made me drunken, in sooth, and not his wine, and the grace of his gait has banished sleep from these eyes of mine. 'Twas not the wine cup dazed me, but e'en his glossy curls, his charms it was that raised me, and not the juice o' the vine. His winding browlocks have routed my patience, and my wit is done away by the beauties his garments do enshrine. When Shamsenahar heard this, she sighed heavily, and the song pleased her. Then she bade another damsel sing, so she took the lute and chanted the following. A face that vies, indeed, with heaven's lamp, the sun, the welling of youth springs upon him scarce begun. His curling whiskers write letters wherein the sense of love in the extreme is writ for every one. Beauty proclaimed of him, when as with him had met, a stuff in God's best loom was fashioned forth and done. When she had finished, Ali Ben Becker said to the damsel nearest him, "Sing us somewhat, thou." So she took the lute and sang these verses. The time of union's all too slight for coquetry and prudish flight. Not thus the noble are. How long this deadly distance and despite? Ah, profit by the auspicious time, to sip the sweets of love delight. Ali Ben Becker followed up her song with plentiful tears, and when Shemsenahar saw him weeping and groaning and lamenting, she burned with love-longing and desire, and passion and transport consumed her. So she rose from the couch and came to the door of the alcove, where Ali met her, and they embraced and fell down a swoon in the doorway, whereupon the damsels came to them, and carrying them into the alcove, sprinkled rosewater upon them. When they revived, they missed a bullhusn, who had hidden himself behind a couch, and the young lady said, "Where is a bullhusn?" So he showed himself to her from beside the couch, and she saluted him, saying, "I pray God to give me the means of requiting thee thy kindness." Then she turned to Ali Ben Becker and said to him, "O my lord, passion has not reached this pass with thee, without doing the like with me, but there is nothing for it but to bear patiently what hath befallen us." "By Allah, O my lady," rejoined he, "converse with thee may not content me, nor gazing upon thee assuage the fire of my heart, nor will the love of thee, that hath mastered my soul, leave me, but with the passing away of my life." So saying, he wept, and the tears ran down upon his cheeks, like unstrung pearls. When Shemsenahar saw him weep, she wept for his weeping, and Abulhust exclaimed, "By Allah, I wonder at your plight and am confounded at your behavior. Of a truth, your affair is amazing and your case marvelous. If ye weep thus, what while ye are yet together, how will it be when ye are parted? Indeed, this is no time for weeping and wailing, but for foregathering and gladness. Rejoice, therefore, and make merry and weep no more." Then Shemsenahar signed to a damsel, who went out and returned with handmaids bearing a table, whereon were silver dishes, full of all manner rich meats. They set the table before them, and Shemsenahar began to eat and to feed Ali Ben Becker, till they were satisfied, when the table was removed and they washed their hands. Presently the waiting women brought censers and casting bottles and sprinkled them with rosewater and incensed them with aloes and ambergris and other perfumes, after which they set on dishes of graven gold, containing all manner of sherbets, besides fruits and confections, all that the heart can desire or the eye delight in, and one brought a flagon of carnelian, full of wine. Then Shemsenahar chose out 10 handmaids and 10 singing women to attend on them, and dismissing the rest to their apartments, bade some of those who remained smite the lute. They did as she bade them, and one of them sang the following verses. My soul be a ransom for him who returned my salute with a smile, and revived in my breast the longing for union after despair. The hands of passion have brought my secret thoughts to the light, and that which is in my bosom unto my censors laid bare. The very tears of my eyes press betwixt me and him, as though they, even as I, enamored of him were. When she had finished, Shemsenahar rose, and filling a cup, drank it off, then filled it again and gave it to Ali Ben Becker, after which she bade another damsel sing, and she sang the following verses. My tears, as they flow, are alike to my wine, as I brim it up. For my eyes pour forth of their lids the like of what froths in my cup. By Allah, I know not, for sure, whether my eyelids it is run over with wine, or else of my tears it is that I sup. Then Ali Ben Becker drank off his cup and returned it to Shemsenahar. She filled it again and gave it to Abulhusn, who drank it off. Then she took the lute, saying, None shall sing over my cup but myself. So she tuned the strings and sang these verses. The hurrying tears upon his cheeks course down from either eye. For very passion, and love's fires within his heart flame high. He weeps whilst near to those he loves, for fear lest they depart, so, whether near or far they be, his tears are never dry. And again. Our lives for thee, O cupbearer, O thou whom beauty's self from the bright parting of thy hair doth to the feet army. The full moon from thy collar folds rises, the Pleiades shine from thy mouth, and in thine hands there beams the sun of day. I trow, the goblets wherewithal thou makest us drunk are those thou pourest to us from thine eyes, that lead the wit astray. Is it no wonder that thou art a moon forever full, and that thy lover's 'tis, not thou, that wane and waste away? Art thou a god, that thou, indeed, by favoring whom thou wilt and slighting others, canst at once bring back to life and slay? God molded beauty from thy form, and eke perfumed the breeze with the sheer sweetness of the scent that cleaves to thee alway. None of the people of this world, an angel sure thou art, whom thy Creator hath sent down, to hearten our dismay. When Ali and Abulhasn and the bystanders heard Shamsenahar's song, they were transported and laughed and sported. But while they were thus engaged, up came a damsel, trembling for fear, and said, O my lady, Afif and Mesrour and Merjan and others of the commander of the faithful's eunuchs, whom I know not, are at the door. When they heard this they were like to die of fright, but Shamsenahar laughed and said, Have no fear. Then said she to the damsel, Hold them and parley, whilst we remove hence. And she caused shut the doors of the alcove upon Ali and Abulhasn and drew the curtains over them, after which she shut the door of the saloon and went out by the privy gate into the garden, where she seated herself on a couch she had there and bade one of the damsels rub her feet. Then she dismissed the rest of her women and bade the portress admit those who were at the door, whereupon Mesrour entered, he and his company, 20 men with drawn swords, and saluted her. Quoth she, Wherefore come ye? And they answered, The commander of the faithful salutes thee. He wearies for thy sight and would have thee to know that this with him is a day of great joy and gladness, and he is minded to seal his gladness with thy present company. Wilt thou then go to him, or shall he come to thee? At this she rose, and kissing the earth, said, I hear and obey the commandment of the commander of the faithful. Then she summoned the chief, female, officers of her household and other damsels and made a show of complying with the caliph's orders and commanding them to make preparations for his reception, albeit all was in readiness, and she said to the eunuchs, Go to the commander of the faithful and tell him that I await him after a little space, that I may make ready for him a place with carpets and so forth. So they returned in haste to the caliph, whilst Shamsenahar, doffing her outer clothing, repaired to her beloved Ali ben Bekr and strained him to her bosom and bade him farewell, whereat he wept sore and said, O my lady, this leave-taking will lead to the ruin of my soul and the loss of my life, but I pray God to grant me patience to bear this my love, wherewith he hath smitten me. By Allah, answered she, none will suffer perdition but I, for thou wilt go out to the market in company with those that will divert thee, and thine honor will be in safety and thy passion concealed, whilst I shall fall into trouble and weariness nor find any to console me, more by token that I have given the Caliph a rendezvous, wherein haply great peril shall betide me, by reason of my love and longing passion for thee and my grief at being parted from thee. For with what voice shall I sing, and with what heart shall I present me before the Caliph, and with what speech shall I entertain the commander of the faithful, and with what eyes shall I look upon a place where thou art not, and take part in a banquet at which thou art not present, and with what taste shall I drink wine of which thou partakest not? Be not troubled, said Abulhasn, but take patience and be not remiss in entertaining the commander of the faithful this night, neither show him any neglect, but be of good courage. At this juncture, up came a damsel, who said to Shamsenahar, O my lady, the Caliph's pages are come. So she rose to her feet and said to the maid, Take Obulhasn and his friend and carry them to the upper gallery giving upon the garden, and there leave them, till it be dark, when do thou make shift to carry them forth. Accordingly, the girl carried them up to the gallery, and locking the door upon them, went away. As they sat looking on the garden, the Caliph appeared, preceded by near 100 eunuchs with drawn swords encompassed about with a score of damsels, as they were moons, holding each a lighted flambeau. They were clad in the richest of raiment, and on each one's head was a crown set with diamonds and rubies. The Caliph walked in their midst with a majestic gait, whilst Mesrer and Afif and Wisif went before him, and Shamsenahar and all her damsels rose to receive him, and meeting him at the garden door, kissed the earth before him, nor did they cease to go before him, till they brought him to the couch, whereon he sat down, whilst all the waiting women and eunuchs stood before him, and there came fair maids and slave girls with lighted flambeaux and perfumes and essences and instruments of music. Then he bade the singers sit down, each in her room, and Shamsenahar came up and seating herself on a stool by the Caliph's side, began to converse with him, whilst Ali and the jeweler looked on and listened, unseen of the prince. The Caliph fell to jesting and toying with Shamsenahar and bade throw open the garden pavilion. So they opened the doors and windows and lighted the flambeaux till the place shone in the season of darkness even as the day. The eunuchs removed thither the wine service, and, quoth Obulhasn, I saw drinking vessels and rarities, whose like mine eyes never beheld, vases of gold and silver and all manner precious stones and jewels, such as beggar description, till indeed meseemed I was dreaming, for excess of amazement at what I saw. But as for Ali ben Bekr, from the moment Shamsenahar left him, he lay prostrate on the ground for excess of passion and desire, and when he revived, he fell to gazing upon these things that had not their like, and saying to Obulhasn, O my brother, I fear lest the Caliph see us or come to know of us, but the most of my fear is for thee. For myself, I know that I am surely lost past recourse, and the cause of my destruction is not but excess of passion and love-longing and desire and separation from my beloved, after union with her, but I beseech God to deliver us from this predicament. Then they continued to look on, till the banquet was spread before the Caliph, when he turned